Jiangnan City, May 1st. Inside a cafe. Chen Fan, I already said it for the betrothal gift. I want 300,000 yuan, not a single cent less. And the car and the apartment must both be registered under my name as well. There is no room for negotiation. Hearing this, Chen Fan felt on the verge of tears. Jingwen, can't we lower the betrothal gift a little? At this moment, Su Jingwen's best friend Zhang Lili spoke up. Chen Fan, this is a betrothal gift, not vegetables at a street market that you can haggle over. When my cousin got married, her betrothal gift was 660,000 yuan. Jingwen is only asking you for 300,000. You should be secretly delighted. Clenching his teeth and forcing down his anger, Chen Fan said, Jingwen, you know perfectly well what my family's situation is. My mother has heart disease and can't do heavy labor. My father works on construction sites and fell from the scaffolding, breaking both his legs. I also have a younger sister who is still in college. You're asking me to come up with 300,000 for the betrothal gift. How am I supposed to afford that? We've been together for 5 or 6 years since college, and you have to make an issue out of the betrothal gift. From now on, I can hand over my entire monthly salary to you. Isn't that enough? Before Su Jingwen could speak, Zhang Lili cut in. Chen Fan, what does your family situation have to do with Jingwen? If you can't afford the betrothal gift, then just don't get married. Jingwen isn't marrying you in order to suffer. Besides, once you're married, your salary is supposed to be handed over entirely anyway. Chen Fan's face turned ashen as he asked, Jingwen, is there really no room to discuss the betrothal gift? Su Jingwen nodded slightly and said flatly, not a single cent less. Chen Fan slapped the table and shouted in anger, then we break up. This wedding is off. Su Jingwen snorted coldly. Fine, then we break up. Chen Fan, I hope you won't regret this. Zhang Lili quickly chimed in as well. There's a long line of men chasing after our Jingwen. Believe it or not, the moment we walk out that door, as long as Jingwen makes one phone call, she can find someone willing to take your place. Chen Fan said coldly, whoever regrets it is a coward. With that, Chen Fan stood up and left. Zhang Lili shouted after him, hey, you haven't paid the bill yet. Chen Fan scoffed, I didn't even order a cup of coffee. Why should I pay? Zhang Lili muttered, so stingy. You'll never get married in your entire life. After leaving the cafe, Chen Fan felt the world spinning around him. Grief, sorrow, rage, a torrent of emotions pressed down on Chen Fan until he could hardly breathe. In today's world, so many women are extremely materialistic. If you have no money, their disdainful eyes can roll all the way to the heavens. This was something Chen Fan understood all too well. He just hadn't expected that the girlfriend he had been with for 5 or 6 years, ever since university, would be the same. Chen Fan returned to the factory. He worked there in an auto parts plant, fastening screws. 12-hour shifts, 2 rotations a day. Month after month of backbreaking labor earned him about 6,000 yuan. In the current economic climate, looking only at the 6,000 yuan a month, it might seem acceptable. But that income was Chen Fan's blood and sweat earned by desperately working overtime. To save up 300,000 for the betrothal gift, who knew how many years of overtime it would take? Last month, a co-worker collapsed and died suddenly during overtime. The factory only paid 50,000 in compensation. They even issued a notice strictly forbidding other employees from discussing the incident. All Chen Fan wanted now was to numb himself with intense work. He pushed himself straight through until 8 in the evening, then clocked out. Chen Fan's head was pounding. He just wanted to collapse onto the wooden bunk in his dormitory and sleep without waking. Factory work was bitterly hard. If not for the need to make money, who would willingly go into such a place? After getting off work, he was so exhausted he wanted to sleep the moment he lay down, and when he woke up, he had to rush straight back to work. Day after day, the cycle repeated. When he had first joined the factory after work, he still had the energy to video chat with classmates and occasionally play a couple of games. Later, he no longer wanted to do anything after work. All he wanted was sleep. Buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated again. Another message had come in. Chen Fan subconsciously thought it was from Su Jingwen or Zhang Lili. When he opened it, it turned out to be neither. It was a message from their team leader. It was a notice granting him 5 days off. If he worked in a normal company or elsewhere, a few days leave would be something to celebrate. But in a factory, too many days off were not good news. Anyone who has worked in a factory knows that if you want to earn money, you rely on overtime pay and night shift subsidies. More days off means no overtime, and without overtime, there's not much salary to take home. Chen Fan immediately called his team leader. Hello, brother Su, I'm working just fine. Why are you giving me time off? And I'm still young, my body's in great shape, I can handle night shifts and overtime. Chen Fan, it's not that I won't let you do overtime. It's an order from above. They specifically named you and told you to rest. And from now on, you alone will switch to a double rest schedule, only 6 hours a day. Hearing this, Chen Fan was stunned. If he really worked like that, he might not even bring home 3,000 yuan a month. How could he accept that? Brother Su, who gave this order? The line leader. The section chief. I haven't offended anyone, so why are they singling me out like this? In a normal company, when management wanted to target someone, they made you work excessive overtime. In a factory, targeting someone meant forcing them to rest. Everyone who joins a factory is there to earn money, and in a factory, you can only earn by working overtime. If you're not allowed to do overtime, naturally you can't make money. With less pay, you naturally can't stay, and will end up resigning voluntarily. Sigh. It was the department manager, Chin Fan. I don't know how someone like you, just an ordinary worker, managed to offend the manager. There's no room for discussion on this. He clearly wants to force you to quit on your own. Hearing this, Chin Fan suddenly remembered. A few nights ago, on his way from the dorm to the workshop for the night shift, he had run into the manager's Mercedes. In the front passenger seat sat a young, beautiful woman dressed in gaudy finery. She even leaned over and kissed the manager. At the time, Chin Fan hadn't thought much of it. Working night shifts had numbed him completely. Now that he reconsidered, that woman was very likely the manager's mistress or some call girl. Otherwise, the manager wouldn't be targeting an ordinary worker like him so fiercely. After hanging up, Chin Fan cursed under his breath. Damn it. When misfortune comes, it never comes alone. A bad news has always seemed to arrive in droves. My girlfriend broke up with me, and now at the factory the manager is targeting me. Every rotten thing under the sun has landed on me. Rage surged through Chin Fan's chest. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he collapsed and fainted in the dorm. At that moment, the ancient verdant ring on his left index finger began to emit waves of five-colored mystical light. The ring was an heirloom. Judging by its color, he had always assumed it was jade. But back when he was short of money, he had taken it to be appraised and was told it wasn't jade at all. Later, Chin Fan had even tried taking it to a gold shop, asking them to meld it with a blowtorch to see if there was any gold inside. They burned it for ages, yet it remained completely unscathed. The blood he had spat out happened to spill onto the ring. Now every drop was absorbed by it. In a hazy trance, Chin Fan seemed to arrive in an immortal realm where an elderly white-haired man appeared before his eyes. I am the Beishian Daojuan, the old man declared, already a cultivator of the great ascension stage, about to step into the tribulation transcendent stage and ascend to immortality. Upon entering the immortal realm, I wish to leave behind a legacy in the mortal world and quietly await a fated successor. Whoever obtains this inheritance shall be my personal disciple. I hope that one day you too will ascend to immortality and reunite with your master in the immortal realm. Chi refining foundation establishment golden core nascent soul spirit transformation void refinement integration great ascension tribulation transcendence and becoming an immortal. The realms of cultivation and all kinds of knowledge related to cultivation poured into Chin Fan's mind. Currents of memory interwove within his mind. Cultivation methods, arts, alchemy, talisman, crafting magical artifacts. It was as if these memories had always been there. He couldn't forget them even if he tried. The scene before Chin Fan's eyes vanished. When he opened them, he found himself lying on his dorm bed. The dorm lights were on and outside it was completely dark. All his roommates had returned. Chin Fan glanced at his phone. It was already 11 at night. Hey Chin Fan, you're exhausted to the point you can fall asleep sitting on the floor. I think you should take a few days off. Don't you dare drop dead from overwork. Yeah, you only have one life. It's not worth throwing it away just to earn a bit of extra pay. Chin Fan got up from the bed and first thanked his roommates for hauling him onto it. Then he walked out of the dorm frowning as he muttered, a cultivation inheritance. Is this real? It's already the 21st century. Can people still cultivate immortality? Chin Fan was deeply puzzled. He suspected that what had just happened was only a dream. Yet the vast knowledge of cultivation in his mind was crystal clear, proving it was no dream. If that's the case, then let's try. I want to see for myself whether I can truly cultivate immortality. Cultivating immortality requires spiritual energy. Chin Fan tried to sense where this so-called spiritual energy could be found. Spiritual energy was not some kind of gas, but a peculiar form of energy that pervaded the universe. It existed everywhere, the difference lying only in its density. Some people online had even claimed that spiritual energy was dark matter. Chin Fan went up to the rooftop of the dormitory building, and there he finally perceived the presence of spiritual energy. He then imitated a Taoist sitting cross-legged to begin his path of cultivation. The first stage was the Qi refining phase, and this phase was usually divided into 13 levels. As the saying went, every new tier was like a new mountain and a new heaven. Between each level of cultivation lay an immense chasm, making advancement incomparably difficult. During the Qi refining stage, one had to draw spiritual energy into the body, thereby transforming the physical constitution and condensing arcane power. To achieve this, one needed a suitable cultivation method. Chin Fan had obtained the legacy of a mighty immortal cultivator. That was the Beishian Daojuan, reputed to have already ascended to immortality, who had naturally left behind cultivation arts for his successor. Beishian Daojuan had once dominated the cultivation world, amassing countless cultivation methods. From among them, he had already selected the finest technique on the path of immortality for his inheritor. Cultivating arcane power, tempering the physical body, and honing spiritual sense would normally require 3 separate techniques. Yet the method Bei Xin Daojun chose for his successor, the primordial heaven-devouring art, united all 3 into one. It could simultaneously refine arcane power, temper the flesh, and nurture spiritual sense. Chen Fan began cultivating this art. With his eyes closed, he felt as though he had merged with heaven and earth, able to see all the spiritual particles drifting within the dark void. The primordial heaven-devouring art could swallow all spiritual substances and transform them into his own power. Thus, even in a modern metropolis where spiritual energy was thin, Chen Fan could still formally step onto the path of immortal cultivation. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the sky was already beginning to brighten. He glanced at his phone and saw that it was already past 6 in the morning. Chen Fan could not help but sigh. No wonder protagonists in novels and anime were so fond of saying that in cultivation one lost all sense of time. He himself had not even realized that his first cultivation session had passed so quickly. He had thought he had cultivated for only a few minutes. Over the course of a single night, however, Chen Fan had successfully condensed the very first thread of arcane power within his body. He had officially become an immortal cultivator at the first level of the chi refining stage. With arcane power within him, even if in use, that energy would gradually transform his physique over time. It would prolong his lifespan and ward off illness and calamity. Once he reached the peak of the chi refining stage, he could easily live to 120 years. In the modern metropolis, there were indeed long-lived individuals who survived past a century with the aid of advanced medicine. Yet most of them spent their final years confined to hospital beds, their lives sustained by all manner of machines. By contrast, a cultivator's 120 years were sustained by arcane power, ensuring that the flesh remained brimming with vigor. The two were worlds apart. In Longwa, the average life expectancy of men was around 70, and most people spent their later years plagued by illness, eating and sleeping poorly, and visiting hospitals every few days. Only a very few long-lived elders in rural areas could live past 80 without serious illness or disaster. Now that Chen Fan had encountered immortal cultivation, he finally understood that such longevity was something written into one's fate. In the past, he had rejected anything he deemed feudal superstition. Now it was different. He felt that those long-lived elders were enjoying blessings cultivated in a past life, that this was destiny. Immortal cultivation emphasized wealth, companions, methods, and abode. Wealth needed no explanation. Companions referred to like-minded friends and teachers, and also Dao companions. Methods were naturally the cultivation arts one practiced. As for abode, it referred to a cultivation cave dwelling. Chen Fan murmured to himself, I already possess a legacy and a cultivation art. As long as I persevere, I will at least reach the peak of the chi refining stage. I won't think about the rest for now. The most pressing question at this moment is how to get money. With his current level of cultivation and arcane power, he still could not live without food and drink, nor could he heal his parents' illnesses. The factory no longer allowed overtime, and his manager had been targeting him, so there was no point in staying. If he continued to slog away, he might not even earn 3,000 yuan in a month. Rubbing his stomach, Chen Fan felt a bit hungry and decided to go to the cafeteria first. After a night of cultivation, his spirit was unusually energized, but his hunger was also astonishing. Normally his breakfast would be no more than 2 meat buns and a bowl of porridge. Today, however, he ate 12 meat buns and 3 bowls of porridge. The workers eating in the cafeteria began giving him strange looks. This young fellow sure can eat, someone murmured. After finishing breakfast, Chen Fan sent a message to his team leader stating that he wished to resign. His resignation was something the higher-ups had been eager to see, for if he took the initiative to quit, the factory would not have to pay him a single cent in compensation. After all, he had worked there for more than 3 years, and as a formal employee. Thus, the team leader quickly approved Chen Fan's resignation, telling him he could go to the HR office to sign at any time. Trash factory, trash management. May you go bankrupt sooner rather than later, Chen Fan cursed quietly. At 10 in the morning, he went to HR to sign the papers and settle his wages on the spot. In April, Chen Fan had worked 28 night shifts, resting only 3 days with about 14 working hours each day. His pay came to 5,700 yuan. It was truly blood and sweat money. Chen Fan briefly packed his belongings in the dormitory, put everything in order, then left the factory grounds and took the subway toward the city center. He intended to first find a place to stay in the city, then return for his luggage. The factory was in a remote area. One could even call it a place where not even birds bothered to perch. The surroundings were all factories with no residential districts, no schools, and certainly no entertainment. Even ordering takeout meant waiting at least 30 minutes for the nearest delivery. Chen Fan headed into the city, hoping that by relying on his unique abilities as an immortal cultivator, he might find a job that was both easy and well paid. Since he was already on the path of cultivation, asking for a starting salary of 20,000 yuan a month did not seem excessive. After all, he still had to send money home this month. His mother's medicine was imported and not covered by insurance, making it extremely expensive. His father had been injured years ago on a construction site and was now paralyzed. His younger sister's monthly living expenses were 800 yuan, while other girls in university often had at least 1,500, even 2,000 or more. Besides all that, Chen Fan still had to go and see Su Jingwen. It was not to humbly beg for a reconciliation. He wanted to tell Su Jingwen that although she had left him for money, he would soon earn a fortune and command billions in wealth, and by then she would be the one filled with regret. Furthermore, his computer was still at Su Jingwen's place, and he had to retrieve it. The subway ride from the factory to the city took nearly 2 hours. It was a long distance. Chen Fan knew where Su Jingwen lived when she had moved. He had been the one to handle it. It was the Meiyuan residential compound where she shared an elevator apartment, a two-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, with her close friend Zhang Lily. The rent was 2,000 yuan a month with resident rate utilities. In a major city like Jiangnan, that rent was already very cheap and quite a bargain. When Chen Fan arrived at the compound, it was just around lunchtime. Even the main gate required facial recognition or a keycard to enter. The elevator was the same. One needed a card to select a floor. Since he could not enter on his own, Chen Fan simply waited at the gate. He knew that Su Jingwen's workplace was very close to her rental, just a few minutes away by shared bicycle. Su Jingwen had an hour and a half for lunch break, and often came home to cook and rest. It was now exactly noon, and Chen Fan was betting that she would return shortly. The compound had more than one entrance, but since Su Jingwen lived in Building 9, the west gate was the closest. She usually went in and out through the west entrance. Chen Fan knew this, and so waited at the west gate. After about half an hour, a black Mercedes Maybach pulled up at the entrance. The luxury car immediately drew the attention of many passers-by. With streamlined body and the iconic three-pointed star were the very image of status. Some men and women on the street even took out their phones to snap photos. The Maybach's arrival was like a bright moon surrounded by stars, drawing every eye. Squatting beneath a poplar tree by the west gate, Chen Fan naturally saw the car as well. The rich really have it good, he thought. Driving a car like that, you could probably just cruise past bars and nightclubs and easily pick up pretty girls for a night at a hotel. But now that I'm an immortal cultivator, I'll definitely be able to afford a car like this someday, he told himself. Yet as he stared at the parked Maybach, an indefinable sense of unease stirred in his heart. With a soft click, both rear doors opened. From each side, a long, slender leg extended in unison. On the left, the long leg was sheathed in fishnet stockings, exuding sultry allure. On the right, the long leg was wrapped in tight blue jeans, equally suggestive in its own way. As the two women emerged from the car, they drew yet more gasps of admiration from the onlookers. They're both stunning beauties. Could they be some internet celebrities? Someone wondered aloud. Luxury cars paired with beautiful women. Turns out that saying really is true. When will I ever get to drive a Maybach? Another sighed. In the next moment, Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, for the two women were none other than Su Jingwen and Zhang Lily. The one in black fishnet stockings was Zhang Lily, heavily made up and exuding a brazen charm. In Chen Fan's memory back in university, Zhang Lily had not even worn skirts. Now she was in an ultra-short skirt and fishnets. Such a dramatic transformation. Society really is a great dive at, he thought bitterly. The woman in tight jeans was Su Jingwen. Chen Fan could hardly believe his eyes and muttered, why are they getting out of a Maybach? Could this be Su Jingwen's new boyfriend? She really moved on fast. No seems at all, he sneered to himself. The thought made Chen Fan let out a call. It seemed that at her core, Su Jingwen was a gold digger. It was his vision that had been lacking in the past, failing to see her true nature. Composing himself, Chen Fan walked toward them with a calm expression. Seeing Chen Fan suddenly appear, Su Jingwen was startled. Chen Fan, what are you doing here? Didn't I formally tell you yesterday not to bother me anymore? She exclaimed. Chen Fan replied coolly, I came to get my computer. At that, Zhang Lily gave a tinkling laugh and said, oh, Chen Fan, you still want that junk computer of yours? It's so laggy you can't even play games properly. Selling it wouldn't fetch you more than a few hundred yuan. What's the point of keeping it? She sneered. Just then the driver's door opened with a click. A middle-aged man in a gray casual jacket got out. His looks were average, his hair thinning in front, leaving a bald patch in the middle. Lily, what's going on here? He asked. Boss Wang, he's Jingwen's ex-boyfriend, Zhang Lily replied, succinctly, offering no further explanation. Boss Wang nodded, looked at Chen Fan, and said with a smile, Jingwen suffered quite a bit when she was with a poor kid like you. From now on with me, she'll just enjoy the good life. He stepped forward and, still smiling, patted Chen Fan's shoulder. Zhang Lily added, Chen Fan, just look at yourself. Your monthly salary isn't even enough to buy the clothes Boss Wang is wearing. Do you even know what kind of car this is? You could spend your whole life tightening screws in that factory and still never afford it. Jingwen would never live well with you, but with Boss Wang she gets 50,000 yuan a month just as pocket money. 50,000. Half a year of your wages, she said with open disdain. Her attitude toward Chen Fan could only be described as utterly contemptuous. Chen Fan gave a cold laugh and said, "So this is just being kept, isn't it? What's there to brag about?" At his words, Zhang Lily's face stiffened. Boss Wang meanwhile said in a seemingly earnest tone, "Brother, Xiaochen, a poor man like you simply doesn't deserve such a beautiful woman. Even if you somehow became the boyfriend of a beauty like her, sooner or later you'd end up wearing a green hat," he went on. "There are far too many temptations out there for pretty girls. You're so poor you could never keep her. These days very few women are willing to suffer through a life of poverty with a man. Times have changed," he concluded. Chen Fan shot Wang a sidelong glance and snorted, "So what? She's still just secondhand goods I played with for a few years. What do you have to be proud of?" The moment he said this, Boss Wang's face turned an ugly shade of green. Zhang Lily immediately snapped, "Chen Fan, how can you talk about Jingwen like that? You were lovers once. You should at least leave each other a shred of dignity. When she was with you, Jingwen never did a single thing to betray you. Saying this about her now, can you really feel no shame?" she demanded. "Enough, drop it," Su Jingwen said, tugging at Zhang Lily's sleeve. Clearly she did not want to argue with Chen Fan any further. Chen Fan snorted and said coldly, "Su Jingwen, just wait. You'll regret this." Zhang Lily burst out laughing, first her laughter wild and mocking. "Chen Fan, you, a lousy screw tightener. With what exactly are you going to make Jingwen regret? Have you eaten too much struggle meal inspiration or read too many novels?" she sneered. "Do you expect her to star in some regretful chase after an ex-melodrama? Dream on." Boss Wang chuckled as well. "Xiaochen, do you know how much this car costs?" 2.7 million, he said. "I heard from Lily that you tighten screws in a factory. I'd really like to know how many years of work it would take for you to buy a car like mine," he added. Su Jingwen sighed and said, "Chen Fan, just go. Don't embarrass yourself here any further. Move your things out, and from today on I hope we can part ways peacefully." Chen Fan's voice dripped with disdain. "I don't want the computer anymore. Just wait and see," he said, then turned. Chen Fan left the May Garden community. He now only wanted to do one thing, quickly earn a lot of money. Then he would buy a luxury car and drive it in front of Su Jingwen and Zhang Lily. The more regret these two women felt, the more satisfaction Chen Fan derived. Cultivators emphasize the clarity of their thoughts, which aligns with Taoist philosophy. In plain terms, it means that grievances should not be bottled up. One must return the favor in kind. This is easy to understand. If grievances are suppressed for a long time, the probability of suffering from depression will greatly increase, according to modern medicine. For cultivators, if their thoughts are not clear, it could lead to the emergence of an inner demon during their cultivation. This could result in serious setbacks in their cultivation, risking their lives. How to make money? Chen Fan felt a bit troubled. After all, he had just started cultivating, and his magical power was still weak. He still couldn't perform the kind of miraculous feats seen in television dramas, such as altering the heavens or moving mountains. If asked what way to make money quickly, it would certainly be robbery. No cost, all profit. But the problem is that Chen Fan currently couldn't withstand bullets. Faced with modern weaponry, attempting to rob would definitely lead to a dead end. Starting a company or entrepreneurship was something Chen Fan did not know how to do. If he did, he wouldn't still be working in a factory. Moreover, entrepreneurship carries risks and requires capital and connections, with profits taking a long time to materialize. These options were simply not suitable for Chen Fan's current needs. What he needed now was immediate access to money, even if just tens of thousands. Walking along the sidewalk, Chen Fan was deep in thought as luxury cars occasionally passed by on the road, making him envious. Right? I don't need to earn money myself, though I can directly harvest from those rich people. Chen Fan suddenly thought of this. He now possessed magical power. Although he couldn't perform any grand feats, casting some minor spells was still feasible. By using these minor spells, he could make those rich people worship him. Then he could quickly harvest their wealth. And he wouldn't have to spend time and effort like starting a company. Without further ado, Chen Fan immediately opened the app on his phone. He then searched for nearby high-end communities and upscale villa areas. The closest upscale villa area was called Xinghe Bay. A set there costs at least 20 to 30 million. This villa area will do. After identifying the target, Chen Fan took a taxi to Xinghe Bay, which was a little over 10 kilometers away. Normally he would not splurge on a taxi, but would take the subway. Now that he had planned his path to wealth, he didn't mind spending a few dozen bucks. The Xinghe Bay villa area had an artificial lake surrounding the entire community. Every night, the artificial lake would be illuminated with colorful lights, making the entire community feel as if it was immersed in the galaxy. Truly beautiful. It is said that the chief designer was the renowned Juliet from abroad, with design fees exceeding 10 million. Such high-end villa areas were naturally inaccessible to outsiders. The security guards at the entrance were all tall, around 1.8 meters, looking good, and reportedly earned over 7,000 to 8,000 a month. Chen Fan waited outside the east gate, patiently anticipating a fateful encounter. After all, it was a high-end villa area, and the frequency of vehicles entering and exiting was not high. By noon, Chen Fan had not eaten and felt a bit hungry. He patted his stomach and murmured, "It's okay, just hold on a bit. They'll find a fat fish to treat me later." After around half an hour, it was almost 2 p.m. Chen Fan spotted a red BMW. He wasn't very familiar with luxury cars and didn't know the model. After all, he used to be poor and never had the mind to study such cars. He only recognized the logo. However, from the car's design and the sleek body, he could tell that it was certainly one of the more expensive BMW models. The driver was a girl with big wavy hair. She looked quite young with fair and smooth skin, wearing sunglasses. Holding a smartphone with fruits printed on it, she was talking on the phone and slowing down, preparing to enter the community. Seeing the worried expression on the woman's face, Chen Fan pondered for a moment and decided she was his target. He quickly followed her, arriving next to the driver's side before the car entered the community and knocked on the window. "Hello, this lady." The window was half open, and while the woman was on the phone, she noticed Chen Fan glanced at him and waved her hand. She thought Chen Fan was trying to flirt or add her as a friend on Earth. This kind of thing happened to her often, so she directly waved her hand to indicate refusal. This was Chen Fan's first time doing such a thing, and he didn't know the various street fortune-telling techniques. Seeing the woman about to leave, he felt anxious. In the next moment, Chen Fan reached and raised his index finger, and then a flame appeared with a swish on his fingertip. This was a minor spell he cast, an entry-level one. As long as one has magical power, it can be easily executed. Chen Fan's intention was to use this small trick to intimidate the woman, so that he could better catch this fat fish. "Miss, can we chat now?" To his surprise, the woman was indeed startled for a moment, her body trembling, but then she smiled and said, "Are you going to perform magic for me?" "Interesting." Chen Fan was speechless. "This is a spell. Please don't insult magic with tricks." However, at least the woman stopped the car. "My name is Chen Fan. Lu Ryu." The woman slightly nodded. Lu Ryu lived up to her name, looking exceptionally beautiful. Her face appeared as if enhanced with beauty filters, utterly perfect. Especially those cherry-like lips painted with bright lipstick, looking vibrant and tempting to bite. This woman was even more beautiful than Su Jingwen and Zhang Lili combined. However, at this moment, Chen Fan had no time to admire her beauty. He was only thinking about how to extract money from this fat fish. Chen Fan had just begun cultivating with little knowledge of spells. The earlier fire-starting technique was already one of his best tricks. But Lu Ryu mistook it for a magic trick, and by mistake, Chen Fan's first plan failed. Chen Fan knew he only had a few sentences left. If he couldn't intimidate Lu Ryu, it would likely take a long time to earn money from her in the future. "Miss Lu, do you have some health issues? Irregular menstruation." "How did you know?" Lu Ryu was somewhat surprised. "Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" "I heard that traditional Chinese medicine uses observation, listening, questioning, and pulse taking. You could tell my problem at a glance. That's impressive." Chen Fan sighed a breath of relief. He didn't know anything about observation, listening, questioning, or pulse taking. He wasn't a medical student. He simply guessed because he saw Lu Ryu frowning earlier. After all, many women suffer from irregular. Even if he guessed wrong, he still had a few chances to speak. That's why Chen Fan dared to guess boldly, not expecting to hit the mark by sheer luck. "Miss Lu, would you mind if I treat you? I guarantee to cure you." Chen Fan smiled. He didn't know medicine, but with magical power, curing an irregular menstruation issue was not a problem. "Oh, which hospital are you from, Mr. Chen?" "I've been to several well-known hospitals in Jiangnan, and I've never seen you." Lu Ryu asked. "I've had this issue for a long time and haven't been able to resolve it. Can you guarantee it?" Chen Fan smiled lightly. "You'll know if you try." Lu Ryu glanced at Chen Fan, sizing him up. Seeing his mismatched clothing totaling less than 200 yuan, she felt a bit disdainful. If it weren't for his earlier magical fire trick that piqued her curiosity, she certainly wouldn't have chatted with Chen Fan. "Alright, how do you want to try?" "It's simple, not complicated. No acupuncture, no prescriptions. Just let me touch your abdomen. Check your pulse." Lu Ryu asked, not understanding. Chen Fan shook his head. "I just need to touch your lower abdomen." Lu Ryu took off her sunglasses, looking a bit skeptical. "Are you really a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Do you have a medical qualification certificate? You won't be taking advantage of me under the guise of magic, right?" Chen Fan said seriously. "If I can't cure you, you'll be impotent for life." "How about that?" Lu Ryu was shocked. What a vicious oath. For a man, this oath carried more weight than anything else, even more than being hit by a car. "Alright, based on your words, I'll let you have a try." In May in Jiangnan, it was already getting a bit warm, and most girls had begun wearing skirts. Lu Ryu asked, "My skirt isn't convenient to lift. You don't need to touch my skin, right?" Chen Fan shook his head. "No need." "Then you can begin." Lu Ryu said seriously, "If you can't cure me, remember, also I will call the police." Chen Fan smiled faintly, feeling delighted. The fat fish was hooked. Chen Fan then placed his hand on Lu Ryu's lower abdomen, feeling it was a bit cold. Then Chen Fan channeled his magical power into Lu Ryu's lower abdomen. This magical power could remain in Lu Ryu's body for 3 to 4 days before dissipating. With this magical power nourishing her what was a mere irregular menstruation. Lu Ryu felt something was strange. When Chun Fan's palm touched her lower abdomen, she felt a warm current flowing into her body, making her feel incredibly comfortable. It was even more enjoyable than a full-body relaxation massage at those high-end spas. Chun Fan touched her for a moment before immediately withdrawing his hand. Lu Ryu asked Dr. Chun, is the diagnosis over already? Chun Fan nodded. Of course, Miss Lu, just wait and see the results. If any hospital doctor dared to be so perfunctory with her, she would definitely complain. However, facing Chun Fan, she felt curious and wanted to wait patiently, because she found Chun Fan's methods quite astonishing. First, he performed a magic trick and then treated her illness, while also making a vow that was extremely heavy for a man. If Chun Fan truly was flirting with her, Lu Ryu admitted that this was the first time she had seen such a flirting technique, and she found it quite amusing. Miss Lu, I'm treating your illness. Treating me to a big meal isn't too much, right? Chun Fan said lightly. Once Lu Ryu discovered that her illness was truly cured, she would definitely admire Chun Fan profoundly. So at this moment, Chun Fan did not need to actively ask for money. It was more appropriate for Lu Ryu to take the initiative to bring money to him. Eating sounds good. Let's go get in the car. Lu Ryu smiled and said, to be honest, you're the first guy to treat me to a meal. Lu Ryu's smile grew even more enchanting. At this moment, Chun Fan's mind was solely occupied with a plan to make a fortune. The BMW sped away from Xinghe Bay, driving for about 20 minutes before arriving at a high-end West. In the past, Chun Fan would have never had the courage or opportunity to dine here. Lu Ryu introduced, this restaurant is run by a friend of mine, and everything is according to Michelin 5-star standards. How about that? Chun Fan was astonished by the place, but he had to maintain a facade of composure. After all, he needed to make money from Lu Ryu and couldn't appear timid. If he showed himself as a country bumpkin astonished at everything, Lu Ryu might look down on him, and she might only give him a few thousand yuan to brush him off. Hello, do you have a reservation? The restaurant staff, all handsome men and beautiful women, greeted them. My friend is your boss, Lan Ruashi. She reserved a table for me. Lu Ryu showed the chat history to the waiter. Oh, very well. Please follow me to table number 3. A tall, slender female waiter led the way. Honestly, if Chun Fan were not a cultivator now, just entering this restaurant and seeing the staff would have made him feel inferior. In contrast to the glamour here, he had previously lived in a slum at the very bottom of society. Working in a factory, he had no freedom, with shifts lasting at least 12 hours. It was tougher than prison. Thinking of this, Chun Fan made a silent vow. Now that I am a cultivator, I must climb to the top of society and change my destiny. After sitting down at table 3, Lu Ryu asked, what would you like to eat? The waiter handed Chun Fan a tablet. Sir, you can take a look at the menu. We have many types of ingredients. The waitstaff in this upscale restaurant are equipped with the latest fruit-branded tablets as menus, which is extremely luxurious. I'll order a steak. This lady is treating, so I'll let her choose the rest. Honestly, this was Chun Fan's first time dining in a proper high-end restaurant. Of course, he had eaten steak before, but that was at a street stall near the university during his college days. Compared to a steak costing 700 or 800 or more, that was completely different. Dr. Chin, do you have a big appetite? I ordered enough, you can't waste it. Lu Ryu said with a light smile. Chun Fan touched his stomach. I have quite a big appetite. Lu Ryu looked at the waiter. All right, let's order this much for now. Bring the pasta quickly to fill Dr. Chin's stomach. Chun Fan was somewhat surprised. Lu Ryu was quite considerate. After the waiter left, Chun Fan immediately said, Ms. Lu, let me reiterate, I am not a doctor. You don't have to call me Dr. Chino, it sounds awkward. Lu Ryu was taken aback. What else should I call you? Didn't you? Chun Fan thought for a moment. How about calling me Master Chun? In fact, he preferred the title Xianzhang Chun, but in modern society, Lu Ryu probably wouldn't call him that. Master Chun. Lu Ryu chuckled, her eyes curious. That title is quite interesting. Hey Master Chun, can you perform that magic trick again? I didn't see it clearly. How did you create flames? Lu Ryu said, extending her long fair right hand. She wore a jade bracelet on her wrist that looked quite valuable. Chun Fan had just started cultivating and had cast a spell. He had already given Lu Ryu a boost of magical energy. He had no magic left now. In games, casting skills consumes mana, and one has to wait for it to recover. Chun Fan smiled and said, I said earlier that was a spell, not magic. Do you believe me? Lu Ryu's eyes widened. A spell. Haha, you're quite interesting. Can you transform like Sun Wukong with 72 transformations? Or fly on clouds? Chun Fan's mouth twitched, speechless. If I had the abilities of the great sage equal to heaven, would I still be here dining with you? I would be ruling the earth. Lu Ryu was momentarily stunned. That makes sense. Have you seen Zugaran? It's an American TV show. Suddenly a voice came from a distance. Ryu, you came over. I thought you would come in the evening. A tall young beauty dressed in a black body-hugging dress approached. Ruashi, come here, let me introduce you to someone. Lu Ryu waved. This is Master Chun Fan, who excels in magic and medicine, though his medical skills are still to be observed. He's quite interesting. Hello. Chen Fan stood up politely shaking hands with Lan Ruashi. Hello, I am Lan Ruashi. I am the owner of this restaurant. Lan Ruashi had a very impressive figure, and even though she was wrapped in a tight black suit, one could still feel an overwhelming aura at such close distance. During her university years, the boys pursuing her could circle the playground 3 times. Later, as she entered society, many influential figures pursued her. Mr. Chen, you are the first boy Lu Ruyu has brought here for a meal. Lan Ruax's every gesture exuded the aura of a successful entrepreneur, speaking neither too fast nor too slow. Even her smile was very businesslike. She clearly mingled with various big bosses frequently and had access to quality resources. Lan Ruax's words became mere background noise to Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan was thinking. Through Lu Ruyu and Lan Ruax's connections, he hoped to break into the elite circles of Jiangnan. Then, relying on his abilities as a cultivator, he would reap the wealth of these upper-class elites. Ms. Lan, you flatter me. I just met Miss Lu Ruyu today. Then, that's even more impressive. You just met today, and Lu has invited you to dinner. Lu, you wouldn't have fallen in love at first sight, would you? Ruashi, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ruyu shot her a glare. Ms. Lan, why not exchange contact information? Chen Fan asked with a smile. At this moment, he certainly couldn't approach Lan Ruashi the same way he did with Lu Ruyu, nor could he mention his irregular menstruation. Sure, no problem. Lan Ruashi was very polite, immediately taking out her phone and adding Chen Fan as a friend. You two enjoy your meal. Ooh, I won't disturb you. This meal is on me. All right, miss. Lan is generous, Lu Ruyu said with a smile. After Lan Ruashi left, Lu Ruyu gave Chen Fan a playful huff. Look at you, Chen Fan, asking for another girl's contact information right in front of me. Is that not allowed? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Lu Ruyu said earnestly, Chen Fan, you staged all this today just to flirt with me, right? I admit your flirting skills are unique and indeed attract me. But your current approach seems a bit like casting a wide net to catch fish. It's very off-putting. Chen Fan did not think of himself as flirting. He was conducting business. Who would have thought that Lu Ruyu, this rich girl, would think so? Do rich girls really have such peculiar thought processes? Although Lu Ruyu was prettier than Su Jingwen and had shown signs of affection, he believed that with a little explanation, he could maintain that affection. Perhaps there was a real chance to make such a beautiful woman like Lu Ruyu his girlfriend. Taking her out later would be much more impressive than Su Jingwen. But now Chen Fan only wanted to make money. Having just broken up with Su Jingwen, he didn't want to jump into another relationship so soon. Besides, even if he wanted to, how could he date a rich girl like Lu Ruyu without money? Would he have to rely on her? Lu Ruyu, you've misunderstood. I'm not flirting with you, nor do I intend to pursue you, Chen Fan said calmly. I performed magic for you and treated you because I want to make money. Really? Lu Ruyu couldn't believe it. Of course. When was your last normal menstrual cycle? Trust me, it will be normal very soon. And during this time you can sleep well. It was around the 4th. That's the day after tomorrow. Huh. Whether you've treated me successfully will be verified soon enough. If you really cure me, how about giving you 5 in a row? Lu Ruyu thought she was quite generous. After all, going to a hospital for a diagnosis and medication for irregular menstruation, even with a specialist, would only cost a few thousand. Chen Fan immediately nodded. It's a deal. He was very excited inside, as he had never earned over 1,000 yuan in a month. Now, having just started cultivating for a day, to earn 5,000 right away. And this money wouldn't be taxed. A solid 5,000 in hand. Although he was still far from being a millionaire or billionaire, Chen Fan had never expected to make such a large sum so quickly. After all, it was just his first day of cultivation. He didn't have much magical power. Chen Fan believed that as time went by, his cultivation level would rise. The spells he could cast would become increasingly powerful, and soon he would earn even more money each time. What a strange person. I was quite clear in my hints of interest. But he actually wants to earn my money. Lu Ruyu was puzzled. Could it be that her charm was not what it used to be? But she was only 26, still a beautiful young lady. Is she old? After the meal, Lu Ruyu asked, where do you live? If it's on the way, I can give you a ride. Chen Fan waved his hand. No need. You do your thing. Remember to observe your Buddhist condition these days. See if it's as I mentioned. All right. Chen Fan left the restaurant and began to wander nearby. He needed to rent a place, otherwise he had nowhere to sleep tonight. Having already resigned from the factory, he certainly wouldn't be allowed to sleep in the dormitory. His luggage had to be out by 10 p.m. at the latest. Chen Fan checked his phone's navigation and found that there was a park within 3 kilometers. He planned to go take a look. The spiritual energy in the factory was too sparse, and he wanted to check the situation in the park. Upon arriving at the park, Chen Fan took a deep breath, appreciating the pleasant environment and the refreshing air. He found a spot under a large tree, sat cross-legged, and began to close his eyes to sense the surroundings. To outsiders, Chen Fan merely appeared to be sitting there meditating, seemingly unremarkable. The spiritual energy here is indeed more abundant than at the factory, but it's still lacking. Once I can arrange a formation, I'll set up a gathering spirit formation. If I can gather all the spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000 or 10,000 meters, then it will be plentiful. A mortal living in a place rich in spiritual energy will have better physical abilities over time, even without understanding cultivation. This will lead to greater health and longevity. Chun Fan decided to practice here for the time being. Finding a place to live may take a while, so he might as well stay in a hotel for a few days. Anyway, I'll receive the 50,000 from Lu Ryu the day after tomorrow. Less than 100 meters away from where Chun Fan was cultivating, two elderly men were playing chess. Pawn to the 8th rank general. Huh, only you always play like this. I won't play with you anymore, you should let me win sometimes. I may let you slide on other things, but when it comes to chess, Li Dongshan will not hold back. Every match must be played with full effort. Oldly, you truly are a chess enthusiast. Hey, Oldly, look at that young man, he's been sitting there for almost 2 hours without moving. Is he ill? Li Dongshan squinted and said, it's fine. Look at that young man, his breathing is rhythmic. Every breath he takes makes his chest rise prominently. He seems to be practicing some special internal breathing technique. He must be a practitioner. The elderly man opposite him asked curiously, Oldly, aren't you a practitioner too? Can't you discern the young man's background? Li Dongshan shook his head. I'm old and my eyesight isn't what it used to be. I can't see clearly. You old fellow, always making excuses. The elderly man opposite him chuckled. He knew Li Dongshan all too well. In his youth, Li Dongshan traveled extensively seeking out renowned masters and learning martial arts, gaining quite a reputation. In fact, warriors have existed in this land since the Warring States period. However, since the advent of modern firearms, fewer people are willing to endure hardship to practice martial arts. Most martial practitioners throughout their lives can only remain at the surface level, which is considered the initial stage. These martial artists might even struggle against boxers or some UFC fighters. Consequently, more and more young people wonder why they should bother training hard in martial arts. After all, can martial arts compete with firearms? A gun is fast at 7 paces, and within 7 paces, it's even faster and deadlier. Thus, the true ancient martial traditions are seldom seen by ordinary people. This community has its own circles. Moreover, this circle enjoys many policy benefits that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Additionally, some ancient martial clans with long histories can influence and change policies. Or rather, they are the very people who formulate policies. Oldly, I heard that the Dragon Group is coming to Jiangnan for some training exercises. Is that true? It seems like it. It doesn't matter, they do this every year. The Dragon Group is a special organization composed of martial artists with official backing tasked with executing special missions. You must understand there are martial artists abroad as well. With over 1 billion citizens spread across the globe, some have taken root outside, while others have betrayed the country. If there's any unrest among martial artists, whether they are abroad or domestic, as long as they are on this land, the Dragon Group will swiftly suppress it. Li Dongshan is a retired veteran from the Dragon Group. The other elderly man is also a retired official with military connections. I heard that this training exercise is ostensibly for practice, but is actually to monitor the conflict between the Zheng and Wu families, fearing it may cause major disruptions. These two families have been feuding for decades, and it seems this time they will decide which family stays in Jiangnan through a martial contest. Hearing this, Li Dongshan chuckled. What's there to worry about? The Zheng and Wu families only have a few internal force martial artists backing them. Without a transformation realm master, they can make all the noise they want. Anyone who crosses the line will be wiped out by the Dragon Group. Li Dongshan is over 70, yet his declaration was firm and authoritative. The two elderly men continued their conversation until around 5 in the afternoon, when several crew-cut plainclothes officers came to escort them away. Despite being over 70, Li Dongshan walked faster than young men, his back straight, standing tall like a pine. Aside from his white hair, at first glance one would think he was only in his 50s with a spirited demeanor. Why is it already 8 in the evening? Chun Fan opened his eyes startled. He had only intended to meditate for a short while, but hours had slipped by. Fortunately, the bit of mana he had consumed in the afternoon had already recovered, and he had even gained some extra mana. He estimated that in a few more days he would be able to smoothly break through to the second layer of the chi refinement stage. At that point, he would have several more spells at his disposal. Well, it's time to take a taxi back to the factory and retrieve my luggage. Chun Fan had originally organized a lot of things, some daily necessities, miscellaneous items, water bottles, buckets, and so forth. There were so many bags that they couldn't all fit. Now Chun Fan thought to himself that since he would soon have 50,000 coming in and he was going to make a fortune in the future, why keep these worn-out items from several years ago? So he decided to take only a few clothes and a pair of shoes. He divided all the other items among his roommates. Any items his roommates didn't want he casually tossed away. Thus Chun Fan completely bid farewell to the sweatshop he had worked in for over 3 years. He took a taxi back to the city and found a hotel near the previous park. In the evening, he first sent 5,000 to his mother and 2,000 to his sister, leaving himself with over 1,000. His mother was probably already asleep at such a late hour, while his sister immediately replied, "Bro, did you rob a bank? Why suddenly give me so much money? I'm kinda scared. Though we're poor, there's no need to rob, right? I've been working part-time in the school cafeteria covering meals and doing part-time work on weekends. Calculating, you only need to give me 500 a month." Chen Fan quickly called, "Xiaozi, I'm your brother. Just take the money I give you and spend it. This money comes from a legitimate source, it's safe. In a few days I'll transfer more money to you. We won't have to live in poverty anymore. You won't need to work in the cafeteria or part-time anymore. You can spend as you wish on amusement parks, shopping malls, cinemas, and beautiful dresses." Hearing this, Chen Zi was astonished. "Bro, did you win the lottery? How much did you win?" The chance of receiving the legacy of a great cultivator is far lower than winning the lottery. Chen Fan smiled, something like that. "Xiaozi, just remember our family will never lack money from now on. You don't have to feel inferior in front of your wealthy classmates, understand?" Chen Zi was still a bit shocked, unable to process the news. It was simply too explosive. The next morning, just after 5 before dawn, Chen Fan arrived at the park. After a night, the spiritual energy in the park had somewhat rejuvenated. It's probably when I reach the 8th or 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage that I can completely replace sleep with meditation. Chen Fan thought once that time comes he would be able to fully utilize every moment for cultivation. Helping those wealthy people with their ailments is also a way to make money. Although I don't know medicine, I can cultivate a pair of magical eyes. As long as I open my magical eyes, I can see through the energy mechanisms of every person. As the saying goes, a living person's breath, if there's a problem in the body, indicates where the illness lies. This way Chen Fan wouldn't have to rely on guesswork and could accurately diagnose ailments. Then he could utilize his mana for healing while charging exorbitant fees for consultations. Without hesitation, Chen Fan began searching through his memories for the cultivation methods related to magical eyes. Magical eyes, referred to as eye techniques in the cultivation world, come with various spells and divine abilities. Powerful magical eyes can annihilate thousands of enemies with just the light emitted from them. However, the more powerful the magical eyes, the more stringent the cultivation requirements. It's not something one can practice just by wanting to. At this stage, Chen Fan had relatively low requirements for the abilities of magical eyes, only seeking to see the energy mechanisms on a person. Thus, he had more options for the types of magical eyes to choose from. After selecting for a while, Chen Fan ultimately decided to cultivate a technique called solar golden eyes. It is said that upon reaching the harmonization stage, one's eyes can transform into 2 suns. Whoever is stared at will die. The initial cultivation of solar golden eyes is also quite simple. One just needs to gaze directly at the sun to practice. Furthermore, if he only wishes to see the energy mechanisms on people, the mana consumed using this magical eye is minimal. For Chen Fan at this stage, it is entirely affordable. Chen Fan sat in meditation until 9 in the morning, and only when the sun was strong did he find an open area. He opened his eyes, stared directly at the sun, and began practicing solar golden eyes. At first, Chen Fan instinctively kept closing his eyes as the sunlight was too glaring. However, for the sake of cultivating solar golden eyes and making money, he forced his eyelids open with his hands and stared intently at the sun. The incantations for practicing solar golden eyes also automatically surfaced in his mind. Before long, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The sky was gradually darkening and the sun was obscured. Judging by the clouds, it seemed like rain was on the way. However, Chen Fan had already grasped the basics of solar golden eyes. He tried using these magical eyes and could indeed see the energy mechanisms on every person in the park. Thus, Chen Fan began to wander around the park. He wanted to see if there were any individuals who appeared wealthy and influential, but also bore signs of illness. Then he could profit from those individuals. Before long, Chen Fan spotted an elderly man playing chess with white. This elderly man seemed familiar to Chen Fan, as if he had seen him on television or in the news before, but he couldn't recall his name. Regardless, the aura of power and influence surrounding this old man indicated he was no ordinary person. Chen Fan activated his magical eyes to take a look, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the old man actually had an ailment. "I'm going to get rich. I'm going to get rich." Chen Fan approached the 2 elderly men who were playing chess. There were also several enthusiastic uncles and grandfathers nearby watching intently. Chen Fan noticed something. Nearby, a tall boy with a buzz cut was watching this scene, seemingly a bodyguard. This further indicated that the identity of the elderly man was unusual. Chen Fan was very pleased. This was a real big catch. Jump horse, single cannon attack, checkmate. There's no way out. Oldly, I truly admire you. When did you hide a cannon? I didn't even see it. Alright, let's stop here for today. The watching uncles and grandfathers, seeing this, tactfully left. Only Chen Fan remained staring at Li Dongshan. "Young man, do you need something?" Li Dongshan glanced over and smiled. He recognized that this young man was the one who had meditated for several hours yesterday. Old man, you seem to have some ailments, right? Chen Fan got straight to the point. Li Dongshan's elderly companion chuckled and said, young man at our age who doesn't have a few ailments. Chen Fan shook his head. No, this old man's condition is quite serious. There is an issue with the meridians in his left shoulder. Old man, you should understand what I mean, right? Upon hearing this, Li Dongshan's expression froze, and he stood up immediately. Young man, what is your name? How did you know there was a problem with my meridians? Li Dongshan's meridian in his left shoulder had congenital atrophy causing stagnation of qi and blood. He had visited many renowned doctors, but none could cure it. This had led him to remain at the entry level of internal energy practice, unable to progress further. Thus, this had become a lifelong knot in Li Dongshan's heart. Moreover, very few people knew about this confidential matter, not even Xiao Lao, who played chess with him. What I am called is not important, nor is it important how I know. What matters is that I can help you cure this ailment. Chen Fan said calmly. Hear me. Li Dongshan was taken aback, somewhat in disbelief. Young man, are you joking with me? This ailment of mine has confounded many renowned doctors. I can. Chen Fan's tone was filled with confidence. But the treatment won't be free. It requires quite a hefty consultation fee. Li Dongshan and Xiao Lao exchanged glances, both somewhat skeptical. Young man, this is not something to joke about. Do you know who he is? Xiao Lao said seriously. However, curing the meridian issue in the left shoulder had become a significant concern for Li Dongshan. He dreamed of curing it, so he chose to take a gamble. All right. The consultation fee is not a problem. As long as you can cure it, I won't bargain. Li Dongshan then asked, how do you plan to treat me? Seeing the other person's boldness, Chen Fan made a decision in his heart. He couldn't treat him all at once like he did with Lu Ruyu for her irregular menstruation. This was a big catch. He had to take it slow and show some results first. Please sit down. Upon hearing this, Li Dongshan sat back down on the stone bench. Then Chen Fan stood on Li Dongshan's left side, helping him stretch his left arm and kneading his shoulder. In reality, Chen Fan was secretly using his magical power to clear Li Dongshan's meridians. Li Dongshan's meridian had congenital atrophy, but it did not affect normal life or the movement of his arm. Ordinary Chinese medicine wouldn't be able to identify any issues. However, for ancient martial arts, this became a problem. Practicing martial arts, the left arm could never exert force, which had caused him many disadvantages in combat. External strength martial artists practice muscles and strength, but progressing to advanced levels is quite difficult. Traditional martial arts, such as Hung Gar Bajiquan and 18 Roads Tan Tue, all belong to external strength techniques. In the arena, most external strength martial artists cannot even defeat some well-known boxers or UFC mixed martial artists. However, the inheritance of ancient martial arts is essentially about killing techniques, focusing on lethal skills with many restrictions in the arena. They cannot fully unleash their strength. Internal energy martial artists in movies and TV shows are depicted as true martial arts masters. At this point, martial artists are beyond ordinary individuals, as fast as a cheetah, strong as a tiger, capable of easily achieving 1,000 pounds with a single strike. In modern society, possessing such abilities is already quite astonishing. Internal energy martial artists are divided into 4 stages: entry-level, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. An internal energy minor mastery martial artist, as long as they are not elderly, can easily kill an adult Siberian tiger unarmed in the wild. Li Dongshan was merely an entry-level internal energy martial artist. However, even at the perfection level of internal energy, one is still ultimately a mortal body. Practicing martial arts for decades is not as effective as practicing with a gun for 3 days. Let alone high-caliber firearms. Even ordinary handguns can easily kill a perfected internal energy martial artist. So now no one is willing to endure hardships to practice martial arts. Young man, can you now tell us your name? Xiao Lao asked. Chen Fan from Jishui County. Xiao Lao was puzzled. Jishui was just an insignificant small county, and he had never heard of any powerful ancient martial arts family legacy. This young man can spot old leasehold ailment at a glance. Whether he can cure it is another matter, but just this discerning eye shows some skill. Where did he learn such abilities? Soon Chen Fan released Li Dongshan's arm and said, the initial treatment is over. How do you feel? Li Dongshan replied earnestly, it's different. You are not like the traditional Chinese doctors I have seen before. I feel much smoother in my left shoulder. Li Dongshan was very shocked by the effects of Chen Fan's treatment. It seemed just a simple kneading could actually resolve the problems in his meridians. This method made him think of a possibility. Internal energy projection through perfect control of one's own internal energy could indeed help others clear their meridians. Such practices exist in both TV shows and in the ancient martial arts families of modern society. But internal energy projection is referred to as the realm of the master. How difficult is it to cultivate to the level of a master? There are definitely no more than 10 masters in the entire Jiangnan region. Moreover, more than half of them have aligned with the government or have official backgrounds. Every master is a significant figure. Li Dongshan has seen them all. The masters at this level can kill with a flick of a leaf, and through internal energy projection, they can deflect bullets. They can already ignore ordinary firearms. Such individuals hidden within large cities cannot be dealt with using heavy artillery or large-scale combat weapons. Therefore, every master receives special policies and welfare benefits. As long as they do not openly oppose the state, wherever they go they are treated as honored guests by local politics and business. Li Dongshan could not believe that the young man before him could be a master. He was very curious and wanted to inquire further. But at the same time, he was also afraid of offending the master, causing unfavorable consequences. Masters must not be insulted. In the presence of a master, one must show sufficient respect and sincerity. Li Dongshan, relying on his official status, had previously sought treatment from several masters in Jiangnan. But not every master is good at medicine. Since it worked, we should discuss the consultation fee. Now Chun Fan suppressed the joy in his heart. No problem. Master Chen, I reiterate my previous statement. You name your price, and I will not bargain. Li Dongshan suspected that Chun Fan was a master of the transformation stage, initially wanting to address him as Master Chen directly. However, after a moment's thought, he decided that since the other party had not voluntarily disclosed his master status, it was best not to expose him, lest he provoke any displeasure. Thus, Li Dongshan adopted a title similar to Master Chun. Master Chun. Coincidentally, this was a title that Chun Fan himself preferred. He felt that this title had a certain flair. Then let's settle on a flat price of 500,000. Deep down, Chun Fan was actually prepared for haggling. After all, 500,000 could cover the treatment of difficult medical cases at any major hospital across the country. 98% of families nationwide could not afford 500,000 for medical treatment. All right, no problem, Li Dongshan agreed without hesitation. Chun Fan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. The other party really did not negotiate. Master Chen, please wait a moment while I make a phone call. Should I send you cash or a bank transfer? Li Dongshan, who carries so much cash nowadays? Chun Fan immediately replied, bank transfer. Okay. Li Dongshan dialed the phone, smiling as he said, Ziqing, come to Zhongshan Park, where Grandpa is still at the old place playing chess. I have something to discuss. Master Chen, please wait a moment, someone will be there shortly. On the surface, Chun Fan appeared calm, but internally, he was extremely excited. 500,000. He had never even dared to dream of such a sum. If it weren't for his fortunate rise as a cultivator, he probably would never have earned 500,000 in a single transaction in his lifetime. Just 3 days ago, he was still a laborer working 12-hour shifts at a factory. At that time, he thought that if he could earn over 10,000 a month steadily, he would be incredibly happy. And now, just a few days later, he had already made 550,000. In the past, Chun Fan wouldn't even have dared to imagine doing such a thing. After about 10 minutes, Chun Fan saw a young woman approaching swiftly. The woman was dressed in a loose gray training outfit and wore a pair of cloth shoes. Standing at about 1.75 meters, she was considered tall among women. After all, if she wore high heels, she would easily reach 1.80 meters. Although the training outfit was quite loose, it still couldn't hide the woman's proud figure. The woman had her long hair tied in a ponytail, her features were delicate, and her face radiated confidence. What's the matter, Grandpa? Why did you call me over in such a hurry? Master Chen, let me introduce you. This is my granddaughter Li Ziqing, Li Dongshan waved. Ziqing, this is Matt. You should quickly transfer 500,000 to him. Huh? Li Ziqing was taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide as she stared at Li Dongshan. Grandpa, have you fallen for a scam? Li Ziqing turned to Old Chiu. Grandpa Chiu, what's going on with my grandpa? Old Chiu gave a brief explanation, and after hearing it, Li Ziqing crossed her arms and looked at Chun Fan, gasping. Well, where did you learn your scamming techniques? It can't be that you returned from studying in Myanmar, could it? How could you trick my grandpa? Li Ziqing didn't believe it at all. Her grandpa's meridian issues had not been resolved for so many years. How could a young man who looked about her age possibly solve them? He must have used some trick to deceive her grandpa. Chun Fan smiled faintly, but was not angry, for he knew that his methods were quite extraordinary. It was normal not to believe unless one had experienced it firsthand. After all, who would believe in the existence of cultivators these days? Ziqing, how can you be so rude to Master Chun? Quickly apologize. Li Dongshan was already sweating coldly. After all, this was likely a master of the transformation stage. Grandpa, he is a fraud. Li Ziqing protested. Nonsense. Li Dongshan snorted. Quickly apologize. Li Ziqing was helpless and quite surprised that after all her grandpa had never given her the cold shoulder before. I'm sorry. I was blind and should not have called you a fraud. Li Ziqing could only apologize to Chun Fan to appease her grandfather. It's all right, it's all right. Chun Fan was not too concerned. Just transfer the money to me. Li Ziqing thought that if she wanted to persuade her grandpa, she could only wait until they got home and let her family discuss it together. As for the 500,000, for her family it wasn't much. She owned a company that could earn a few million a year. Moreover, she was the one in the family earning the least. The Jiangnan Li family had accumulated assets of over $1 billion. Give me your bank account number, Li Ziqing said. Chen Fan handed her his bank card, and then Li Ziqing made a phone call. Hello cousin, I have a card number for you. Please transfer 500,000 to it. Li Ziqing had several cousins. This cousin she was calling Wang Cheng was a manager at a bank. She usually handled her company's public transactions through this bank. She specifically called Wang Cheng instead of the accountant to create a little trick, because she had never directly called Wang Cheng to request a money transfer before. Generally, such matters would be handled by the accountant. Today she directly called Wang Cheng, and as a bank manager, he would definitely be instinctively cautious. He would assume she had been scammed. Through the banking system, Wang Cheng could lock the 500,000, and even if it was transferred to Chen Fan's account, it would be subject to strict limits. Later, Wang Cheng would inquire with Li Ziqing, and if she had truly been scammed, he would directly freeze that bank card. Because of the limits, he could minimize the potential financial loss. Li Ziqing was secretly plotting, and Li Dongshan naturally had no idea. If he did, he would probably be furious. The money has been transferred, can you check if it has arrived? Li Ziqing asked. Chen Fan opened his phone and indeed received a bank message indicating that 50,000 had been credited. It's here, Chen Fan said with a beaming smile. Old man, same time tomorrow, I will be back here to continue your treatment. All right. Li Dongshan also beamed. By the way, Master Chun, how long will the entire treatment take to completely resolve my meridian issues? Having received the money, Chen Fan was naturally keen to get the job done. However, clearing the meridians is not as simple as clearing water pipes. It is a delicate task. Even if Chen Fan wished to use his magical power to cure Li Dongshan in one go with his current cultivation, he could not achieve that. He still had to take it slow. About 2 or 3 days, Chen Fan estimated. Then I thank you in advance, Master Chen, Li Dongshan sighed in relief. Although it was late to start clearing the meridians now. At his age, it was impossible for him to make progress in martial arts, but at least he could resolve his mental knots while still alive. Thus, he felt that the money spent was worth it. After Li Dongshan and the others left, Chen Fan continued to practice in the park. He needed to seize every moment to quickly reach the second layer of the Qi refinement stage. At that time, he would have more magical power and could cast 2 or 3 spells. Achieving immortality was a distant and unrealistic goal. In the evening, Chen Fan checked into a 5-star hotel. The cost for one night was 3,000 yuan, a luxury he had never dared to imagine before. A beautiful female attendant guided Chen Fan to his room, briefly introducing the layout of the accommodations, which included a special cold cabinet for beverages. Inside, there were over a dozen types of red wine and beer available for free consumption. The toiletries were also of a different caliber than those found in ordinary hotels, being high-end rather than cheap disposable items. Everything here was from world-renowned brands. Even the toothpaste offered was of 13 different varieties, featuring both domestic and international big names. As for the complimentary meals, that was a given, being standard for a 5-star hotel. Previously, Chen Fan had only seen 5-star hotel suites online, but this was his first real experience. Observing the various amenities in the room, he felt that 3,000 yuan per night was not expensive at all. Instead, he wondered if the hotel could make a profit charging only 3,000. After all, the beverages in the cold cabinet would likely sell for several thousand yuan if offered in retail stores. Even a simple bottle of facial cleanser which he searched for online would cost over 100 yuan. If someone were to replicate everything here and make full use of the complimentary meals, they could easily profit. 3,000 yuan could indeed be recouped or even turned into profit. Chen Fan lay on the spacious 2-meter bed, feeling utterly comfortable. It was worth noting that he had been sleeping on a wooden plank bed for over 3 years while working in the factory. The mattress was both soft and resilient, and the fabric of the sheets and comforter felt incredibly skin-friendly, akin to that of a baby's skin. Chen Fan let out a long breath, opened a bottle of red wine, and leaned back on the sofa, glancing at the 500,000 yuan balance in his bank account with joy. Just a few days ago, I was slaving away on the factory assembly line, working 14 to 15 hours a day for a mere few thousand yuan in wages. Now in just 2 short days, I've made over 50,000 comfortably lounging on the sofa of a 5-star hotel suite, sipping red wine. Everything felt like a dream. If Chen Fan were to share his experiences from these past 2 days, online netizens would surely claim it was a fantasy before his demise on the assembly line. Even if it's a dream, I wish it would never end. Chen Fan went downstairs to the restaurant for dinner, and he had to admit that even though the meals were complimentary, the hotel did not compromise on the quality of the menu. They offered 8 major cuisines as well as Western food, all of which were particularly authentic. As he took the elevator upstairs, there happened to be only one woman inside. Upon seeing Chen Fan enter, the woman hurriedly retreated to a corner, lowering her head. Chen Fan was curious. He was not a wanted criminal, nor did he look particularly intimidating, so why was she so frightened? The woman was dressed in a light blue sports outfit wearing long pants and sneakers. She had even zipped her jacket all the way up, making her collar stand tall. Her chin was tucked into her collar, and her hands were stuffed into her pockets. It was a rather cool pose. Chun Fan merely glanced at her as he entered the elevator, then turned his back to her, facing the elevator doors. However, he found her face familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Taking out his phone to scroll through, he came across a post from his sister, and suddenly recalled. This woman resembled a star named Zhang Qianqian, whom his sister liked very much. Chun Fan quickly searched online, and found that Zhang Qianqian was indeed from Jiangnan City. Thus the woman in the elevator was likely Zhang Qianqian herself. No wonder she was keeping her head down, as if afraid of being seen. Zhang Qianqian had debuted at a young age, starting her career in film as a minor role when she was just 13 or 14, acting alongside major stars in the entertainment industry. After being admitted to the Yanjing Film School, she received continuous offers for roles. It took only 3 films for her to rise from a supporting actress to a lead. The rapid advancement in her status led many both inside and outside the industry to speculate whether she had been secretly favored by a powerful figure within the circle. In addition to acting, Zhang Qianqian also released a few albums. Although her singing skills could not compare to those of seasoned stars who had won various professional awards, her talent was still commendable. Despite this, the sales of her albums and the view counts were quite impressive. It is worth noting that Zhang Qianqian had not yet graduated from Yanjing Film School. She was only in her 3rd year. Even so, Zhang Qianqian had already reached a new first-tier status in the entertainment industry. As the elevator arrived at the 13th floor, Zhang Qianqian, who had been standing in the corner, quickly stepped out. Chun Fan hurriedly asked, "Hello, you are the star Zhang Qianqian, right? My sister is a fan of yours. Can I get an autograph for her?" Zhang Qianqian turned her exquisite face to one side, not even looking at Chun Fan, and exited the elevator without responding. Chun Fan shrugged, saying, "Is this how stars carry themselves?" However, I've seen videos posted by netizens showing that Zhang Qianqian is quite warm towards passers-by and fans at the airport and elsewhere. One day he would make those top-tier and super top-tier stars bow down to him. The next day, May 4th, marked the 4th day of his cultivation. Before dawn, Chun Fan had already rushed to the rooftop of the hotel building to practice the fiery sun golden eye. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning was incredibly important. There is a saying that the first ray of sunlight at dawn is known as purple chi coming from the east. It is the essence of the sun. Many techniques require this ray of purple chi for cultivation, making it crucial. Otherwise, why do people say the plan of the day is made in the morning? Even for ordinary people, soaking in the first ray of sunlight can bring benefits over time. Chun Fan practiced until noon, mastering the second ability of the fiery sun golden eye. Of course, he was currently unable to fully utilize this ability. For now, he could only barely see through a single layer of clothing. As for the steel and concrete walls of the city, Chun Fan could not see through them yet. He would need to wait until his magical power became stronger to achieve that. Having X-ray vision, Chun Fan had not yet thought of how to monetize this ability. He believed that the first ability, to see the chi of the human body, was far more suitable for making money. X-ray vision seems to only allow me to see beautiful women's lingerie, which is nothing special. Chun Fan was not particularly interested in this ability. Moreover, the magical power consumed by this ability was significantly greater than that of the first ability. To waste magical power just to see women's lingerie and sizes seemed unwise to Chun Fan. As the saying goes, one should use money wisely, and the same applies to magical power. He was only at the first layer of chi refinement and couldn't afford to waste magical power. Every bit of magical power needed to be carefully calculated. Chun Fan felt a bit hungry and glanced at his phone. It was time for a meal. Just as he was about to head downstairs to eat, Lu Ruyu sent a message. "I really got my period today, and I've been sleeping particularly well these past 2 nights. Chun Fan, you really have some skills. You've cured my problem. According to our agreement, where's my consultation fee?" Chun Fan immediately replied. Lu Ruyu kept her word and directly transferred 500 yuan to Chun Fan. "They'll treat you to dinner tonight at that restaurant from last time." Lu Ruyu replied instantly. Sure. Chun Fan was eager to use Lu Ruyu to connect with more influential figures from Jiangnan and make a big profit, so he naturally would not refuse. After finishing lunch, Chun Fan went to the park and quietly sat down to meditate and practice. Around 2 p.m., Li Dongshan arrived as expected. However, today, Li Ziqing also came along. She was dressed in a black athletic outfit, as if she had just come from a martial arts school. She wore no accessories such as earrings, rings, or bracelets. Not even a hairpin, simply using a rubber band to tie her long hair into a ponytail. Even so, one could sense a sense of nobility about her. "Master Chin, I didn't see how you treated my grandfather yesterday. Today I would like to see it for myself, if that's all right." Li Ziqing's words carried a hint of disdain, which was not easily discernible at first listen. "Master Chin, I appreciate your efforts today." Li Dongshan was much more courteous. Chen Fan nodded, not caring about Li Ziking's attitude. After all, he had already received the consultation fee. Moreover, once he helped Li Dongshan completely cure his chronic ailment, Li Ziqing would naturally understand his prowess. She would certainly come to apologize to him. Thus, Chen Fan was too lazy to engage in futile arguments with Li Ziqing at this moment. Today, Li Dongshan's chess friend Old Qiu was not present. Chen Fan originally thought to cure Li Dongshan's ailment first, then treat Old Qiu. Earn Old Qiu's money. Old Qiu's condition involved his legs, a long-standing case of rheumatism. However, since he now knew Li Dongshan, finding Old Qiu would be easy, and Chen Fan was in no rush. Li Dongshan continued to follow Chen Fan's instructions, sitting on the stone bench. Then Chen Fan began to knead Li Dongshan's left shoulder. The movements were simple, appearing to be merely ordinary rehabilitation exercises, nothing special. Is this really going to cure my grandfather's chronic ailment? Haha, he must be a scammer. But I can't take action against him yet. After all, my grandfather still blindly trusts him. He'll wait a few more days. When the chronic ailment remains uncured, my grandfather will understand. He'll have someone keep an eye on him, making sure he can't escape. Then he'll teach him a good lesson. Li Ziqing observed from the side, secretly plotting. These days scammers are truly brazen, actually daring to con her family. After a while, a young woman surrounded by several bodyguards approached Li Dongshan. The young woman had fair skin and striking beauty, dressed in a red and black pleated skirt. She was incredibly sexy, yet not vulgar, exuding a pure elegance. Grandfather Li Ziqing. The girl greeted with a radiant smile. Li Dongshan also smiled and replied, "It's Qian, what brings you here?" Li Ziqing immediately stepped forward, linking arms with her. "Qian, it's been a while. You're a big star now, it's not easy to see you." Chen Fan was somewhat surprised, not expecting that this girl was Zheng Qian, the popular flower of the entertainment industry he had encountered in the elevator last night. Last night, Zheng Qian had been dressed in sporty attire, fully covered, her head bowed low, and Chen Fan had not found her particularly stunning. But today, Zheng Qian had clearly made an effort to dress up, wearing a pleated skirt, and she looked like a princess, radiant and captivating. "Ziqing, who is this?" Zheng Qian glanced at Chen Fan. She recognized him as the man she had encountered in the elevator last night. Moreover, he had asked her for an autograph, otherwise she wouldn't have remembered him. This was quite a coincidence, and she had also rejected Chen Fan last night, not giving him an autograph. Now she was particularly curious about Chen Fan's identity, fearing that he might disrupt her plans. Li Ziqing covered her mouth and whispered in Zheng Qian's ear, "Scammer, don't mind him." "Huh, scammer?" Zheng Qian was somewhat confused. Why was this identity still regarded with such importance by old Li? Could it be a joke? At this moment, Li Dongshan slowly spoke. "Master Chen, she is the young lady of the Zheng family, Zheng Qian. You must have heard of her, right?" Li Dongshan regarded Chen Fan as a significant figure in the martial arts world, naturally assuming he knew of the Zheng family. After all, the Zheng family wielded considerable influence in the martial arts community of Jiangnan. "I know. A big star, right?" Chen Fan, knowing nothing of the martial arts world, had never heard of them. He simply thought the Zheng family was a wealthy and prominent family. After all, Chen Fan had previously only worked in a factory tightening screws daily, until he became numb, so how could he have come into contact with the martial arts world? "Qian, did you come here for some reason?" Li Dongshan asked with a smile. "Grandfather Li, our Zheng family is supposed to challenge the Wu family, right? I don't practice martial arts, so I normally wouldn't get involved in family matters. But my dad called me several times insisting that I come to find you. Grandfather Li, you have a high reputation in the Jiangnan martial arts world. Our Zheng family would like to request your help in arranging a formal date with the Wu family for a competition. Originally, we intended to resolve our disputes through martial arts, but Wu Sangui hasn't given a clear answer, and this matter remains unresolved. My dad is also worried that Wu Sangui might resort to underhanded tactics, so he wants you, Grandfather Li, to intervene." Chen Fan noticed that Li Ziqing secretly winked at Zheng Qian. In fact, it was Li Ziqing who had informed Zheng Qian of Li Dongshan's whereabouts, and both parties shared their phone locations. Otherwise, Zheng Qian wouldn't have been able to find Li Dongshan so accurately in the vast Zhongshan Park. Martial arts world. What does that mean? At this moment, the mysterious veil of the Dragon Country's martial arts world officially appeared before Chen Fan, just waiting for him to unveil it. Li Dongshan took a deep breath. "Qian, emotionally, I should help your Zheng family, but logically my identity is not suitable for intervening. After all, I was once the captain of the Long Group's Jiangnan branch with an official position. Now that I am retired, if I intervene, the martial arts world will inevitably suspect. People will say, is the Long Group supporting your Zheng family, giving you a platform?" Li Dongshan said solemnly. "If that happens, it would be unfair, and the Wu family would definitely retreat due to the Long Group's intimidation. The Long Group had never interfered in martial arts disputes. They only intervened when one side crossed the line. This was the consensus of the entire martial arts world in the Dragon Country. Thus, if Li Dongshan were to intervene, it would break a rule that had been maintained for nearly a century. Huh, is that so? Zheng Qianqian sighed. Grandfather Li, is there really no other way? My dad said you know a master. How about you intervene and invite a master to preside over the conflict between our two families? Li Dongshan smiled and said, Qianqian, you have a ready master right in front of you. You might consider trying to invite him for help yourself. Zheng Qianqian was taken aback, her gaze naturally locking onto Chen Fan. Li Ziqing was also surprised, not expecting her grandfather to say such a thing, having been quite deceived. Had his intelligence been completely deceived? Me? A master? Chen Fan did not understand what Li Dongshan was saying. He was still completely ignorant of the martial arts world. However, on the surface he maintained a calm expression, trying not to embarrass himself, and merely said lightly, Old man, you think too highly of me. Li Dongshan said earnestly, Master Chen, please don't be modest. I wasn't quite sure yesterday, but after experiencing it again today, I can be certain that you used internal energy to heal my meridians. Chen Fan was taken aback. Is there still a cultivation system in modern society? It sounds quite impressive. Does this mean I am not the only special person? However, the internal energy mentioned by the old man should not be the same as the magical power I use for cultivation. If the so-called external release of internal energy can also heal meridians, then from this perspective there is no difference from the magical power of a cultivator. Chen Fan feigned an air of indifference, saying the old man's skills are quite decent. Li Dongshan immediately felt embarrassed and said, I am merely a novice in internal energy, and due to issues with my meridians I have made no progress. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan seriously used the fiery sun golden eyes to assess Li Dongshan's body. He discovered that there was indeed a force within him that ordinary people did not possess. Previously he had been focused on observing the qi around Li Dongshan and had not noticed it closely. This force should be what the old man refers to as internal energy, somewhat resembling the internal energy in martial arts novels. However, the amount of internal energy within the old man is too little. It is difficult for me to gauge its strength just by observation. Li Ziqing interjected first, saying, Grandpa, are you mistaken? How could someone so young possibly be a transformation realm master? I don't think he is that special. He might not even be able to beat me. Li Ziqing wondered if her grandfather was getting old and easily confused. Nonsense. How could I possibly be mistaken? Li Dongshan scolded, then turned to Chen Fan and said, the little girl is just ignorant, Master Chen, please forgive her. Chen Fan smiled lightly and used the fiery sun golden eyes to examine Li Ziqing's qi. He found that she too possessed a similar force as Li Dongshan, which should also be internal energy. However, Li Ziqing's force was stronger than Li Dongshan's. Old man, today's treatment is concluded. If we do it again tomorrow, it should completely cure the issue. Chen Fan said softly. Li Dongshan quickly stood up, saying, thank you, Master Chen. The person I rejected for a signature last night turned out to be a transformation realm master. Zheng Qianqian was immensely shocked. She felt as if she had shot herself in the foot, yet she believed this matter could not be blamed on herself. After all, how could she have imagined that the seemingly ordinary man she encountered in the elevator would turn out to be a transformation realm master? Li Dongshan told her that if the Zheng family wanted to seek help, they didn't need to look far. Right in front of them was a young transformation realm master. However, due to the incident from last night, she felt somewhat awkward and was unsure how to broach the subject. Chen Fan changed his mind and decided to give Li Ziqing a small shock. He also intended to test Li Ziqing's internal energy strength. In the next moment, as Chen Fan raised his hand, a white light appeared at his fingertip, which was the refined magical power. Chen Fan did this deliberately to allow outsiders to see this white light. Indeed, once the white light appeared, Li Ziqing, Zheng Qianqian, and several bodyguards of Zheng Qianqian all gazed in astonishment. It truly is the external release of internal energy, a transformation realm master. Li Ziqing was dumbfounded, her lips twitching incessantly. In the next second, Chen Fan waved his hand, and the white light shot into Li Ziqing's body. This action startled Li Ziqing, making her think that Chen Fan was going to kill her. Master Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. Li Ziqing was so frightened that she knelt down. As a martial artist, she knew too well the means of a transformation realm master. In modern cities, they were essentially walking human killing machines. Methods like killing through breath, killing by plucking flowers, external release of internal energy, telekinesis, true barrier. A transformation realm master's techniques were too numerous. Even aiming a high-caliber firearm at a transformation realm master would make it difficult to kill them. Master Chen, although my granddaughter talked back a bit, she shouldn't be killed, right? Li Dongshan also panicked. A master killing someone does not have conventional evidence, making it hard to pin a crime. Only a master from the dragon team can handle it. If this master is willing to join the dragon team, then the killing can be covered up by the dragon team. It must be known that the value a master can bring is not something that a few ordinary lives can compare to. The establishment of the dragon team can be traced back to the Republic of China. At that time, the Dragon Team was an organization of martial artists specifically executing assassinations of enemy officers. Later, the Dragon Team received the recognition of Heavenly Palace and was granted significant self-regulation powers, even when it involves homicide. As long as the Dragon Team intervenes, the police and courts have no authority to interfere. If ancient martial families in the mainland commit crimes and cross the red line, the Dragon Team will also step in to resolve it. Undoubtedly, in the minds of Li Dongshan and Li Ziqing, if a master were to kill Li Ziqing, then it would just, even if Li Dongshan has retired from the Dragon Team, it wouldn't matter. Zheng Qianqian saw her friend Li Ziqing kneeling down, and even the usually esteemed Grandpa Li was pleading. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Although she had not practiced martial arts, coming from an ancient martial family, she understood the meaning of the term master. She was merely a rising star in the entertainment industry, just breaking into the first tier. To ordinary people, she was an unattainable big star, a top goddess. But only she knew that in front of a master, even top-tier stars, no matter how stellar, would be nothing but rubbish. There was no need to mention a master. Even a capitalist could make these entertainment stars obedient, forcing them to strike whatever pose was required. Old man, I am not going to kill her. Li Ziqing, get up quickly. Chen Fan was also surprised. Thank you, Master Chen, for your magnanimity. Li Dongshan sighed in relief. Ziqing, why aren't you thanking Master Chen for sparing your life? Thank you, Master Chen. Li Ziqing hurriedly expressed her gratitude, her demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. Chen Fan tested the strength of the internal energy within Li Ziqing. To put it simply, a cultivator's magical power is like a sharpened blade, while a martial artist's internal energy is merely a wooden stick. In terms of equal levels, magical power crushes internal energy. However, Li Ziqing's internal energy is stronger than Li Dongshan's. Moreover, Li Ziqing is young enough that on the surface her overall combat ability appears to surpass Li Dongshan's. Chen Fan estimated that Li Ziqing had likely reached the minor stage of internal energy. Additionally, having practiced martial arts since a young age, Li Ziqing was rich in close combat experience and daily training. Chen Fan felt that he might not necessarily be able to defeat her. After all, Chen Fan was currently only at the first level of chi refining. If these martial artists were to suddenly attack him in close combat with his current spells and abilities, he would find it hard to cope. However, neither Li Dongshan, Li Ziqing, nor Zheng Qianqian knew that Chen Fan was actually a cultivator. His display of magical power was misunderstood as the external release of internal energy, leading them to believe he was a master. Chen Fan himself was not prepared to explain it was beneficial to maintain a high-profile image for monetary gain. At this moment, Zheng Qianqian finally spoke up. Master Chen, do you have time in the next few days? I would like to invite you for a meal. Zheng Qianqian respectfully handed over her business card. To be honest, if it had been before, Chen Fan would have been excited and unable to sleep, dancing with joy at the invitation from a beautiful star for dinner. However, now he declined, saying, I'm sorry, Miss Zheng, I'm quite busy lately, and it's not convenient. Chen Fan could guess that Zheng Qianqian's invitation was not merely for a meal, but rather to ask him to resolve the conflict with the Wu family. But the key issue was that Chen Fan had only been cultivating for 4 days and was still a novice. He didn't want to be involved in such power struggles so soon. Moreover, Chen Fan had yet to witness a real fight between martial artists with his own eyes, leaving him unable to make an objective judgment about their overall combat capability. It was not wise to compare himself to them. If he rashly intervened and ended up losing, that would be unfortunate. Since he had no close ties with Zheng Qianqian and was not her friend, he naturally wouldn't agree so easily. However, Chen Fan did accept Zheng Qianqian's business card. After all, if he found that this matter could be handled, it could be a lucrative opportunity. He could earn quite a bit of money. Li Ziqing winked vigorously at Zheng Qianqian. Seeing that Chen Fan had declined but had not completely closed the door, Zheng Qianqian chose not to press further. Afterward, Li Ziqing immediately contacted her cousin Wang Cheng, urging him to lift the transfer limit on the bank card from yesterday. The daily transfer limit was 5,000. Li Ziqing felt very fortunate that Chen Fan had not made a large transaction yesterday, who otherwise he would have discovered the truth. If that had happened, she might have truly lost her life today. See you tomorrow, Master Chen, Li Dongshan waved. Chen Fan did not leave the park, but continued to cultivate as Lu Ryu had also invited him to dinner that evening. Although the ancient Devouring Heavens technique integrates body refinement, spell cultivation, and spiritual cultivation, its effects are not significant at this current stage. If Chen Fan were the only cultivator in this world with no martial artists around, just ordinary people, he would undoubtedly cultivate one technique at a leisurely pace. However, now he was aware of the existence of martial artists, some of whom were quite powerful. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Even though he had not yet made enemies in the martial world, there was a saying about preparing for rainy days. Chen Fan felt it necessary to enhance his physical cultivation. During the initial stages of cultivation, especially during the chi refinement period, casting spells requires time. One must form seals and recite incantations. If he were to engage in close combat with those powerful martial artists, he might end up suffering significant losses. Thus, Chen Fan thought he should first improve his physical constitution. This way, he would have both offensive and defensive capabilities along with spellcasting and other immortal techniques. In that case, even if he found himself in sudden close combat with those powerful martial artists one day, he would not be at a disadvantage and could even gain the upper hand. However, according to the teachings of the North Xiandao monarch, he learned that among the three core aspects of a cultivator, spiritual power, physical body, and soul, the physical body was the hardest to cultivate. The physical body serves as a vessel carrying the destiny of the cultivator. Only when the physical body is strong enough can it support powerful spiritual power and soul. However, any special physical constitution not only requires a vast amount of rare materials, but also demands an exceptionally harsh cultivating environment. For instance, in the cultivation world, there exists a physique known as the true dragon sacred body. Cultivating this physique requires the blood of a true dragon. For a person in the 21st century, dragons only exist in legends. If Chen Fan were to choose to cultivate the true dragon sacred body, he would undoubtedly never succeed. Since Chen Fan aimed to cultivate a special physique, he had to consider the current environment. He could not simply select those seemingly powerful physiques from the North Xiandao monarch's teachings that were impossible to cultivate. The purple cloud thunder body requires the infusion of lightning into the body to refine the physical body. Once mastered, one can control thunder and lightning. Moreover, as one's cultivation and spiritual power progress in the later stages, one can control a realm of thunder capable of destroying a planet with a single bolt of divine lightning. This physique has almost no requirements for rare materials, it only needs lightning. Chen Fan immediately decided to cultivate the purple cloud thunder body. Additionally, in modern society, electricity was abundant. From a cultivation perspective, naturally occurring lightning is not fundamentally different from the electricity in household appliances or transformers. If one had to find a difference, it might be the difference in energy levels. Naturally occurring lightning. Its voltage, depending on the size of the lightning, typically ranges from 1 million to 1 billion volts. With Chen Fan's current spiritual power and physical strength, it was naturally impossible to actively seek lightning during a rainstorm to cultivate the purple cloud thunder body. If he were to do that, it would surely be a path to self-destruction. Therefore, Chen Fan needed to take things step by step. First, he would use the current from small household appliances to practice. Once accustomed to the small appliances, he would move on to larger appliances and then to transformers. In short, Chen Fan would not have to worry about finding electricity for cultivating the purple cloud thunder body. Determined, Chen Fan first found a street light in the park. Although it wasn't turned on during the day, that didn't matter. As long as the circuit was fine and there was electricity, Chen Fan could draw the electricity into his body from a distance. To ensure everything was secure, Chen Fan placed one hand on the lamppost. He then began to cultivate the purple cloud thunder body according to the technique. Chen Fan's body resembled a small electromagnetic field, drawing the electricity from the streetlight's circuit steadily into his body through the technique. In an instant, every hair on Chen Fan's body stood on end, and every inch of his skin was stimulated by the electric current. If an ordinary person were to touch an electrified streetlight, the current coursing through their body would be extremely uncomfortable. But Chen Fan was different. He had a specialized body refinement technique and spiritual power for protection. Not only did it not feel uncomfortable, but he even felt a bit exhilarated. Because Chen Fan could clearly sense himself growing stronger bit by bit. Before long, his hair stood on end. Unknowing children nearby would undoubtedly laugh at Chen Fan's hairstyle. "Mom, what is that brother doing? He's been holding onto the lamppost for 2 hours without moving. Is he electrocuted? It's fine, don't disturb him. Look, that brother's breathing is quite normal, and his complexion is rosy. Let's not interrupt him." Gradually, many black impurities began to emerge from Chen Fan's body. If one got closer, they would notice a burnt smell coming from him. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes and said, "It seems I chose the right physique to cultivate. Just one session of practice is equivalent to 3 months of regular running." Then, looking at the black impurities emerging from his body, he said softly, "Could this be the residue produced from cleansing the marrow?" Chen Fan found it somewhat foul-smelling. Glancing at the time, it was past 5 p.m. He realized he would be having dinner with Lu Ruyu later, yet he smelled so bad. He quickly returned to the hotel to take a shower. Moments later, Lu Ruyu sent a message saying she had already reserved a table at the restaurant and asked him to arrive by 7 p.m. The restaurant was the same as last time. Chen Fan knew the location and did not go early, arriving just on time. Today, Lu Ruyu wore a purple bodycon dress and flesh-colored stockings, her thighs straight and voluptuous, looking quite sexy. "Chen Fan, you really are punctual. Not a minute early. Come on, please sit. I've already ordered the food. Is there something you need my help with since you're treating me to dinner today?" Chen Fan asked eagerly. He felt that Lu Ryu would be eager to discuss things with him after witnessing his abilities. Perhaps she would want to introduce him to other patients and ask him to treat them. Lu Ryu shot him a playful glance, saying, "Chun Fan, you are so boring. Can we talk about something fun?" While eating steak, Chun Fan asked, "What do you want to talk about?" Lu Ryu immediately revealed a curious expression and asked, "How many girlfriends have you had?" Chun Fan's mouth twitched. "Is this what we're discussing right off the bat?" Lu Ryu laughed. "Isn't this private? Let me guess, with a capable man like you, you've had at least 7 or 8 girlfriends, right?" Chun Fan shook his head, saying, "Congratulations, you're wrong. I've only had one." Lu Ryu curiously asked, "Oh, who is so lucky? Can I see a picture of her?" Chun Fan sighed. "Unfortunately, we just broke up a few days ago." "What?" Lu Ryu's mouth dropped open in disbelief. "With someone as outstanding as you, she would choose to break up? You're joking, right? Or did you break up with her? Well, you must have many beautiful women pursuing you, right? It's only normal for a man to be unable to resist temptation." Chun Fan asked, "Am I considered outstanding?" Lu Ryu nodded seriously, saying, "You can perform magic and also heal. Although I can't see how you treated me, you did heal me. A man with these 2 skills, unless he looks like a plant from Plants vs. Zombies, must be considered outstanding and have plenty of beautiful girls pursuing him. As the saying goes, when flowers bloom, butterflies come." Chun Fan took this saying to heart. His way of becoming outstanding now was through cultivation. Of course, he couldn't just shout on the street that he was a cultivator. Therefore, he also needed to achieve success in the worldly sense, which meant having lots and lots of money. Thank you for the compliment," Chun Fan chuckled. Lu Ryu asked curiously, "By the way, Chun Fan, can you perform another magic trick for me? The one where you conjured fire out of thin air. This time he'll pay close attention and surely spot the trick." Magic tricks were a great way to charm women. When Chun Fan was in college, there was a magic hobby association at the school. The president in his junior year had used his magic skills to charm countless girls. He had even set a record for juggling 5 relationships simultaneously. However, Chun Fan didn't know any magic tricks. He only knew spells. "I've already shown you the fire conjuring trick. How about I demonstrate electric control today?" "Electric control?" Lu Ryu's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What kind of magic is that?" Chun Fan pointed above his head and said, "Do you believe that if I snap my fingers that lamp will go out?" "Mr. Chun, are you implying our restaurant has electrical safety hazards?" At that moment, Lon Ruashi, the owner of the restaurant and a friend of Lu Ryu, approached with a smile. "Our restaurant adheres strictly to the Michelin 5-star standard. Ryu, it's been ages." Accompanying Lon Ruashi was a young man. He wore a bespoke Versace suit, elegant and refined. Standing at an imposing 1.8 meters tall, his physique was chiseled, rivaling that of a professional male model. "Ruashi, why on earth did you bring him here?" "That's hardly fair," Lu Ryu murmured, her delicate brows knitting together in mild displeasure. Lon Ruashi shrugged lightly. "I had no choice. He tracked me down. I certainly didn't go looking for him, or tell him you were here." "Hello, I'm Sun Jiadong, founder of the Jiangnan Royal Equestrian Club. Here's my card." The young man greeted Chun Fan with a confident smile. "I'm Ryu's boyfriend." "And you are?" "Chun Fan. Since when have you become my boyfriend?" "I wasn't informed." Lu Ryu rolled her eyes dramatically before turning to Chun Fan. "Just ignore him. You mentioned performing magic earlier, right?" Sun Jiadong pressed on, unabashed. "I rarely watch online exposés of magic tricks. How about I serve as your impartial auditor, spot any flaws you might have overlooked?" Chun Fan had once glimpsed the Jiangnan Royal Equestrian Club on a short video platform. Its annual membership fee stood at 3,000 yuan, and prospective members required endorsements from 3 existing members just to apply. The club had never publicly disclosed its membership count, yet industry insiders estimated its roster numbered between 1,000 and 2,000 members. From membership fees alone, the club effortlessly generated hundreds of millions of yuan in annual revenue. Sun Jiadong claimed to be its proprietor. But given his age, the enterprise was almost certainly a family legacy. And a scion like Sun Jiadong pursuing Lu Ryu so persistently, beyond her beauty, suggested her family held considerable influence and wealth. Chun Fan had intended to inquire discreetly about her family's business during dinner, only for Sun Jiadong and Lon Ruashi to arrive unannounced. "Humph, I dare say even a high-definition camera couldn't detect a single flaw in the magic I'm about to unveil." Chun Fan smiled faintly. What he was about to demonstrate was no mere illusion. It was sorcery. Encountering Sun Jiadong, however, delighted him immensely. Though Sun Jiadong bore the air of a provocateur, Chun Fan remained utterly unfazed. In his eyes, Sun Jiadong was a gleaming, inexhaustible ATM. He'd already devised a plan to extract a substantial sum from him. "Magic. I'd love to see it too," Lon Ruashi remarked, smiling. Ever since Sun Jiadong's arrival, Lu Ryu's expression had grown increasingly frosty, her mood visibly souring. Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, Sun Jiadong let out a cold snort, his gaze dripping with disdain. Even world-renowned magicians dreaded being filmed up close with high-resolution cameras. Slow-motion playback inevitably exposed the mechanics behind every illusion, the very craft upon which their livelihoods depended. Hence, over 90% of magicians worldwide abhorred such scrutiny. They relied on advanced technical analysis, including frame-by-frame replay, to deconstruct illusions. Oomph. Ryu, is this your friend? How extraordinarily arrogant. Sun Jiadong sneered. Very well, I'll scrutinize your trick myself. No need for a high-definition camera, my phone will suffice. With that, he pulled out his smartphone and assumed a ready stance, impatient to humiliate Chen Fan before Lu Ryu's very eyes. He sought to seize the spotlight and win her favor through sheer dominance. Mr. Sun, shall we wager? If you uncover a flaw, I'll pay you 100,000 yuan. If not, you pay me the same. Cash transfer right here, right now. How does that sound? Chen Fan revealed his true intent, certain Sun Jiadong would bite. Lu Ryu winked playfully at Chen Fan. Surely that's unnecessary. If Chen Fan were truly a master magician, his prodigious talent would have already secured him renown, especially at his age. Thus she judged his skill modest. With technological aid, a flaw would surely surface. Agreed. Sun Jiadong accepted instantly. But let's raise the stakes. 30,000 yuan. Deal. A subtle victorious smile curved Chen Fan's lips. His plan had succeeded. The big fish had taken the bait. Watch closely. Here I go. 3, 2, 1. With those words, Chen Fan snapped his fingers, and the overhead light went dark. My. Lan Ruashi's expression shifted first, puzzled, uncertain. Her restaurant's wiring underwent rigorous scheduled inspections. Malfunctions were virtually impossible under normal circumstances. Even if a fault occurred, its timing, coinciding precisely with Chen Fan's snap, defied all logic. It simply wasn't plausible. Lu Ryu arched a delicate brow, stunned, speechless. Chen Fan, how on earth did you do that? Sun Jiadong blinked, then blurted, Ms. Lan, you two staged this together, didn't you? Absolutely not. Lan Ruashi retorted at once. I had no idea what Mr. Chen planned to perform. Sun Jiadong shook his head stubbornly. It must be prearranged. Such perfect timing can't be coincidence. Chen Fan replied coolly, Mr. Sun, do you intend to renege on our bet? Sun Jiadong scoffed. You rigged the game. It's no different from cheating at a casino. I'm generous merely for not demanding compensation from you. Chen Fan dismissed him with contempt. If you can't play fair, don't play at all. Spare us the empty rhetoric. Lan Ruashi interjected solemnly. Sun Jiadong, you may question Chen Fan's magic, but you will not accuse me of collusion. Slinging mud at me. I refuse to accept that. Sun Jiadong faltered momentarily. Wealthy though he was, parting with 30,000 yuan felt unjust. Yet deep down he remained convinced Chen Fan had conspired with the restaurant staff. Even if not with Lan Ruashi, perhaps with some other employee. Then let's test it outside. Dare you perform the same? If you succeed once more, I concede defeat. Sun Jiadong declared, voice ringing with conviction. He refused to believe Chen Fan could extinguish an outdoor light with equal ease. Lu Ryu sighed exasperatedly. Sun Jiadong, this is absurd. Chen Fan, however, remained unruffled. After all, this was sorcery, not sleight of hand. Location meant nothing. Fine, let's go. But this time payment upon success. No delays. Agreed. As long as you replicate the feat, I'll transfer 30,000 yuan instantly. Fail to pay, and may I be struck dead by a passing car. Chen Fan finished his steak without hesitation, then rose and strode toward the exit. Lu Ryu followed suit, stepping beside Lan Ruashi to murmur, how did Sun Jiadong know I was here? So irritating. Lan Ruashi sighed helplessly. Ryu, perhaps you should simply accept it. Your father's business relies heavily on his father's connections, and your families have collaborated for years. Though neither side has formally proposed marriage, both sets of parents clearly intend to unite you two. Lu Ryu shook her head. He's insincere. I dislike him profoundly. Lan Ruashi teased. Could it be? You've genuinely fallen for Chen Fan. After only a few days, love at first sight. Sun Jiadong followed Chen Fan outside the restaurant, casually pointing at a streetlight. It was already 7:30 p.m. and the streets were still bustling with traffic illuminated by various dazzling lights. Come on, make that light go out, Sun Jiadong said with a hint of joy. Those familiar with magic understood that it largely relied on props and a small portion of technique. Some magic tricks also required the use of verbal skills to enhance the performance. Sun Jiadong was skeptical, doubting that Chen Fan could extinguish a streetlight simply by pointing at it. If he could do that, it wouldn't be magic, it would be real magic. All right, Chen Fan nodded. Boss Lan, Lu Ryu, you two bear witness. This time Mr. Sun cannot go back on his word. Lan Ruashi smiled, saying, all right. President Sun, you are the owner of a large club now, you wouldn't act dishonestly, would you? Having just been accused by Sun Jiadong of colluding with Chen Fan, she felt a bit irritated. Lu Ryu also cast a cold glance at Sun Jiadong, her meaning clear. Rest assured, this time I won't go back on my word. Sun Jiaodong cleared his throat and adjusted his cuffs. Chen Fan smiled faintly, watched closely. He then raised his hand and snapped his fingers at the nearby streetlight. Zing! Zing! The streetlight flickered twice as if there was a faulty connection, and then indeed went out. Lu Ruyu and Lan Ruoxi exchanged astonished glances. This is even more outrageous than the magicians in movies. How on earth did he do it? Sun Jiaodong gasped, his eyes wide with shock, unable to calm down. This time you won't say I colluded with anyone, will you? Chen Fan said to Sun Jiaodong with a faint smile. Lan Ruoxi immediately added, President Sun, Mr. Chen has achieved this. If you can't find a flaw in this magic trick, then you must honor the bet. 3000 transfer it. Sun Jiaodong gritted his teeth, feeling very frustrated, unable to comprehend how Chen Fan accomplished it. However, in front of Lu Ruyu, he could only admit defeat and transferred the money to Chen Fan. Thank you, boss Sun. Chen Fan took the money, smiling radiantly. In just a few days he experienced a joy that one could never understand from a lifetime of hard work. The money came too quickly and too easily. Having been put in a difficult position, Sun Jiaodong lost the desire to continue arguing with Chen Fan. He was here to find Lu Ruyu. Ruyu, let me take you home. Sun Jiaodong said. No need for you to take me. I can have Chen Fan take me. Even without Chen Fan, Lu Ruyu had always kept her distance from Sun Jiaodong. Chen Fan, let's go. Upon seeing Lu Ruyu leave with Chen Fan, Sun Jiaodong furrowed his brow, and then asked Lan Ruoxi, what kind of person is Chen Fan? I have never heard of him before. Lan Ruoxi shook her head. I don't know where Ruyu met him. It seems like they haven't known each other for long. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiaodong also left the restaurant. After getting into his Land Rover, he immediately made a phone call. Mr. Ma, help me look into a person. Get his background information as quickly as possible. Sure thing, boss Sun, same old price. Alright, I'll transfer the money to your account later. Sun Jiaodong contacted the owner of a private investigation agency. This person had once been involved in the underworld, but had since cleaned up. He had numerous connections and could get most people's background information unless it was classified. A red BMW sped down the road, its engine roaring like a wild beast. What do you think? Is my car good? Imported from abroad. V8 engine. Sure. So exhilarating. This is my first time driving a BMW. Luxury cars are indeed different. Chen Fan drove Lu Ruyu's red BMW, pressing the accelerator deeply, the dopamine in his brain surging faster than usual. At first, Chen Fan was cautious, afraid of damaging someone else's luxury car, hesitant to press the accelerator. But then he thought, I'm a cultivator. Even if something goes wrong, I won't have to worry about the cost. So Chen Fan couldn't help but step on it. The sound waves from the luxury car's engine were exhilarating. There was something I planned to discuss during dinner, but I didn't expect Sun Jiaodong to show up and cause trouble. I want to ask you for a favor. What favor? Lu Ruyu asked earnestly. My grandfather is old and has high blood pressure, diabetes, and suffered a stroke last year. He's still bedridden and suffering. You have such remarkable medical skills. Can you help treat my grandfather? Chen Fan smiled. That's a small issue. Lu Ruyu exclaimed joyfully. Really? As long as you can treat my grandfather and make his later years comfortable, the consultation fee is not an issue. Chen Fan pondered. Today, I should thank you for letting me earn 300 from Sun Jiaodong. For treating your grandfather, I will charge a bit less, a friendly price of 200. Lu Ruyu blinked. Is 200 really considered a friendly price? Alright, as long as you can treat my grandfather well, I'll pay 200. Lu Ruyu then asked, by the way, how did you perform that magic trick? That's a closely guarded secret. No magician would casually share their most prized techniques. Lu Ruyu inquired further, what if I wanted to pay to learn it? How much would it cost? Chen Fan shook his head and did not respond. If he were performing real magic, he might have considered teaching Lu Ruyu for a fee. However, what he performed was a spell, and it certainly couldn't be easily passed on. His ability to control electricity stemmed from the Zixiao Thunderbody technique. Without cultivating this physique, he wouldn't be able to master any true lightning spells. After Chen Fan drove Lu Ruyu back to the Xinghe Bay Villa area, he took a taxi back to the hotel. Just after finishing his shower, he heard someone knocking on the door. When he opened the door, he found that the visitor was not a hotel staff member, but the big star Zheng Qianqian. Master Chen, have you just finished your shower? Perfect timing. I have a bottle of fine Romani wine here, and it's the best time to enjoy it. Zheng Qianqian was dressed in a light purple strapless dress, revealing a lot of fair skin. She was holding a beautifully packaged wine box. Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment before realizing that Zheng Qianqian was likely being so attentive because she wanted to ask for his help. I said before I won't get involved with the Zheng family's matters for the time being. You can take the wine back, Chen Fan said bluntly. Until he fully understood the combat strength of inner strength practitioners, he absolutely wouldn't wade into this murky water. Perhaps Zheng Qianqian was advised by her good friend Li Ziqing, as this time she did not use strong arguments. Instead, she directly offered the wine box with both hands, and said, "Master Chen, I'm just here to deliver wine." Chen Fan actually didn't want to accept the wine, as the saying goes, one who eats the soft mouth should not take advantage of others. If he accepted Zheng Qianqian's gift, even if he didn't help her for now, if the Zheng family really faced a major crisis in the future, he would owe her a favor. However, it was indeed difficult to refuse a gift presented so sincerely, especially when it was personally delivered by a popular star in the entertainment industry. Moreover, this was Chen Fan's first taste of what it felt like to be showered with gifts when people sought favors from powerful officials and wealthy merchants. This was something only those in high positions could experience. After delivering the wine, Zheng Qianqian turned around and left promptly. Chen Fan looked at the exquisite wine box on the coffee table, thought for a moment, and directly opened it, pouring a glass. As Chen Fan tasted this high-end red wine for the first time, to be honest, he found it somewhat difficult to appreciate. However, he was also not just drinking wine. He was reflecting on his life over the past few days, bidding farewell to the days of poverty and looking forward to a new beginning in the future. Cultivation truly changes one's life. The next morning, Chen Fan practiced the Luoyang Golden Eye on the hotel rooftop. After a while, he felt his magical power had improved significantly. Have I reached the second layer of the Qi refinement stage? Chen Fan was somewhat excited. He had just started cultivating a few days ago and had already broken through a small realm. Although the Qi refinement stage was the first realm of cultivation and could be considered foundational, the critical point was that Chen Fan was not in the cultivation world. On Earth, spiritual energy was not so abundant, nor were there various spiritual herbs and medicines for him to cultivate. After Chen Fan broke through to the second layer of the Qi refining stage, he set about practicing an offensive spell. If it had been before, he would not have hurried to cultivate such spells. He would have chosen to focus his energy on researching spells that could heal ailments. However, after encountering ancient martial arts, Chen Fan changed his mind. He needed to equip himself with more means of self-defense. The purple cloud thunder body could compensate for physical weaknesses, but he still lacked lethal means. In the city, Chen Fan prioritized spells that could kill without leaving traces. If one day Chen Fan were forced to kill, he did not want to leave any evidence behind. In the inheritance of the North, Xian Daojuan, Chen Fan selected a spell called Ice Spike. This is a basic spell that does not have high requirements for a practitioner's magical power. The second layer of the Qi refining stage is just enough to cultivate it. Ice Spike can condense the water in the air into a spike of ice, shooting out like an arrow. When this ice spike hits an enemy or exceeds the control of his magical power, it will automatically dissipate and turn back into water. Thus, there will be no murder weapon or physical evidence left behind. Chen Fan felt that this spell was very suitable for him at this stage. Therefore, he began to cultivate this spell. It was not until noon that he finally mastered the spell to a basic level. He successfully condensed an ice spike. However, at present, this ice spike was only the size of half a fingertip. If his magical power were stronger, the ice spike could transform into an ice arrow. Moreover, he could condense more than one, greatly enhancing its power. Eager to test the power of this ice spike, Chen Fan directed his magical power and shot the ice spike towards the ground. Thud! A small pit the size of a thumb was created in the concrete floor of the hotel rooftop. This power was already comparable to that of some handguns. If it hit a vulnerable part of the human body, it could likely result in a one-hit kill, killing without leaving any physical evidence. Chen Fan crouched down, touched the small pit, and suddenly felt an ambition that surpassed all living beings. Just a few days ago, Chen Fan was still an ordinary worker, but now he possessed such extraordinary abilities, and his mindset was gradually changing. At this moment, Chen Fan finally understood why the great cultivators in movies, anime, and novels viewed human life as insignificant. Cultivators could easily fly through the skies and move mountains and seas. In their eyes, the lives of ordinary people were indeed no different from that of pigs and dogs. In the afternoon, Chen Fan first went to give Li Dongshan a final treatment, thoroughly curing the issues with Li Dongshan's meridians. Then he went to the Wanda shopping mall. Chen Fan now had 850,000. This amount of money might not be significant for the wealthy or on internet platforms. But compared to Chen Fan's previous savings, he was now a nouveau riche. Naturally, the first thing for a nouveau riche to do is to spend lavishly. Wanda shopping mall had many international brand counters and stores. Chen Fan planned to buy himself a few sets of branded clothes and a luxury watch. Chen Fan first went to the Armani counter and selected 2 suits, spending a total of 1,000. The styles he chose were not considered expensive for the Armani brand. Ordinary suits costing 1,000 or even a few hundred yuan look like sales items once worn. In contrast, high-end suits exude an air of distinction. The Armani staff were exceptionally polite and did not look down on Chen Fan for initially wearing cheap clothes. Sir, here are the clothes you changed out of. We have prepared them for you. There's no need for that, just throw them away for me. Next, Chen Fan bought 2 pairs of leather shoes and 2 casual sports outfits, all from international luxury brands. Chen Fan also purchased a Hermes men's wallet the size of a palm costing over 10,000. The female staff at Hermes, seeing Chen Fan carrying several bags of luxury goods, proactively offered to help him carry them. This way Chen Fan could shop in a more relaxed and comfortable manner. Chen Fan remembered a celebrity once said, "When you succeed, you'll find that there are only good people around you, no bad ones." I never expected the staff at luxury stores to be so enthusiastic. In my stereotype, those luxury brand employees would ignore anyone dressed in cheap clothes. Chen Fan spent 37000 on these items. With the remaining money, he planned to buy a luxury watch. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars while the rich play with watches. Wearing a luxury watch, no matter where he went, he would be regarded with greater respect. Moreover, Chen Fan didn't mind if he ran out of money. After all, based on his experiences over the past few days, he knew making money would be as easy as drinking water in the future, and he wouldn't have to worry about running out of money. Chen Fan went to the Rolex counter and told the staff he wanted to buy a watch worth around 4,000. The staff saw Chen Fan accompanied by a Hermes female staff member carrying a number of bags, clearly indicating he had bought quite a bit. Therefore, the staff immediately enthusiastically began to introduce watches to Chen Fan. At this moment, not far from the Rolex counter, a Chanel counter welcomed 2 women and a man. "Jingwen, what style of bag do you like? Feel free to choose, I'll pay for it." "Boss Wang, what about me? Without me, you wouldn't be able to have such a beautiful girl as Jingwen." "Haha, alright, you can also choose a bag, you'll pay." These 3 were Chen Fan's ex-girlfriends Su Jingwen along with Zhang Lili and Boss Wang. Boss Wang's full name was Wang Dalong, and he was in the real estate business. He was in the packaging business and often delayed payments, exploiting the wages of migrant workers. Hee. Boss Wang is so generous. Zhang Lili laughed, her laughter like flowers swaying. She was wearing a low-cut bodycon dress today and a pair of black fishnet stockings, making her look very seductive. Although Su Jingwen was also wearing a dress, it was much more conservative compared to Zhang Lili. Zhang Lili posed and flaunted her sexy figure, catching everyone's attention. While Su Jingwen was focused on selecting a bag, Wang Dalong's hand secretly rested on Zhang Lili's curvy bottom. Zhang Lili turned back, her eyes playful, as if to say, "You can touch me, but make sure Su Jingwen." Wang Dalong laughed, feeling quite pleased. Having money is great. The 2 girls were very serious in their selection, so Wang Dalong lost interest and left the store. Then Wang Dalong spotted Chen Fan at the Rolex counter buying a watch. "Oh, I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before." Wang Dalong quickly remembered. Wasn't this the ex-boyfriend of Su Jing when he saw a few days ago in front of the Meiyuan community? So Wang Dalong entered the store and hurriedly called Su Jingwen and Zhang Lili out to see if he was mistaken. "It's Chen Fan, no doubt about it," Zhang Lili exclaimed in surprise. "But wait, what is he doing at the Rolex counter?" Zhang Lili was very puzzled. Su Jingwen said lightly, "Maybe she has a new job helping her boss buy things." Zhang Lili sneered. "Hey, what are you going over there for?" Su Jingwen shook her head. Zhang Lili waved her hand. "It's fine, Jingwen, if you're worried about it being awkward, just stay here, it'll go over." Then Zhang Lili and Wang Dalong walked over. Su Jingwen stayed in the store, unsure of how to face Chen. Moreover, she knew that Zhang Lili was going over to mock Chen Fan, but she didn't want to do that herself. "Chen Fan," Zhang Lili called out. Turning around, Chen Fan saw Zhang Lili and coldly chuckled. "What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here." Zhang Lili replied indifferently, "Chen Fan, what kind of expression is that? We were classmates after all." Wang Dalong chuckled lightly. "Little Chen, have you switched jobs? Are you now just running errands for your boss?" "Sir, your watch is wrapped up and the receipt is inside. After the discount, it totals 39700. At that moment, the clerk brought a beautifully packaged box to the counter. Chen Fan directly opened it and put the Rolex on his wrist. "Please throw these things away for me," Chen Fan said to the clerk. "Sir, do you want to throw everything away? There are receipts and various purchase certificates and maintenance documents inside. If you want to return or exchange it in the future, you can use it at any official store across the country. No need, I'll just buy a new one if it breaks." Chen Fan waved his hand. With money in hand, he felt bold. Not to mention a watch worth hundreds of thousands. Soon enough, he could afford a watch worth millions. Furthermore, he said this in response to Wang Dalong. "Didn't you say I was just running errands for others? Would I dare to throw away the receipt and maintenance documents if I was just running errands?" Zhang Lili sneered. What are you pretending for, Chen Fan? You must want to wait until we leave before retrieving whatever you threw away from the store. After all, this is a legitimate luxury store. Even if you say to throw it away, the clerk wouldn't really throw it away. At least they'd keep it for you for a few days. The prejudice in people's hearts is indeed a mountain. Chen Fan directly took out a lighter and burned the receipt and evidence. "How about this?" Zhang Lili was taken aback for a moment, then immediately changed her expression, smiling broadly. "Chen Fan, did you win the lottery? We're all old classmates. For such a joyous occasion, you should treat me to a meal." Chen Fan was speechless. Wasn't Zhang Lili less shameless back in college? Isn't her face too thick? Originally, Chen Fan wanted to ask if Su Jingwen was also here. He wanted her to see that he was also a wealthy man now to slap her face a bit. But he thought better of it if he asked Zhang Lili would probably start talking again about how he couldn't forget Su Jingwen. Zhang Lili's demeanor was somewhat nauseating to Chen Fan. He didn't want to talk much with her. Anyway, he had already bought what he needed, so Chen Fan directly left. As soon as Chen Fan walked away, Zhang Lili immediately asked the clerk, did he choose the watch by himself the whole time? Did he specify a particular model? Or did he video call his boss? Zhang Lili still didn't believe that Chen Fan had bought the Rolex himself, which was nearly 4,000. If he was just running errands for someone else, he would typically specify a model when buying a watch. The clerk shook his head with a smile. Miss, that's not the case. The gentleman just now picked everything himself. He didn't ask anyone via phone and didn't specify a model. Zhang Lili frowned. Could it be that he really won the lottery? Is he just lucky? Wang Dalong didn't care, or Rolex worth 4,000 was nothing. He had a Patek Philippe worth 7,000, but he just hadn't worn it, leaving it in his home safe. Zhang Lili returned to the Hermes counter and told Su Jingwen about this, whispering, Jingwen, it seems you broke up too early. Otherwise you could have asked Chen Fan for tens of thousands to spend. And there's another possibility, Chen Fan might have won the lottery a long time ago, but hid it from you. Su Jingwen shook her head. If he had won the lottery a long time ago, he wouldn't hide it from me. I know him. Zhang Lili said seriously, people's hearts are hard to measure. Jingwen, based on everything he bought today, it seems he must have won quite a bit in the lottery. After all that day, he said you were just his used goods. Just based on that one sentence, you should ask him for mental distress. Hearing this, Su Jingwen was taken aback. She was indeed short on money recently, otherwise she wouldn't have lowered herself to Wang Dalong. If she could ask Chen Fan for the so-called breakup fee, Su Jingwen would still be tempted. She was extremely conflicted thinking it over, but decided against it. Because she felt that even if she asked, Chen Fan definitely wouldn't give it to her. After all, they had already fallen out and broken up. She didn't need to stick her warm face against his cold butt. She also had her own dignity. Zhang Lili said to herself, that guy Chen Fan actually won the lottery. It's really irritating. Zhang Lili took out her phone and immediately started spreading the news in their university class group about Chen Fan winning the lottery and hitting millions. Chen Fan, just wait and see how I annoy you. Soon there will be a bunch of classmates coming to borrow money from you, haha. If you don't lend it, you'll be abandoned by everyone. If you do lend it, your wealth will quickly disappear. Chen Fan, oh Chen Fan, your life is destined to be that of a poor man. Chen Fan returned to the hotel, just putting down a bunch of items before opening his phone. He found that someone in the group had him. Several classmates had already privately messaged him asking if he was around. Chen Fan glanced at the messages in the group, and the instigator was surprisingly Zhang Lili. Old Chen, I always thought you would definitely get rich, but I didn't expect you really won the lottery. We have to treat the guys to drinks to celebrate. Brother Fan, I plan to partner with my relatives to open a billiard hall soon. The upstairs is an internet cafe, and next door is a cinema. It's bound to make money. I just need 3,000 yuan. If you lend it to me, I promise to return it to you within a year, principal and interest. Chen Fan, aren't we still good brothers? I owe over 1,000 in online loans, and I've almost paid it off, but I still owe 2 more thousand, and want to settle it all at once. Please help me out. I'll pay you back 1,000 a month until I clear it, okay? The interest on online loans is just too high. There were just too many messages like this. Not only classmates came to borrow money. Even those from the same department, whom Chen Fan barely knew, came to shamelessly ask for money. Moreover, several people directly called him on video. Chen Fan immediately blocked them, too lazy to deal with it. If they were truly in trouble, Chen Fan wouldn't mind lending a hand. After all, there was the bond of classmates, and a few thousand yuan wasn't much to him now. He could give it away without any issue. But without exception, Chen Fan could feel from these messages a sense of a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. Luck. They weren't genuinely short on money. They just heard that Chen Fan won the lottery and wanted to test their luck. If they could borrow money, it would be like a pie falling from the sky. In reality, it was only a matter of time before Chen Fan became famous. Classmates and relatives coming to borrow money would surely happen in the future. This was unavoidable. However, Zhang Lili's one message made this borrowing situation happen ahead of time. Zhang Lili's actions were truly irritating. Chen Fan cursed silently. Zhang Lili, I hope I never see you again, or otherwise I will teach you a lesson. In the evening, Lu Ruyu sent a message. Chen Fan, are you free the day after tomorrow? Come help treat my grandfather. No problem. To ensure he could heal Lu Ruyu's grandfather, Chen Fan planned to refine a type of pill. The next day, after practicing Lyrian Golden Eyes in the morning, he went to the herbal market. In the cultivation world, there is a type of pill called the Peiyuan pill. Although this pill does not have direct healing effects, long-term consumption strengthens the foundation and nourishes the essence. This pill is also a common choice for many early-stage cultivators. Using the Peiyuan pill along with my magical powers treating a stroke will be a piece of cake. However, it's quite difficult to find the medicinal materials in the modern city, or rather they simply do not exist. Moreover, the materials in the herbal market are mostly artificially cultivated and fused with a lot of technology and harsh methods. This significantly reduces the medicinal properties. Chen Fan had no choice but to look for substitutes for the Peiyuan pills materials. After 2 hours of selection, he purchased 3,000 worth of materials. The Peiyuan pill is a fundamental pill, and its refinement is not difficult. It doesn't even require dan fire. Ordinary natural gas or coal gas is sufficient. However, even the best suite in a 5-star hotel lacks these items. Therefore, instead of returning to the hotel, Chen Fan followed the map and went to a self-service kitchen. Using the gas and a purple clay pot here, Chen Fan began to concoct the pill. The materials he found were all substitutes for the Peiyuan pill. Therefore, the pill he refined naturally cannot be called the Peiyuan pill. It should be named the Little Peiyuan pill. Refining the pill is not as quick as regular cooking. After all, some soups need to be simmered for a whole day. Chen Fan worked on it for an entire day. The 3,000 worth of materials actually amounted to 3 portions. Chen Fan was worried that he might not succeed in his first attempt. Fortunately, he succeeded on the first try. 3 plump black pills, roughly the size of half a chicken egg, emerged successfully. Chen Fan tasted one first. The efficacy is decent, although it can't compare to the genuine Peiyuan pill from the cultivation world. It should be sufficient for healing. The next day, Lu Ryu drove to the hotel to pick up Chen Fan. Have you been living in the hotel all this time? Yes. I initially wanted to rent a better house, but I haven't found a suitable one yet. Lu Ryu immediately suggested, then why not move in with me? My big villa has only me living in it. Chen Fan laughed. You, a delicate woman, want me to move in. Aren't you afraid that one day I might lose control and do something beastly to you? Lu Ryu shook her head. I believe you are not that kind of person. Chen Fan replied lightly. Alright, if I can't find a suitable place to stay, I will move in with you. The environment in Xinghe Bay is quite nice with slightly more spiritual energy than here. Moving there wouldn't be a bad thing. Which hospital is your grandfather in? Chen Fan asked. Lu Ryu flipped her hair. The Jiangnan First Rehabilitation Hospital. It's a private hospital. About half an hour later, the two arrived at the hospital. While leading the way, Lu Ryu explained, my grandmother passed away early and my parents are busy with work, so we can only hire a caregiver to look after my grandfather. Soon they reached the 6th floor where all the patients were stroke victims. Each room housed only one patient, and the environment was excellent. Aunt Wang, how much did my grandfather eat this morning? Lu Ryu asked the caregiver in the room. She had been hiring this caregiver since her grandfather was hospitalized. As usual, he ate a bowl of porridge. I crushed a steamed egg and mixed it into the porridge. He finished it too, Aunt Wang replied. The old man had a crooked mouth and was drooling. Grandpa, it's me, Ryu. I've come to see you, Lu Ryu said as she leaned closer and whispered in his ear. The old man made some indistinct sounds. Clearly his condition was quite serious. How is it? Do you have confidence in healing? Lu Ryu asked Chen Fan. With the money in place, it can definitely be cured, Chen Fan laughed. Lu Ryu rolled her eyes. I see you're really obsessed with money. Just then Lu Ryu's phone rang. Hello, Mom. I'm at the hospital. What? After hanging up, Lu Ryu's expression turned very grim. What happened? Chen Fan asked. Lu Ryu replied irritably. My mom actually brought Sun Jiadong along, and she said he has invited the renowned traditional Chinese medicine master of Jiangnan this time. How long until they arrive? Chen Fan inquired. Lu Ryu said, about 10 more minutes, I suppose. 10 minutes is actually enough time for Chen Fan to treat the old man. He could heal the old man before Lu Ryu's mother and Sun Jiadong arrived. However, since Sun Jiadong, this big spender, was coming, Chen Fan was not in a hurry. If possible, Chen Fan planned to make some money from Sun Jiadong. After all, he had nearly exhausted his funds. Before long, a wealthy woman entered the ward first. Dressed in a cheap how, she was plump and well endowed. This was Lu Ryu's mother, Wang Hui. Mom, Lu Ryu called out reluctantly. Accompanying Wang Hui was not only Sun Jiadong, but also an elderly man with white hair. Ryu, who is this young man? Wang Hui noticed Chen Fan in the ward and was a bit curious. Mom, he's the one I invited to treat my grandfather, Lu Ryu replied. Isn't he a magician? When did he become a doctor? Sun Jiadong immediately exposed him. Lu Ryu shot him a displeased look. Being a magician doesn't mean he can't be a doctor, does it? There are many scammers these days. It takes years of study to become a doctor, and he looks too young to be a healer, Sun Jiadong said with a laugh. Chen Fan secretly chuckled. Well, with the conversation going this way, he didn't even need to dig a hole. Sun Jiadong had already dug it for him. The esteemed traditional Chinese medicine master I invited today is none other than Mr. Gu Huihong, a renowned figure in Jiangnan. Sun Jiadong introduced Mr. Gu has been practicing medicine for over 50 years, and his qualifications can be found online. And what about him? Wang Hui immediately scolded. You girl, how can you be so reckless? Luckily, you haven't let him treat your grandfather, otherwise it would have definitely caused a disaster. Lu Ryu was indignant, as she had seen Chen Fan's methods. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to bring him to treat. Mom, I really didn't act recklessly. Lu Ryu intended to defend herself. However, Chen Fan immediately interjected, Mr. Son, what if I could make the old man stand up today? Young man, are you joking? Even I can't make a patient stand up today. Gu Huihong frowned. Sun Jiaodong shook his head. See, Chen Fan, even Mr. Gu said this is completely impossible. Chen Fan smiled. Mr. Son, I stand by what I said earlier. I can indeed do it. Lu Ryu felt this statement was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Chen Fan, surely you don't intend to wager with me again. Sun Jiaodong shook his head. Even if I were willing, this is a matter of healing the sick. Consent from the patient's family is indispensable. What if your reckless meddling worsens the patient's condition? Who bears responsibility for the consequences? Chen Fan replied calmly. I won't meddle recklessly. I only need to knead the elder's legs and administer a full-body massage. Moi. Gu Huihong frowned in bewilderment. He suffers from stroke-induced paralysis, not mere leg cramps. How could mere massage possibly help? Are you perhaps some foot massager fresh from a spa? Upon hearing Chen Fan's proposal, Wang Hui deemed it implausible. Ryu, please escort your friend out first. He mustn't disturb Dr. Ji's treatment. Mother, let him try just once, Lu Ryu pleaded. He's made clear it's only a massage. No harm will come. Lu Ryu's own menstrual irregularity had been resolved by Chen Fan's single touch. Thus, upon hearing his proposed treatment, she felt no surprise whatsoever. Wang Hui sighed in resignation. Fine, let him try. Lu Ryu winked at Chen Fan, signaling success. Yet Chen Fan delayed beginning treatment. The plump fish Sun Jiaodong had yet to take the bait. Mr. Son, I'm now ready to proceed with treatment. Shall we wager once more? Perhaps reclaim what you lost 2 days ago. Chen Fan enticed. Sun Jiaodong sneered coldly. Very well. Though he possessed no particular skill in magic, he held firm foundational knowledge in medicine. To restore immediate ambulation in a cerebral infarction patient through massage alone was unheard of. Had acupuncture or similar interventions been suggested, Sun Jiaodong might have entertained belief. Then double the stakes, 600,000 yuan this time. Agreed. Sun Jiaodong declared confidently. A subtle smile curved Chen Fan's lips. His quarry had finally taken the hook. Agreed, Mr. Sun. Our word stands. Wang Hui offered an apologetic smile to Dr. Gu. Dr. Gu, please allow him this brief trial, and forgive any breach of medical decorum. Gu Huihong waved dismissively, unwilling to quarrel over the matter. Soon Chen Fan began the elder's rehabilitation therapy. Initially, he'd intended to administer a minor foundation-nourishing pill first. Yet he reconsidered. Presenting a dark, unidentifiable pill would inevitably provoke resistance from the fan. So Chen Fan opted instead to treat the elder using his cultivation energy. Though not instant recovery, enabling the elder to rise and walk, however shakily, was well within reach. Lu Ryu watched anxiously. The stakes were undeniably high. Sun Jiaodong, Wang Hui, and Gu Huihong observed impassively, as if awaiting Chen Fan's inevitable humiliation. Sun Jiaodong had lost 300,000 yuan 2 days prior, a sum negligible given his lineage, yet its utter waste still stung. He'd sooner spend that sum on a night with a university beauty than surrender it to Chen Fan. Yet the imminent prospect of winning 600,000 yuan from Chen Fan filled him with elation. Lu Ryu, most deeply concerned, watched with utmost scrutiny, and noticed her grandfather's stroke-distorted mouth gradually returning to symmetry. It's working. Lu Ryu's excitement surged. The elder's transformation soon caught Wang Hui's and Gu Huihong's attention as well. Wang Hui found it miraculous. She'd never heard of such medicine. Could mere massage truly heal a stroke-paralyzed patient? Gu Huihong, a lifetime physician and revered master of traditional medicine in Jiangnan, had encountered martial cultivators before. He knew some among them mastered profound healing arts. These masters wielded qi to guide needles, performing tumor excisions without surgery. Gu Huihong had witnessed such feats several times, concluding even Hua Tuo might pale in comparison. He had once sought apprenticeship under them, only to be refused. Gu Huihong fully grasped the chasm between himself and those masters. They inhabited entirely separate worlds. From what I know, such masters rarely treat ordinary people, Gu Huihong mused, puzzled. Moments later, the elder's mouth regained perfect natural form. The mild cognitive impairment and clouded gaze caused by the stroke cleared, revealing lucid, bright eyes. Hui, Ryu. The elder spoke. Perhaps in used to speech after so long, his voice faltered at first. Father, grandfather. Wang Hui and Lu Ryu cried out, rushing forward in tears. Chen Fan raised a hand. No need for assistance. Let the elder rise from bed unaided. Slowly the elder braced his hands against the mattress and sat upright. Then with painstaking effort he swung his legs over the edge and lowered them to the floor. Prolonged bed rest and advanced age had severely atrophied his leg muscles. His legs resembled brittle bamboo stalks. As he attempted to stand, they trembled violently. Yet stubbornly he gripped the bedside rail and took several unsteady steps. In the ward, one man's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow 3 eggs. This can't be real. Is someone mocking me, eh? Sun Jiadong stood stunned, incredulous. Truth be told, in his 20-odd years, Sun Jiadong had never witnessed, nor imagined, that mere massage could enable a stroke-bedridden patient to walk unassisted. He'd sooner believe in winning the lottery thrice consecutively than accept what unfolded before him. Slap, slap. Sun Jiadong struck his own cheeks twice. Pain confirmed reality, no dream. In the next instant, Chen Fan's smiling face loomed before Sun Jiadong. Mr. Sun, I've enabled the elder to rise and walk. His recovery is essentially complete. You've lost the wager, again. Lu Ruyu swiftly delivered the final blow. Mr. Sun, surely you won't renege on your promise, in front of my mother. Sun Jiadong turned to address Wang Hui, but she was already guiding the elder through the ward door. Having lain immobile for a year, the elder walked with fervent, tireless determination, eager to reclaim every ounce of strength. That visceral sensation of body and will reunited remains incomprehensible to those who've never known its absence. Master Physician Gu, say something. Sun Jiadong urgently implored. Gu Huihong asked, what precisely shall I say? Sun Jiadong pressed, such treatment simply doesn't exist, does it? He must have secretly injected the elder with some potent stimulant while our backs were turned, merely granting temporary mobility, correct? Gu Huihong's voice deepened with gravity. Young Master Sun, your ignorance blinds you. Such methods do exist. Should you doubt me, I'll examine the elder's pulse right now. With that, Gu Huihong departed the ward. Sun Jiadong rose to follow, but Chen Fan stepped squarely into his path, still smiling. Mr. Sun, bank transfer or certified check? Sun Jiadong's jaw twitched. With no recourse, he reluctantly drafted a check. He'd long pursued Lu Ruyu, and frequently met her parents. To renege on 60,000 yuan would shatter his credibility, and widen the gulf between himself and Lu Ruyu by an immeasurable distance. Many thanks, Mr. Sun, you're truly magnanimous. Chen Fan beamed. In just 2 encounters, he'd extracted nearly 1 million yuan from Sun Jiadong. Now Sun Jiadong seemed less a rival, more a personal patron of fortune. Whenever funds ran low, Sun Jiadong was the unfailing source. Lu Ruyu was quite pleased to see Sun Jiadong at a loss. Sun Jiadong had initially intended to invite Gu Huihong to treat the old man, seeking to boost his presence, but never expected to encounter Chen Fan and lose 6-0. Sun Jiadong felt incredibly frustrated. And I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Not wanting to stay any longer, Sun Jiadong hurriedly left. Wang Hui nodded, saying, be careful driving. Chen Fan then said to Lu Ruyu, your grandfather has been cured. When will the 2-0 consultation fee be paid? Lu Ruyu rolled her eyes playfully. You really have money on your mind. If it weren't for my cooperation, you wouldn't have been able to win that 6-0 from Sun Jiadong. Can the consultation fee not be offset? Chen Fan shook his head. A deal is a deal, it cannot be offset. Lu Ruyu smiled lightly. All right, the 2-0 I promised you initially will not be reneged. The money will be transferred to you. Wang Hui helped the old man walk down the corridor for about 10 minutes, but the old man got tired and returned to the ward. Thank you, little divine doctor. If it weren't for you, I might have had to lie in bed until my death. The old man started to thank Chen Fan as soon as he entered. Although his speech was still somewhat unclear, it was sufficient to understand the gist. Chen Fan took out a small pei yuan dan that he had prepared earlier and said, this pill can help improve your grandfather's health. Would you like to take it? If Chen Fan had taken out the pill first, Wang Hui would certainly not have believed him. But now that Chen Fan had made the old man walk, taking out the pill made it unquestionable. Of course I want to take it. Wang Hui quickly asked, how much does it cost per pill? Lu Ruyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chen Fan had not mentioned the pills to her before. He replied nonchalantly, this pill is called small pei yuan dan. Long-term use can keep one energetic and less prone to illness. If sold to others, it's 1-0 per pill. But since I'm familiar with Lu Ruyu, I'll give you a half-price deal at 5-0 per pill. No bargaining. Do you want it? The raw material for small pei yuan dan costs about 1-0 each. Pricing it at 1-0 yields a staggering profit. Dr. Chin, may I ask how long you consider long-term use? Is it 1 a day, a week, or a month? Wang Hui inquired. Chen Fan pondered and replied, that depends on you. However, for now, I can only sell you 1 pill. All right, then let's give it to my dad for now. Wang Hui nodded. Chen Fan gave the small pei yuan dan to the old man and said, you all should observe if the old man has any adverse reactions in the coming days, such as drowsiness or diarrhea, and inform me promptly. Wang Hui and Lu Ruyu both nodded, saying, okay, no problem. Chen Fan had tried one of the small pei yuan dan himself and found it to have normal effects. However, there was one difference. Chen Fan was a cultivator. His constitution could not be compared to that of ordinary people. Chen Fan had no issues taking it, but that did not guarantee others would too. Of course, Chen Fan could also assure that this pill would at most cause only slight adverse reactions. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now, Chen Fan said. Wang Hui quickly instructed, Ruyu, hurry and see the divine doctor off. Chen Fan waved his hand saying, no need to trouble yourselves. Lu Ruyu smiled. It's no trouble. I can stop by the bank to give you the money, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan agreed. Meanwhile, after leaving the hospital, Sun Jiadong was driving on the road when he received an email. Sun Jiadong immediately turned on his hazard lights and pulled over to the right side of the road. The email contained background information about Chen Fan that he had commissioned from Ma Tianpeng at Jianghai law firm. After reading the email, Sun Jiadong felt very dissatisfied and directly called Ma Tianpeng saying, President Ma, are you joking with me? How could this kid have no background? Young Master Sun, let's speak calmly, no need to get angry. President Ma, let me tell you, this kid not only knows magic tricks, but also possesses some extraordinary medical skills. Oh, how extraordinary. Hey, I'm telling you, I'm afraid you'll think I'm lying. It's fine, I've heard countless strange tales. Let's hear it. I can send someone to investigate his background again. Sun Jiadong detailed how Chen Fan treated the old man to Ma Tianpeng. After listening, Ma Tianpeng fell silent for a minute before speaking. Young Master Sun, you'd best not provoke this person. I'll keep your distance. I can't say more. Trust me. Sun Jiadong was puzzled and very dissatisfied. Why should I? However, in the next second, the call was unilaterally hung up by Ma Tianpeng. Sun Jiadong was a bit dumbfounded. What kind of service was this? After paying, this is all I get. Lu Ruyu and Chen Fan, after coming out of the hospital, went to a nearby bank to start the transfer. Chen Fan also cashed the check that Sun Jiadong had given him. Today he ended up with a total of 85000, feeling quite accomplished. Chen Fan had never imagined that making money would be so easy. I need to return to the hospital to accompany my grandfather. He has just woken up, and I need to talk to him, so I can't. Lu Ruyu directly took out her car keys, saying, why don't you drive my car? I'll take my mom's car back later. Chen Fan nodded and did not refuse. Transportation is still very important. Once he has a bit more money, Chen Fan plans to buy a luxury car. Next, Chen Fan went to the herbal medicine market. There were many shops, just like a vegetable market, bustling with people. However, the herbal materials displayed outside were very few. Generally, people come here for wholesale supplies. Chen Fan chose one and approached the owner. Little brother, what goods do you need? I have wild ginseng. Do you want? What's your surname, boss? My surname is Chung. Alright, boss Chung, show me your best goods. The owner then took out a wild ginseng he claimed was 100 years old. Chen Fan took a glance. The first ability of his fierce sun golden eyes allowed him to not only see the chi of people, but also that of plants and even inanimate objects. At a glance, this 100-year-old wild ginseng was fake. Chen Fan smiled. Boss Chung, do you think I'm too young to recognize real goods? The owner hurriedly and seriously replied, little brother, how could this be a fake? I bought this at a high price from a treasure hunter from Changbai Mountain. If it's fake, I'll die along with my whole family. Chen Fan shook his head. Alright, enough of the act. Boss Chung, I'd like to discuss something with you. I'll give you a list, and you help me find these herbs as long as they are truly wild. As for the price, I'll pay you 3 times the market price. How about that? After finishing, Chen Fan handed over a list. The shop owner was stunned upon hearing 3 times the market price. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and it was mid-May. For the past few days, Chen Fan had dedicated nearly all his time to cultivation aside from the basic necessities of life. Chen Fan's magical power had successfully reached the 3rd layer of the chi refining stage. The reason for such rapid progress was that on one hand, it was a foundational stage and not too difficult. On the other hand, significant progress in Chen Fan's purple cloud's thunder body had also contributed. The enhancement of his physical body had surprisingly led to an increase in his magical power. This could perhaps be traced back to the technique ancient devouring technique. The ancient devouring technique allowed one to devour all spiritual substances and transform them for personal use. Moreover, the enhancement of his physical body enabled Chen Fan to absorb spiritual energy more efficiently and effectively. It was like upgrading a car with a more powerful engine, resulting in a substantial increase in speed. Now Chen Fan could directly use the current from high-power electrical appliances for cultivation without fear of being electrocuted. Each surge of electricity flowing through his body was the most exquisite nutrition for him. Purple Cloud's thunder body had its first phase, which was electric control. This involved what was known as drawing lightning into the body. Through lightning, he was to condense thunder patterns across all 206 bones in his body. This was a lengthy process. Currently, Chen Fan had condensed 3 thunder patterns. Though it seemed few at the moment, Chen Fan felt an explosive power in his physical strength. He could easily lift 1,000 pounds with one arm. And this was without considering the enhancement from his magical power. Chen Fan felt a mysterious confidence and wanted to find a martial artist to spar with. However, Chen Fan restrained himself. He felt it was not the right time and needed to be cautious. After all he had learned from Li Dongshan previously, martial artists had their circles. Offending one was equivalent to offending a whole group. If Chen Fan sought to spar with a martial artist, he would likely end up facing a whole crowd. What about sparring with Li Ziqing? Although she was at a minor stage of internal power like Li Dongshan, she assumed that Chen Fan was a master among martial artists. What if he lost? How would he face the aftermath? Moreover, Li Ziqing regarded Chen Fan as a master. If he approached her for a spar, whether she would dare to fight him with full strength remained a question. That day, Boss Zheng from the herbal market called Chen Fan, saying, "Little brother, the goods you wanted are mostly ready. There are a few items that I truly couldn't find. When will you come to take a look?" Chen Fan nodded in reply, "It'll be there in half an hour." Meanwhile, he also sent a message to Lu Ruyu. He asked her to drive to the herbal market to wait. Moreover, Chen Fan planned to move to Xinghebei today, as the elixirs he intended to refine were of great importance. "Little brother, take a look at these goods. I assure you they are all wild, not farmed." After Chen Fan arrived, the boss brought out the goods. There were 2 large boxes. Chen Fan scanned them with his fiery sun golden eyes and nodded. The herbs were fine. This time Chen Fan was not planning to refine minor chi cultivation pills. Instead, he intended to refine gathering spirit pills for cultivation use. However, it was also quite difficult to find the herbs available in the cultivation world on Earth. Chen Fan could only look for substitutes. However, the efficacy of the pills he refined would surely not match that of the authentic ones. Gathering spirit pills were the most commonly used pills for chi refining stage cultivators to enhance their magical power. Refining gathering spirit pills posed challenges. In the cultivation world, cultivators at the chi refining stage generally obtained their materials from families or sects and wouldn't bother to refine them themselves. Not only was the success rate low, but the quality of the pills would also be poor. Yet Chen Fan had no choice. Being in the city and not in the cultivation world, he could only refine them himself. "Chen Fan, how much are you spending on all these herbs?" Lu Ruyu was stunned when she saw the shop owner send people to move out 2 large boxes. At this moment, the shop owner also quoted the price. "Little brother, the total market price for these herbs is 370,000. You previously mentioned that you would buy at 3 times the market price. Does that still hold true?" Lu Ruyu widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Chen Fan, have you gone mad?" Yet Chen Fan merely smiled faintly. After this period, he had come to a clear realization. Making money was surprisingly easy for him. On the contrary, obtaining genuine wild herbs in today's society was far more challenging. So he was willing to pay not just 3 times the price. Even 5 or 10 times he would agree. "That's right, it naturally holds true," Chen Fan nodded. "All right, then I'll just round it up and give you 1 million. I already gave a deposit of 100,000 a few days ago, so just add 900,000 more." The shop owner smiled. After Chen Fan made money in the hospital that day, he sent several tens of thousands back home along with his recent hotel expenses. Now he had only around 600,000 left on him, which was naturally insufficient. This was also one of the reasons he had called Lu Ruyu over. "Lu Ruyu, lend me 300,000, and he'll pay you back as soon as possible." Chen Fan blinked and said. Lu Ruyu was taken aback, glancing at the 2 boxes of herbs, and then at Chen Fan. She took a deep breath. "Chen Fan, do you see me as a tool or a cash machine? Is that why you hurriedly called me?" Chen Fan certainly needed to explain. "How could that be? I invited you over as a friend. Besides, I'm also planning to move into your big villa today, right?" After much persuasion, Lu Ruyu finally agreed to lend him the 300,000. Of course, Chen Fan could tell that Lu Ruyu was not genuinely angry. After all, most girls love to say the classic line, "What I want is just an attitude." If Lu Ruyu was truly angry, she wouldn't easily hand over that 300,000. After receiving the final payment, the shop owner personally helped move the herbs into Lu Ruyu's BMW. The shop owner was extremely happy. This deal was equivalent to what he usually earned in 3 years. "Little brother, if you need anything in the future, let me know as soon as possible. As long as the price is right, I have connections for herbs from all over the country." Chen Fan nodded. "Please pay more attention to wild mountain ginseng, preferably over 100 years old." No problem, it's on me," the shop owner patted his chest. After that, Chen Fan bought some purple clay jars and purple clay pots. Originally, he intended to buy an alchemy furnace. However, after searching for a while, he only found ordinary crafts. These merely resembled a furnace, but were useless. They could not be used for alchemy at all. In fact, they were even less effective than an electric pressure cooker. Lu Ruyu watched as a pile of things was stuffed into the car, swallowing her saliva, and said, "Chen Fan, you're not planning to blow up my villa, are you?" "Trust me, everything will be fine," Chen Fan smiled. Around 4 in the afternoon, he returned to the villa at Xinghebei. It was a 3-story standalone house with a basement and garage. It even had an indoor swimming pool. "Do you usually live alone in such a large villa?" Chen Fan was very surprised as he toured around inside. Lu Ryu replied casually, sometimes friends come over to stay, and there's an aunt who comes every week to clean. To celebrate your move here and becoming my roommate, how about we go eat hot pot tonight? Chen Fan nodded sure. Refining gathering spirit pills would take some time, so there was no rush. Chen Fan first took out the things and arranged them. Common traditional Chinese medicinal materials, such as angelica and ophiopagon, were all in the 2 large boxes. Even though they were wild, they could not compare to the herbs from the cultivation world. Herbs available in the cultivation world were unheard of on Earth. Chen Fan could only settle for substitutes and thought of a compromise method. That was to purify and concentrate them. Only by doing so could their medicinal properties barely qualify for refining a low-grade gathering spirit pill. When starting the boiling process, it similarly required common fire, just like making soup, and could not be rushed. If the heat was too high, it would destroy the medicinal properties. When it came to the critical stages of purification, concentration and pill formation, Dan fire would be needed. In the cultivation world, the fire used for alchemy is referred to as Dan fire. Of course, each type of fire actually has its own name and characteristics. For example, the true fire of Samadhi and red lotus karma fire from the myths of long what truly exist in the cultivation world. The more powerful the fire seed, the rarer it is, and the harder it is to control. For 99% of cultivators in the cultivation world, their Dan fire is simply igniting their magical power to form true fire that corresponds to the properties of their cultivation technique. Of course, this does not mean that such fire seeds are weak. If the cultivation technique is special and coupled with sufficient strength, the fire seed ignited from burning magical power can still scorch the heavens. With Chen Fan's current magical power, his true fire likely wouldn't last long. However, it would definitely suffice for refining a low-grade gathering spirit pill. At 8 in the evening, Lu Ryu called Chen Fan, and they set off to eat hot pot. Have you showered? You smell so good, Chen Fan asked. Lu Ryu huffed, I only washed my hair. Didn't you see my hair is still not completely dry? Chen Fan asked again, are we just the 2 of us going for hot pot? Lu Ryu rolled her eyes and asked with a smirk, otherwise. You want a few more people? Should I call some more? Chen Fan shrugged, if you want I won't stop you. Lu Ryu tied up her hair, you wish. Lu Ryu chose a spot near the snack street by Jiangnan University. It is often said that the best food is found near universities. There's a genuine Sichuan hot pot restaurant here. I used to eat there once a week, Lu Ryu introduced. Chen Fan asked, did you graduate from Jiangnan University? Lu Ryu nodded yes. What about you? Jiangnan University is a prestigious institution, part of the 985 and 211 projects. Chen Fan waved his hand. I can't compare. His college entrance examination score was only enough for an ordinary private university. However, the tuition for such private universities generally costs around $20,000 a year. Chen Fan's family had financial difficulties. Although his parents insisted on borrowing money to send him to a good school, Chen Fan ultimately chose a public vocational college. Given his scores, the school even waived his tuition for 3 years. At that time, Chen Fan just wanted to graduate quickly. Then he could enter society and earn money to lighten his family's burden. The snack street was bustling with people at night. Groups of handsome boys and beautiful girls gathered with 7 or 8 standing at each stall. I haven't been here in a while. It's really lively, Lu Ryu said with a smile. Chen Fan asked, did you reserve a spot at that hot pot restaurant in advance? Lu Ryu shook her head. No, we have to wait in line. That place hasn't set up online reservations yet. Chen Fan was speechless. Then we'll probably have to wait for a while. It's full of university students. They arrived at the hot pot restaurant Lu Ryu mentioned, and only 3 people were sitting at the entrance. It seemed they were together. It appeared they would not have to wait too long, which was acceptable. After the waiter handed them a number, he brought out 2 chairs and poured 2 cups of tea. Please wait a moment. One of the couple's tables will be finishing soon, and you can go in first, the waiter said. Thank you. Lu Ryu had dressed in black stockings tonight, her full straight thighs crossed as she swayed them, truly mesmerizing. Can you stop swinging your legs, eh? Chen Fan said helplessly. It makes me feel all flustered. Lu Ryu laughed lightly. Just don't look then. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. We're sitting so close, I don't even need to try to look, it's all in my line of sight. As they were chatting, suddenly a group of people gathered about 10 meters ahead, making quite a commotion. Lu Ryu curiously asked, what's happening? Chen Fan shook his head. Although his Lyrian golden eyes had the ability to see through, the crowd was too thick with layers of people. Without going over, it was hard to tell what was happening. You stay here, I'll go take a look, Chen Fan said. Lu Ryu nodded. Chen Fan moved closer and took a glance, only to find that a woman had collapsed on the ground unconscious. Is there anyone from the medical department? Does anyone have medicine for heart disease? Beside the unconscious woman stood a man of similar age. At that moment, the man was performing CPR on the woman while calling for help. But it was obvious he wasn't a professional. Even his CPR technique was extremely unstandardized. No one dared to step forward to help. They only tried to back away as much as possible to give the woman enough space to ensure the air could flow freely. Chun Fan looked at the woman on the ground with his Lyrian golden eyes and found her symptoms were indeed related to her heart. He then glanced at the man. He discovered that the man actually had internal energy. The level of his internal energy was comparable to Li Ziqing, both at the minor accomplishment stage. It was clear that this couple did not come from an ordinary background. Chun Fan immediately squeezed through the crowd and approached the man saying, "I can help save her, but I need a consultation fee." The man didn't hesitate at all. "No problem, no problem." Chun Fan said blandly, "My consultation fee is quite expensive." The man nodded again. "Please hurry, as long as you can save my sister, I'll pay any amount." At this moment the man was clearly eager to save someone, not even questioning whether Chun Fan was a doctor. Normally no doctor would talk about money at such a critical moment. However, since Chun Fan dared to ask for payment, it meant he had complete confidence in waking the girl. Thus it was natural to discuss fees. Just as Chun Fan was about to take action and start treating the girl, suddenly an urgent voice came through. "Su Xiao, I'm sorry I'm late." A man in a white coat came running over panting. He was holding an eye-catching medical box. Behind him followed a female doctor. They were the medical staff from Jiangnan University. "If you had come any later, my sister's life would have been in danger." Yes, Su Xiao, here's your sister's special medicine. Oh, please give it to her first." The male doctor took out a box of medicine from the medical box. The box was covered in foreign text. It looked like imported medicine. Chun Fan raised his eyebrows. How could he let this ready-to-be-caught duck fly away? So Chun Fan immediately spoke up. "Wait. It's too late to give your sister medicine now. There are currently only two options to save her life. The first option is to get her to the operating table of a big hospital within 3 minutes. The second option is to let me treat her." Su Tao was momentarily stunned. "Are you serious?" Chun Fan nodded. The male school doctor immediately questioned, "Kid, are you a doctor? When did you take your medical qualification exam? Are you specialized in cardiology?" At that moment Lu Ruyu had quietly squeezed into the crowd and came behind Chun Fan asking, "Are you? That guy is from the Su family in Jinling. He's not someone to mess with. If you fail to treat her and worsen her condition, it could be a life-and-death situation. Since the school doctor has brought the special medicine for that girl, why not let him handle it?" Chun Fan smiled faintly. He was treating her with magical power, so he naturally didn't worry about failing. Moreover, since the other party had a prestigious background, it meant he could earn even more money from them. Chun Fan walked up to Su Tao and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "I can save your sister, trust me." In the next moment, Su Tao's expression changed with shock, and he quickly nodded. "Okay, thank you. Please help her." The male school doctor immediately intervened. "Su Xiao, you can't be foolish. Kid, hurry up and leave, don't cause trouble." Su Tao immediately went over and slapped the male school doctor twice across the face. "Shut up and be quiet." The school doctor was stunned by the slap. Lu Ruyu was also taken aback. The surrounding crowd was even more baffled. Why did Su Tao hit the school doctor? At least the school doctor brought the special medicine. And this guy who keeps claiming he can treat the patient can't even answer questions about his medical qualifications or which specialty he's focused on. He looks so young, he doesn't seem to have exceptional medical skills. If it were me, I would definitely trust the school doctor and not believe some unknown doctor. Lu Ruyu had witnessed Chun Fan's medical skills before. They could be described as miraculous. But she couldn't understand why Su Tao would so easily trust Chun Fan. After all, this wasn't about treating some minor ailment. It was an acute heart condition, a life-and-death emergency. With the special medicine on hand, Su Tao wouldn't gamble with his sister's life by trusting a stranger. Then Chun Fan took out a silver needle. He crouched down in front of the girl and slowly lifted the collar of her chest, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Su Tao saw this and quickly shouted to the crowd, "Don't look." Chun Fan inserted the silver needle into the area around the girl's heart. Soon her pale face began to regain color. Then the girl coughed violently and woke up. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. "Wow, he really is a divine doctor. Just a silver needle can cure someone. This is even more outrageous than a TV drama. This person can't be the reincarnation of Hua Tu, all right. I feel like he's even more powerful than Hua." Chun Fan used a single needle to awaken the girl. The male school doctor who had just been slapped suddenly felt quiet. He didn't even dare to look at Chun Fan, feeling flustered. Although Lu Ruyu was surprised, she wasn't as exaggerated. After all, just a few days ago her grandfather had a stroke and Chun Fan had only done some massage to restore him. This time at least he used a silver needle. It at least let people know he was using traditional Chinese medicine. "Brother, what happened to me?" Su Miaoyin weakly called out. Su Tao quickly helped her up. "You just had a sudden heart attack. The medicine wasn't on you, and you almost had a serious incident. It was this divine doctor who saved you." "Thank you, divine doctor." Su Miaoyin hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Although she was awakened by Chun Fan, her body still felt weak. Chun Fan smiled faintly. It was just a trivial matter, and I had already discussed the consultation fee with your brother. This sentence was actually a reminder to Su Tao not to forget the payment. Of course, that goes without saying. Su Tao had no intention of shirking his responsibility. Divine Doctor, how much is the consultation fee this time? Chun Fan extended a finger. 1 million. What a... Both school doctors were stunned. The surrounding people gasped at this figure. Is this person crazy? 1 million. A sky-high consultation fee. How dare he ask for that? If he has so much money, why not just rob a bank? Su Tao's eyelids twitched, and he fell silent for a moment. Chun Fan explained, I just saved her life. A life should be worth 1 million, don't you think? Fortunately, Lu Ruyu recognized that Su Tao was from the influential Su family in Jinling. Otherwise, Chun Fan wouldn't have had the audacity to ask for so much. Moreover, just a moment ago, Chun Fan had lightly patted Su Tao's shoulder, which made Su Tao agree to let him treat her. This was because when Chun Fan patted him, he infused a strand of spiritual power into Su Tao. This made Su Tao think it was internal energy released outward. After all, Su Tao was a martial artist with minor mastery of internal energy and knew what it represented. When Chun Fan treated Su Miao-in, he specifically used a silver needle. However, this was not because Chun Fan was truly using acupuncture techniques. He was still using his spiritual power to heal. But in such a public setting, he needed a facade. Thus, he chose to use a silver needle to make outsiders think he was employing traditional Chinese medicine. In reality, he was using spiritual power to heal. Brother, spending 1 million to save my life is worth it, and should be given, Su Miao-in said first. Su Tao hurriedly responded, I didn't say I wouldn't pay. Divine Doctor, please give me your account number, and I'll transfer the money right away. Chun Fan provided the account number, and soon a text message notification popped up on his phone. 1 million received. Among the onlookers, someone immediately exclaimed, studying medicine pays well. I want to contact my advisor to change my major right now. Ordinary people might never save up 1 million in their lifetime, yet he just earned it with a single needle. How can there be such a disparity between people? Su Miao-in introduced herself, and then asked, Divine Doctor, can you tell me your name? You saved my life, and I want to remember you. Chun Fan. A name as simple as the Tao. What about this sister? Su Miao-in asked again. Huaning Entertainment, Lu Ruyu. Lu Ruyu not only told her name, but also mentioned her company. Huaning Entertainment was a company that Lu Ruyu started herself. It specialized in signing internet celebrities and cultivating streamers. However, upon closer inspection of Huaning Entertainment's equity structure, one would find a company called Qianchong Group behind it holding 10. In reality, Qianchong Group was her father's enterprise worth over 1 billion. Divine Dr. Chen, I'll take my sister to rest first. When I have time, I'll treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Her illness hasn't been completely cured yet, but I have a method, though that will be a different price. Chun Fan said calmly. Can you cure it completely? Su Tao was extremely delighted. Chun Fan nodded. Let's exchange contact information first. They'll contact you in a few days to discuss how to treat her. Su Tao took out his phone and was about to add him as a friend when Su Miao-in hurriedly said, let me add him. She had a sweet appearance and oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and exuded a scholarly aura. After adding him as a friend, Su Tao led Su Miao-in away. Miao-in, why did you look at Divine Dr. Chun with that strange gaze just now? Are you thinking that since he just saved your life, you want to offer yourself to him? Is that a problem? I think Divine Dr. Chun is quite young. He shouldn't be much older than me. Su Tao said seriously that Divine Dr. Chun is not an ordinary person. He is a grandmaster. Grandmaster? Su Miao-in's eyes sparkled even more upon hearing this. Then that's even better. If I can marry him, no one in the family will dare to say anything to me anymore. Su Tao was speechless. His sister was obsessed with watching romantic soap operas and had become silly from it. Chun Fan, can you cure any illness? Lu Ruyu and Chun Fan returned to the hot pot restaurant and began to eat. Not necessarily, but depends on the situation when I see it. Chun Fan didn't dare to guarantee. His current spiritual power couldn't cure all ailments. This time treating someone earned me 1 million, so I can return the 300,000 I borrowed from you last time. Chun Fan said. Lu Ruyu shook her head. No rush. You spend money extravagantly. Perhaps after I give it back, you'll ask to borrow money from me again in a few days. Chun Fan smiled faintly. It's true that I spend money quickly, but I'm also earning quickly now. By the way, I remembered something interesting. Lu Ruyu said with interest. Aren't you making money by treating people? How about I introduce you to a big business opportunity? How big of a business opportunity? Chun Fan asked. Lu Ruyu replied earnestly. The owner of Yulong Group has a fortune of several billion. If you can cure his illness, asking for a few million will be no problem. What illness does this owner have? Chun Fan asked. Lu Ruyu smiled gently. It seems he has a severe kidney disease and has already undergone a kidney transplant once. But now his kidney has issues again and he needs to go to the hospital for dialysis regularly. Can you treat this? Chun Fan pondered seriously. I can treat it, but it's not something that can be cured in one go. When will you take me to meet him? Lu Ruyu was surprised. You can really cure it. Don't rush, we'll take my time to set it up. But I can definitely get you to meet him. On this point, Lu Ruyu was not lying. She couldn't just meet that owner any time she wanted, it also required a middleman. Her grandfather. Alright then, I'll wait for your good news, Chen Fan smiled. After finishing the hot pot, Chen Fan returned to the villa and began to heat and refine the medicinal materials. Since there were too many materials, he didn't need to keep a constant watch at the beginning. He turned the fire down to a minimum, just like simmering soup, and let it brew slowly. If I cultivate the Zixiao Thunder Body here, I estimate the electric bill will skyrocket in a month. Chen Fan could only go outside. However, now drawing power from the streetlights in the community had minimal effect. At least it had to be a high-power appliance. However, Chen Fan planned to directly challenge the transformer. Waiting for the dead of night, when there were fewer people around, Chen Fan arrived at the transformer station in the villa area, where he saw a striking warning sign. It read, "High voltage danger, please do not approach." Yet Chen Fan approached anyway and began to operate his cultivation technique. The cultivation method allowed Chen Fan to draw electricity from the transformer without having to physically touch it. He could extract the current from a distance and channel it into his body. However, the high voltage was still incredibly powerful. At the beginning of his cultivation, Chen Fan felt his body going numb. Moreover, smoke began to rise from his body. He was seriously electrified. But fortunately, despite the pain, Chen Fan could still hold on. The stable and continuous high voltage allowed Chen Fan to progress in body tempering much faster than usual. After about 2 hours, he condensed the fourth thunder pattern within him. This was something Chen Fan had never anticipated. He was immensely surprised. By the time he returned to the villa, it was already 1 a.m. Lu Ruyu, applying a facial mask, happened to come out to get water from the fridge, catching Chen Fan off guard. "Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Did you go for barbecue again?" Chen Fan shook his head. "No, not at all." Lu Ruyu leaned closer, sniffing. "I can't be wrong, but it's definitely the aroma of barbecue." Chen Fan was speechless. That was the smell he had gotten from the high-voltage electricity. The next morning, Chen Fan went to the rooftop of the villa to practice the fiery sun golden eyes. After having breakfast, he found a shady spot in the community to sit down and meditate. Lu Ruyu went to the company and was quite busy today. After practicing until noon, Chen Fan felt a bit hungry and returned to the villa to prepare something to eat. However, when he entered the villa, he found a guest he knew was already here. "Lan Ruashi, what brings you here?" Chen Fan asked. "I was just about to ask you, Chen Fan, what are you doing here?" Lan Ruashi exclaimed in surprise. "I live here now." Chen Fan saw no need to hide anything. "Did you move in with Lu Ruyu so soon?" Lan Ruaxi's eyes widened as if she had heard some major news. Chen Fan smiled faintly. "It's not cohabitation, just a tenant. Lan Ruashi gave a knowing look and then asked, "Where is Lu Ruyu? Why isn't she here?" "She went to the company. She said there are several meetings to hold today." Chen Fan replied. Lan Ruashi asked, "Chen Fan, could you do me a favor?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "I'm not someone who helps with just anything. Don't worry, it's very simple. Plus, I will give you a reward." Lan Ruashi said in a delicate voice. Hearing there was a reward, Chen Fan finally asked, "What exactly do you want me to do?" Lan Ruashi slowly said, "Pretend to be my boyfriend and help me deal with a blind date. I was originally coming to discuss this with Lu Ruyu, and since you are here, we need to think of another plan." Chen Fan was taken aback. "Isn't that a bit too cliché?" Lan Ruashi glanced up. "So can you give me a definite answer? Will you help me?" Chen Fan calmly said, "For the sake of the money, I'll help with this favor." Lan Ruashi smiled. "We will attend a cocktail party tonight at 8 p.m. My blind date will be at the cocktail party. You won't have to do anything, you just need to stand beside me." Chen Fan asked, "Those who can attend the cocktail party must be from the upper class, right?" Lan Ruashi nodded, "Of course." The cocktail party is hosted by Chu Hui, the son of the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Those who can attend are all prominent figures in politics and business. At the very least, they must be millionaires. Anyone below that level won't even be allowed through the door. Chen Fan was excited to hear this. He couldn't be happier. If he happened to meet a wealthy businessman in poor health, he could make a fortune. Lan Ruashi asked, "By the way, do you have suitable clothes for the evening?" Chen Fan nodded. "Yes, I just bought an Armani suit recently." Lan Ruashi continued, "Can you try it on for me? I want to see if it fits." Chen Fan crossed his arms. "Is it that troublesome? My suit looks quite handsome." Lan Ruashi urged, "Hurry up." With no choice, Chen Fan went to his room and took out the 2 Armani suits worth a total of 100,000. He put on one of the suits and called Lan Ruashi to come in and take a look. No, it has the air of a nouveau riche. It doesn't match your temperament." Lan Ruashi shook her head. "Don't you have any other suits?" "No," Chen Fan wondered. "How does my suit look like a nouveau riche?" When Chen Fan went shopping for clothes, he indeed had a bit of a nouveau riche mentality. Even the watch he chose was a luxurious Rolex. In the stereotype, only nouveau riche big bosses like to wear such watches. Lan Ruashi looked somewhat disdainful. Forget it, it's still early, it'll take you to buy a suit. Soon it was 8 p.m. Lan Ruashi and Chun Fan entered the venue of the cocktail party, the Guangwei Hotel. The vehicles parked outside were either Mercedes or BMWs or high-end business cars like the Alfred. Tonight Lan Ruashi wore a light black strapless gown, looking incredibly beautiful. Her figure was strikingly prominent, making it hard to ignore and extremely eye-catching. Even Chun Fan couldn't help but steal glances at her from time to time. The hall was already filled with various successful individuals and political and business elites gathered together to converse. The waiters were serving drinks or pushing carts filled with various beverages moving around the hall. Chun Fan took a glass of whiskey to taste. Look, that is the host of this cocktail party, Chu Hui, the son of the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. This hotel is named after him. Lan Ruashi pointed to a young man. Chun Fan's gaze swept over. The man was around 30 years old, but his spirit and energy resembled someone in their early 20s. He was surrounded by a group of people toasting and laughing. Chun Fan also noticed that Chu Hui possessed some internal power, although less than Li Ziqing and Su Tao. It was equivalent to someone just starting to learn internal energy. Chun Fan asked, "Is the man you were supposed to go on a blind date with him?" Lan Ruashi shook her head. "No, that person hasn't arrived yet. Let me tell you, that person's status is not any less than Chu Hui's. In this circle, that person is also one of the top figures. So when that person arrives later, you don't need to speak, just listen to me throughout." Chun Fan chuckled. "If it's that simple, then I couldn't ask for more. Just stay here and don't wander off. Oh, I need to go to the restroom for a moment, and we'll be back soon." Lan Ruaxi's expression changed slightly as she suddenly clutched her abdomen and hurried away. Chun Fan was speechless. At this moment, he actually went to the restroom, a lazy person grinding the mill. While savoring his wine and eating fruit, Chun Fan began to observe who among the guests appeared to be unwell. However, at this moment, a voice that surprised him came over. "Chun Fan, what are you doing here?" He saw Zhang Lili slowly walking over with a glass of wine. Flanking Zhang Lili were Wang Dalong and Su Jingwen. Chun Fan was somewhat surprised. He never expected to encounter his ex-girlfriend here. Wang Dalong was a big boss. He must have brought Zhang Lili and Su Jingwen along. "Chun Fan, I'm asking you a question. How did you come here?" Zhang Lili had an authoritative demeanor. If one didn't know better, they might think she was the organizer of this party. Chun Fan sneered. "Why can't I be here?" Zhang Lili scoffed. "This is a gathering of the upper class in Jiangnan. You are just a nouveau riche who hit the jackpot. You don't actually want to integrate into this circle, do you?" Su Jingwen then spoke slowly. "Chun Fan, you finally come into some wealth. You should first improve your family's living conditions. Save the rest so you can live a bit more comfortably in this life," she continued. "Instead of spending lavishly, like you must have spent quite a bit to enter this gathering, right? Trying to network and step into high society." Su Jingwen earnestly advised, "Chun Fan, you don't have that kind of fate. It's best not to waste hard-earned money and expend your energy in vain." Chun Fan smirked and said coldly, "Whether I have that kind of fate is not for you to decide. That's for me to decide." Su Jingwen shook her head. "Chun Fan, you are too stubborn." Chun Fan chuckled lightly. "You have no right to evaluate me right now." Wang Dalong then spoke up. "Young brother Chun Fan, entry to this gathering requires an invitation. Could you show me your invitation?" Chun Fan replied casually. "I came in with someone else." Wang Dalong asked, "Who? Can you show me?" Chun Fan shrugged. "She just went to the restroom." Wang Dalong laughed. "Chun Fan, I now have reason to suspect that you sneaked in while the security was distracted." The next moment, Wang Dalong immediately called for security, saying, "How can we allow unrelated people to sneak into such a high-end venue?" Two security guards, each about 6 feet tall, respectfully stated, "I'm sorry, sir, this is our oversight." Then the two security guards said to Chun Fan, "Sir, please show us your invitation." Chun Fan shook his head. "I don't have one. I came with someone." The two guards gestured for him to follow, saying, "Sir, please come with us to register." This was actually a rather polite way of saying it. In reality, they wanted to force Chun Fan out. Chun Fan, we're all adults here, you just leave gracefully. "Don't make the security take action," Zhang Lili mocked. Chun Fan showed disdain, not putting these people in his eyes at all. He certainly wouldn't follow the security out. That would be too humiliating. Of course, Chun Fan also wouldn't resort to violence with the security. That would make him seem insecure. He didn't believe that Lan Ruashi had fallen into the restroom. As if on cue, Lan Ruashi appeared. "Chun Fan, what are you doing?" he said. "Someone is insisting that I sneaked in and wants security to throw me out. Isn't that ridiculous?" Chun Fan stated calmly. Lan Ruashi immediately turned to the two security guards and said, "He came with me. Is there a problem?" The two guards quickly apologized, claiming it was a misunderstanding. Wang Dalong was momentarily stunned upon seeing Lan Ruashi and asked, "Are you Miss Lan from Shanshui Group?" Lan Ruashi nodded, "Yes." "And you are?" Wang Dalong immediately put on a flattering smile. "I'm Wang Dalong from Jingu Real Estate." Here's my business card. Shanshui Group is one of the top real estate giants in Jiangnan. A single word from them could influence the fate of a company like Jingu Real Estate. Despite Wang Dalong being worth millions, he felt like an ant in front of Shanshui Group. Miss Lan, may I ask what your relationship with Chun Fan is? Wang Dalong asked curiously. Zhang Lili and Su Jingwen also looked over very curious. Lan Ruashi then took the initiative to link her arm, with Chun Fan's pressing it against her chest. He is my boyfriend, oh, what's it to you? Upon hearing this, Wang Dalong's face turned sour, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Zhang Lili and Su Jingwen were equally in disbelief. How is that possible? How could Chun Fan find such an excellent girlfriend? In the face of Lan Ruaxi's beauty figure and charisma, Zhang Lili and Su Jingwen felt ashamed. They were crushed in all three aspects. Zhang Lili asked, Miss Lan, were you deceived by some sweet talk? He certainly isn't what you think. Zhang Lili indignantly claimed, just days ago he was still in the factory tightening screws. How could a person like that be your boyfriend? Lan Ruashi then quietly asked Chun Fan, who are they? Do you know them? Chun Fan replied calmly, they were classmates once. Lan Ruashi nodded, and then said to Zhang Lili, I chose my boyfriend myself, are you questioning my... Zhang Lili felt embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. Wang Dalong quickly apologized, I'm sorry Miss Lan, she's not all there. Please don't hold it against her. Wang Dalong certainly didn't want to offend Lan Ruashi, fearing that a single word from Shanshui Group could bankrupt his Jingu Real Estate. Since Lan Ruaxi's appearance, Su Jingwen had been in a state of shock, unable to utter a word. She had never imagined that after breaking up with Chun Fan, he would find such a beautiful girlfriend. She thought she was the most beautiful one he could find. And Lan Ruaxi's words had slapped her hard in the face. It left her feeling utterly humiliated. Just as Wang Dalong was about to take Zhang Lili and Su Jingwen away, an unexpected incident occurred. Suddenly Zhang Lili let out a scream, and then collapsed to the ground, instantly attracting the attention of most people at the party. What happened to you? Wang Dalong frowned, feeling that Zhang Lili was making a scene. He regretted bringing her along. My leg. Zhang Lili cried, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, Wang Dalong and Su Jingwen noticed that Zhang Lili had a thumb-sized bloody hole on her. It seemed as if it had been pierced by a bullet. This made everyone who witnessed it gasp in shock. How could a bloody hole suddenly appear on her leg? Who shot? Impossible. If it were a gunshot, even with a silencer, there would be some sound. Quick check for shell casings on the ground. After the incident, security personnel rushed over to inquire about what. The event's organizer Chu Hui also hurried over to ask. Let's get her to the hospital first. Then Chu Hui said to everyone, please rest assured, I will give everyone an explanation for this incident. After all, the incident occurred at the party, and as the organizer, if he couldn't find out the cause, it would tarnish his reputation. If he were to host similar gatherings in the future, the number of attendees might decrease. However, no one would know that Zhang Lili's injury was caused by Chun Fan. Last time, Zhang Lili spread rumors in the class group that Chun Fan won the lottery. This caused a group of classmates to come to Chun Fan asking to borrow money, which made him feel extremely nauseated. Therefore, he planned to teach Zhang Lili a lesson the next time they met. By chance, he ran into her at the party tonight, and she was still as annoying as ever. Thus, Chun Fan used the spell Ice Spike to create a bloody hole in Zhang Lili's calf. It was very satisfying. Lan Ruashi, why didn't you come over to greet me when you arrived? At that moment, Chu Hui noticed Lan Ruashi. Young Master Chu, I thought I shouldn't disturb you. Lan Ruashi replied politely with a smile. Who is this? Chu Hui noticed Chun Fan standing next to Lan Ruashi. Let me introduce, this is my boyfriend Chun Fan. Your boyfriend? Chu Hui exclaimed in astonishment. Lan Ruashi, you're not joking, are you? Don't you know that Wu Junfeng likes you? And wasn't your family already in agreement with this marriage? Lan Ruashi replied, frankly, young Master Chu, it's already the 21st century. Marriage is all about mutual consent. Arranged marriages are a thing of the past. Chu Hui shook his head. You're still too young. Lan Ruashi, I seriously warn you to cut ties with him quickly. Otherwise you will bring him harm. Chun Fan also remembered Lan Ruaxi's prior instruction to remain silent and act like a wooden man. However, when Chu Hui said this very seriously, he realized that perhaps Chu Hui was not joking, because he knew that Chu Hui was a martial artist with inner strength. Since Wu Junfeng was in the same circle as these people, and judging by Chu Hui's attitude, Wu Junfeng held a rather high position. So it was highly likely that Wu Junfeng was also a martial artist. Previously, Chun Fan had learned from Li Dongshan that martial artists were a cut above the rest. If Wu Junfeng truly considered Lan Ruashi to be a coveted prize, and if Lan Ruashi casually found an ordinary person to pretend to be her boyfriend, then the final outcome could very well be, as Chu Hui said, the fake boyfriend could be in mortal danger. Lan Ruashi have never feared any threats. Lan Ruaxi's attitude was quite firm. Chun Fan hoped that his assumptions were wrong. He did not want to have any direct conflict with any martial artists right now. It was around 9:30 p.m. when Wu Junfeng finally arrived. This man was dressed in a suit, tall at about 1. 9 meters, and very imposing. As soon as he appeared, he became the center of attention, with everyone surrounding him. So how are you? Nervous? Lan Ruashi whispered. Chen Fan shook his head. Why would I be nervous? It's not me he likes. Lan Ruashi rolled her eyes. Just cooperate with me later, and don't give the game away. Chen Fan asked, what does it mean to cooperate well? Didn't you say not to talk too much? Lan Ruashi replied speechlessly, when it's time to hold hands, hold hands. When it's time to wrap your arm around my waist, do that, got it. Wu Junfeng dealt with those flattering people for just a few minutes before he approached Lan Ruashi. Ruashi, I thought you weren't coming to this gathering. Now are you ready to face me? Lan Ruashi straightforwardly said, Wu Junfeng, I hope you won't bother me anymore. I'm officially telling you today that I already have a boyfriend, and we are very in love. At this point, Lan Ruashi gave Chen Fan a knowing glance. Chen Fan immediately wrapped his arms around Lan Ruaxi's slender waist, feeling the wonderful touch. That's right, Lan Ruashi is my girlfriend now. Seeing this, Wu Junfeng said nothing, his expression changing as he turned to leave. Chen Fan was somewhat stunned, asking, is it really that simple? He seems quite straightforward. Lan Ruashi shook her head. This is the first time I've seen him like this. Who cares anyway? I've already expressed my intentions to him. After that, the two of them did not take Wu Junfeng seriously anymore. They continued to stay at the party for another 10 minutes before leaving. In the parking lot, as Lan Ruashi just opened the car door and Chen Fan hadn't gotten in yet, 4 or 5 strong men rushed out from the dark corner wielding baseball bats. What are you doing? Chen Fan shouted. However, it was of no use. These strong men showed no signs of stopping. Chen Fan had no choice but to retaliate. One of the strong men charged at Chen Fan, aiming to strike him on the head. If it connected, it would at least leave him with a broken head, or worse, leave him in a vegetative state or dead. It was clear that these men were out for Chen Fan's life. Chen Fan raised his hand and grabbed one end of the, then he swung the man away, sending the 1.8-meter-tall brute flying several meters. He crashed into a pillar in the parking lot and passed out on the spot. After practicing the purple sky thunder body, Chen Fan's physical abilities had already far surpassed those of ordinary people. He grabbed the baseball bat and began to fight with the other strong men. In the blink of an eye, all of these men were knocked to the ground by Chen Fan. The one with the least severe injury had an arm broken. Lan Ruashi stared at the scene in front of her, dazed for several seconds before asking, what on earth is going on? Chen Fan, did you offend someone in the underworld? Or did you Heintrislons? Nonsense. Chen Fan shot her a glance. He had never offended anyone before. If he had offended someone, it would have been recently. For example, Zhang Lily's son Jiao. But these people obviously wouldn't send goons after him. Then what is this about? Lan Ruashi asked in confusion. Chen Fan thought for a moment and sighed, it's because of you. Me? Lan Ruashi pointed at herself in surprise. Chen Fan explained, these people must be sent by Wu Junfeng. No way is he that ruthless. Lan Ruashi was somewhat unconvinced. At that moment, a man got out of an Audi. He had a cigarette hanging from his mouth, and the buttons of his shirt were purposely undone, revealing a white tiger tattoo. I didn't expect you to have some skills and actually take out 5 of my brothers. Chen Fan then said to Lan Ruashi, if you want to know if it was sent by Wu Junfeng, just ask him. Kid, remember, the one who cripples you is called Tiger Master. After saying that, the man lunged at Chen Fan, jumping into the air for a flying kick. Chen Fan was still holding the baseball bat. He swung it hard. Bang! Chen Fan's one-arm strength. The impact from the baseball bat knocked Tiger Master to the ground. Chen Fan immediately lunged forward, stepping on one of Tiger Master's hands, demanding, did Wu Junfeng send you? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Tiger Master cried out. Answer me. Chen Fan pressed down hard, causing Tiger Master's hand to squeak. His bones were about to be crushed. Tiger Master was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely, his brow furrowed and his face pale. Yes, young Master Wu sent me. But young Master Wu didn't tell me that you are also a martial artist with inner strength. Tiger Master felt wronged. If he had known that Chen Fan was a martial artist, he definitely wouldn't have come. Although he practiced martial arts, he was still at the outer strength level. Chen Fan turned to Lan Ruashi and said, I wasn't wrong, it was indeed sent by Wu Junfeng. This. Lan Ruashi was somewhat at a loss. Chen Fan, what should we do now? Dumb but well endowed. Chen Fan thought this phrase could be used to describe Lan Ruashi. First of all, I've been dragged into this, so it's probably impossible for me to get out now. Chen Fan said lightly, you have to pay me more. After all, if it weren't for pretending to be your boyfriend, I wouldn't be facing this danger. Okay, I'll pay you more. I will give you compensation for your mental distress. Lan Ruashi then asked, are you injured? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? By the way, should I call the police now? Chen Fan waved his hand. I'm not injured, and there's no need to call the police. In the next second, Chen Fan stomped on Tiger Master's leg. You'll crawl back on your own, won't you? You won't call the police and turn against me claiming I harmed you, right? No. Tiger Master first howled in pain, then hurriedly shook his head. Chen Fan then continued, speaking to Lan Ruashi, forget about them, let's leave first. We'll talk about the rest in the car. A new Porsche drove out of the parking lot. Chen Fan sat in the passenger seat, his hands trembling slightly. To be honest, this was his first time experiencing such a degree of combat. It felt quite wonderful, even a bit exhilarating. He had fought before, but that was during school when conflicts arose with classmates. After all, that was only a few punches resulting in a nosebleed at most. Chen Fan increasingly felt that choosing a specific martial art to refine his body was a wise decision. Without a strong physique, he would likely find it difficult to cope with these henchmen tonight. After all, they had ambushed him from the shadows, and if he were to cast spells, he would need to form seals and chant incantations. There simply wasn't enough time. The total cost for pretending to be my boyfriend tonight is a flat 200. Chen Fan said nonchalantly. Lan Ruashi slammed on the brakes, exclaiming, "What? 20000? Are you crazy about money?" Chen Fan replied seriously, "Is 200 a lot? If it weren't for my skills tonight, I would probably at least end up crippled." "Well, I admit that. 200 it is then," Lan Ruashi conceded. Chen Fan continued, "Moreover, I was dragged into this situation. Wu Junfeng is very likely not to let me off easily. If Wu Junfeng continues to send people to trouble me, I will deal with him for you once and for all." "But that will cost extra." Lan Ruashi asked curiously, "How will you deal with it? Additionally, how much more do you need to charge?" Chen Fan said flatly, "How I deal with it is none of your concern. As for how much to charge, that depends on how much effort I have to expend to resolve it. But I can guarantee I won't be unreasonable." Lan Ruashi suddenly burst into laughter, her chest quivering. Chen Fan looked utterly confused. What was wrong with this woman? "Chen Fan, your expression just now was exactly like a killer from a movie demanding money. It was so amusing. I admire your thought process." Chen Fan gave a thumbs up. Lan Ruashi drove him back to the villa. Meanwhile, Lu Ryu had already finished work, taken a shower, and was wearing a bathrobe while watching TV in the living room on the second floor. "Oh, isn't this Chen the young master? I thought you wouldn't be back tonight staying at Lan Ruaxi's place." Lan Ruashi had asked Chen Fan to pretend to be her boyfriend to attend a party, and Lu Ryu naturally knew about it. It was Lan Ruashi who told her. Chen Fan ignored Lu Ryu and went to check on the herbs he was refining. They were simmering slowly over a small flame. Now a faint medicinal aroma was starting to waft through the kitchen. Fortunately, the villa had several kitchens, so there was plenty of space. Otherwise, the whole house would be filled with the pungent smell of traditional Chinese medicine. Seeing that Chen Fan was ignoring her, Lu Ryu put on her slippers and followed him. She was only wrapped in a white bathrobe. Her fair-skinned curvaceous form made one want to rip the bathrobe open to see what was underneath. "Chen Fan, since you can pretend to be Lan Ruaxi's boyfriend, perfect timing. In a while I have a class reunion, why don't you pretend to be my boyfriend too?" "Lan Ruashi paid me, I'm not doing it for free." Lu Ryu said, "You are living in my place, I don't ask you for rent, and I'm not in a hurry for you to return the 300 you owe me. Can't you help me with this?" "I can do it." Chen Fan replied, his expression a bit strange. "Why do I feel like you are competing with Lan Ruashi?" Lu Ryu was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Chen Fan said flatly, "She asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend, and now you, after hearing about it, want me to pretend to be your boyfriend too. You can't be jealous, can you?" Lu Ryu's face turned red, and she quickly rolled her eyes. "What are you thinking? How is that possible? I'm going to bed, you can take your time messing with your potion." Lu Ryu ran away faster than a rabbit. On the other side, in a private hospital in Jiangnan, Tiger Yi and his brothers were all lying in hospital beds. One of Tiger Yi's legs and one hand were entirely in plaster, suspended in midair. In the ward, a tall young man walked in. Someone behind him immediately knelt on the ground, acting as a human stool for the young man. "Young Master Wu, it's my fault for not doing my job properly," Tiger Yi quickly said. Wu Junfeng waved his hand. "I've seen the surveillance footage from the parking lot, you were right. That kid is a master of internal power. I misjudged his strength. I will cover your medical expenses, just focus on recovering." "Thank you, young Master Wu." Wu Junfeng, immediately a middle-aged man with a mustache, stepped forward and said, "Young Master Lan Ruashi has found an internal power practitioner as her boyfriend. If you want to win her over, it might be difficult." Wu Junfeng snorted coldly. "So what if he is an internal power practitioner? Does our Wu family lack internal power practitioners? Go and ask Uncle Tai to take action. This time we will ensure that the guy named Chen Fan will spend the rest of his life in the hospital. Let him know what happens when he dares to compete with me for a woman." 3 days later, at the Xinghe Bay Villa, Chen Fan finally finished refining the herbs. Now only the last step remained. He needed to use the Dan fire to purify and condense before starting to form the pill. In the kitchen, Chen Fan formed seals with his hands. The lids of several purple clay pots opened on their own. The thick black medicinal mud inside began to behave as if it had a life of its own, twisting into a long black line, swirling and rotating in the air. Ultimately, it formed a black sphere the size of a basketball. Primordial true fire refined. In the next second, a fire snake emerged from Chen Fan's fingertips, wrapping around the black sphere. This was Chun Fan burning his own magical power to create Dan fire. Since he primarily practiced the primordial devouring technique, he named this flame Primordial True Fire. Soon a series of popping sounds emanated from within the black sphere. The basketball-sized black sphere shrank at a visible speed. "Oh Lord Lousy bless me, it must succeed." This was Chun Fan's first serious attempt at refining a pill for his own cultivation. Moreover, it was refined using Dan fire. In just a few minutes, the black sphere condensed into a black pill the size of half an egg. Although it was black, it had a bright sheen and exuded a rich fragrance. "I succeeded." Chun Fan was overjoyed. He then reached out, and the black pill flew into his palm. Without any hesitation, Chun Fan directly consumed the spirit-gathering pill. He then sat cross-legged to circulate his cultivation method and began to practice. 2 hours later, Chun Fan's cultivation successfully broke through entering the 4th layer of chi refining. Cultivation is indeed difficult, and it really costs a lot. Spending $1 million on herbs only barely allowed me to break through to the 4th layer of chi refining. Moreover, the higher the cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to advance. The amount of money needed and the pills are likely to be an unimaginable figure. The most crucial point is that the herbs available on Earth can hardly produce a few types of pills. The chi refining stage is still manageable. But what about the foundation, establishment, and golden core stages? Step-by-step haste makes waste. I have been cultivating for less than a month and have already reached the 4th layer of chi refining. That's enough. Just then Lu Ryu called. "Chun Fan, do you remember a few days ago when I mentioned introducing you to a big business? I remember treating the president of Yulong Group. The time has been set for 4 p.m. this afternoon. Prepare yourself, and he'll come pick you up later. If you can cure him, you can charge at least $5 million for this consultation. The other party can afford it and is willing to pay." Chun Fan nodded. With his recent progress in cultivation and stronger magical power, he felt more confident in treating difficult ailments. He was determined to earn this money. Peach Blossom Island, a prestigious villa enclave renowned throughout Jiangnan. Each villa commands a price of 1 to 200 million yuan, surpassing Xinghe Bay by several tiers. Built upon an artificial lake at its very center, Peach Blossom Island comprises only 18 villas, so exclusive that they are effectively priceless, accessible only to the most privileged few. Upon completion, 10 of the villas were reportedly gifted outright, no payment required. Feng Huazhong, CEO of Yulong Group, resides in Villa No. 8. Truly magnificent. I've only seen it online before, Chun Fan murmured in awe. Lu Ryu smiled faintly. Living here has its drawbacks. Excessive humidity and too few neighbors, making it feel desolate. The tycoons seldom dwell here long. Feng Huazhong chose this seclusion only because of his illness. Chun Fan felt no unease in solitude. Since beginning his cultivation, he often entered deep meditation for entire days. The weak seek safety in numbers, the strong walk alone with unwavering resolve. A single road leads to Peach Blossom Island. Their car arrived at Villa No. 8. As Lu Ryu and Chun Fan stepped forward, a young woman blocked their path. She wore a sleek black leather skirt, her figure tall and striking, fierce, sensual, untamed. Her eyes blazed with defiant, feral brilliance like those of a wild cat. "Miss Feng, hello. I'm Lu Ryu from Fandom Entertainment. I have an appointment with Secretary Chang." Feng Yin scoffed. "Grandfather is receiving a renowned physician today. No outsiders allowed, regardless of whom you claim to have arranged with. We're here to treat Mr. Feng," Lu Ryu explained. "You?" Feng Yin swept her gaze over them. "Which of you claims to practice medicine?" Lu Ryu introduced promptly him, Chun Fan. His medical mastery is extraordinary. Even Master Gu Huihong, the preeminent physician of Jiangnan, has praised him without reservation. Chun Fan, eager to secure the commission, offered a courteous smile, only for Feng Yin to roll her eyes skyward, chin tilted in undisguised disdain. "Him? A physician? Praised by Master Gu?" Feng Yin sneered. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Traditional medicine demands at least a decade merely to cross its threshold, and to diagnose and cure rare complex ailments. Decades of clinical experience are indispensable." She scrutinized Chun Fan up and down, then shook her head. "Look at him. Where does he show even a trace of medical acumen?" Chun Fan sighed inwardly. Another who judged by appearances alone. Very well, he would double his fee. Lu Ryu interjected hastily. "My grandfather's cerebral infarction and stroke were healed entirely by him. Miss Feng, do not measure a person solely by outward form. Yes, he is young, but youth does not negate mastery." She had already pledged her word to Chun Fan. Today was meant to be his breakthrough, a major commission. Yet if they couldn't even pass the gate, the humiliation would be unbearable. "Are you spinning fairy tales now?" Feng Yin waved dismissively. "If he truly possesses such skill, I'll wash my hair while standing on my head. Begone, don't clutter my sight. I still need to welcome the esteemed physician." Chun Fan smiled faintly. "Miss Feng, do your words hold weight?" Feng Yin paused, startled. "What do you mean, eh?" Chen Fan asked calmly if I heal Mr. Feng's ailment. Will you stand on your head and wash your hair? Feng Yin laughed bitterly. Naturally. Seizing the moment, Lu Ruyu pressed forward. Then please let him enter and treat Mr. Feng. Only then will you witness his true ability. Feng Yin sneered. By what right should I grant him access to treat my grandfather? Even if permitted inside, grandfather would never entrust his health to an unknown novice. Chen Fan pondered whether to force entry, when suddenly a black Audi A6 glided silently toward the villa gates. Unassuming, yet radiating quiet authority and opulence. As the saying goes online, you can never tell the stature of the dignitary stepping out of an Audi A6. The driver opened the rear door. An elderly man with silver hair alighted. Feng Yin hurried forward, her expression instantly transformed into warm deference. Master Go, were you fatigued on the journey? Would you like to rest first? The venerable guest was none other than Gu Huihong, the peerless master of traditional medicine in Jiangnan. Feng Yin's earlier arrogance had vanished utterly. Lu Ruyu's face lit up at the sight. What uncanny fortune! That Feng Yin's awaited physician was precisely Master Go. This changed everything. She hastened forward as well. Master Go. At the sight of Lu Ruyu, Master Go instinctively scanned the surroundings, his gaze searching. Spotting Chen Fan, his eyes brightened instantly. He strode forward, greeting warmly. Divine Physician Chen, you're here too. Chen Fan returned a gentle nod. Though they had met previously, they'd exchanged no words, strangers still. Huh, what on earth is happening? Feng Yin froze, her composure shattered. Master Go, why call him Divine Physician? He's barely more than a youth. What medical knowledge could he possibly possess? How dare he bear such an exalted title? Master Go spoke with solemn conviction. Child, you are mistaken. Divine Physician Chen's art far surpasses mine. Were it possible, I would humbly beg to become his disciple. Her disbelief deepened. Lu Ryu meanwhile wore a quiet, triumphant smile. You dismissed my words earlier. Now Master Go himself bears witness. Surely you must believe. Chen Fan remained composed. From the moment Master Gu appeared, he knew precisely how this scene would unfold. Divine Physician Chen, are you also here to treat Mr. Feng? Master Gu asked. Chen Fan nodded. Indeed. Yet Miss Feng refused me entry, doubting my competence. Master Gu chuckled softly, waving a hand. Ignorance incurs no blame. Were I her age, I too might hesitate to trust. But after today, once she witnesses Divine Physician Chen's art firsthand, she shall be utterly awestruck. No apology will be needed from you. She will offer it willingly. With a graceful gesture of invitation, Master Gu said, Divine Physician Chen, please enter the villa. Today I eagerly await another glimpse of your miraculous craft. Chen Fan nodded and walked side by side with Master Gu into the villa. As Lu Ryu passed Feng Yin, she lifted her chin high. Her glance sharp, her triumph unmistakable. Feng Yin bristled inwardly. I refuse to believe his skill is that extraordinary. If he fails to heal grandfather, I'll mock him mercilessly. Feng Huazhang was precisely 70 years old. Once vibrant and vigorous, his body had visibly withered over the past 2 years, deteriorating rapidly due to illness and dialysis. He built his fortune in river shipping, owning several massive vessels. Yet recent illness taught him an irrefutable truth: health outweighs wealth. What use is boundless riches if death strips them all away? With Master Go present, there was no need for Chen Fan to introduce himself anew. Mr. Feng consented immediately to his treatment. Otherwise he would surely have endured the same scorn and skepticism Feng Yin had so freely dispensed. Chen Fan observed Feng Huazhang's vital energy through his blazing sun-golden eyes, then declared, Mr. Feng, your renal ailment is curable, but my fee is 10 million yuan. Agree and I begin treatment immediately. Originally following Lu Riyu's counsel, he planned to charge 5 million, a sum already unprecedented in his career. Yet Feng Yin's contempt prompted him to double the fee. Have you lost your mind? 10 million for a consultation? Why not just rob a bank? Feng Yin exclaimed in disbelief. Feng Huazhang raised a hand. Xiao Yin, do not speak so. Young Dr. Chen, if you truly cure my kidney disease, I'll gladly gift you this villa, worth over 100 million yuan. The more power and influence one wields, the greater one's fear of death, especially when afflicted by grave illness. To restore life, they will pay any price. Lu Ryu grew tense. Her boasts were already made. Failure would bring utter disgrace. Chen Fan employed silver needles once again, not as mere instruments, but as misdirection. His true power lay in cultivated spiritual force. Yet his needlework was precise, guided by the 9 mystical heaven needles, a profound acupuncture technique inherited from Lord Beixian. In theory, with sufficient spiritual power, this art alone could revive the dying and regrow flesh upon bare bone. Yet in the cultivation realms, alchemical elixirs dominate healing. Acupuncture remains obscure. It persists only among low-tier cultivators and mortals, yet transplanted to earth it delivers nothing short of dimensional transcendence. With a flick of his wrist, 18 silver needles shot forth, embedding themselves flawlessly into key acupoints along Feng Huazhang's lumbar region. Flying needle technique. Master Ji's eyelids trembled violently. He recalled reading of this legendary method in an ancient, a technique harnessing qi to guide needles midair simultaneously, striking multiple points with extraordinary efficacy. It demanded both supreme control over guided precision and flawless anatomical mastery. After all, flying needle technique resembled throwing darts. Accuracy was paramount. Even Chun Fan's prior success using mere tweener massage to treat stroke had astonished Master Go. Now witnessing this effortless display left Master Ji's mouth agape speechless. Lu Ryu, after days of acquaintance, she had no inkling he possessed such mastery. How many more secrets does Chun Fan conceal? Her curiosity deepened. Feng Yin, however, could think only one thought. It's real. He truly can. Chun Fan finished the acupuncture, then channeled his power through the 18 silver needles into the acupuncture points. This allowed the power to treat Feng Huazhang's kidney disease more efficiently. Mr. Feng, how do you feel? Chun Fan inquired. Feng Huazhang took a deep breath and replied, I feel warmth all over my body. Chun Fan nodded. That's right. Keep it up for 2 hours. In a flash, the time was up. Chun Fan removed all 18 silver needles. Feng Huazhang hurriedly got up and called for someone to help him to the restroom. Initially, Feng Huazhang was supposed to rely on a urine catheter, but after this acupuncture session, he found he no longer needed it. This left Feng Huazhang extremely surprised. Feng Huazhang did not expect Chun Fan's treatment to be so effective. Originally, he had planned for Gu Huihong to perform several sessions of therapy. He felt there was no hope for a cure through traditional Chinese medicine. Yet now a young man, after just a few needles, had made it possible for him to go without a catheter. He had already undergone a kidney transplant on his left kidney. If he could not be treated, he planned to have the right kidney replaced as well. He would do anything to extend his life for a few more years. Now it seemed that another transplant might not be necessary. Miss Feng, earlier you said if I cured your grandfather you would do a handstand to wash your hair. Please start now. Chun Fan said lightly. Lu Ryu covered her mouth and chuckled. Wait. Are you sure this is really cured? Feng Yin was skeptical. Chun Fan replied earnestly, Mr. Feng can have a blood test later and do a full body check. The results will be obvious. Feng Yin gritted her teeth. Then if I do a handstand to wash my hair, I need to get the official test results from the hospital first. Chun Fan shook his head. No, you have to do it now. Feng Yin snorted coldly. What if the test results remain unchanged? Chun Fan smiled. He'll leave that to you. Feng Yin said directly, all right. If the final test results show no change, I'll make you drink my urine. Lu Ryu was astonished. This was getting a bit bizarre. Soon the maid brought a basin of clear water. Someone helped Feng Yin into position for her handstand, then she washed her hair. Lu Ryu's eyes widened. She owned an entertainment company primarily focused on internet celebrities. The act of washing hair, while doing a handstand, was typically something internet stars did for attention. Yet now the heiress of Yulong Group was performing this act right in front of them. After Feng Huazhang finished in the restroom, he immediately called for a contract. Dr. Chen, this is the transfer contract for this villa. As long as you sign it and leave a fingerprint, this villa will be yours. He'll move out overnight. Chun Fan did not hesitate. He had come to treat Feng Huazhang to make money. He quickly signed the contract and left his fingerprint. The villa in Xinghe Bay was worth over 30 million. Ordinary people would never be able to dream of it. However, compared to the villa on Peach Blossom Island, it was nothing. This villa was worth at least 150 million. Undoubtedly, this treatment was Chun Fan's most profitable deal so far. Feng Huazhang wanted to invite Chun Fan to dinner, but Chun Fan declined. Xiaoyin, add Dr. Chen's contact information. If Dr. Chen wants to move here tomorrow, you will assist him. Feng Yin reluctantly added Chun Fan as a friend. Lu Ryu and Chun Fan drove out from Peach Blossom Island. Chun Fan, are you really going to move here? Lu Ryu couldn't help but ask. The environment here is nice. It would be good to move here. Chun Fan nodded. The artificial lake is still a lake, and the spiritual energy here is slightly more abundant than in Xinghe Bay. It's more conducive to cultivation. Lu Ryu felt a bit disappointed, but quickly added, this place is too big. I'm afraid you'll feel lonely living alone. Should I move over too? Chun Fan replied lightly, it's fine, I don't mind being lonely. Lu Ryu immediately said, I don't care, I want to move over. Chun Fan laughed. What are you trying to cling to me? The two of them chatted casually. At that moment, Chun Fan noticed a Land Rover closely following them. To test his instincts, Chun Fan immediately instructed Lu Ryu to turn left at the next intersection. However, after Lu Ryu turned, a Volkswagen Touran appeared ahead, blocking their path. Lu Ryu tried to overtake several times, but the Volkswagen Touran blocked her way. How is this person driving? Lu Ryu honked furiously, thinking they were just dealing with a case of road rage. With one car in front and another behind, they were sandwiched. This made Chun Fan realize something was amiss. Be careful, we might be in danger, Chun Fan warned immediately. Lu Ryu slowed down, trying to create distance. However, the Volkswagen Touran in front also slowed down immediately. The two cars continued to keep Lu Ryu's BMW sandwiched in between. As they approached another intersection, the Volkswagen Touran suddenly slammed on the brakes while the Land Rover behind accelerated and crashed into them. Bang! In an instant, the BMW was completely wedged in between. On the left side of the intersection, a dump truck loaded with dirt ran a red light and charged directly towards them. It was heading straight for the besieged BMW. Lu Ryu panicked and screamed. Chun Fan's pupils constricted at this scene. Though he was a cultivator and had refined his body with his current power and physical condition, if this loaded dump truck really crushed them, he would not survive. In a split second, Chun Fan unbuckled the seatbelts of both Lu Ryu and himself. Then he kicked open the car door and pulled Lu Ryu out of the car. Chun Fan was incredibly strong and fast, managing to leap 5 to 6 meters in an instant. Bang! At that moment, the loaded dump truck crashed into the BMW, turning it into a pile of scrap metal. If Chun Fan had delayed his actions by even a second, both of them would have become minced meat. Lu Ryu was completely stunned. Her delicate body trembled. She clung tightly to Chun Fan's arm. Chun Fan's face turned pale. At that moment, even a fool could tell this was definitely not a coincidence. This was a planned murder. After the truck driver got out, he uttered the classic 3 phrases, "We are all struggling to survive. I can't stop. I really can't stop. Just talk to my insurance about it." Chun Fan did not recognize the man. Oh, evidently this truck driver was just a hired goon. Thus, Chun Fan gently patted the man on the shoulder. He used his power to sever the man's heart meridian. This would ensure the man would not die immediately, but he would meet his end later. The police would not trace this back to Chun Fan. Chun Fan then turned to find the people in the 2 cars who had him cornered. Unexpectedly, the Land Rover's door opened, and a middle-aged man gestured for Chun Fan to come over. Chun Fan said to Lu Ryu, "You wait here for the police to handle this. I have some matters to attend to." Lu Ryu still tightly grasped Chun Fan's arm, not daring to let go. Chun Fan reassured her until she finally loosened her grip. Then he got into the Land Rover. After all, they were in the street with surveillance cameras and pedestrians around. Even if Chun Fan wanted to take action, he couldn't do so under broad daylight in the street. Likewise, the other party felt the same way. They attempted to kill Chun Fan with a car accident, but failed. Then they intended to use other means. But they certainly couldn't act here. "My name is Chung Tai. Oh, everyone calls me Uncle Tai." In the Land Rover, besides the driver, only Chung Tai sat in the back seat. This man had a strong build, but it was not the kind of muscular strength you find in a gym. His temples were bulging, and his breathing was long and steady. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even notice the chest rising and falling due to his breathing. "Someone sent me to take your life. Since you are also a martial artist, don't struggle. Just come with me to a quiet place and have a fight." Saying this, the driver began to reverse the car and drive away from the accident scene. Chun Fan sat next to Chung Tai, unhurriedly asking, "Let me guess, it wouldn't be Wu Jun Feng who sent you to kill me, would it? You're about to be a dead man, or what use is knowing this?" Chung Tai said confidently. Chun Fan replied calmly, "Even if I'm to die, I must die with understanding, mustn't I?" Chung Tai sneered, "Indeed, Wu Shao sent me here." With the answer obtained, Chun Fan sat beside Chung Tai like a tranquil monk, showing not a hint of fear. Soon the Land Rover arrived at an abandoned construction site. However, the cement mixer was still working normally, emitting a loud rumble. This must have been arranged by Chung Tai long ago. "Get out of the car. Later it'll kill you, and with cement no one will find you." "Do you really have the confidence to kill me, eh?" Chun Fan asked. Chung Tai was the first to get out of the car, smiling lightly. "I practiced martial arts at 6, went to Shaolin Temple at 8. I came down from the mountain at 17 and began to seek out experts for sparring. At 23, I became an inner strength martial artist. Now at 35, my inner strength is fully developed. I dare say I rank among the top 10 inner strength martial artists in Jiangnan." The driver also flattered, "Uncle Tai's reputation is known throughout Jiangnan. Kid, you might as well surrender, it will save you some pain." Hearing this, Chun Fan scoffed. In the next second, an ice arrow appeared before him. Chung Tai was instantly dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. This is inner strength released. Inner strength solidified. Chung Tai mistook Chun Fan's spell for the release of inner strength. Are you a master? This is impossible. At your age, how could you be a master?" Chung Tai, who had just been extremely arrogant, suddenly panicked. While in the car, Chun Fan had already begun secretly casting his spell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to conjure an ice arrow immediately after getting out. "Go!" Chun Fan raised his hand, and the ice arrow shot out in an instant. Its speed was faster than a bullet. Puff! Chung Tai's chest was directly pierced with no chance to resist. The ice arrow then melted into a puddle of water. Even if the police arrived immediately, they would find no murder weapon. There was no physical evidence. The driver witnessing this scene went weak at the knees. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child waiting to be fed. Chen Fan coldly replied. Do you know why I got into the car with you? Because I knew you were going to kill me and would definitely take me to a place where I could be killed and disposed of. And I was just thinking of using this location to kill you, which conveniently solves my problem of disposing of the bodies. In the next second, Chen Fan kicked a stone. The stone shot out like a cannonball. It directly pierced the driver's forehead. Then Chen Fan operated the cement mixer, pouring cement over the two corpses. After doing all this, Chen Fan left the construction site. He walked far away before hailing a taxi. It was his first time killing someone, yet Chen Fan felt very strange. He did not experience any significant emotional upheaval. There was no reaction like those portrayed in movies where one would vomit uncontrollably after killing for the first time. It felt as normal as eating or drinking. There was nothing particularly special about it. Could it be that after becoming a cultivator, I've subconsciously viewed the lives of others as worthless? Now Chen Fan only wanted to kill Wu Junfeng. Originally, Chen Fan did not wish to conflict with any martial artist. He just wanted to quietly make money and cultivate. But Wu Junfeng insisted on provoking him. Last time in the parking lot he sent thugs, and this time he planned a car accident and had a fully developed inner strength martial artist back him up. However, there was a very serious problem facing Chen Fan. How to find Wu Junfeng. He had only met Wu Junfeng once at a cocktail party. He had no information about Wu Junfeng. If he wanted to kill Wu Junfeng, he not only had to find him, but also needed to find a suitable opportunity. He couldn't just directly attack him on the street, could he? Looks like I still need to ask Lan Ruashi for more information about Wu Junfeng. Chen Fan first called Lu Ryu to ask where she was. Upon learning that Lu Ryu was still at the traffic police station, Chen Fan hurried over. Lu Ryu was very scared, believing this was a murder. However, since no one died at the scene, it could only be treated as a car accident. Lu Ryu did not dare to leave the traffic police station alone and waited for Chen Fan to pick her up. Who was in that Land Rover? Why did you get into the car with them? When Chen Fan arrived at the traffic police station, Lu Ryu curiously inquired. An enemy. But he's already dead. Chen Fan said lightly, today you were involved because of me, I apologize. Lu Ryu was taken aback. Dead? What does that mean? Chen Fan, you didn't kill someone, did you? Killing someone can lead to the death penalty. Chen Fan waved his hand. That's not something you need to inquire about. Lu Ryu muttered, you're definitely joking, right? How could you possibly go kill someone? Before long, Lan Ruashi also arrived at the traffic police station in her car. As a good friend, Lu Ryu called Lan Ruashi the moment the accident happened. The reason she didn't tell her family was that she was afraid of worrying them. After all, no one was injured, only the car was damaged. She felt there was no need to inform her family. But this matter had to be confided to a good friend. Seeing Lan Ruashi arrive, the two avoided Lu Ryu to talk privately. Chen Fan took the opportunity to inquire about Wu Junfeng's specific situation. For instance, he asked Lan Ruashi if she knew where Wu Junfeng usually lived. Chen Fan, what do you mean by asking about Wu Junfeng? You can't be suspecting that this car accident was planned by Wu Junfeng, right? Chen Fan said seriously, I'm not suspecting you, I am certain that it was Wu Junfeng who orchestrated it. Lan Ruashi was greatly shocked. This Wu is so insane. But I also don't know where he lives or his daily routine, am not familiar with him. You know, I've always disliked him. How could I possibly take the initiative to learn about him? Lan Ruashi said directly, Wu Junfeng is from the Wu family in Jiangnan, which is a major force. You should have heard of it, right? Lan Ruashi asked, Chen Fan, what are you going to do now? You wouldn't really go kill him, would you? The Wu family in Jiangnan. Chen Fan found it somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he remembered that the big star Zheng Qianqian had asked him for help, wasn't it? Because of the feud between the Zheng and Wu families. The Wu family where Wu Junfeng was should be the same family that opposed Zheng Qianqian. I never expected to ultimately get involved in the feud between the Zheng and Wu families. Chen Fan felt a surge of emotions. It was clear that if he wanted to find Wu Junfeng and find a suitable opportunity to kill him, having the Zheng family help was the most appropriate course of action. As the sworn enemy of the Wu family, the Zheng family must have been secretly monitoring the movements of important personnel from the Wu family. Wu Junfeng must die. We agreed earlier that once I go to deal with Wu Junfeng, you must pay me. If it weren't for being your fake boyfriend, Wu Junfeng wouldn't have targeted me. Hearing this, Lan Ruashi felt somewhat depressed. Chen Fan, are you really going to do this? Killing someone. Isn't that too risky? Why not I try to lure Wu Junfeng out and make things clear? Just say you were pretending, and maybe Wu Junfeng will stop bothering you. Chen Fan shook his head. Once the arrow is shot, it cannot be retracted. The Wu family in Jiangnan is an ancient martial arts family. Do you know this? Lan Ruashi nodded. I know they practice martial arts. But ancient martial arts families must also abide by the law, right? Can they really act without restraint? Chen Fan smiled faintly. If he hadn't become a cultivator or come into contact with ancient martial arts, he would think so. But now things are different. He understood that the essence of social operation is that the strong prevail. What laws? Let alone the ancient martial arts families at the top of the pyramid, even a random official or wealthy businessman can disregard the law to a certain extent. A senior official from a court once said, "The interpretation of legal texts is in my hands." Chen Fan had kept a business card from Zheng Qianqian, which had her contact information. Then Chen Fan directly called Zheng Qianqian. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Chen Fan." "You actually called me. Is there something you need?" "Please, just say the word." Zheng Qianqian was very excited. Chen Fan directly said, "Where are you? I need to discuss something with you in detail." Zheng Qianqian quickly replied, "At the Purple Gold Club." "Master Chen, should I come find you instead?" Chen Fan replied calmly, "No need, I'll come find you." Zheng Qianqian immediately said, "All right, Master Chen, contact me when you arrive." After that, Chen Fan asked Lan Ruoshi to take Lu Ryu back first. He then took a taxi to the Purple Gold. The Purple Gold Club is unlike an ordinary KTV. It operates on a membership basis, with the cheapest membership costing 3,000 yuan per year. Thus, those who come here for entertainment are certainly not ordinary office workers. The Purple Gold Club places great importance on the privacy of its members. Different levels of membership correspond to different floors. Even the waitstaff and cleaning crew on each floor have undergone professional training. They would never divulge the privacy of members. Some internet celebrities and stars, if they want to find a place for entertainment, the Purple Gold Club is undoubtedly their first choice. Chen Fan arrived at the Purple Gold Club. Two large stone lions stood at the entrance, exuding majesty. The golden revolving door showcased elegance. Upon entering, he was greeted by 2 rows of beautiful women in kipeos. Each one was stunningly attractive with alluring figures. "Hello, boss." The 2 rows of beauties bowed. A well-dressed man approached with a smile, saying, "Sir, are you a member? Our private rooms are currently only open to members." Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, "I'm here to meet someone." The hall manager smiled, "All right, sir. Please contact your friend and have her come down. Our private rooms upstairs are accessible only to members." The manager then invited Chen Fan to sit on the hall sofa and served him a cup of tea. The service here is truly impeccable. Chen Fan took out his phone and called Zheng Qianqian. "Hello, I've arrived. I'm in the hall." Zheng Qianqian sounded surprised. "So soon?" "Master Chen will be down right away." She had initially planned to wait in the hall, but miscalculated the time. Besides, her friend had been holding her back, making it hard to leave. In the hall, just as Chen Fan hung up the phone, a woman on the right side immediately said, "Are you taking pictures of me?" When Chen Fan was on the phone, his phone happened to be pointed at her. The woman was wearing a tight-fitting skirt that was very low. Her bare thighs were quite eye-catching. Additionally, she had been crossing her legs, revealing a bit too much. Seeing Chen Fan's phone pointed at her, she assumed he was taking photos. "I didn't." Chen Fan was bewildered. He was not that kind of lowly person. "Let me check your phone," Zheng Yaoi said coldly. Chen Fan retorted, "I didn't take pictures of you. Why should I show you my phone?" Zheng Yaoi coldly replied, "If you refuse to let me check your phone, then you must be guilty of taking pictures." "That's ridiculous. The burden of proof lies with the accuser. If you can provide evidence, then I'll let you check my phone." Chen Fan had only seen accusations of taking photos on. He had never imagined that such a thing would happen to him one day. "The evidence is in the album on your phone. Oh, just open it, and the truth will be revealed. If you don't dare to show me, it means you have something to hide," Zheng Yaoi proclaimed emphatically, as if she were already victorious. "Hurry up and give me your phone. If you don't, I'll call the police." Their argument quickly attracted the attention of the ladies. "Let's discuss this calmly. There's no need to make a scene." Zheng Yaoi immediately interjected, "Manager Wang, he took pictures under my skirt. What do you think we should do about this? I'm a Gold Crown member of your club. The Gold Crown membership costs a staggering 100,000 yuan a year." Chen Fan was not a member, while Zheng Yaoi was a Gold Crown member. Naturally, the hall manager chose to support his own member without question. Thus, Manager Wang said to Chen Fan, "Sir, why not just take a bit of a loss and let her see your phone? If it turns out you didn't take any photos, I'll have her apologize to you. Moreover, our club can give you a complimentary regular membership for a year. How does that sound?" For an average person, they might just agree. After all, the hall manager promised benefits, and most would take the opportunity to settle the matter. But Chen Fan did not want to suffer this for nothing. If he were still an ordinary worker like before, he might have just handed over his phone to avoid trouble. However, he was now a cultivator, and this identity gave him confidence. No matter how the other party slandered him, he would not yield first. "All right, then call the police. I want to see if you still have the guts to not hand over your phone when the police arrive." Zheng Yaoi maintained her aggressive stance. Chen Fan sneered. "In today's society, can one simply slander someone without any evidence? What's going on?" At that moment, a young woman in a floral dress stepped out of the elevator. She was very beautiful with a curvaceous figure. Seeing the newcomer, Zheng Yaohui immediately exclaimed, Qian, he took pictures of me. Apologize. Hurry up. Did you hear? My sister wants you to apologize. Do you know who my sister is? A top celebrity, Zheng Qian. I'm telling you to apologize to him. Zheng Qian said sternly. Zheng Yaohui was taken aback. Qian, what are you talking about? He took pictures of me, and you want me to apologize to him. Slap. Zheng Qian slapped Zheng Yaohui across the face, scolding, Do you not understand what I'm saying? Hurry up and apologize. He is a master. Even my father treats him with utmost respect. How can you say he took pictures of you? Do you have any sense? A master. Zheng Yaohui covered her face with one hand, looking incredulously at Chen Fan. Qian, are you mistaken? He's so young, how could he be a master? Zheng Qian quickly replied respectfully, Master Chen, I'm sorry. This is my sister, and there was a misunderstanding. Please forgive her, Master Chen. Then Zheng Qian scolded Zheng Yaohui. You were told to apologize, so just apologize. Why all this nonsense? Zheng Yaohui is not Zheng Qian's biological sister. However, within the Zheng family, Zheng Qian's family status is much higher than Zheng Yaohui's. Chen Fan did not expect that the gentle Zheng Qian he had seen before would possess such a fierce side. I'm sorry if it was my fault for accusing you of taking pictures. Under the pressure of Zheng Yaohui could only apologize. However, it was evident that she did not believe Chen Fan was a master. The Zheng family is an ancient martial arts family. Although Zheng Yaohui has not practiced martial arts, she knows what a master represents. In this day and age, it is incredibly difficult for a family to produce a master. Every master holds a significant position in various provinces and cities. Half of the top 10 masters in Jiangnan are affiliated with the Dragon Group. The other half have been famous for many years, commanding respect in the martial world. Zheng Yaohui had never heard of such a character among the masters. Master Chen, what can I do for you? Shall we talk in a private room? Manager Wang, please find me a quieter private. All right, Boss Zheng. Inside the private room, Chen Fan got straight to the point. Do you know Wu Junfeng? Zheng Qian nodded. Of course, he is the leader among the younger generation of the Wu family. Chen Fan replied casually, I want to kill him. Can you find out his whereabouts? Zheng Qian didn't ask why Chen Fan wanted to kill Wu Junfeng, but replied, It's not difficult to find Wu Junfeng's whereabouts, but, Master Chen, you don't need to take action personally, right? Our Zheng family can handle it. Chen Fan smiled and said, There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If your Zheng family is helping, there must be conditions, right? Zheng Qian respectfully said, Master Chen, I still hope you can help our Zheng family win against the Wu family. It's actually quite simple for you. To take down a martial artist with internal energy is as easy as reaching into a bag, isn't it? Chen Fan had already anticipated this point when he sought out Zheng Qian. How does Uncle Cheng rank among the Wu family? Chen Fan asked. Zheng Qian thought for a moment and replied, The Wu family has more than 10 martial artists with great internal energy, and Cheng Tai's strength ranks in the middle. Chen Fan had fought against Cheng Tai and easily slain him. Thus he could infer that with his current cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement, killing a martial artist with great internal energy was quite simple. Previously, when Zheng Qian sought help, Chen Fan was only at the 1st level of Qi refinement. So to ensure safety, he decisively refused. Now Chen Fan was not afraid of being caught up in the conflict between the Zheng and Wu families. Last time I heard Grandpa Li Dongshan say that your two families are going to decide who stays in Jiangnan through martial arts competitions. Is that right? Zheng Qian nodded. That's right, this is also the rule of the martial world. Both families will each send 3 people to compete in 3 matches, the best of 3 wins. Whoever loses will move out of Jiangnan with their entire family. Chen Fan asked, Even if I help you in one match, do you have confidence to win the other one? Zheng Qian smiled and said, Of course. If Master Chen helps us win one match, then winning one of the remaining 2 matches should be easy for our Zheng family. Chen Fan nodded. All right, you go and capture Wu Junfeng for me. In exchange, on the day of the competition, I will help you win a match. Zheng Qian was overjoyed. Thank you, Master Chen. Master Chen, aren't you going to kill Wu Junfeng? Why do you only want us to capture him? Chen Fan replied casually, Once you capture him, I want to kill him myself. Zheng Qian raised a glass of red wine and drank it in one go. All right, Master Chen, then it's a deal. Chen Fan also drank a glass. It's a deal. Zheng Qian smiled and said, Master Chen, wait for my good news. As soon as we capture Wu Junfeng, I will inform you immediately. Chen Fan asked, Has the specific date for the competition between the Zheng and Wu families been set? Zheng Qian nodded. Yes, it's set for July 1st. All right. Call me once you capture Wu Junfeng. Chen Fan thought to himself that there was still a month until to ensure everything is foolproof during this time, it would be best for him to increase his cultivation again or make progress in body refinement. After leaving the Purple Gold Club, Zheng Qian immediately called her family. Dad, Master Chen has agreed to help us. Really? That's great. With the master's help, we can definitely drive the Wu family out of Jiangnan. Dad, Master Chun made a small request. What's a small request? No matter what conditions Master Chun proposes, I will agree. Even if he wants you, Dad will agree. Hearing this, Zheng Qianqian was not surprised. A woman bound to a master. Needless to say, the Zheng family, even the Wu family, or even other ancient martial families would agree without hesitation. And Zheng Qianqian, coming from an ancient martial family, was not averse to such things. Dad, even if I have the heart to dedicate myself, Master Chun might not even look at me. The small request from Master Chun is not this. Then what is it? He wants our Zheng family to send someone to capture Wu Junfeng and then hand him over to him to kill. Zheng Qianqian said seriously, Wu Junfeng has martial artists with great internal energy protecting him, so to ensure the success of this operation, it's best to have my second uncle take action personally. On the other end of the phone, Zheng Jingming immediately agreed. No problem, I will go tell your second uncle right away. After that, Chen Fan left the Purple Gold Club and went to a nearby park. He found a secluded spot and began practicing his punches. For cultivators, in addition to using various spells and divine abilities in the early stages, they also practice various martial arts for combat. After all, low-level cultivators cannot master many spells. Moreover, when facing ambushes or in extreme situations, relying solely on spells against multiple opponents is quite difficult for self-defense. However, the martial arts of cultivators are fundamentally different from traditional martial arts on Earth. In simple terms, they are at a higher level. Furthermore, the key moves of immortal martial arts can also be enhanced by drawing on spiritual power. Talented geniuses with higher comprehension can even transform martial arts into divine abilities. Of course, cultivating divine abilities is something that can only be done in the Golden Core stage. This realm is still far from Chen Fan. Moreover, considering the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth, it is uncertain whether Chen Fan can even cultivate to the Golden Core stage here. Since I need to practice punches, I might as well practice the strongest fist technique. Chen Fan selected a fist technique from the inheritance of Bei Xian Dao Jun called the True Martial Divine Fist. According to the description in the inheritance, this is a fist technique given to Qi refinement disciples by the True Martial Immortal sect, the #1 sect in the realm of cultivation. This fist technique has a total of 36 forms. If mastered, one could even practice it until ascension to immortality. This fist technique was developed through the collective wisdom of many powerful figures in the True Martial Immortal sect. With 36 forms, as long as one has good comprehension, each form can cultivate into a divine ability. The True Martial Divine Fist ranks second among fist techniques in the realm of cultivation, and it is unlikely that any other fist technique dares to claim the first place. Chen Fan practiced martial arts to help the Zheng family win the competition. He believed this was a safer approach. After all, when he killed Cheng Tai, he had secretly cast a spell in the car and prepared the spell in advance. He caught Cheng Tai off guard. If they faced off in a martial arts competition on stage, Chen Fan was unsure if he would have the opportunity to cast spells. Therefore, martial arts became very important. Moreover, with the True Martial Divine Fist at his side, he would be able to handle future ambushes or besiegement by numerous martial artists. With a bang, a pine tree thick as an adult's waist was directly broken by Chen Fan's punch. The power of the True Martial Divine Fist shocked even Chen Fan. Chen Fan quickly looked around. The falling tree had attracted some attention in the park. Fortunately, no one saw that it was his punch that caused it. Moreover, there were no cameras around. Chen Fan hurriedly left. If an ordinary person saw this, they would probably be scared to death. After 3 days of cultivation, Chen Fan had initially mastered the first 6 forms of the True Martial God Fist. That evening, Zheng Qianqian called. Master Chun Wu Junfeng has been captured. We have him locked in a warehouse. He'll send you the location details. Chen Fan replied excitedly, great, thank you. He then immediately took a taxi to the specified location. Inside a dilapidated warehouse in the outskirts of Jiangnan, a tall young man was suspended in midair unconscious. This person was Wu Junfeng. After a while, Wu Junfeng woke up. Zheng Jingxing, you have some nerve to kidnap me. Is your Zheng family seeking death? Below, a few people were chatting and laughing. Upon hearing Wu Junfeng's voice, one of the thin, middle-aged men took a deep drag from his cigarette and said nonchalantly, Wu Junfeng, you are now a pawn at our mercy. What threats are you making? If a master has specifically ordered your death, then you cannot survive. Master? Wu Junfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. I've never offended any master. You must be mistaken. Zheng Jingxing smiled. Think carefully, that master is coming to kill you personally. Wu Junfeng struggled wildly, but it was futile. Although he was a practitioner of internal strength, after being captured by Zheng Jingxing, he was impaled through his wing bone. Before long, Chen Fan arrived at the warehouse following the location. Zheng Qianqian was waiting at the door to receive him. Seeing Chen Fan, Zheng Jingxing was somewhat surprised. You are Master Chun. Chen Fan nodded. Upon seeing Chun Fan, Wu Junfeng understood everything. So it's you. Zheng Jingxing, you've been deceived. How could he possibly be a master? Among the top 10 masters in Jiangnan, even the most talented Su Ao only became a transformation stage master at 35. Look at him, how old is he? Zheng Jingxing had not seen Chun Fan before. He was merely following Zheng Jingming's orders to kidnap Wu Junfeng. The matter of Chun Fan being a master was conveyed by Zheng Qianqian to the family. The Zheng family had also sought verification from Li Dongshan. Thus most of the Zheng family believed it. However, belief aside, most members of the Zheng family had never seen it with their own eyes. At this moment, Zheng Jingxing began to harbor some doubts after hearing Wu Junfeng's words. Zheng Jingxing pulled Zheng Qianqian aside and asked softly, "Qianqian, you're not mistaken, right? He is a master." Zheng Qianqian nodded. "Uncle, even if you don't believe me, you must believe old Masterly." As the second-in-command of the Zheng family, Zheng Jingxing was the strongest in terms of power. He remained calm and did not publicly question Chun Fan. However, the doubtful gaze was still keenly caught by Chun Fan. Chun Fan smiled faintly. As a cultivator, one could not gauge his true strength merely through the eyes of martial artists. "Wu Junfeng, if it was just the incident at the parking lot where you sent someone to surround me, perhaps I would only teach you a lesson and not kill you. But then you arranged for a car accident and had Chung Tai-Lai try to kill me, which crossed my bottom line." Chun Fan said flatly. Wu Junfeng coldly replied, "Chun Fan, if you dare kill me, my father will not let you off. Zheng Jingxing, you may not know yet, but the Qingshu Taoist of Baiyang Temple has accepted me as his disciple. If you dare to let me die today, your Zheng family will be doomed." Upon hearing this, Zheng Jingxing's face changed drastically. "This is impossible. The Qingshu Taoist has long stopped taking disciples." Wu Junfeng sneered, "You still don't know. The Qingshu Taoist has a cousin in the secular world, and last year, that cousin married into our Wu family. Through this connection, I finally managed to have the Qingshu Taoist accept me as his disciple." Zheng Jingxing's expression was serious. Zheng Qianqian also furrowed her brows. Chun Fan then asked, "Who is this Qingshu Taoist?" Zheng Qianqian explained, "He is a priest from a small temple in the countryside of Jiangnan. Baiyang Temple does not have a large following, only a few dozen priests. However, the Qingshu Taoist became a master a few years ago, shocking the martial arts world of Jiangnan. Many people sought him out to become his disciple, yet the Qingshu Taoist refused all. Some large corporations attempted to curry favor with him by donating money for offerings or offering free repairs for the temple, but he also turned them down. It sounds like a person of quietude and elegance." Zheng Qianqian nodded. "After all, he is a priest. So even though he has become a master, the martial arts community in Jiang and did not perceive him as having any worldly ambitions which allowed them to relax. However, now that Wu Junfeng has become the Qingshu Taoist disciple, if anything happens to him, it will be another story. The Qingshu Taoist is very likely to come down from the mountain because of this." Wu Junfeng laughed wildly. "Ha! Now you know fear. If my master comes down from the mountain, defeating other masters might be uncertain, but annihilating your Zheng family would be a piece of cake. Zheng Jingxing, you must kill Chun Fan for me now. Then kneel down and beg for my forgiveness, and let Zheng Qianqian accompany me for 3 months, and I will spare your Zheng family." Zheng Jingxing's face was grim. He never expected things would suddenly develop into this. Now he was caught in a dilemma. If he killed Wu Junfeng, the Zheng family would be doomed. If he didn't kill him, Wu Junfeng would undoubtedly use this opportunity to trample the entire Zheng family. A transformation stage master. I might not necessarily lose. Chun Fan smiled faintly, raised his hand, and an ice arrow a foot long appeared out of thin air hovering before him. Upon seeing this, Wu Junfeng's eyes widened like copper bells. This internal strength externalization solidified into a substance. You really are a master." Zheng Jingxing gasped, deeply shaken. There was actually such a young master in Jiangnan. Zheng Qianqian's eyes flickered. She had seen Chun Fan use internal strength externalization before. That time Chun Fan had treated Li Dongshan and demonstrated some techniques to Li Ziqing. Zheng Qianqian had been watching beside them. Now to conjure an ice arrow a foot long out of thin air suspended in the air. Who would not be dazzled by such a technique? If filmed on a phone and posted online, netizens would definitely think it was a better effect than Hollywood. It was only at this moment that Wu Junfeng completely panicked. Master Chen, don't kill me. As long as you spare me, everything is negotiable. Money, women, whatever you want, I will give it." Zheng Jingxing quickly said, "What a joke. Wu Junfeng, would a master lack these things? What you can offer our Zheng family can provide just the same." After witnessing Chun Fan's master techniques, Zheng Jingxing's previous doubts vanished without a trace. He firmly supported Chun Fan. "I said it today, you must die," Chun Fan said. Then with a flick of his finger, the ice arrow shot out. Puff! The forehead of Wu Junfeng was pierced directly. He died on the spot. There is no need for Chun Fan to worry about how to handle Wu Junfeng's body. Zheng Jingsheng will take care of it properly. In fact, upon learning that Wu Junfeng has a master, Chen Fan still feels a sense of urgency within. As for the inner strength martial artist, Chen Fan naturally does not need to worry or be afraid. After all, he has fought against them and knows their capabilities. However, he has never encountered a transformation realm master, nor has he fought one. From the number of transformation realm masters, it is quite formidable in the martial arts world. Rare things are precious. Naturally, the harder it is to reach a realm, the more formidable it becomes. Chen Fan is somewhat worried about facing a master and failing. Losing a game simply means losing a match. But if Chen Fan fails against a master, it could cost him his life. Therefore, ever since executing Wu Junfeng, Chen Fan has been training even harder. Usually he would practice for 5 to 6 hours a day, but recently he has been training for over 10 hours daily. This is even more grueling than working in a factory. Of course, with such diligence there has been progress. The purple cloud thunder body has now consolidated its 10th thunder pattern. Chen Fan's physical body has significantly strengthened. If he were to face an inner strength master again, he is confident that he could slay the opponent using only his physical strength. Chen Fan's magical power has also improved considerably. This time, without using any pills, he has reached the 5th level of chi refinement. With his cultivation improved, the power of the same spells will also increase. It can be said that Chen Fan's overall strength has improved tremendously. That day, Chen Fan received a call from Boss Chung at the herbal market. Hello, little brother. I'm in the northeast at a fellow villager's place, and I found a century-old ginseng king. Really? Are you sure it's a century-old ginseng king? Absolutely. I've been in this business for over 30 years, so I have a good eye. Great. Then please help me acquire this ginseng king. Little brother, I had this intention, but this fellow villager is asking a high price of 5 million. That's quite a lot, and I can't cover it. Money is not an issue. I will transfer 10 million to your account before tonight. Besides the ginseng king, please bring back some other herbs for me. Alright. Once the money arrives, I will immediately acquire that ginseng king. After hanging up, Chen Fan wore a delighted expression. A century-old ginseng king for 5 million. This price is certainly exorbitant for an ordinary person. But for Chen Fan, it is not expensive. It is very cost-effective. Because as long as he can get back this century-old ginseng king and combine it with other herbs, the potency of the spirit-gathering pill he refines will surely be several times stronger than the last one. In this way, Chen Fan's cultivation could break through again. So even if this century-old ginseng king costs 5 million, even if it costs 50 million, Chen Fan would buy it without hesitation. However, Chen Fan does not have that much money on hand right now. He needs to transfer 10 million to the other party. After all, he still needs other herbs. So Chen Fan called Zheng Qianqian directly. Master Chen, what's the matter? I need some money right now. Oh, I need to make the transfer before tonight. No problem, give me your account, and I will transfer it to you right away. I need 10 million. Zheng Qianqian was taken aback upon hearing this. Even though she is a top star, she does not have 10 million cash in her bank account. It is all various assets, cars, houses, and companies. Turning her assets into cash in her account would also take time. No problem, I can gather that money. Good. This money counts as a loan from me to you. Master Chen, you are being too formal. Our Zheng family relies on you to win a match in the competition. This amount is not enough to pay for a master's fee. Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. Is it really so expensive to hire a transformation realm master? It seems his initial thought was correct. To make money, he must earn it from these big families. It is much easier than starting a company, and he doesn't have to waste time and energy. That is separate. Helping your Zheng family win a match was part of our previous deal. However, Zheng Qianqian insisted that this 10 million is a gift to Chen Fan. Subsequently, Chen Fan sent Boss Cheng's account to Zheng Qianqian. A few hours later, Boss Cheng called to say that the money has been received. He has already acquired the century-old ginseng king from that fellow villager. Because the century-old ginseng king is too precious, Boss Cheng said he would come back tomorrow first to hand the item over to Chen Fan and then fly back to the northeast to bring back other herbs. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling very excited inside. As long as I get this old ginseng king, I will definitely reach the 6th level of chi refinement. My strength will leap again. Thus, even if I cannot win against a master, at least I can stand my ground. The next morning, after practicing the fiery sun golden, Lu Ruyu said, later accompany me to lunch, it's a class reunion. You promised me last time. Chen Fan explained, I'm quite busy today and have other matters to attend to. Lu Ruyu insisted, no matter how busy you are, you still have to eat right. Don't worry, it won't take you long. We will leave right after we eat. They're going to karaoke, but we won't go. If it's just a meal, it indeed won't take. Moreover, because Lu Ruyu was implicated in the last car accident, Chen Fan felt a bit guilty. Thus he nodded, all right, I will go with you. Lu Ruyu smiled brightly. I will go to the hair salon first. I will call you when I'm done. It seems that any girl with a bit of money has to get her hair done before a gathering. Soon it was noon, and Chen Fan went to the restaurant for the gathering with Lu Ruyu. Lu Ryu, we were waiting for you, hurry up. Upon entering the private room, there were already a number of people seated. Chen Fan counted, and there were about 20. This private room is also particularly large, not cramped at all. Li Fong, it's been 2 years since we last met, right? You look much prettier. No matter how pretty I am, I can't compare to you. You're the flower of our class, and one of the school beauties. Lu Ryu, if you don't come, Gu Yin wouldn't let us start him starving. Hearing this, Lu Ryu smiled. I'm really sorry, there was a bit of a traffic jam on the way. Who is this? A tall man about 185 meters dressed in Givenchy stepped forward enthusiastically to ask. This person is Gu Yin, the initiator of this class reunion. This is my boyfriend Chen Fan. Upon hearing this, Gu Yin but on the surface he still smiled and shook hands with Chen Fan. Hello, my name is Gu Yin. Chen Fan forced a smile and nodded. Are all the guests here? If everyone is here, shall we start the meal? During this time, Chen Fan has been practicing the true martial divine fist. The physical energy consumption is considerable, so he is very hungry. Chi refinement stage cultivators cannot fast, so during this time, Chen Fan's appetite has increased several times compared to usual. Li Fong laughed. Lu Ryu, did you find yourself a boyfriend or a dining partner? This made everyone laugh. Lu Ryu then winked at Chen Fan, as if saying, what's wrong with you? Can you not? Chen Fan shrugged indifferent. He really didn't care about these people's opinions. The key is that he was true. Gu Yin quickly smiled and said, waiter, serve the dishes. After the dishes were served, everyone ate and chatted. Chen Fan focused on his meal, though he didn't eat, as if he were a starving ghost. Gu Yin always struck up conversations with Lu Ryu, but her responses were rather perfunctory. Unable to find a breakthrough with Lu Ryu, Gu Yin started talking to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, where are you working now? I'm unemployed, not working. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Fong immediately said, oh, I didn't expect that. You must come from a rich family, a second-generation wealthy kid. Chen Fan shook his head. That's not the case. Li Fong feigned surprise. What? Not a second-generation wealthy kid. But you're wearing designer clothes, you must be living off a woman, right? Lu Ryu, haven't you always had high standards? Gu Yin pursued you for years, yet you didn't agree. Why settle for a soft man now? As soon as this was said, the others present turned their gazes toward Chen Fan, their mockery barely concealed. Lu Ryu shot a glare at Li Fong. Can you not look down on people like that? My Chen Fan can easily earn billions. Li Fong laughed dismissively, completely unconvinced. Back in college, Li Fong had always been at odds with Lu Ryu. Li Fong was quite attractive, but because Lu Ryu was around, she always got overshadowed. Although Li Fong never directly clashed with Lu Ryu, she always found ways to belittle her whenever she had the chance. Now she aimed to undermine Chen Fan in order to step on Lu Ryu. Unemployed, not a second-generation wealthy kid, yet can easily earn billions. Li Fong scoffed. You're not planning to rob a bank, are you? Someone chimed in. In this day and age, robbing a bank isn't as easy as it used to be. If you could easily rob a bank for $1 billion, you'd truly be impressive. Bro, next time you rob a bank, can you take me along? This remark sparked another round of hearty laughter in the private room, lifting the atmosphere. Those who didn't know would think it was just friends joking around. However, for Chen Fan, who was new to this group, it clearly exceeded the norms of usual social interactions. Chen Fan wasn't a fool and could tell that this was sarcasm. Gu Yin then joked, Lu Ryu, if your boyfriend is unemployed, he can come work at my company. I'll arrange a senior executive position for him with a monthly salary of 1,000. How about that? Gu Yin was acting like the nice guy. In reality, Lu Ryu wanted to vomit at the sight of him. This person was very hypocritical. Smack. Chen Fan pulled out a set of keys. Villain, no. 8 on Peach Blossom Island, it's mine. Then he pointed at Li Fong. You said I rob banks, come on, go rob me a Peach Blossom Island villa and see if you can. As soon as he mentioned Peach Blossom Island villa, the room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the set of keys on the table. Lu Ryu smugly said, that villa is way too big, it feels too empty to live in. Li Fong, don't say that villa was bought by me, who I can't afford it yet. Li Fong quickly sneered, huh? You say that's a Peach Blossom Island villa key. Who would believe that? Peach Blossom Island only has 18 villas, and the purchasing channel is basically not open to the public. Every person who can live there is a big shot you can find online. Their net worth is at least in the tens of billions. Someone also chimed in. Chen Fan, if you can really afford a Peach Blossom Island villa, why have we never heard of you in the Jiangnan wealthy circle before? Gu Yan's family is wealthy enough, has businesses abroad, and when they were down and out, they still had over $1 billion in assets, yet he doesn't own a Peach Blossom Island villa. At this moment, Gu Yan casually added, if my family truly wanted to live on Peach Blossom Island, we could afford it. It's just that my dad likes the old house we used to live in, so we haven't acquired much real estate. I studied abroad previously, so there was no need to acquire real estate in the country. Li Fong immediately said, I believe what young Master Gu said. Chen Fan shrugged. There was nothing to prove. He couldn't just take these people to visit Peach Blossom Island, could he? Lu Ryu couldn't swallow her pride and was determined to slap Li Feng's face. They had old scores to settle. So Lu Ryu directly video called Feng Huazhang. In the past, Lu Ryu didn't even have Feng Huazhang's personal contact details, let alone a video call. To get in touch, she had to make an appointment through his secretary. But now it was different. A Chun Fan had cured Feng Huazhang's incurable disease. Lu Ryu now had Feng Huazhang's personal contact method. Soon the video call connected. Feng Huazhang smiled. It's you, Xiao Lu. What's the matter? Lu Ryu replied with a faint smile. Nothing much, just checking on the old man's condition. Then she deliberately tilted her phone to show Chun Fan in the frame. Upon seeing Chun Fan, Feng Huazhang instantly became several times more enthusiastic. Dr. Chun, how's living in the Peach Blossom Island villa? Chun Fan nodded and said, Old man, I'll get you some pills later to help with your health. The pills are a bit expensive, costing 500 each. Feng Huazhang immediately replied, no problem. Thank you, Dr. Chun. After that, Lu Ryu chatted with Feng Huazhang for a few more minutes before hanging up the video. Chun Fan actually didn't want to show off like this, but there was no way around it. He knew Lu Ryu needed to save face and to put Li Feng down, so he intentionally mentioned the price of the pills, 500 each. Was that the founder of Yulong Group, Feng Huazhang? Seems like it, or I've seen his interview video online. Feng Huazhang asked Chun Fan how he was living in the Peach Blossom Island villa. If that's the case, that set of keys really is authentic. A villa on Peach Blossom Island must cost over $1 billion, right? Feng Huazhang just called Chun Fan Dr. Chun. What do you mean by pills costing 500 each? I don't get it. Are we filming a TV drama? What kind of pill costs 500? At this moment, the crowd in the private room was buzzing with discussion. Li Feng's face turned exceptionally ugly. How is that possible? There really is a Peach Blossom Island villa. Now she couldn't continue to belittle Chun Fan to step on Lu Ryu. Then someone started inquiring about what Dr. Chun meant. You have to know that among those present, aside from a few wealthy individuals, most were ordinary white-collar and blue-collar workers. Having a pre-tax salary of 100 a month was considered a high salary. In the national context, it could outshine 90 of the people. And now Chun Fan mentioned a single pill costing 500. That equated to them working without eating or drinking for 5 to 6 years. Who wouldn't be tempted? Immediately someone came over with a bottle of white wine specifically to toast Chun Fan. They expressed a desire for Chun Fan to mentor them, clearly trying to curry favor. Chun Fan knew that even if he explained, these people wouldn't genuinely believe him. Moreover, he didn't have the energy to take others along. Because he was in the realm of cultivation and alchemy, not conducting business, how could he casually bring someone along? So he just perfunctorily explained a couple of things and didn't want to say more. Lu Ryu also didn't want to show off too much, because Li Feng initially targeted her by belittling Chun Fan's lack of income. Now that this matter was proven, it slapped Li Feng's face. It was enough. Lu Ryu didn't want to reveal any more about Chun Fan's abilities. The meal lasted more than an hour before everyone dispersed. Afterwards, they began heading to the second entertainment venue. Some went to KTV, some went to play billiards, and others went to watch a movie. Lu Ryu declined all invitations. Guyan, Li Feng, and others personally escorted Lu Ryu and Chun Fan to the parking lot. Even during the meal, Li Feng secretly thought of ways to belittle Lu Ryu. However, on the surface, Li Feng was very courteous, warm, and generous. Lu Ryu, next time I'll treat you and your boyfriend to dinner again. Sure, no problem. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked over quickly, holding a nearly person-high purple wooden box. Little brother, I've brought the goods for you. Lu Ryu curiously asked, Chun Fan, what have you bought again? Guyan and Li Feng were also very interested, their eyes fixed on the large wooden box. Chun Fan opened the wooden box, revealing an oversized ginseng. The box was divided into 3 layers, with the main root of the ginseng at the bottom and the other 2 layers used for stacking the root hairs. The middle-aged man was naturally Boss Chung from the herbal market. Little brother, I measured it, and the longest root hair is over 3 meters long. Due to the flexibility of the root hairs, the box was divided into 3 layers to neatly stack them in bins. Chun Fan glanced over with his Lyrian golden eyes and found that the medicinal properties of this 100-year-old ginseng king were extremely potent. Finding pure 100-year-old ginseng on Earth is truly not easy. If all goes well, this will be the best material for Chun Fan's alchemy. Is this 100-year-old ginseng real? Li Feng frowned, very curious. Such a thing is indeed rare, it hardly even appears in the news. Guyan then asked, Chun Fan, how much did you spend on it? Boss Chung from the herbal market answered first. This little brother spent 5 million. Li Feng's eyelids twitched. She considered herself from a middle-class family. Whether it was the villa key from Peach Blossom Island that Chun Fan had taken out earlier, or now spending 5 million on ginseng, it was something she couldn't even dare to imagine. Li Feng asked, Lu Ryu, your boyfriend bought such an impressive ginseng. Oh, what kind of health issue does he have? Is he that weak? Lu Ryu rolled her eyes and replied sarcastically, I know if I'm weak or not, why don't you try me? Besides, this ginseng is meant for him to refine pills. Each one sells for 500,000. With such a big ginseng, easily getting 100 pills to sell to those wealthy nobles means he could earn tens of. Li Fong twitched her mouth, seeing she couldn't gain any advantage. She changed the subject. Since it's worth so much, you have to be careful not to let anyone steal it. Of course, the security at the Peach Blossom Island Villa is very strict. Lu Ryu laughed. Who could steal anything from the Peach Blossom Island Villa? Li Fong was so retorted that her blood pressure rose significantly. If they continued chatting, she might need medication to lower it. Gu Yin shook hands with Chen Fan and Lu Ryu, smiling. Be careful on your way. Oh, I still have to accompany them to KTV, so they'll leave you here. Lu Ryu nodded. Thank you for your trouble. You can go now. After Gu Yin and Li Fong left, Boss Chung from the herbal market said, Little brother, I'll be leaving too. I have to catch a flight to the northeast this afternoon to bring back the other herbs. Chen Fan shook hands with him. Thank you for your hard work. Make sure to bring back the remaining herbs safely and promptly. Don't worry, I've been in this business for decades. I've safely brought back 100-year-old ginseng kings, so the other herbs are nothing to worry about. After Boss Chung from the herbal market left, Lu Ryu finally asked, Chen Fan, how could the herbal market specifically come to the restaurant parking lot to hand over the ginseng to you? I know this thing is valuable, but it shouldn't have been delivered here, right? Chen Fan smiled and said, I sent him a message to come. Why? Lu Ryu asked curiously. Chen Fan explained, wasn't it to help you regain face earlier in the private room? So I thought that by the time we finished the meal, the ginseng would arrive just in time. Without saying a word, I could slap them in the face. Who knew you would directly video call Feng Huazhong? Lu Ryu laughed after hearing this. It seems you are more thoughtful than I imagined. Then Lu Ryu curiously asked, did I guess right? You spent a fortune to buy the ginseng king to refine pills for sale. Chen Fan shook his head, not really. The pills I sell can be refined with some ordinary herbs. Just like the small Peiyuan pill I gave to your grandfather, the cost of herbs for one is about 1,000 yuan. What? Lu Ryu was shocked. 1,000 yuan cost, and you sold it to my grandfather for 100,000 each. That's way too much profit. Since we have such a familiar relationship, can't you give me a discount? Chen Fan candidly replied. I have already given you a discount, didn't you hear it during the video call? I'm going to sell it to him for 500,000 each. Is it the same type of pill, eh? Lu Ryu asked. Chen Fan nodded, of course. Lu Ryu gasped in astonishment. Chen Fan, this is a super profitable business. Why don't you open a factory and mass-produce these pills, like 6 flavor Remania pills? Lu Ryu's eyes began to shine. You could lower the cost of herbs and the effectiveness of the pills a bit. Even if you sold each for 2,000 or 3,000, the annual profit could easily exceed 10 billion. If the pricing can be reduced further, the market is even larger. With thin profits and high sales reaching tens of billions, going global and breaking 100 billion is all possible. If you don't know how to start a business and set up a factory, I can help you. With this technology, it's a guaranteed profitable venture. Chen Fan smiled and said, Lu Ryu, you are overestimating how simple this pill business is. Do you think the small Peiyuan pill is the same as the 6 flavor Remania pills? They both look like they are for nourishing the body. Lu Ryu was a bit confused. If not, then what? Chen Fan waved his hand. In any case, the small Peiyuan pill can currently only be refined by me personally to be effective. There's simply no way to mass produce it. The small Peiyuan pill is a lower tier version of the Peiyuan pill. The Peiyuan pill is used by cultivators for their cultivation to strengthen their foundation. It's not just for curing illnesses. This type of pill cannot be mass-produced casually. It requires orthodox alchemical methods to form the pills. As for making money, having tens of billions or even hundreds of billions is a possibility. Chen Fan naturally thought about it, but it definitely wouldn't be through this way. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Fan returned to the Peach Blossom Island Villa, while Lu Ryu went to the company for a meeting. The day after he treated Feng Huazhong, he moved out. He also cleaned the villa thoroughly. Chen Fan treated this place as a simple cultivation site and didn't care much about the room or decoration. He occasionally still went to Lu Ryu's villa at Xinghe Bay to sleep. Fortunately, Feng Huazhong left a safe. Otherwise, where would I put this 100-year-old ginseng king? The safe was integrated with the entire wall, not only discreet, but also very secure. Once Boss Chung from the herbal market brought back the remaining herbs, Chen Fan could begin refining the Gathering Spirit pill. The Gathering Spirit pill refined this time would definitely be of a higher grade. After placing the 100-year-old ginseng in the safe, Chen Fan began to meditate and cultivate. For the next few days, he planned to stay at the Peach Blossom Island Villa without going anywhere to prevent anyone from stealing his ginseng. He had the property management bring over his 3 meals. After all, in such a high-end villa area, the property services were naturally up to par. To be honest, if 5 million in cash were stolen, Chen Fan might not feel a thing. But if this 100-year-old ginseng king were stolen, Chen Fan would definitely be furious. For him, now making money was not difficult. However, the 100-year-old ginseng was something that could not be sought after. On Earth, this is the finest alchemical material. The night of the second day arrived in a flash. Chen Fan still could not completely replace sleep with meditation, so he still needed to sleep. At Villa No. 8 on Peach Blossom Island, 3 men in black stealthily slipped in. Their movements were incredibly nimble. The high wall was easily scaled, and the smart lock's door opened without resistance. Their skills were quite exceptional. Once inside the villa, the three quickly began to search separately. Before long, they found the safe. One of them said, "This is a G54 series safe made in Europe. I happen to have studied it and can open it." Eagle Eye, you keep watch on the stairs. Pillar, you watch the bedroom. After assigning their roles, the three began their tasks. The locksmith took out professional tools and started to crack the safe. 15 minutes later, with a ding, the safe was opened. Uncle Hua couldn't wait to take out a box containing ginseng from the safe. Eagle Eye, Pillar, we got the goods, let's go. Among the three, the leader was known as Uncle Hua in the Wrongman. The Wrongman was the underworld of thieves and bandits. The underworld of swindlers was called Chin Men. In Wrongman, seniority was emphasized. Based on seniority, experience, and skill, they could be ranked as brothers, uncles, and grandfathers. In Chin Men, being called brother meant one had made a name for themselves. One could have their own territory and gather disciples. Being called uncle indicated exceptional skill with many disciples and juniors. Regardless of where one mixed at this level, just from the people under them, they could collect at least over 100,000 every month. Uncle Hua had been in Jiangnan for over 20 years. From initially stealing wallets at train stations to later specializing in safes in wealthy neighborhoods. All these years he had never been caught. The largest theft he committed was a painting from the Tang dynasty. He sold it on the black market for 30 million. However, Uncle Hua quickly lost that 30 million at the Special Zones casinos. Eagle Eye, Pillar. Uncle Hua called out again, but received no response. This puzzled him greatly. Eagle Eye and Pillar were disciples who had been learning under him for years. Their skills were exquisite. It was impossible for them to be slacking off at this moment. Even if they were slacking, it shouldn't be both of them at the same time. Suddenly, an unsettling thought flashed through Uncle Hua's mind. In the next second, the room's lights turned on. Chen Fan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Uncle Hua. Moreover, he was holding one person in each hand, namely Eagle Eye and Pillar. Bang! Chen Fan casually threw the two men in front of Uncle Hua like they were dead dogs. The two lay on the ground like a heap of mud, not moving at all. Seeing this, Uncle Hua was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly shouted, "Eagle Eye, Pillar, what's wrong with you? Get up." Chen Fan coldly said, "Stop shouting, they're both dead." Uncle Hua, upon hearing this, quickly crouched down to check their pulses. He found that there was indeed no response. You were supposed to be asleep, right? I had Pillar carry the sleeping incense and spray it towards your bedroom. Even if there was an earthquake, you shouldn't wake up." Chen Fan scoffed, "That stuff is useless against me." He was a cultivator, and how could an ordinary sleeping incense affect him? In terms of physical constitution, he had long exceeded that of ordinary people. "I never expected thieves would dare to come steal from me. Today, I will make sure you all come and go without a trace." The century-old ginseng was extremely important to Chen Fan. This was a medicinal herb that could elevate him by at least one small realm. Anyone daring to steal his ginseng was equivalent to touching his reverse scale. Ultimately, it would lead to a dead end. "I admit defeat, leave the goods, and let me go." Uncle Hua gritted his teeth. Chen Fan chuckled coldly, "Want to leave? Dream on. What do you think this place is? You can come and go as you please." Uncle Hua took out a dagger and threatened, "Leave me a way out so we can meet again in the future. Don't push me too hard." Chen Fan asked, "Who told you I had treasures here?" It was only yesterday that he brought the ginseng back, and today thieves came. This made it hard for Chen Fan not to suspect it was an inside job. Uncle Hua replied casually, "Peach Blossom Island is a well-known wealthy area in Jiangnan. What family doesn't have treasures? It just so happened that your house was selected tonight." Chen Fan chuckled, "Do you think him a fool? Thieves steal things. Even in a wealthy area, they would scout beforehand. Only then can they clearly know what to steal and what preparations to make." Uncle Hua changed his tone. "I'll tell you, will you let me go?" Chen Fan wanted to know the answer, so he nodded. "No problem, tell me the name, and I'll let you go." Uncle Hua said solemnly, "There's someone named Mouse. He specializes in selling information. Just give me his address, or tell me where I can find him." Since Uncle Hua chose to speak, there was no need to divulge half the information and hide something else. Thus, Uncle Hua revealed Mouse's address to Chen Fan. In the next second, Chen Fan casually shot out an ice arrow, piercing Uncle Hua's heart. Uncle Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't you say, let me go?" Chen Fan revealed a cold smile. "I was lying to you." Uncle Hua fell down, becoming a corpse. Chen Fan found it somewhat strange, from earlier killing Cheng Tai to killing Wu Jianfeng, and now these three. He seemed to have no significant emotional fluctuations, as if doing these things was only natural. It shouldn't be like this. After all, this is murder. Why do I feel no fear at all? Could this also be a special ability acquired after becoming a cultivator? Chun Fan couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to bother with it. He had to think of a way to deal with these 3 corpses. Chun Fan could use Dan Fire to burn the 3 corpses. However, it would consume a significant amount of his mana. He didn't want to waste his mana on this. After weighing his options, Chun Fan still made a call to Zheng Qianqian. He asked her to have the Zheng family send someone to handle the 3 corpses. As a powerful force in Jiangnan, the Zheng family could easily handle this. Who leaked that I had century-old ginseng? Was it Boss Chung from the herbal medicine market, Lu Ruyu, Gu Yin, or Li Fong? There were only a few people who knew about Chun Fan's century-old ginseng. Boss Chung from the herbal medicine market and Lu Ruyu. Neither of them should have deliberately leaked the news or specifically called someone to steal. There was no need for that. But one couldn't completely rule out the possibility that they might have inadvertently let it slip during a conversation. The most likely culprits are Gu Yin or Li Fong. Gu Yin had always liked Lu Ruyu, but with Chun Fan's sudden appearance, Gu Yin might have developed a vengeful mindset. Li Fong and Lu Ruyu had always been at odds, knowing Chun Fan had century-old ginseng. She could also have called someone to steal it. The mastermind should be between those 2, but I still need to find Mouse to confirm. The next morning, Chun Fan completed his practice of the Fiery Sun Golden Eyes, as usual, and went to look for Housie. Following the address and detailed information provided by Uncle Hua, Chun Fan arrived at a high-end residential community at 9 a.m. Building 9, apartment 1307. The front door was equipped with a smart electronic lock. However, with just a gentle touch of his hand, a blue electric arc appeared running to his fingertips. This was Chun Fan's electric control ability from his Purple Cloud Thunder Body. Unlocking a small electronic lock was like taking candy from a baby. The door opened, and Chun Fan walked straight in. There was someone washing up in the bathroom. After a while, a beautiful woman emerged from the bathroom with a 4 or 5-year-old girl. The beautiful woman, seeing a strange man sitting on the sofa, immediately asked, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Chun Fan smiled faintly. "Sister-in-law, I'm here to find Brother Fugue." Wang Fugue was Haozhi's real name. The beautiful woman's brow furrowed slightly, filled with suspicion. After all, no one had opened the door for Chun Fan. He had entered quietly and sat on the living room sofa, which would make anyone feel tense. He went downstairs to buy breakfast, and will be back soon, the beautiful woman said, and then hurriedly took the little girl into the room. She locked the door behind her. The little girl with a mushroom haircut smiled and greeted Chun Fan. "Hello, uncle." Although he was in his 20s, being called uncle made him feel a bit old. But since the other party was just a cute little girl who could really mind, Chun Fan returned her a smile. After another 10 minutes, a middle-aged man walked in carrying a portion of pulled noodles, 2 fried dough sticks, and a plate of soup dumplings. He said while changing his shoes, "Honey, why is the door not closed? Last time Xiaomi ran out secretly, and it took several days to find her. I almost lost her." Xiaomi was the cat raised by Wang Fugue's family. Soon Wang Fugue changed into his slippers, entered the room, and discovered Chun Fan sitting on the sofa. Wang Fugue looked a bit puzzled. "May I ask who you are?" He thought it was his wife's friend. However, he had met all of his wife's friends' classmates and relatives, and he had never seen someone like this before. Chun Fan replied calmly, "You are Haozi, right? My name is Chun Fan. Uncle Hua must have told you that I have a 100-year-old ginseng at home." Instantly, Wang Fugue was taken aback, nearly stumbling and falling. His eyes, which were already small, seemed even narrower, earning him the nickname Haozi on the streets. Now, with his brows tightly knitted, he could see even less. "How do you know I live here?" "Of course, Uncle Hua. He actually followed me." Wang Fugue was very angry. People who mix in the underworld always strive to hide their real home address, to avoid one day having enemies suddenly showing up at their door. Of course, exceptions are made for those who become big shots. However, Wang Fugue was just a second-hand dealer selling various information and usually didn't provoke any enemies. Wang Fugue had the nickname Haozi for a reason. He was very cautious. No one knew where he lived. However, what he didn't expect was that Uncle Hua had actually secretly followed him, and even disclosed his address to others. "I know Uncle Hua, but I haven't sold any information to him recently. You must have been deceived by him." Wang Fugue had no intention of admitting it. Chun Fan stated directly, "Where did you get your information? Tell me honestly. For the sake of your wife and child, I won't make things difficult for you. If you keep your mouth shut and refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for using some methods on you." According to the rules of the underworld, Wang Fugue couldn't disclose the source of his information. Once the rules were broken, he would no longer be able to mix in the underworld. But now someone had come to his home, and had even deliberately mentioned his wife and child. Wasn't this a threat? Wang Fugue couldn't afford to take that gamble. In the end, he had no choice but to reveal the source of the information. "I heard it from a woman at a dinner party 2 nights ago." Chun Fan asked, "Is her name Li Fong?" Wang Fugue thought for a moment. That seems to be the name. Upon receiving the answer, Chun Fan instinctively wanted to kill Wang Fugue. But Chen Fan quickly froze. Wait. I didn't intend to kill him, but why do I have this instinct to kill? Chen Fan was alarmed. He hurriedly left Wang Fugui's house. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back and would go on a killing spree. Chen Fan thought of a possibility: he had gone astray in his cultivation. No wonder ever since he killed someone for the first time his desire to kill had grown stronger. If killing Cheng Tai and Wu Junfeng was justified, then reflecting on it, the three thieves who broke in last night didn't deserve death. If he wanted to teach them a lesson, he could have just broken their arms and legs. But Chen Fan decisively killed all of them, and he felt no remorse in his heart. After all, Chen Fan had received a proper education and had been taught about the law. Even if he became a cultivator, he couldn't just turn into a ruthless killer overnight. There should be a process. But now Chen Fan had no intention of killing Wang Fugue. Yet his body had this instinctive reaction to kill. Something was clearly wrong. If this continues, will I become a senseless killing machine in the future? Thinking of this, Chen Fan felt a wave of panic. If I am going astray in my cultivation and my body is uncontrollably wanting to kill, as I continue to cultivate, who knows what other symptoms might arise. At that point, I might end up killing myself while refining. From the teachings of the Northern Xian Dao, Lord Chen Fan knew that among 10 cultivators, 9 had experienced going astray. The lucky ones had elders to guide them and transitioned smoothly. The unfortunate ones would fall into ruin. Chen Fan had only received the inheritance of the Northern Xian Dao Lord, and his cultivation was based on his own exploration. It was inevitable that issues would arise. Cultivation was an act of defiance against the heavens. Hence one would inevitably encounter going astray and face various tribulations. This was a test from the heavens. Chen Fan immediately returned to the Taohua Island villa and began to meditate, calming his mind. This instance of going astray was not too severe. He was able to notice it himself and came to a sudden realization. Many cultivators who went astray were unaware, ultimately sinking deeper and deeper into the abyss. In order to completely pull himself out of the state of going astray, Chen Fan specifically chose a cultivation method from the inheritance of the Northern Xian Dao Lord, pure heart technique. It is said that this is a method from the Buddhist sect, and cultivating this technique allows one to attain a state of purity, greatly reducing the risk of going astray during cultivation. After practicing this technique, Chen Fan instantly felt as if he had become ethereal. It was as if all distracting thoughts had been cleared from his mind. He didn't stop until around 7 or 8 in the evening. I should have successfully navigated this instance of going astray. But was Li Fang deliberately inciting people to steal my 100-year-old ginseng, or did she just mention me to boast at the dinner? Just as Chen Fan was pondering this, Boss Chung from the herbal medicine market called. He said that other herbs had been transported back from the northeast. Chen Fan was delighted and temporarily didn't want to think about Li Fang. He quickly asked Boss Chung to deliver all the herbs. Refining pills was not something that could be completed in just a few hours. Last time, refining the gathering spirit pill took 3 to 4 days. This time, although he had experience and his magical power had greatly increased, the herbs still had to be slowly brewed, especially the 100-year-old ginseng, which needed ample time to extract all its medicinal properties. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Chen Fan remained in the villa, not venturing outside. His meals were delivered 3 times a day. After all, finding a century-old ginseng in today's society is no easy feat. Therefore, Chen Fan did not want to make any mistakes in this alchemy process. Even the initial boiling was as simple as simmering soup, just turning on the heat and letting it be. However, Chen Fan still checked on it every once in a while. This alchemy technique was identical to the last time. At the final moment, Chen Fan used the ancient true fire to refine the pill. The spirit-gathering pill produced this time had a more brilliant color. The moment the pill was formed, its fragrance instantly filled the entire villa. Various insects and birds were attracted, flocking towards the villa. Upon closer inspection of the surface of the spirit-gathering pill, one could discover fine patterns. These were the pill inscriptions, indicating that the pill had reached a certain grade. The quality of this pill was clearly several times better than the last one. This spirit-gathering pill was crafted from 10 million worth of materials. Wealth, companion, law, and land. No wonder wealth is placed at the forefront. Chen Fan consumed the pill and began his cultivation. Soon his magical power began to increase. Foundation Establishment Layer 6. Foundation Establishment Layer 7. Foundation Establishment Layer 8. After half a day, the effects of the spirit-gathering pill were completely refined, and Chen Fan's cultivation reached Foundation Establishment Layer 8. I actually broke through 3 small realms in one go. Chen Fan was immensely excited. This spirit-gathering pill was equivalent to 2 or 3 months of his cultivation. Chen Fan's strength had received a tremendous boost this time. Now the time until the martial arts competition with the Zheng and Wu families was drawing ever closer. For Chen Fan, now he truly felt invincible. As my cultivation increases, each subsequent rise becomes more challenging. Finding another century-old ginseng won't be easy relying solely on luck. Having reached Foundation Establishment Layer 8, it's time to attempt setting up a formation to aid in my cultivation. With Chun Fan's current realm, he began to absorb spiritual energy as usual. It would likely take at least 3 months to break through to Foundation Establishment Layer 9. At this point, besides pills, formations were essential. The spirit gathering formation could gather spiritual energy from a radius of 1,000 to 10,000 miles, depending on the skill of the one setting it up. Those with supreme cultivation could even gather the spiritual energy of an entire planet. The simplest spirit gathering formation only requires jade as the foundational material. Chun Fan decided to head to the jade market right away. In Jiangnan, there is a street known as the largest jade trading market in the region. Here not only are there the most jade shops in Jiangnan, but also many raw jade materials. The gambling stones have also become a scenic highlight of this street. Phrases like one cut poor, one cut rich, one cut open crotch pants are old sayings in the gambling stone industry. Every year, countless people holding on to dreams of wealth invest their hard-earned money into gambling stones only to end up losing everything. It was only upon arriving at the Jade Street that Chun Fan suddenly remembered that his fiery golden eyes possessed a perspective ability. Using this for gambling stones would mean certain victory. Chun Fan had originally planned to directly buy ready-made jade stones at the store. However, those jades had all been crafted into various types of jewelry. There were no intact pieces. For building the foundation of the spirit gathering formation, it was best to use whole stones. The smallest foundation required a jade piece, at least the size of a palm. Moreover, Chun Fan's available funds on his bank card were just over $1 million. Therefore, he decided to gamble on stones. Minimizing costs while maximizing jade output became Chun Fan's optimal choice. Chun Fan, is that really you? Just as Chun Fan walked into a small warehouse filled with raw jade materials, a guy who looked about his age walked over with a smile. Luo Yongkong, what are you doing here? Chun Fan recognized the other person. A classmate from university. I work here. The salary is high and I don't have to work night shifts like you do in the factory. What do you look down on workers in factories? No, I just meant it must be harder that way. Luo Yongkong asked Chun Fan, I saw Zhang Lily mention in the group that you won the lottery. Is it true? How much did you win? Not much, just a small amount. Chun Fan waved his hand and smiled. Luo Yongkong was sharpied, a few million, right? The clothes you're wearing must cost a few thousand, and the watch. If I'm not mistaken, it's a Richard. With this outfit, if you didn't win a few million, you wouldn't dare spend this much. Chun Fan changed the subject. Why did you? Luo Yongkong replied, candidly, I'm here to learn experience. I believe that one day, I too will be able to find a fully green jade piece. Then I can sell it and instantly become a millionaire. Chun Fan gave him a thumbs up. You have ambition. How's your learning going? Why don't you accompany me to pick out some stones? Luo Yongkong was surprised. Are you getting ahead of yourself? Even if you won the lottery, you shouldn't gamble on stones. The depths of this world are too profound. Luo Yongkong said earnestly, let me tell you, 90 of the raw jade materials sold on this street are rubbish. Whoever comes will lose. I guarantee you'll end up with nothing. Luo Yongkong continued, some stones have been deliberately cut open by the owners showing green and then sold at high prices. People who don't understand will think they've bought a ticket to wealth. In reality, they have already fallen into a trap. Those stones are either impure with only a little green or are artificially combined and faked. Luo Yongkong said meaningfully, which of these shop owners hasn't been in this industry for over 30 years? How could the jade materials they sell allow a gambler to find green? Chun Fan, I'm looking out for you. Never gamble on stones, just buy those finished jades from the store. It was clear that Luo Yongkong was a decent person. Chun Fan smiled and said, it's fine, I won't buy anything too expensive, just trying it out for fun. Luo Yongkong sighed. All right then, since that's the case, it'll take you to pick out a few affordable ones for you to experience. Then Luo Yongkong returned to his store, spoke to his boss, and then took Chun Fan to wander around the entire. While explaining the types of jade to Chun Fan, he secretly pointed out which displayed raw jade materials were obviously fake. Chun Fan activated the perspective ability of fiery golden eyes. With his current Foundation Establishment Layer 8 magical power, it was easy to see through the stones. Chun Fan could clearly see whether each piece of raw jade contained green and how much green it had. Soon he discovered a raw jade material the size of a football with abundant green and exceptionally high purity. This was definitely a good piece. Boss, how much is this stone? Brother, your eye for quality is exceptional. This piece is indeed a rare good material. Look at this luster. The boss used a flashlight to shine on the stone, gesturing for Chun Fan. Brother, this stone is guaranteed to yield jade, green, and flawless. 5,000 yuan. What do you say? And Chun Fan nodded. Agreed. And Luo Yongkong immediately grabbed Chun Fan's arm and frowned. Didn't I just tell you? The waters here run deep. Just give it a try. Spend a few thousand yuan on a stone, no more. And then Luo Yongkong turned to the vendor. If it's truly guaranteed to yield jade, why haven't you cut it open yourself? The vendor remained unruffled and chuckled. When a tailor claims his garments are exquisite, does he wear them all himself? And when a chef boasts his fried rice is delicious, does he devour every bowl? Then why sell them at all? And young man, your understanding is rather narrow. I'm in this business. I hardly hoard stones as family heirlooms instead of selling them. Indeed, the vendor's rhetorical skill was exceptional. And Luo Yongkong was instantly left speechless, struggling for a moment to formulate any rebuttal. Chen Fan, however, remained utterly unfazed. And had anyone else heeded Luo Yongkong's warning, they might have hesitated and walked away. But Chen Fan possessed the divine eye, a power that revealed with absolute clarity vibrant green jade pulsing within this very stone. Without hesitation, Chen Fan paid the sum. Brother, may your first cut unveil jade. May fortune flood your path, prosperity bloom, and auspiciousness reign. And the vendor beamed with delight upon receiving payment. In the jade gambling trade, an uncut stone, entirely sealed, bearing no exposed surface, holds little value even if a flashlight beam reveals vivid green beneath its rough skin. Its price remains modest, for uncertainty still looms large. Yet should a single cut expose jade on its face, its worth surges dramatically. Conversely, if the cut reveals no jade, its value plummets, halving overnight. Most patrons at the jade market purchase only stones bearing such revealing cuts, not uncut whole stones like the one Chen Fan now held. Too great the risk. And done for. I told you not to buy it. Now those 5,000 yuan are almost certainly lost. And Luo Yongkong shook his head helplessly. Chen Fan smiled. Not necessarily. What if we profit? And Luo Yongkong retorted immediately. I've worked here 3 or 4 years. My eye is sharper than yours. This is merely a worthless rock. No jade lies within. And Chen Fan replied coolly, shall we test that claim? And Luo Yongkong nodded. Very well. Since you've already bought it, come along. I'll take you to have it cut. This street housed dedicated cutting stations, where patrons could either operate the machinery themselves or entrust their stones to master cutters, both services carrying fees. Self-cutting cost 100 yuan per session, professional cutting 300. And though fortunes fluctuated among jade gamblers passing through daily, and owners of cutting machines enjoyed steady, unwavering profits. Chen Fan marked a precise line on the stone's exterior. And having worked this street for 3 or 4 years, Luo Yongkong knew how to cut. And so they paid only 100 yuan to borrow the machine, and Luo Yongkong began the cut. Across China, wherever jade markets thrived and raw stones changed hands, niche cutting drew a crowd. Inevitably. Some were jade merchants, seeking whole slabs to carve into ornaments and jewelry. And buying directly from cutting sites often meant lower prices. Others were fellow gamblers, waiting for a promising cut, then bidding higher to acquire the stone, intending to cut it themselves for greater odds, or reselling it for profit. As Luo Yongkong guided the blade, dozens of eyes gleamed with feverish intensity, and fixed upon the stone as if drawn by magnetic force. Were this not a lawful society, those burning gazes alone would inspire dread, and fear that should jade emerge it might be seized on the spot. Master Zhang, do you believe this stone will yield jade? Na woman stepped forward, clad in a sleek black pencil skirt and crisp white blouse. Her name was Lu Qiuyu, owner of a Jiangbei jade company and its chief jade crafting artisan. And within Jiangbei's entire jade crafting circle, her reputation ranked among the elite. She wore delicate gold-rimmed spectacles, possessed a high, elegant nose, and lips rich with allure. And above all, her monochrome ensemble, form-fitting sculpting curves with precision, paired with stiletto heels, embodied the very essence of the metropolitan enchantress. She was the kind of woman who stirred reverie with a single glance. And this stone's hue is dull, its rind excessively thick. The likelihood of jade is slim. Master Zhang shook his head. And hired by Lu Qiuyu to oversee jade procurement, he had spent nearly half a century in this trade. Ni's discernment legendary and unerring. Lu Qiuyu sought a flawless, unbroken slab of jade to carve a sacred bodhisattva statue, with exacting standards for purity and translucence. And while her team scoured the nation for acquisitions, she also ventured into Jiangbei and Jiangnan jade markets, gambling for rare finds. Acquisition was certain, but time-consuming and exorbitantly priced. And until then, she chose to rely on fortune. Days have passed. When will I finally encounter the jade I seek? And Lu Qiuyu sighed softly. Luo Yongkong's cutting technique was sound. Yet as the machine whirred, astonishment bloomed within him, swelling into awe. He had deemed this stone barren. Yet not only did jade appear, but it emerged in a strikingly uniform, cohesive form. An elegant, elongated oval, and cut with surgical precision along Chen Fan's marked line, exposing the jade core perfectly. Not a millimeter too much nor too little. Brother, stop cutting. I'll take it. 20,000 yuan. Mine. 50,000 in, and even mid-cut bids erupted, voices clamoring to but Chen Fan had traced a full deliberate line. Nand intended to keep the jade intact. And so Luo Yongkong continued, stripping away every last layer of coarse rind. When the raw stone's true nature lay fully revealed, not collective gasp tore through the crowd. And Luo Yongkong's lips trembled, and this is glass-grade jadeite. It was a flawless oval-shaped piece, fist-sized, of glass-grade jadeite and pinnacle tier among all jadeite classifications. Within it impurities were virtually non-existent, crystalline luminous pristine, impurity exceeding 95%. And its green, vibrant imperial regal, was the most coveted hue in the market emperor green. Next in rank stood ice-grade jadeite, and still remarkably pure with impurity levels below 10%. Not pigeon egg-sized ice-grade emperor green artistically carved commanded tens of millions. How much more then would glass-grade emperor green, and supreme grade, command? At least tenfold its ice-grade counterpart. Yet glass-grade emperor green was vanishingly rare, and its emergence hinged entirely on fate's caprice. Chen Fan's stone was precisely that, glass-grade emperor green, and crucially fist-sized, flawlessly shaped. Its color, pure, brilliant, radiant, none marred by a single fissure. And Luo Yongkong stood frozen, stunned. In 3 or 4 years on this street immersed in jade trading, he'd never heard of anyone extracting jadeite of such size and perfection. He rubbed his eyes fiercely, terrified he was hallucinating. A glass type this large worth hundreds of millions. The boss who sold this stone to Chen Fan felt his blood pressure spike to 200 and collapsed on the ground. He never dreamed that a piece the size of a soccer ball would be considered waste by him. Inside it actually hid a fist-sized piece of glass-type imperial green. The more he thought about it, the more regret he felt. This could be a blessing bestowed upon him by his ancestor in the underworld. It could ensure that he and his descendants would never worry about food and clothing. However, he failed to seize this opportunity. Lu Qiyu's red lips parted, her beautiful eyes wide open, utterly shocked. She had been exposed to the jade industry since childhood as her family was in this line of work. Yet she had never seen anyone open such a large piece of glass-type imperial green in the stone gambling market. Master Zhang, didn't you say earlier that this piece was of poor quality and wouldn't yield green? Master Zhang was also a bit stunned. I misjudged. This kid's ancestral grave must be emitting green smoke. He actually opened a glass type. Lu Qiuyue immediately shouted, Sir, sell this glass type to me. I'll offer 100 million. Cash immediate transfer. The Jade Company usually has a large amount of capital on hand. This allows them to quickly purchase high-quality jade material when it becomes available. If it were ice type or a smaller piece, there might still be people competing to bid. But this is glass type, and apart from representatives from large companies, ordinary business owners, or stone gambling enthusiasts do not have sufficient funds to acquire this jade. Therefore, at this moment, only Lu Qiuyue was bidding, wanting to buy it. Chen Fan, on the other hand, took out a black cloth bag and directly packed the exquisite jade. He smiled at Lu Qiuyue. I'm sorry, but I'm not selling. Then Chen Fan patted Luo Yongkong on the shoulder. Let's continue looking at other stalls to see if there are any good materials. To build a spirit-gathering array, the foundation cannot possibly rely on just one piece of jade. For Chen Fan's first attempt at constructing a formation, at least 9 complete pieces of jade were needed. Each piece must be at least fist-sized. I cut out a glass-type imperial green. Luo Yongkong kept repeating this phrase, his gaze dazed. You must understand, he was in this line of work to learn experience, hoping that one day he could cut out valuable materials and then become wealthy, transcending social classes. But now he had cut out the finest jade. It was comparable to helping someone win the lottery and ending up with hundreds of millions. The shock brought an overwhelming sense of disparity to his heart. Luo Yongkong suddenly remembered that he had cut according to Chen Fan's markings. And after cutting, the jade was very complete. Not a single bit was ruined. He couldn't understand how that piece of jade material with such a thick skin could be perfectly marked by anyone, even a master with decades of experience. But how did Chen Fan manage it? Was Chen Fan's expertise in this field really that profound? Luo Yongkong followed Chen Fan in a daze, continuing to wander in front of various stalls. Lu Qiuyue quickly walked to Chen Fan's side, a fragrant breeze enveloping him, making one want to inhale deeply. Hello, sir. I am Lu Qiuyue, the chief designer of Jiangbei Pinyu Jewelry Co. Ltd. Here is my business card. If you sell this glass type to me, I can maximize its value. 100 million is already a reasonable price in the stone gambling circle for this piece that is yet to be designed or carved into a finished product. Hearing this, Luo Yongkong immediately said, Who are you trying to fool? Do you really think we don't understand the industry? Such a large piece of exquisite jade ultimately has a minimum value of over 300 million. Do you understand what minimum means? Lu Qiuyue gently pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up the bridge of her nose and smiled. But this is the final value. Before that, this piece of stone has to go through the hands of advanced designers and carvers. Only through artistic processing can its value be maximized. If we also add cultural value, tell some stories, and promote sentiments, the value can increase even further. But these profits are certainly for those who do these things to earn right. Lu Qiuyue stood directly in front of Chun Fan, preventing him from moving forward. Her figure was very alluring, and standing face to face with Chun Fan, they were quite close. The buttons of her white shirt were almost touching Chun Fan's chest. Sir, I, Lu Qiuyue, always conduct business with honesty. Some things that other jewelry bosses won't tell you, I can be straightforward with you. Let's be friends. I really need this jade. I can earn less, give up some profits, and add another 50 million for you. How about that? Lu Qiuyue stared intently at Chun Fan. At such close range, Chun Fan could clearly admire Lu Qiuyue's features. She was very beautiful and three-dimensional. She was almost like the image of a mature president from a comic. I can sense your sincerity, but I truly don't want to sell this jade right now. Next time when I cut out good jade, I will definitely sell it to you. The better the quality of the jade stone, the stronger the formation will naturally be. A piece of jade worth several hundred million was about to be buried underground. Most people would think it's a waste of resources. But this is what Chun Fan needs for his cultivation. The spirit gathering array can accelerate his training speed. Not to mention, this jade stone is worth hundreds of millions. Even if it were worth billions or tens of billions, Chun Fan would still regard it as the foundation stone for the formation and bury it underground. Master Zhang beside Lu Qiuyue immediately said, "What are you joking about? Such a large piece of exquisite imperial green, do you think it can just be cut out?" This type of exquisite jade has a very limited annual production in the national market. Chun Fan confidently replied, "As long as there is exquisite imperial green in the world, I can cut it out." Master Zhang sneered, "Humph. Kid, your words are too arrogant. Come, before discussing exquisite imperial green, if you have the ability, go find a piece of ice-type jade in this stone gambling market. If you can't find it, this glass type will be sold to us for 100 million. Chun Fan retorted, "What if I find it? What will you wager?" Master Zhang replied seriously, "I've been in this business for decades, and I've also collected some treasures. If you find a piece of ice-type jade, no matter the size, it'll give you one of equal size. How about that? Are you satisfied?" Chun Fan nodded. "All right then, let's go." Luo Yongkong sighed and whispered to Chun Fan, "Why are you betting with them? Sell it to them for 15 million. After all, you only spent 50,000 to buy this stone. That's a huge." Lu Qiuyue is also right to sell at a high price. It requires artistic processing, adding cultural value, and telling stories. If you bet with them now, you can only sell it to them for 100 million, earning 50 million less, which is a loss of 50 million. Master Zhang winked at Lu Qiuyue, as if to say, "Lu, I did a good job, didn't I?" Chun Fan was not worried about not being able to find ice jade. After all, he had the ability of clairvoyance. However, if there were no ice jade in the entire stone gambling market, then Chun Fan would have no solution. He still couldn't conjure an ice jade out of thin air. Lu Qiuyue's skin was snow white and delicate, and with her urban beauty attire, she stood beside Chun Fan like a piece of exquisite jade. It was truly breathtaking. So beautiful that Chun Fan couldn't help but glance at her multiple times. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances as well. The desire for beauty is inherent in everyone. When a beautiful woman or handsome man appears, regardless of gender, they will be drawn in. Soon Chun Fan picked out a stone. This stone had already been cut with a notch and revealed green. Master Zhang went over to inspect it, shining his flashlight on it. "Young man, are you sure you want to choose this stone?" Chun Fan nodded yes. Master Zhang chuckled lightly. He was now certain that Chun Fan had chosen this piece of glass jade purely by luck. It was the ancestors exerting their influence in the underworld. The stone chosen now had revealed green, but the quality was too poor and the grade too low. It was still far from ice jade. "Since you've made your choice, let's go ahead and cut the stone. Don't forget the wager. If you don't reveal ice jade, you'll have to sell us this piece of glass jade." Master Zhang was very confident. He whispered to Lu Qiuyue, "Lu, I guarantee with my 47 years of experience that this stone will absolutely not reveal ice jade." Lu Qiuyue nodded. Soon Chun Fan took out a marker and made a mark on the stone, still letting Luo Yongkong. Since Chun Fan had just revealed a piece of glass jade, the stone he selected next instantly attracted everyone's attention. This stone had a cut and revealed green. Therefore, the owner priced it at 200,000. An ordinary stone gambling enthusiast would definitely not be able to afford it. "Do you think he can reveal green again this time?" "I think he can. He just revealed a top-grade glass jade, and it was such a big piece. It's pure luck. No one has revealed top-grade glass jade on this street for 5 or 6 years, yet this rookie managed to do it. Luck is also a part of strength." This brother is right. Some people, once they tap into good fortune, can indeed defy the heavens, casually choosing stones that all reveal green. You can't deny it. The onlookers began to murmur again. Luo Yongkong operated the stone-cutting machine, becoming increasingly apprehensive. As he cut according to Chen Fan's marked line, the green revealed itself more and more. Although he was fully focused on the operation, he could still judge by the appearance that this was a good stone. Spending 200,000 on this stone was no longer a matter of whether he could break even. It was absolutely going to be a huge profit. Ultimately, the stone was entirely cut open according to the markings. Luo Yongkong was stunned. Ice jade. It was indeed ice jade. The only drawback of this jade was its irregular shape, unlike the previous one which was full and round. However, this piece of ice jade was about the size of an egg. Master Zhang was dumbfounded and hurried over to inspect it. Oh no, it truly is ice jade. How is this possible? Lu Qiuyue also looked at Chen Fan in shock, unable to believe it. She previously thought that for someone Chen Fan's age to reveal glass jade was purely luck. However, now, under the circumstances of a wager, Chen Fan managed to accurately reveal a piece of ice jade. This indicated that it wasn't just luck, but strength. Handsome, you haven't told me your name yet. Lu Qiuyue walked up to Chen Fan, her gaze intent. Chen Fan, just an ordinary name. No, but you are anything but ordinary. Lu Qiuyue exhaled softly. Chen Fan took a deep breath. He felt as if this woman was going to eat him alive. Master, you said earlier that if I revealed ice jade you would give me a piece of the same size. Don't go back on your word. Hearing this, Master Zhang felt his heart bleed. An egg-sized piece of ice jade was worth millions. Now he was going to give it away for free. At my age, there's no need for me to play tricks on you. Master Zhang had been in the industry for 47 years. He was considered a well-known figure in the Jade Circle. He had many collectibles, but the ice jade was his greatest treasure. After all, glass jade was too expensive. He didn't have the funds. Alright, I'll leave you my address and phone number. Get it delivered as soon as possible, Chen Fan said with a smile. Chen Fan, how did you see that there was ice jade in that piece earlier? Luo Yongkong asked curiously. Lu Qiuyue and Master Zhang also looked at Chen Fan. Who wouldn't be curious? Chen Fan smiled faintly. I have clairvoyance. Upon hearing this, the three of them all rolled their eyes, indicating that they thought he was joking. Chen Fan shrugged. There was nothing he could do. He spoke the truth, but no one believed him. However, what happened next was even more astonishing to the three of them. Chen Fan picked out 8 more stones in succession, and they all revealed green. Among them 7 were ice jade, and 1 was glass jade. It was just smaller than the first piece of glass jade. Lu Qiuyue slapped her smooth face. My God, am I dreaming? Luo Yongkang's mouth twitched. Chen Fan, are you still human? Master Zhang was completely dumbfounded. He felt as if he had wasted 47 years. Compared to Chen Fan, he felt like a rookie who had just entered the field. Mr. Chen, please accept me as your disciple. I want to learn so much. I want to improve. Despite being of a certain age, Master Zhang directly knelt before Chen Fan. There was no way around it. Anyone would kneel. For a renowned expert who had been in the industry for decades, Chen Fan had revealed 10 stones today, all revealing green, and they were high-grade jade. This was truly unbelievable. Chen Fan was the most skilled expert he had ever seen. Luo Yongkong saw this, and also wanted to kneel. Chen Fan, for the sake of our schoolmate bond, why don't you teach me too? I'm really eager to make money. In the next moment, Chen Fan quickly helped Master Zhang up, stopping Luo Yongkong from kneeling, and said earnestly, I'm sorry, I can't teach you this skill. You see, Chen Fan relied on clairvoyance. This ability came from the fiery sun golden eye. This is cultivation. How could it be easily passed on? Lu Qiuyue asked, Young Master Chen, do you run a jewelry company too? Chen Fan shook his head no. Lu Qiuyue was curious. Then you have so many good stones, you have to sell them to turn them into money. Why not sell them to me? Chen Fan said with a serious tone, I have use for these jade stones. How about this? I currently have 10 pieces, and I'll sell you one, the very first piece, the glass type imperial green. At a price of 150 million, is that acceptable? With a turn of events, Lu Qiuyue exclaimed excitedly, great, of course, no problem. She wanted to find a complete piece of jade to carve a statue of a bodhisattva, because in 2 months it would be the birthday banquet of the king of Jiangbei. She intended to use this bodhisattva statue as a gift. Chen Fan directly handed over the glass-type piece to Lu Qiuyue, saying, remember to transfer the money to me. I will send you my card number. Lu Qiuyue added him as a friend and left her phone number. Young Master Chen, your skill in selecting jade stones is impressive. How about establishing a long-term collaboration with me? To sell jade at a high price, carving artistry is crucial, and I hold a prominent position in the jade carving and design circle in Jiangbei. Chen Fan smiled and said, we'll talk about it later. Lu Qiuyue shook hands with Chen Fan, saying, alright, I'll contact you again later. With the 9 pieces of jade that Chen Fan needed in hand, he was ready to return and set up the formation. He didn't have the mood to chat more with such a beautiful woman like Lu Qiuyue. However, before leaving, Chen Fan pointed out a piece of material to Luo Yongkong. He told him to buy it. Although this material wasn't top-notch, Luo Yongkang could still make a profit of over 100,000. Upon hearing Qin Fan's suggestion, Luo Yongkang's eyes lit up. Thank you, Qin Fan. Back at Villa No. 8 on Peach Blossom Island, Qin Fan began to arrange the gathering spirit formation. Using these 9 pieces of jade as the foundation of the formation, they were buried at the 4 corners around the villa. Among them, one of the largest pieces was selected as the eye of the formation buried inside the villa. Once all the preparations were complete, Qin Fan formed hand seals and chanted incantations, thereafter releasing a stream of magical power. Gathering spirit formation. In an instant, that magical power transformed into white light, flying towards the 9 foundational stones in succession. As each foundational stone lit up, they gradually outlined the formation's silhouette. At the moment the gathering spirit formation successfully operated, the spiritual energy from the entire Peach Blossom Island was drawn into the Villa No. 8, where Qin Fan was located, by a tremendous suction force. Moreover, not just Peach Blossom Island, even the spiritual energy from the entire artificial lake was slowly being drawn over. The flow of spiritual energy stirred up a great wind. Feeling the spiritual energy that was now more abundant than before by several times, Qin Fan felt as if he was bathing in warm spring water, comfortable and relaxed. This is just the lowest level gathering spirit formation, but once my magical power increases further, the effects of the formation will be even more remarkable. Qin Fan immediately sat down to cultivate. In Jiangnan, the Wu family. After many days, Wu Sangui finally realized that his son Wu Junfeng was missing. Head of the family, the 2 internal power experts beside Junfeng have also disappeared. Among them, it has been confirmed that Cheng Tai is dead. The surveillance footage has been saved. Take a look. The surveillance footage Wu Sangui saw depicted the situation during the car accident that day. Then he saw a young man get into Cheng Tai's car. The surveillance footage ended. Where did they go? To an abandoned construction site. Oh, Cheng Tai was buried in cement. It took us a lot of effort to find his body. Wu Sangui asked, was it that young man who killed him? Who is he? Head of the family, his name is Qin Fan, but no background has been found. He is very mysterious. He is currently residing in Villa No. 8 on Peach Blossom Island, and I have already sent people to monitor him. 247. Upon hearing this, Wu Sangui said solemnly, judging by this, Cheng Tai is most likely killed by him. So young yet able to kill Cheng Tai, his strength cannot be underestimated. Cheng Tai should have been sent by Junfeng to kill him. Now that Cheng Tai is dead and Junfeng is missing, it is highly likely that Wu Sangui's eyelids twitched. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger and sadness. Continue to monitor him for now. The competition with the Zheng family is about to begin, and we can't afford to deal with him at this time. After the competition, we will gather forces to deal with him. Yes, head of the family. In Jiangnan, the Zheng family. Qianqian, the competition is about to start, yet as the head of the family, I haven't even met Master Chun Yi. This is unacceptable. Zheng Jingming emptied the cup of Dahong Pao tea and said, no, Qianqian, you must help me arrange a meeting with Master Chun Yi. I want to personally visit him with gifts. Zheng Qianqian replied lightly, Dad, Master Chen said he is in closed-door meditation these days. Unless there is something urgent, he doesn't want to be disturbed. Zheng Jingming quickly asked his secretary, is there any movement from Taoist Qingshu of Baiyang Temple? Wu Junfeng is dead. If he comes out because of this, he may help the Wu family and thus participate in the competition. Then the outcome would be uncertain. The secretary shook his head. The informants there say there is still no movement. Zheng Jingming ordered, as soon as there is any wind or movement, inform me immediately. Understood. Peach Blossom Island. After several days of cultivation, Qin Fan had already mastered the first 16 forms of the true martial divine fist. His overall combat power increased again. Not only that, but in order to further enhance his strength, Qin Fan also learned a spell. It is called Swift Wind Step. To be precise, this is not an actively offensive spell, but an auxiliary type. After casting, his legs move like the wind, achieving extremely fast speed. Moreover, as long as his magical power is continuous, the effect of Swift Wind Step can last indefinitely. The consumption of this spell depends entirely on the user's specific situation. If used continuously for traveling, the consumption will naturally be high. However, if used strategically only at critical moments, the overall magical power consumption is not much. If the competition arena is the size of a boxing match, then, with the blessing of Swift Wind Step, my speed will be as fast as lightning. It is essentially instantaneous movement, allowing for both offense and defense. At this moment, a long version of the Hongqi car slowly drove up and stopped outside the villa. Li Ziqing, dressed in a white dress, was the first to step out. Her tall figure standing beside this customized long Hongqi car made people only want to look at her. Captain Gao, Master Chen's current residence, is right here. From inside the car, 2 men slowly emerged. Both were strong and robust, wearing short sleeves and long pants, their arms thicker than ordinary people's thighs, muscles bulging, and veins like dragons. The one wearing sunglasses was Gao Ding Tian, the captain of Jiangnin's dragon team. His strength was also formidable. In his 30s, he was already a fully accomplished internal power warrior. He has great potential to become a master of transformation in the future. The man beside him, named Hong Zhan, was the deputy captain. His age was similar to Gao Ding Tian, also a fully accomplished internal power warrior. Captain Gao, Master Chun has not been seeing outsiders these past few days. When you go in later, be sure to be polite. Li Ziqing reminded. She had learned from Zheng Qianqian that Chun Fan lived here and had already found out that Chun Fan would help the Zheng family in the competition. Gao Ding Tian said lightly whether he is a grandmaster is still uncertain. The martial arts world has never heard of such a person before, as if he appeared out of thin air. Currently, the martial contest between the Zheng and Wu families is about to begin. Although the Dragon Group will not intervene directly, they will supervise. Chun Fan's non-participation in the contest is actually a relief. Now that they are involved, the Dragon Group must pay a visit. Li Ziqing is also a member of the Dragon Group. She obtained this information from Zheng Qianqian, so the two captains naturally know about it. My grandfather has already verified this matter. Chun Fan is indeed a grandmaster of the transformation realm, Li Ziqing stated earnestly. Gao Ding Tian scoffed. Old Li is barely at the threshold of inner strength. The other party only needs to be stronger than him and possess some skills or trickery to deceive him. Moreover, he is old with dimming eyesight. The elderly are prone to confusion and his judgment cannot be fully trusted. Li Ziqing countered, but my grandfather's meridians have indeed been opened. Gao Ding Tian shook his head. That is a medical skill which has no direct relation to whether he is in the transformation realm. Is that so? Li Ziqing also felt a bit doubtful. Upon reflection, Gao Ding Tian's words did have some merit. His master is indeed a grandmaster of the transformation realm. He has been in constant communication with grandmasters of the transformation realm, making him very familiar with their methods. Therefore, based on the few things the old man mentioned, it does not necessarily prove that Chun Fan is indeed at that level. Hong Zhan said lightly, even if he is not in the transformation realm, given his age, his strength is still quite impressive and should not be underestimated. Let's go in. As they approached the villa, the three felt a warmth enveloping them. It was like a long-awaited rain after a drought refreshing them. Li Ziqing expressed her surprise. How comfortable. Is this just my illusion? After ringing the doorbell, Chun Fan opened the door. Grandmaster Chun. Li Ziqing greeted him with a smile and introduced, this is Captain Gao Ding Tian of the Dragon Group, and this is Deputy Captain Hong Zhan. Li Ziqing had already given Chun Fan a heads up by phone, otherwise it would be impossible for them to visit without notice. Please come in. Chun Fan knew that the Dragon Group had an official background specifically managing the martial arts world. Each region has a small team stationed. Being a special agency, only captains and team members exist in terms of hierarchy. The power of each region's captain can directly contend with the highest administrative units in that area. One could say that the captains are akin to provincial governors. I don't have any tea here. Do you want plain water? Help yourself. Despite the fact that the captain of the Dragon Group had come personally, Chun Fan did not feel intimidated, nor did he grovel or fawn over them. As a cultivator, this gave him a sense of confidence. After all, he was at the chi refining stage, yet had the might of a grandmaster within the ancient martial arts system. Thus, Chun Fan fundamentally believed that the cultivation system was superior to the ancient martial arts system. Even if the captain of the Dragon Group came to visit, even the group leader would not intimidate him. He stood tall. Gao Ding Tian's expression immediately turned cold. Upon seeing this, Li Ziqing hurriedly said, "I'll pour the water, I'll pour the water." Gao Ding Tian waved his hand, "No need. Chun Fan, I checked your personal file and found no record of your martial arts experience. Now, as the captain of the Jiangnan Dragon Group, I order you to disclose your martial arts experience, who your masters are, whether you specialize in fist techniques or leg techniques. Tell me everything, no detail too small." Gao Ding Tian asserted himself confidently, sitting down on the sofa, adopting a commanding demeanor. This was their main task for coming here. A suspicious grandmaster-like figure had appeared in a region. The Dragon Group must investigate the matter thoroughly and document it. Furthermore, they need to conduct ideological education. Even a grandmaster must abide by the rules. There are some red lines that cannot be crossed. Within the framework of rules, grandmasters naturally enjoy many privileges. Even murder could be covered up. But once a red line is crossed, the grandmasters within the Dragon Group will take action using thunderous means to suppress it. I cannot say. Chun Fan remained calm, locking eyes with Gao Ding Tian. Firstly, Gao Ding Tian's attitude made Chun Fan very displeased. Did he intend to intimidate him with such a haughty demeanor? Secondly, Chun Fan was a cultivator, not a martial artist. The cultivation legacy he received was his greatest secret. How could he possibly reveal it? Moreover, he could not fabricate a martial arts experience that would successfully deceive Gao Dingtian. It is known that Gao Dingtian, as the captain of the Dragon Group, is well aware of the forces in Jiangnan. Even if Chun Fan fabricated another place claiming to have taken a master, Gao Dingtian would eventually be able to uncover the lies through the Dragon Group. Are you planning to not cooperate with me? Gao Dingtian's brows furrowed, his words already laced with anger. Li Ziqing's heart sank, sensing the situation was dire. This is facing a grandmaster who can kill from a distance. Gao Dingtian's attitude is too arrogant. Seeing Chun Fan's expression darkening, Li Ziqing quickly stepped in to mediate. Grandmaster Chen, our Captain Gao speaks very directly. Please bear with us. At this moment, Hong Jun also played the role of the softener. Grandmaster Chen, we are not trying to dig up your entire background. You can just briefly share your martial arts experience. We just need to report to the higher-ups. Chen Fan remained resolute, his attitude unchanged. I cannot disclose that. If this is all you have, you can leave. Gao Dingtian and Hong Jun exchanged a covert glance. Then Gao Dingtian gently placed his palm on the pair wood tea table. However, in the next second, an astonishing scene occurred. Gao Dingtian's palm was clearly placed lightly on the pair wood table, yet when he lifted it, there was a very distinct handprint on the table. It was at least half a thumb deep. Grandmaster Chen, are you unwilling to cooperate with the Dragon Group's investigation, intending to stand against us? Gao Dingtian said coldly. Even if the other party was indeed a grandmaster, Gao Dingtian still had confidence. His confidence stemmed from his identity as the captain of the Dragon Group. Li Ziqing stared at the handprint on the table, somewhat stunned. With just a gentle press, such a deep handprint could be made on a solid pair wood table. What kind of power must that be? If pressed against a person, wouldn't it kill them with one hit? Could those so-called boxing champions or UFC champions even stand up to an inner strength practitioner who says traditional martial arts are ineffective? This is a true master of traditional martial arts. But then Li Ziqing felt a chill run down her spine. This is in the house of a grandmaster. To do so is equivalent to slapping the grandmaster's face right. Chen Fan glanced at him, a cold smile playing on his lips. In the next second, his figure turned into an afterimage, instantly appearing in front of Gao Dingtian. True martial divine fist first style, heaven-shattering. Chen Fan unleashed a punch directly sending Gao Dingtian and the sofa flying several meters, crashing into the wall before finally coming to a stop. Chen Fan's speed was too fast. Gao Dingtian didn't even have time to react, let alone defend himself. He was instantly sent flying, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fainted instantly. Seeing this, Hong Jun immediately stood up. However, he did not confront Chen Fan. He simply said, Master Chen, Chen Fan sneered, I have gone too far. He was too lazy to explain anything and said coldly, get lost. Next time, if your dragon team sends someone again, let your highest leader come. Li Ziqing was almost scared to death and quickly said, I'm sorry, Master Chen, it was our rudeness. Please don't be angry. She hurriedly signaled Hong Jun with her eyes. Only then did Hong Jun turn to carry Gao Dingtian. Li Ziqing had a forced smile on her face as she pulled Hong Jun out. I want to see you off, Chen Fan said casually. In fact, he did not want to conflict with the dragon team as they had an official background. Opposing the dragon team would mean facing unprecedented pressure. However, Gao Dingtian's attitude truly infuriated Chen Fan. Chen Fan could tolerate and yield, but the premise was not to go too far. With a cultivation level of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, it was insignificant in the cultivation world, merely an ant. But here on Earth, facing the ancient martial arts system, he had the right to flip the table. Hong Jun carried Gao Dingtian into the car, while inside the extended Hongqi sedan, a middle-aged man in his 40s asked in a deep voice, did a fight break out? Hong Jun replied, Captain Xiong, with one punch from Chen Fan. Captain Gao ended up like this. He's not dead, but seriously injured. He probably won't be able to fight for a few months. Li Ziqing asked Captain Xiong, aren't you going to meet Master Chen? At least smooth things over a bit. The person in the car was none other than Xiong Baitian, the leader of the Jiangnan Dragon Team, a transformation realm master. Xiong Baitian did not directly answer Li Ziqing, but asked Hong Jun, he made a move, what do you think? Is he a master? Hong Jun nodded, it's 9 out of 10 likely. This person's speed of attack was too fast. Right in front of me, he suddenly made his move, and I didn't even see how he threw the punch. With such a level, he can only be a master. Xiong Baitian squinted his eyes. We can only leave him for now, he's in a bad mood, and if I go over it will only make things worse. Send someone to keep an eye on him, first observe his political stance. As long as he doesn't do anything overly outrageous, we should try not to intervene. The Hongqi car started and slowly left Peach Blossom Island. In the following days, the dragon team did not show up, which made Chen Fan feel a bit strange. Could it be that I subdued them with one punch? No matter how Chen Fan speculated, time quickly moved to July 1st, the day when the Zheng and Wu families had agreed to duel. This was a duel concerning which family could continue to stay in Jiangnan. It was of great significance. The duel location was set at Meihua Mountain Villa. This was a vacation villa in Jiangnan. Although called Meihua Mountain Villa, it actually had not only plum blossoms, but also cherry blossoms, peach blossoms, peonies, and begonia flowers, a wide variety. Before Chen Fan had even left home, Lan Ruashi called, "There's something fun today, let me take you to see it, okay? I have something to do, I'm not free. You don't need to go to work. You're not a wage slave working 996, what are you busy with every day? I'm telling you today is particularly interesting at Meihua Mountain Villa. They'll come pick you up, okay? Chen Fan, how come you're also going to Meihua Mountain Villa? Isn't it fully locked down today?" Lan Ruashi smiled and said, "That's for ordinary people, for the wealthy the doors are wide open. Today is the duel between the Zheng and Wu families. You're going to watch the show, right?" "That's right, didn't you say you helped me deal with Wu Junfeng? They're dueling today, aren't you coming to see it?" Lan Ruashi only knew that Chen Fan practiced martial arts, but she did not know that Chen Fan was considered a master in the eyes of outsiders, and that he would participate in the duel today. "Alright, come pick me up." Then Chen Fan called Zheng Qianqian to let her know not to come pick him up. The small peak where Meihua Mountain Villa was located was actually only about 100 meters high. Today the area was blocked off from the foot of the mountain. Ordinary private cars could not go up. Only those who received invitations could drive up. Lan Ruashi drove a Porsche following the flow of cars towards the villa. Chen Fan sat in the passenger seat and even saw armed police on alert along the way. Moreover, there were many plainclothes officers. Their waists bulged, and they also had guns. This made Chen Fan think of a question. Could he protect himself if he faced firearms now? Although he had practiced the Zhixiao Thunder Body, could his physical body withstand bullets? Practice makes perfect. He had never tried it and didn't know. Today Lan Ruashi was wearing a body-hugging dress and black stockings, extremely sexy. Her figure was very voluptuous. Chen Fan couldn't help but glance a few times, almost losing his composure, and hurriedly recited the calm heart technique. He was going to duel today and needed to focus entirely. He couldn't be distracted. In front of the villa, many luxury cars were lined up. Here there would be a second check of the invitations. Moreover, all vehicles were not allowed to enter the villa directly. Everyone had to walk in. Lan Ruashi handed over the invitation, and after the security checked it, he took out a small box. "Ladies and gentlemen, please place all your electronic devices inside. We will take good care of them for you." Lan Ruashi asked in confusion, "Why? Is it so strict?" The security guard said softly, "It's a requirement from above. Recording and filming are prohibited inside." Lan Ruashi and Chen Fan placed their phones into the small basket. The security guard also issued a number tag the same as the number on the small box. As the two were preparing to enter the villa, a voice came from behind Chen Fan. "You're also here." Hearing the voice, Chen Fan felt it was somewhat familiar. When he turned around to look, to his surprise, it was Zhang Lili. And also his ex-girlfriend Su Jingwen and Boss Wang were there. These three really seemed to be together wherever they went. Zhang Lili had a bandage and a splint on her leg using a crutch. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "Oh, your leg hasn't healed yet." Zhang Lili limped over. "Chen Fan, you really are something. Living off soft rice suits you well. Do you know what is happening here today? Let me tell you, this place is not for soft rice boys like you to come. Fortunately, Jingwen broke up with you. You have no backbone. If you had been with her for life, who knows how much suffering you would have endured." Wang Dalong hurriedly scolded, "Stop. He quickly walked up to Lan Ruashi. "Miss Lan, are your parents coming today?" Lan Ruashi shook her head. "No, they are very busy." Wang Dalong smiled and said, "Actually, I have always wanted to discuss some business matters with your parents, but I haven't been able to meet them. If possible, I hope Miss Lan can help introduce me next time." Lan Ruashi nodded. "Sure, no problem, but I have a small request." Wang Dalong's real estate company has recently not acquired any good projects. Meanwhile, Lan Ruaxi's parents' Shanshui Group is one of the largest real estate companies in Jiangnan. Therefore, Wang Dalong thought about meeting Lan Ruaxi's parents. "Miss Lan, what requirements do you have?" Lan Ruashi pointed at Zhang Lili and said, "She just insulted my boyfriend. If you slap her, I will agree to this matter." At the last party, Chen Fan pretended to be Lan Ruaxi's boyfriend. So this time Zhang Lili and the others naturally thought Chen Fan was still Lan Ruaxi's boyfriend. Thus Zhang Lili mocked Chen Fan as a man living off a woman. Lan Ruashi couldn't stand it and used the opportunity to strike back. Seeing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Lan Ruashi to play this card. It was truly brilliant. Wang Dalong glanced back at Zhang Lili, and Zhang Lili's expression clearly froze for a moment. Su Jingwen spoke helplessly. "Chen Fan, you and Zhang Lili have at least been classmates. There's no need to do this, right?" Chen Fan shrugged. "How did it come to me? It wasn't me who asked for the slap." Wang Dalong walked up to Zhang Lili. Zhang Lili quickly said, "Mr. Wang, don't believe her. She might be trying to deceive you." Wang Dalong calmly replied, "This opportunity is very important to me. It's just a slap. I can endure it." In the next moment, Wang Dalong raised his arm. Slap. A resounding slap hit Zhang Lili's face instantly, leaving a clear handprint. Her face even swelled a bit. Wang Dalong was very forceful, not holding back at all, fearing that Lan Ruashi wouldn't be satisfied. Miss Lan, is this satisfactory? Alright, you can discuss business with my family, and I will facilitate it. Afterwards, in front of the three, Lan Ruashi took the initiative to link arms with Chen Fan and walked towards the villa. I'm sorry I called you my boyfriend again, you won't be angry, right? Lan Ruashi whispered. It's fine, it's not real anyway, Chen Fan replied indifferently. Hearing this response, Lan Ruashi felt a bit disappointed. Upon entering the villa, Zheng Qianqian quickly saw Chen Fan and hurried over to greet him. Master Chen, you finally arrived. My dad is eager to meet you. Lead the way, Chen Fan said casually. Meanwhile, Lan Ruashi was left dumbfounded. What was going on? A newly rising first-line star in the entertainment industry actually referred to Chen Fan as Master Chen. The title of Master is not something that can be casually thrown around. Today is a crucial day for the Zheng family, and even Zheng Qianqian was dressed in a rather formal manner. She wore a fitting classical cheongsam tightly wrapped around her body. The slit of the cheongsam only reached her calves. Even so, it couldn't hide the graceful figure of Zheng Qianqian. Moreover, Zheng Qianqian was currently a junior in university, yet she had become a first-line star. Her aura was naturally very unique. A delicate face, an oval face, and a pair of sparkling big eyes. What man wouldn't be mesmerized? Lan Ruashi couldn't help but compare herself with Zheng Qianqian. The more she compared, the more she felt a sense of jealousy. After all, I haven't fully developed yet, and my measurements are definitely larger than hers. Lan Ruashi puffed up her chest, feeling more confident. Lan Ruashi closely followed Chen Fan and quietly asked, do you know Zheng Qianqian? Why does she call you master? Don't you only know a little martial arts? Chen Fan smiled faintly. You'll find out soon. Soon, in a long corridor, Chen Fan met Zheng Qianqian's father, Zheng Jingming. Master Chen, truly a young hero. At such a young age, you've become a master of transformation. Today, our Zheng family will rely on Master Chen to help us win a match. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. It's something we've already agreed upon. You need not worry that I will back out. Zheng Jingsheng was also standing nearby, greeting Chen Fan. The other members of the Zheng family stood behind, sizing up Chen Fan. He looks to be only in his 20s. Could he really be a master of transformation? That shouldn't be the case. Could he be stronger than Su Ao, the top master in Jiangnan? Su Ao became a master at 35. He is a unique genius in Jiangnan. Who exactly is this person? Zheng Yahui, who had previously slandered Chen Fan for peeping, whispered to the person beside her. He must not be a master, he is a fraud. The person replied, Yahui, you should hope for the best. He is here to help us in the competition. If he loses, our Zheng family might get kicked out of Jiangnan. Zheng Yahui, however, didn't care. So what if we leave Jiangnan? What era is it now? Can't we survive outside Jiangnan? In the new era, the development of technology has impacted traditional martial arts, and more importantly, it is reflected in thoughts. Zheng family head, let me see which other two of your people are prepared to go on stage. Chen Fan asked. Zheng Jingming immediately said, all right, one is my brother Zheng Jingsheng, whom you met before, Master Chen. Master Chen. Zheng Jingsheng smiled and gestured toward Chen Fan again. Zheng Jingming continued, the other is Lu Ho, also a member of our Zheng family. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a square face stepped forward. I have met Master Chen. Lu Ho had married into the Zheng family many years ago and had become a son-in-law. All the children must take the surname Zheng. Chen Fan used the fiery sun golden eyes to glance at the energy of the two. His gaze could directly penetrate their bodies, seeing the depth of their internal power. Zheng Jingsheng was significantly stronger than Lu Ho. However, Zheng Jingsheng was weaker than the two Chen Fan had seen before, Gao Dingtian and Hong Jun. You two just need one of you to win. Chen Fan said indifferently. Zheng Jingming quickly responded. That's right, Master Chen, I was just planning to use the Tianjis horse racing strategy. Let Lu Ho deal with the strongest of the Wu family, my brother will face the weakest, and then you will take on the one in the middle. That way, with 3 matches and 2 wins, our Zheng family will surely win. Chen Fan immediately asked, Zheng family head, are you clear about the details of the 3 people sent by the Wu family? Just then a voice came, Zheng family head, can you now tell me the list of the 3 opponents? Chen Fan saw a familiar face. It was Chu Hui, who had appeared at the party before. Next to Chu Hui was a plump middle-aged man. This man was the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Chu Qiangxing. The venue for this competition, Meihua Villa, was one of Chu Qiangxing's properties. Moreover, Chu Qiangxing was also the intermediary for this competition, equivalent to half a judge. President Chu, the names have been set. Zheng Jingming reported the names of Zheng Jingsheng and Lu Ho, and then grandly introduced Chen Fan. Master. Chu Qiangxing's expression was astonished. Chu Hui also looked surprised, glancing at Lan Ruashi, as if inquiring. Lan Ruashi shrugged, indicating that she only learned this news today. Master Zheng, you've made quite the move. No wonder you kept delaying handing me the roster. So you've been holding back your ace up your sleeve. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jingming smiled faintly. The stakes are exceptionally high. We must proceed with utmost caution. Senior Master Chen. Chu Qiangxing clasped his fists in solemn salute, his demeanor deeply respectful. Chen Fan gave a slight nod. In his former life, before he walked the Tao and cultivated spiritual energy, he had worked as an ordinary factory laborer tightening screws on assembly lines. Back then he often saw Chu Qiangxing's face flash across news reports. As chairman of the Jiangnan Business Guild, Chu Qiangxing commanded a personal fortune exceeding 10 billion yuan. His wealth was staggering. In those days Chen Fan, a mere blue-collar worker, could never have dreamed of crossing paths with such a titan. Yet now before Chen Fan, even Chu Qiangxing stood ramrod straight. Master Zheng, while you concealed your ace, the Wu family concealed theirs as well. Chu Qiangxing spoke slowly. Zheng Jingming blinked in surprise. Has Taoist Qingxiu of Baiyang Temple arrived? Chu Qiangxing shook his head. No, not at all. Zheng Jingming frowned. Then what is their hidden trump card? Chu Qiangxing replied calmly. Wu Sangui has just substituted his combat roster. He then handed over a slip of paper. Zheng Jingming glanced at it, and his pupils contracted violently. Zheng Jingsheng leaned in, gasping. The He brothers, the twin heroes of Jiangbei. Both have perfected their internal energy and have undergone rigorous cultivation in Jiangbei for years, never once leaving its borders. How on earth did Wu Sangui manage to recruit them? Even if your Zheng family secured a grandmaster's presence under the 3-bout 2-victory rule, the Wu family remains certain to win 2 bouts. Zheng Jingming's face instantly drained of color. Zheng Qianqian's delicate brows knotted tightly, her heart thrown into chaos. In that instant, every member of the Zheng family stood frozen, bewildered, helpless adrift. Indeed, even if Chen Fan truly is a realm-transcending grandmaster, he can only claim 1 victory. The remaining 2 bouts are inevitable losses. The twin heroes of Jiangbei are identical twins who trained martial arts since childhood, both masters of Baguapom. When the elder brother grasps a principle, the younger, attuned by an uncanny resonance, comprehends it simultaneously. Since breaking through to the pinnacle of internal energy cultivation, they have secluded themselves in Jiangbei for relentless practice. Rumor circulates among Jiangbei's martial sects that both brothers shall inevitably ascend to grandmastership together. It's over. We'll be driven out of Jiangnan. The Zheng family had never imagined the Wu family would summon the twin heroes of Jiangbei. Thus they gathered no intelligence on this front whatsoever. Their attention remained fixated upon Taoist Qingxiu of Baiyang Temple. Fearing he might descend from seclusion to participate in the contest, enraged by Wu Juanfeng's death. But Taoist Qingxiu did not appear, while the twin heroes of Jiangbei did. This single reversal shattered every strategy the Zheng family had devised. Zheng Jingming believed securing a grandmaster's presence guaranteed invincibility. Consequently, he devoted no further effort toward recruiting additional external aid. In hindsight, it was a catastrophic miscalculation, a fatal oversight. One misstep sealed their fate. Meanwhile, at another corridor, 100 meters from the Zheng residence, the Wu family assembled. The very survival of our Wu lineage rests upon your shoulders, esteemed brothers. Wu Sangui smiled warmly. The twin heroes of Jiangbei, the He brothers, elder brother He Yuanwu, younger brother He Yuankai, stood side by side. Both wore matching black training uniforms, stood precisely 1.7 meters tall, and possessed wiry, lean physiques. Their weight likely hovered just above 50 kilograms, so slight one could imagine a gust of wind sweeping them away. At first glance, no one would ever associate them with supreme martial prowess. He Yuanwu spoke first. Wu Sangui, see that you honor your vow. For the next 20 years, half of your Wu family's entire revenue shall flow unconditionally to us. He Yuankai added sternly, should you betray this pact, do not blame us for severing ties utterly. Wu Sangui hastily replied, a jest. I'd never dare scheme against you. I am well acquainted with your legendary renown. Rest assured, if we triumph today, my word stands immutable. Were Zheng Jingming to learn of Wu Sangui's extraordinary commitment, he would surely be stunned. Surrendering half the family's income, for 2 decades, was no act of reason. Even the Qing dynasty's most humiliating treaties paled beside such abasement. Elsewhere, despair had already settled over the Zheng clan. Leaving Jiangnan is no tragedy. The world is vast and refuge awaits everywhere. Precisely, this is in ancient times. A high-speed rail ticket carries us anywhere we wish. Ah, you misunderstand. A classical martial lineage cannot relocate like ordinary families. When such a lineage migrates en masse, regardless of destination, it faces coordinated suppression from local martial sects. These sects will never permit a powerful outsider to take root within their domain. Such intrusion threatens their vested interests. 10 years ago, the Sun family relocated to Jiangnan. Within a year, every one of their internal energy cultivators was assassinated in secret. Even several promising external energy practitioners, gifted beyond their peers, had their martial foundations shattered beyond repair. Today, the Sun family is but a modest, obscure household, They dwell quietly in a rural county town, utterly insignificant within Jiangnan's martial hierarchy. Should the Zheng family depart Jiangnan, ordinary members, like Zheng Qianqian, who never cultivated, would remain unharmed. But internal energy cultivators, Zheng Jingsheng Lu Ho, would certainly be eradicated. This has been the unspoken law of the martial world for centuries. Even the Dragon organization remains silent, observing unmoving. Just as Chu Qiangxing prepared to depart, and despair blanketed the Zheng family, Chen Fan spoke. Why may I not claim 2 consecutive victories? 3 bouts, 2 wins. Does this rule inherently mandate 3 distinct fighters? At these words, Zheng Jingming's eyes flared with sudden illumination. Exactly. Our contest with the Wu family stipulated only 3 bouts, 2 wins. There was no binding clause requiring 3 separate combatants. Damn it. I've been thinking in rigid patterns. Chu Qiangxing smiled wryly. Yet this is the unwritten code, understood implicitly by all. In martial contests, each fighter traditionally engages only once. Senior Master Chen, you were unaware? Today the Dragon organization's director himself has come, watching unseen from the shadows. Zheng Jingming struck his forehead. Alas, I grow frantic and forgetful. Indeed, such an unwritten convention exists. At that moment Zheng Qianqian clenched her teeth and dropped to her knees before Chen Fan. Senior Master Chen, if this is merely custom, then it may be broken. You are a grandmaster. Rules, however entrenched, yield before such authority. Therefore I beg you, help our Zheng family surmount this crisis. In gratitude I Zheng Qianqian vow lifelong obedience. Servitude, even bondage, would be my honor. Whatever you command I shall obey, without hesitation. At that moment Jiangnan's brightest jewel knelt. Even Zheng Jingming paused, stunned. He had issued no such instruction to his daughter. Perhaps stirred by Zheng Qianqian's gesture, every martial cultivator of the Zheng family now sank to their knees, including Zheng Jingming and Zheng Jingsheng. We implore Senior Master Chen to save our Zheng family from ruin. Lan Ruoshi stood stunned, her mouth hanging open. The first time she had seen Chen Fan at the restaurant, she merely took him for an amusing, ordinary man. She had even assumed Chen Fan was Lu Ria's boyfriend. Yet now she realized he was no ordinary man at all. He appeared to be, in the words of the martial arts world, a Huajing realm grandmaster. All of you stand up. Chen Fan said calmly, I owe the Zhengs a favor. I will repay it by helping. It was nothing more than taking 1 extra fight, a trifle for him. Zheng Qianqian was not wrong. The unspoken rule called for 1 person per match and was not rigid. If everyone believed he was a Huajing realm grandmaster, could that old custom still hold? Do cultivators not strengthen themselves precisely to shatter rules? Is the pursuit of longevity not itself a defiance of mankind's limits? At those words the Zheng household breathed a collective sigh of relief. Zheng Jingming declared at once, from this day, the Zheng family holds Grandmaster Chun in the highest esteem. Soon after the contest formally began, the Zheng and Wu families gathered along the same long corridor, some tens of meters apart, eyes fixed on one another. The arena lay on an open meadow before the corridor. Viewing platforms scattered across the manor commanded a clear view of that meadow. Chu Qiangxing, president of the Jiang and Shanghui, had invited several merchants to watch the match. His purpose was private wagering. Early estimates put the total funds wagered on the Zheng-Wu contest, and Chu Qiangxing knew the Zhengs intended to send a grandmaster. By convention, he should have announced both sides' fighters to the crowd. But if he did so now, everyone would certainly bet on the Zhengs, and the betting pool would be meaningless. A sure loss. So Chu Qiangxing concealed the truth. Even the Wu family remained in the dark. He also adjusted the odds. Those changes drew more bets to the Wu side. After all, he had told the audience that the Wu family had called on the Jiangbei Shuangxiu. Businessmen are seldom without guile. To Chu Qiangxing this was a trivial stratagem. The Wu family sent forth their first combatant, Wu Qing. He was the Wu family's foremost master, a man whose internal force had reached consummation. Wu Qing stepped onto the meadow, arms folded, and eyes narrowed as he swept his gaze toward the Zhengs. They sent Wu Qing first, the Wu family's strongest. The first match looks like Wu will win, someone murmured. Ha, I just bet 10 million on Wu, my company can finally breathe. The viewing platforms buzzed with talk. Soon Chen Fan emerged from the Zheng's corridor and strode onto the meadow. Wu Qing, taken aback by Chen Fan's youth, hesitated, then laughed. So Zheng Jingming knew he'd lose the first match and sent up a nobody. Kid duels can be lethal. If you don't want to die, I advise you to leave now. Chen Fan answered calmly, we haven't even begun, and you are already so certain you will beat me. Wu Qing snorted coldly, what a joke. I began training at 7 and have spent 30 years honing my art. My strength is profound. You look barely in your 20s. What can you possibly offer in comparison? Chen Fan beckoned with a finger, then let your fist show the truth. On the viewing platform, Su Jingwen's eyes widened when she saw Chen Fan step forward. Why is he going to? They had been lovers since university. For years, Su Jingwen had never suspected Chun Fan to be versed in martial arts. Zhang Lili snorted, he's been keeping secrets from Yu Jingwen. Breaking up with him was the right choice. A man who hides he practices combat today will hide an affair tomorrow. Wang Dalong said in a grave tone, this is not ordinary boxing you scroll past online. This is Guwu, ancient martial arts. Su Jingwen and Zhang Lili both paused. What is Guwu? Wang Dalong shook his head. I only encountered it recently. Watch closely. In the corridor, Wu Sangui frowned at the young fighter the Zhengs had sent. Who is that? Chu Hui, son of the Jiangnan Shanghui president, replied Qin Fan. The name struck a chord with Wu Sangui. A voice at his side reminded him, Housemaster, we reported before, this man is the true killer behind Cheng Tai's death. Jun Feng's disappearance, suspected death, may be related to him. Wu Sangui's expression cleared and anger flared. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Humph. Zheng Jingming actually sent him out, saves me the bother of sending men to finish him later. He glanced toward the Zhengs. Zheng Jingming met his look with a cold smile. Wu Sangui ground his teeth. Laugh. After today, we'll see whether the Zheng family still has reason to smile. On the meadow, Wu Qing struck first. With a low shout, he stamped his foot. Soil erupted as if cast in a net, scattering like a curtain toward Chun Fan to obscure his sight. They stood 10 meters apart. Using the soil as cover, Wu Qing rushed forward to close in on Chun Fan, intending to steal an instant of attention and end the fight with a single decisive blow. He intended a killing strike. Kid die. Wu Qing roared as he lunged. Chun Fan, however, had not moved an inch. Against a warrior whose internal force was consummate, Chun Fan saw no need for evasive footwork. Jinwu Divine Fist, second form Pading. Chun Fan delivered a measured punch that met Wu Qing squarely. With a thunderous impact, Wu Qing's right arm was shattered. A gore-smeared limb was hurled several meters away. Oh, my arm! Wu Qing screamed in agony. Before he could recover, Chun Fan's second blow arrived with brutal swiftness. This time the strike found his chest. Wu Qing's torso collapsed inward, his body flew several meters and crumpled to the ground motionless like a roadside carcass. It seemed likely that Wu Qing had died. Some spectators witnessing martial combat for the first time were shaken to their cores by the blood and violence. What? He killed him. This is monstrous. My God, he punched his arm off. Is that even human? Tyson would look like a child beside him. Others were not horrified but exhilarated. Blood thundering through their veins. Finish him. Smash his skull. Burst it like a watermelon, let the juice fly. In the Wu camp, what's going on? This kid is not right. He's too strong. How old is he? His skill is deeper than even the elder uncle. The Wu family murmured among themselves. Wu Sangui frowned. Zheng Jingming, that was a clever play. A moment later, Wu Sangui wanted to ask Chu Hui what Qin Fan's true background and strength were, but Chu Hui had vanished. Wu Sangui swore, damn it. The Chu father and son are certainly hiding something from me. But none of that matters now. Let the Zhengs win a match. What harm is there? With my Jiangbei Shuangxiong in this contest, the Wu family will surely triumph. Wu Qing is dead, and apart from his son, the other members of the Wu family show no signs of sorrow. Family rivalries and competitions inevitably lead to deaths. This is something everyone knows. With Wu Qing's death, once the Wu family sends someone to collect the body, the second round of competition will commence. However, Wu Sangui discovers that Chun Fan has not withdrawn. He is still standing on the grass. What's going on? Does he not understand the rules? Wu Sangui furrows his brows. Well, since you want to fight twice, you're really going to die this time. Then Wu Sangui sends out He Yuansai, the younger brother of the Jiangbei twin heroes. He Yuankai steps onto the grass and cups his fists, saying, Jiangbei Bagua Palm He Yuankai. In Chun Fan's eyes, He Yuankai is already a dead man, so he is too lazy to return the salute. You are the first complete martial artist I will face. I hope you can withstand some blows and not end up like that last person, defeated by one punch and dead by two. He Yuankai snorts coldly. Kid, you are quite arrogant. But arrogance needs to be backed by capability. Chun Fan uses the same trick again, beckoning He Yuankai with a finger. Come and give it a try, and you'll know if I have the capital to be arrogant. In the corridor, the Zheng family. Dealing with the Jiangbei twin heroes, Master Chen should have no problem, right? What are you thinking? The difference between a complete martial artist and a transformation realm master may seem small, but in reality, it's like a mountain between them. In the entire Dragon Country martial arts world, some complete martial artists never cross this hurdle and become transformation realm masters. The Zheng family members are conversing. Zheng Qianqian tightly purses her lips, feeling somewhat anxious inside. Dad, could there be any unexpected twists? Zheng Jingming waves his hand. Don't worry, he is a master. The Jiangbei twin heroes are just chicks in front of a master. Zheng Jingxing slowly says, the Dragon Group is watching from the shadows. According to Chu Qiangxing, even the leader of the Dragon Group has personally come. I just hope the Dragon Group does not intervene. As soon as this was said, Zheng Jingming's expression darkened. He is equally worried about this. On the viewing platform, Chu Qiangsheng's face is almost split with laughter. By concealing the news that Chun Fan is a master, people are more inclined to bet on the Wu family. This betting pool will earn at least 1 billion. Engaging in projects and engineering sounds big in funds, but the return is slow. Moreover, after being divided among various leaders for a 100 billion project, if 500 million actually ends up in his account, it would be considered a blessing. But this betting pool is different. Within a few hours, it's 10 billion all in cash and bank accounts. Who wouldn't laugh at that? On the grass, He Yuankai strikes out with a palm, creating a gust of wind. The Bagua palm, along with its accompanying footwork, is also known as the Bagua Yulong step. It allows for both offense and defense with a graceful figure. However, in front of Chun Fan's Luyang Jintong, He Yuankai's movements appear extremely slow. His weaknesses are instantly exposed. True martial divine fist, third style heaven supporting. Bang! Chun Fan strikes with both fists, and in an instant He Yuankai is sent flying. Puff! In the air, He Yuankai spits out a mouthful of blood, crashing more than 10 meters away motionless. True martial divine fist has a total of 36 styles, and the later styles are increasingly powerful. Chun Fan did not expect that with just the third style, he could take down a complete martial artist in one blow. It seems the martial arts of the cultivation world are not a bit weaker than the ancient martial system on Earth. With one move, Chun Fan has eliminated one of the Jiangbei twin heroes, He Yuankai. This scene instantly unsettles everyone. In the corridor, members of the Wu family are all taken aback. How is this possible? Is that kid really that strong? Am I dreaming? That is the Jiangbei twin heroes. Complete martial artists. Did the Jiangbei twin heroes collude with the Zheng family to fool us? What would the Zheng family pay to stage a performance with their lives? That kid is already a complete martial artist at such a young age. Could he possibly be a master? Impossible. There has never been a young transformation realm master in Jiangnan. Wu Sangwe's face turns ashen, filled with shock. He had used half of the Wu family's income for the next 20 years to invite the Jiangbei twin heroes. He thought they could secure victory. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Following the best of 3 rule, the Wu family has lost this match. They must leave Jiangnan. At this moment, Zheng Jingming laughs out loud and proclaims, "Wu Sangwei, you have lost." The two families are separated by several dozen meters in the corridor, so Wu Sangwei can clearly hear Zheng Jingming's voice. "I refuse to accept this. You broke the rules. I want the Dragon Group to come out and uphold justice." Wu Sangwei certainly does not want to admit defeat. Moving the family out of Jiang and means being suppressed by other local families. Essentially, it will be very difficult for the Wu family to rise again in the future. How did I break the rules? Zheng Jingming actually knows exactly what Wu Sangwei is about to say. You let one person fight 2 matches in a row. Wu Sangwei says angrily. After speaking, he goes directly to find someone from the Dragon Group. He knows where the people from the Dragon Group are watching. After all, today the martial arts competition is sealed off with armed police and plainclothes officers guarding the periphery. This is the coordination of the Dragon Group. Just as Wu Sangwei leaves the corridor to find the Dragon Group leader, He Yuanju, the elder brother of the Jiangbei twin heroes, rushes towards Chun Fan on the grass. "I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. How dare you kill my brother?" He Yuanju is filled with fury at this moment. The Wu family members were just about to cross the corridor to thank Chun Fan on the grass. But upon seeing He Yuanju rush out, they quickly stop. This is a complete martial artist. Even though Chun Fan's defeat of He Yuankai was as easy as kicking a stray dog. However, if He Yuanju were to strike them, it would likely be similar. Damn. The best of 3, the first 2 matches have been completed, and there is no third match, yet He Yuanju rushes out. This breaks the rules. This is pure revenge, or it has nothing to do with the competition. The Zheng family members discuss. Anger blinds people, but it can also grant them tremendous strength. Some in the Zheng family worry that in an extreme state of rage, He Yuanju could possess strength comparable to a master, potentially injuring or even killing Chun Fan. In ordinary boxing matches, people can die. This is a competition related to the survival of 2 families, and those who step onto the stage must confront life and death. If you must blame someone, blame your brother for choosing to step onto the stage. Chun Fan's gaze is calm. In the next second, the true martial divine fist heaven supporting style is unleashed, and He Yuanju is also sent flying. Like a pile of mud, he crashes into the grass, creating a deep pit. At this moment, the Jiangbei twin heroes are all dead. The Wu family members are completely stunned by this scene. On the viewing platform, Su Jingwen is already dumbfounded. As an ordinary person, this is her first time witnessing the scene of martial artists competing. It is simply too shocking. Moreover, what confuses her the most is why the previously ordinary Chun Fan, who could not be more ordinary in her eyes, is so powerful today. Chief Xiong, the Zheng family has violated the centuries-old martial code of Jiangnan's Wulin. Today's duel cannot be deemed valid. Wu Sangui approached Xiong Batian, the Longzhu group's regional commander present at the event, to lodge his protest. Xiong Batian was stationed on a fifth-floor observation terrace from which the martial arena on the grassy field lay clearly visible. Alongside him stood not only young members such as Hong Zhun and Li Ziqing, but also senior veterans like Li Dongshan, once pillars of the organization now retired. Upon hearing Wu Sangui's words, Xiong Batian nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, duels determining a clan's very survival traditionally permit each participant only a single bout. This custom prevails not only across Jiangnan, but throughout Longhua. Why then did such a tradition arise? Clan duels serve two purposes: first, to test individual martial prowess, second, to gauge the vitality and prosperity of the lineage itself. Whether reinforcements are summoned from outside or drawn solely from within, the clan victory count, not mere participation, signifies ascendancy and flourishing strength. Wu Sangui, as if having found his anchor, hastily declared, "Chief Xiong, precisely so. The Zheng family breached this fundamental rule. The duel must be nullified." At that moment an elder spoke up. "Wu Sangui, if you stand by this claim, summon Zheng Jingming here immediately for direct confrontation, and hear his stance firsthand." Agreed. Wu Sangui turned to fetch Zheng Jingming, when suddenly a voice rang out from afar. "I see no violation of any rule by the Zheng family." Moments later a young man, accompanied by Zheng Jingming, strolled calmly onto the terrace. Upon seeing him, Wu Sangui's pupils contracted sharply. Chen Fan. Yet before him floated two crystalline ice arrows, suspended midair, left and right, exhaling plumes of white vapor. Even from several meters away, Wu Sangui felt their piercing, bone-deep cold. This is external projection of inner force, a grandmaster of the transcendent realm. Wu Sangui stammered in terror. Impossible. How could one so young attain such mastery? It must be an illusion. He rubbed his eyes frantically, until they swelled, but upon reopening them the twin ice arrows remained hovering unwaveringly before Chen Fan. Longzhu members exchanged tense glances, some rigid with apprehension, others stunned into silence. None could fathom how this youth had ascended to grandmasterhood so early. Moreover, Chen Fan arrived radiating palpable tension, his posture poised for combat at the slightest provocation, tightening every nerve in the room. After all, this was a grandmaster, a singular force of nature. Today Longzhu had dispatched only one grandmaster, Xiong Batian himself. Should battle erupt, bystanders would scarcely evade collateral devastation. Death would be instantaneous. Xiong Batian rose, smiling warmly. Indeed, the Zheng family committed no infraction. Grandmaster Chen, it is truly an honor to meet you. Regarding the unfortunate incident wherein two of our Longzhu agents visited you and caused offense, I offer my sincere apologies and trust you will not hold it against us. Grandmaster Chen, please ease your stance. We are all allies here. Might you withdraw those ice arrows? Earlier, when Wu Sangui had arrived, Xiong Batian had remained seated on his lounge chair, indifferent and unmoved. Yet at Chen Fan's arrival he rose instantly, his demeanor transformed into unreserved warmth. The shift in attitude was unmistakable. Such is the reverence accorded a transcendent grandmaster wherever he goes. So long as he is not a sworn enemy, he commands the highest seat and deference flows unbidden. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiong Batian, commander of Jiangnan's Longzhu branch. Seeing Xiong's affability, Chen Fan spoke coolly. Has the outcome of the Zheng-Wu duel been formally ratified? Xiong Batian nodded. Certainly. Best of 3. Wu clan lost all 3 matches, thus Zheng clan emerges victorious. Then it is settled. Only then did Chen Fan dispel his technique. The ice arrows dissolved instantly into water, splashing softly to the floor, an act that left the onlookers utterly speechless. Were the arrows truly water, not solidified inner force? How had he achieved this? What esoteric art was this? None among the assembled had ever witnessed such a feat. Zheng Jingming smiled faintly. Wu Sangui, gather your belongings and depart Jiangnan with your kin immediately. You have 3 days. Should the Wu clan still linger beyond that, do not blame me for ruthless measures. Wu Sangui's face darkened with bitter resentment. He understood now Chen Fan had personally escorted Zheng Jingming to meet Longzhu's highest authority. This was unequivocal endorsement. The Zheng clan had secured the patronage of a prodigious martial grandmaster. Xiong Batian's earlier tone had remained neutral, but once Chen Fan openly aligned himself with Zheng, his stance shifted without hesitation. Clearly Longzhu preferred not to antagonize a young grandmaster over a trivial dispute. We too have a grandmaster standing behind us. Wu Sangui clenched his teeth in silent fury. Qingshu, Taoist master of Baiyang Temple. Ever since Wu Junfeng vanished, presumed dead, Wu Sangui had sent repeated entreaties urging Qingshu to intervene. Yet the Taoist master remained utterly silent. Wu Junfeng had after all been formally recognized as Qingshu's soul-sealed disciple. Wu Sangui could not fathom the master's silence. In truth, had Chun Fan won the first match, but lost the second to the twin heroes of Jiangbei Zheng clan, would almost certainly have faltered in the third, whether sending Zheng Jingxing or Lu Ho. Thus, under best-of-3 rules, Wu clan would have claimed victory. Would Wu Sangui then have protested that Chun Fan fought twice, and therefore invalidated the result? He would not, for Wu clan would be the victor, and in such matters the winner defines the rules. In the end, the Wu clan departed in disgrace. Like strays banished from Plum Blossom Manor, they fled Jiangnan, destined thereafter to face relentless suppression from ancient martial clans wherever they sought refuge. Ultimately, the Wu clan would lose all cultivation-based martial strength, descending from an ancient martial lineage to little more than an ordinary family. Before such lineages, ordinary families are but ants, unworthy of even a glance. Grandmaster Chen, might you consider joining Longzhu? After Wu Sangui's departure, Chen Fan had intended to leave alongside Zheng Jingming, yet Xiong Batian invited him to stay for discussion. After brief consideration, Chen Fan accepted. He did not anticipate Xiong Batian's opening gambit, join Longzhu. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise, then recalled High Commander Gao Dingtian's dismissive arrogance just days prior. That memory had soured his view of Longzhu. Still, as an officially sanctioned institution wielding formidable comprehensive power, it commanded undeniable weight. What advantages would membership confer? Xiong Batian replied without hesitation, I shall appoint you deputy commander immediately. Within a few years, steady service promotion to commander rank will follow seamlessly. Commander rank represented the highest provincial authority within Longzhu, its authority rivaling that of a feudal governor entrusted with border defense and regional sovereignty. Power and money are the two hurdles that men cannot overcome. Money can buy temporary power, but power once asserted can create a multitude of billionaires. The treatment given by Xiong Batian is undoubtedly very tempting. If it were an ordinary person, they would surely agree without hesitation upon hearing this. 2 months ago, Chen Fan was just an ordinary worker tightening screws in a factory. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the power center of Jiangnan. Chen Fan was very tempted, but he also thought of a problem. Such great power often means shouldering some responsibilities. Thinking of possibly having to attend meetings, frequently travel for inspections, and even deal with power struggles within the department. The political arena is like a battlefield. As far as Chen Fan knew, the Jiangnan Dragon team had more than just one leader, Xiong Batian. He felt that these responsibilities would greatly drain his energy and waste his time. He is a cultivator after all. Why bother with this? As long as his cultivation is high enough, the Dragon team would have to stand at attention in front of him. Xiong team leader, I need to think this over. Alright, no problem. I know such matters indeed require time to consider. Xiong Batian smiled and said, how about Chen Zongshi, leave me his phone number. If you decide, just give me a call. Chen Fan nodded. The two then exchanged contact information. Zheng Jingming watched with astonishment. Master Chen actually directly rejected team leader Xiong's invitation. Indeed, becoming a transformation master gives one a different sense of confidence. As long as he doesn't make a major mistake, a transformation master can walk freely in Jiangnan. Even the Dragon team must show some respect. After Chen Fan and Zheng Jingming left the observation deck, Xiong Batian immediately said to Li Ziqing, you've interacted with Chen Fan a few times, you should keep more contact with him in the future. It would be best to completely win him over to the Dragon team's side. Li Ziqing nodded, understood team leader Xiong. At the same time, she was puzzled. To win over Master Chen. How to do that? Team leader Xiong wouldn't be hinting at me to use seduction, would he? After the martial arts competition ended, the happiest ones besides the Zheng family were Chu Qiangxing. He made a fortune through betting. The Zheng family, on the other hand, immediately held a celebratory feast that evening. The venue was chosen at the Glorious Hotel, the hotel owned by Chu Qiangxing's son Chu Hui. Previously, when Chen Fan disguised himself as Lan Ruox's boyfriend to attend a banquet, it was held at this hotel. Chen Fan was honored as a guest of honor by Zheng Jingming, being the greatest contributor to the Zheng family's victory. Thus, it was essential for Chen Fan to attend this celebration banquet. Chen Fan initially did not want to attend, but unable to refuse the warm invitation, he ultimately went. This celebration banquet invited mostly people from the martial arts community, with only a few notable figures from the political and business sectors. For ancient martial families, even if an ordinary family is wealthy, it can be very difficult to truly integrate into their circle. Today, my Zheng family is holding a celebration banquet. Firstly, it is to announce the clear outcome of our long-standing feud with the Wu family. Secondly, we also want everyone to welcome our newly promoted transformation master from Jiangnan, Chen Fan. Zheng Jingming solemnly introduced to the crowd. I said Chen Fan was a master, but you didn't believe me. He truly is a master. Doesn't that mean his talent surpasses that of Su Ao? Come on, first give me your bets. No wonder he could easily defeat the twin heroes of Jiangbei. A master so young has limitless potential. Those who were close raised their glasses to toast Chen Fan, while those further away could only raise their glasses high in gesture, then down their drinks. At this moment, Chen Fan's name resonated throughout Jiangmen's martial arts community. He became famous overnight. With so many people lining up to toast him, Chen Fan felt a bit overwhelmed by the alcohol and could only use his magic to dispel the effects. Chen Fan understood that the Zheng family had the intention to completely attach themselves to him. However, he did not intend to refuse. He could fully regard the Zheng family as a force working under him. In modern society, going solo can make many matters quite troublesome. With the Zheng family at his disposal, Chen Fan wouldn't have to do everything personally. This saved him some energy which he could then dedicate to his cultivation. After an hour at the banquet, Chen Fan found it rather dull and decided to leave. He went to say goodbye to Zheng Jingming. Master Chen, it's already past 10 o'clock. Why don't you just stay here for the— After all, the hotel is an hour's drive from Taohua Island. I've already arranged a room for you, Zheng Jingming said, taking out the room card he had prepared in advance. He handed it to Chen Fan with both hands. What kind of scheme is this? Chen Fan felt a bit strange. Curious, he accepted the room card, intending to investigate. Ding! The electronic room card was swiped and the door opened. It was a presidential suite. Chen Fan inserted the card, and all the lights turned on quickly, revealing something unusual. Sitting on the sofa was a person. Chen Fan's heart instantly became alert. But in the next second, as he walked closer, he realized it was none other than Zheng Qianqian. Moreover, at this moment, Zheng Qianqian was wearing a bathrobe, her hair still damp. Clearly, she had just taken a shower. Without makeup, Zheng Qianqian appeared even more innocent. Her snow-white skin and the large bathrobe sparked endless imagination. Zheng Qianqian, what are you doing in the room? Chen Fan asked. Master Chen, my dad said there is an important contract that needs your signature. Zheng Qianqian immediately stood up, beaming with a smile. What contract? My dad said he wants to transfer half of the shares of the Zheng Group to you. Zheng Qianqian handed Chen Fan a thick stack of documents. Chen Fan took a look, and indeed it was a share transfer agreement. Are you really giving me half the shares? Chen Fan asked. Zheng Qianqian nodded. Of course, just sign, and they will be yours. Wu Singawei was willing to pay half of the Wu family's income for the next 20 years to invite the twin heroes of Jiangbei. Now the Zheng family had the opportunity to advance their relationship with a master, and Zheng Jingming was naturally willing to spend this cost. The Zheng Group earns tens of billions a year at the very least. Now they were directly giving away half. This essentially meant that everyone in the Zheng family was digging into their pockets. Moreover, this was without a deadline. Chen Fan was extremely satisfied with the Zheng family's attitude. Honestly, he could foresee that Zheng Jingming would offer some benefits to curry favor with him, but he never expected Zheng Jingming to be so generous. Without hesitation, Chen Fan signed his name. He knew that accepting this benefit meant he would have to support the Zheng family in the future, taking someone's money to resolve their troubles. Chen Fan was still aware of this principle. Is there anything else? Chen Fan asked. Zheng Qianqian shook her head no. Chen Fan replied lightly, then you can go out, I need to rest. Zheng Qianqian was taken aback, then smiled. Master Chen, good night. As she exited, Zheng Qianqian looked down and sneaked a glance at her bathrobe. She was not wearing anything underneath. Did he not understand my hint? In the evening, Chen Fan absorbed the electricity in the room to practice the purple sky thunder body. He has successfully condensed 36 thunder patterns so far. This can only be considered the beginning. There is still a long way to go to reach 206 thunder patterns. However, Chen Fan can now generate lightning from thin air using the thunder patterns. Chen Fan watched the arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips, finding it quite fascinating. This was different from lightning-based spells. It was a talent inherent to his physical body. Even without magical power, he could still produce lightning. However, the purple sky thunder body was only in its initial stages. The lightning generated was too weak and lacked power. Moreover, he could not continuously use the lightning generated by his physique. If overused, it would deplete his physical essence, causing the thunder patterns to dissipate. Even so, at this stage, the assistance the purple sky thunder body provided Chen Fan was still immense. During his battle with the Jiangbei twin heroes, he achieved a quick victory, solely relying on his physical body and martial arts without the need for magical power. The initial moves of the true martial god Fist wield such formidable power largely due to the enhancement of Chen Fan's physical body, resulting in a qualitative transformation of this martial art. The next morning, Zheng Qianqian knocked on the door on time, calling for Chen Fan to have breakfast. After calling for quite some time, there was still no response. Zheng Qianqian mumbled at the door. In reality, Chen Fan had already gone to the rooftop to practice before dawn. He had established a routine of practicing the fiery sun golden eyes every morning. By 9 a.m., Chen Fan finally came downstairs to have breakfast. Master Chen, good morning. Just as Chen Fan was sipping his porridge, a voice came from behind. He turned around and saw Chu Hui. Is there something you need? Chen Fan asked. Chu Hui immediately handed over a black card. Master Chen, this is the honorary black card from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. With this card, you can enjoy free consumption at all businesses under our Chu family group. When consuming at other businesses of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, you will receive a 50% discount. Chu Hui wore a flattering smile. Master Chen, this is just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Chen Fan glanced at it, not being polite, and directly accepted it. Are you looking for my help? No, I just wanted to leave a good impression on Master Chen. Chen Fan curiously asked, you are an internal force martial artist, and your father is the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, a person of high status. You should be quite familiar with the Jiangnan martial arts community, right? Chu Hui nodded. I am familiar with most situations. Chen Fan asked, how many masters are there in Jiangnan? Chu Hui was taken aback for a moment. About a dozen, but I can't guarantee it might be more. After all, some masters in the transformation realm hide in the mountains and rural areas, not participating in disputes. Very low-key. Only the dragon team might have more detailed information. But in the Jiangnan martial arts community, only 13 are widely known. Chen Fan said lightly. Su Ao and Xiong Batian from the dragon team are among them, right? Who else is there? Tell me about them. Chu Hui did not say anything unnecessary, avoiding remarks like, you're a master. How do you not know this? Instead, he immediately introduced Su Ao ranks first among the top 10 masters in Jiangnan. He became a transformation master 10 years ago. Daoist Qingshu from Baiyang Temple ranks 13th. He just broke through to become a master in the last 2 years. Xiong Batian ranks 9th. It said he is invulnerable to blades and guns. In this era, it is exceedingly difficult to become a master. Even those from ancient martial families may choose not to practice martial arts. They would rather serve in the military wielding guns and cannons. After all, for martial artists with ordinary talents, training for 20 or 30 years in martial arts may not be as effective as firing a single shot that causes great harm. Get an AK, get a shotgun, and teach martial artists to start anew. The martial arts community is mostly made up of those with ordinary talents. In the previous feudal dynasty, there were no guns and cannons. Ancient martial families trained relentlessly, practicing martial arts crazily. After all, if they did not practice, they had nothing else to do. Thus, during that period, while it might not be accurate to say there were masters everywhere, there were definitely more than now. As modern technology and economic development progressed, there were more temptations to face. Even the descendants of ancient martial families found it hard to focus and diligently practice martial arts. For example, Zheng Qianqian did not practice martial arts, but chose to become a star. This has created the current situation where each generation of martial artists is not as good as the last. 100 years ago, Jiangnan had more than just 13 masters. There were at least 50. Among these 13 masters in Jiangnan, 5 have been recruited into the dragon team. The other 8 also belong to various factions. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce has 2 masters stationed there. Chu Hui has apprenticed under one of them. The moment one becomes a transformation master and reveals themselves, countless corporations will immediately seek to recruit them. Most masters, once they have affiliations and benefactors providing them with substantial financial support each year, will no longer concern themselves with worldly matters. Instead, they dedicate themselves to studying martial arts. After all, anyone who can become a master is considered a genius. Who wouldn't want to take another step further? Thus, the Zheng and Wu families have fought for many years, but they previously couldn't recruit a master to aid them. For example, Daoist Qingshu from Baiyang Temple, even after accepting Wu Junfeng as his closed-door disciple, still refused to emerge from seclusion upon receiving news. Qin Mao from Yuzilin Yuan ranks 6th. This old man is now over 90 years old, and his ultimate skill is medicine. He can manipulate needles with qi. Any difficult and complicated illness the old man can cure. He is a true divine physician. In his youth, the old man's personality was reclusive as he had to practice martial arts while studying medicine. Now at his advanced age, he has retired and no longer treats patients. The medical clinic has been taken over by his son and grandchildren. The Qin family is the most low-key. They neither observe here nor participate in the affairs of the Jiangnan martial arts community. Chen Fan finally gained a clear understanding of the structure of the Jiangnan martial arts community. Thank you, young Master Chu, for enlightening me. Master Chen, you're being polite. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. From now on, Jiangnan will not be just 13 masters, but 14 masters. Master Chen, take your time eating. I won't disturb you. Chen Fan has not yet fought against a transformation master, and his understanding of their combat power is vague. Thus, he still needed to proceed with caution. The most likely master he would face in battle is Daoist Qingshu from Baiyang Temple. However, there are spies arranged by the Zheng family watching over Baiyang Temple. Once Daoist Qingshu leaves, Chen Fan will receive the news. However, after his encounter with the Jiangbei twin heroes, who possess complete internal force, Chen Fan is very confident in his own strength. Even if the masters are powerful, he believes he can at least remain undefeated. Buzz. His phone rang. Hello, Lu Ryu, what's wrong? Is there something going on? Chen Fan, come save me quickly. I'm at the Jiangnan Royal Equestrian Club Building 3 Room 808. Jiangnan Royal Equestrian Club. Lu Ruyu locked the door from the inside. She felt dizzy and had an overwhelming sense of desire. The only rational thought told her that this was definitely not normal. Fortunately, when she sensed something was wrong, she immediately locked the door and moved several heavy items like cabinets to block it. At that moment, Sun Jiadong knocked on the door. This instant made Lu Ruyu realize that it was Sun Jiadong who intended to harm her. Sun Jiadong called out for Lu Ruyu to open the door, but there was no response from inside. Then Sun Jiadong took out a spare room card and swiped it, but the door wouldn't budge. Ryu, are you in there? Open the door. I have something to discuss with you. Sun Jiadong called gently. Lu Ryu had already finished her call with Chun Fan and continued to look for something to prop against the door. She never expected that Sun Jiadong would be that kind of person, actually drugging her directly. Moreover, behind this incident, her parents might very well have a hand in it, because today she had been forcibly brought to the club by her parents. They had business matters and sought help from Sun Jiadong's father. They specifically brought her along. After a few sips of champagne during the meeting, she had started to feel symptoms. Initially, she thought it was just simple dizziness. Now she understood. It was an aphrodisiac. Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng was already signing a contract with Sun Jisheng. Mr. Sun, I look forward to our cooperation. Huh. After today, we will be family, so no need to be so polite. I only have one child, Jiadong, and I'm counting on him to give me a grandson soon. Yes, my Ryu is indeed at the age for marriage and children. Let them consummate their relationship and have kids early, it's a good thing. An important guest arrived at the horse farm and Sun Jisheng excused himself to attend to them. Once he left, Wang Hui immediately said, Honey, isn't what we're doing a bit wrong? Aren't we essentially selling our daughter? If Ryu finds out the truth, she will definitely hate us. Lu Qingfeng replied indifferently. As long as neither of us says anything and Sun Jiadong doesn't speak, Ryu won't know. Besides, after raising her for over 20 years, she should contribute to this family. Wang Hui sighed. I hope Sun Jiadong can treat her well in the future. There was a secret that only the couple knew. That is, Lu Ruyu is not their biological daughter, but an adopted. This was also the main reason they could use Lu Ruyu as a bargaining chip in transactions. In room 808, Lu Ruyu filled the sink with cold water tossed in several ice cubes and submerged her entire head to stay as alert as possible. Bang! Sun Jiadong banged on the door from outside. Ryu, what are you doing? Open the door quickly. Lu Ruyu sneered and shouted, the door is locked and blocked tight. Unless you bring a construction crew to demolish the door. She had calculated the time it would take for Sun Jiadong to break in. Chun Fan would arrive just in time. Thus, she just needed to stay calm in the room. The rooms at Jiangnan Royal Equestrian Club are all prepared for memory. The doors are imported from abroad, made of high-quality materials, bomb-proof. Outside the door, Sun Jiadong could not hear Lu Ruyu's words due to the excellent soundproofing. However, he could guess that Lu Ruyu must have used something to block the door. He couldn't push it open by himself. Then Sun Jiadong had a sudden idea and quickly went upstairs. He ran to room 908 and had someone use a professional rope to lower him down from the window to room 808. Sun Jiadong was afraid of heights, and looking down made him nearly wet his pants. However, to be with Lu Ruyu, he was determined. Besides, he had taken hydrochloride depoxetine in advance. Now the drug was kicking in, and he felt very strong. He was bursting with desire and needed to release. The window of room 808 was unlocked. Sun Jiadong's eyes lit up, and he became excited. He carefully stepped onto the window ledge and jumped into the room, untying the rope. Ryu, I'm here. Where are you? Why are you blocking the door? I'm not a bad person. Sun Jiadong searched around excitedly. In the bathroom, Lu Ryu was startled when she heard Sun Jiadong's voice. How did he get in? In the next moment, Lu Ryu glanced around for a suitable weapon for self-defense. She unscrewed the shower head. It was the only weapon she could find to fight back. Sun Jiadong, I never expected you to be that kind of person. You actually drugged me. If you leave now, I can pretend this never happened. Lu Ryu held the shower head in one hand and a bath towel in the other, ready for action. The wet bath towel had some weight, and it was wrapped around ice cubes. It would hurt to hit someone. When Sun Jiadong heard the sounds from the bathroom, he laughed and said, Baby, you were already waiting for me in the bathroom. I'm here. Let's take a shower together and then get down to business. Lu Ryu took a deep breath, and when Sun Jiadong entered the bathroom, she threw the bath towel at his face. Caught off guard, Sun Jiadong didn't react in time. He was hit and staggered, unable to open his eyes for. At that moment, Lu Ryu charged forward, swinging the shower head directly at Sun Jiadong's head. Bang, bang, bang. This was not an ordinary cheap plastic shower head, it had some weight. Not only that, Lu Ryu also struck hard between Sun Jiadong's legs. He fell to the ground, curled up, protecting himself, turning into a shrimp. Lu Ryu quickly walked out of the bathroom. She wanted to escape the room, but having moved so many things to block the door, it would take her quite a while to open it. Then she thought about finding something to tie up Sun Jiadong. but there were no suitable items in the room. At this moment Sun Jiadong had already stood up again. You filthy bitch, you really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Do you know that your parents have already tacitly approved of today's events? Regardless of whether you like it or not, you will sleep with me today. Seeing this, Lu Ruyu could only run to the window. I tell you, Sun Jiadong, if you dare come any closer, I will jump down from here. You won't get anything. Earlier she had gained the upper hand by surprise, which allowed her to take Sun Jiadong down. Now facing him heated, she was no match for him. Sun Jiadong covered his head with his hand. Ryu, don't struggle, just cooperate. I promise to treat you gently, and I will always comply with you in the future. Sun Jiadong took 2 steps forward. Lu Ryu flipped over the window, ledge, her face serious. I'm not joking, Sun Jiadong, if you come any closer, I really will jump. Seeing that Lu Ryu was serious, Sun Jiadong quickly stepped back and waved his hands. No. Let's talk this over, don't be impulsive. After receiving the call, Chen Fan asked Chu Hui for a Mercedes and drove at full speed, not knowing how many red lights he ran through. What should have been an hour's drive was completed in less than half an hour. The traffic police chased him all the way. Fortunately, Chen Fan was driving so fast that he didn't hit anyone. Upon arriving at the Jiangnan Royal Equestrian Club, Chen Fan headed straight for building 3 room 808. This place is open only to members. Without a membership, one cannot enter. A security guard stopped Chen Fan and inquired about his identity. Chen Fan simply slapped him away. They were just lowly guards. How could they possibly stop Chen Fan? Soon he stood before the door of room 808, where a group of Sun Jiadong's subordinates was waiting outside. Who are you? How did you get here? Leave now. A few people looked menacing. Chen Fan glanced at them and slapped one away. Seeing the main door locked, Chen Fan punched it, and the door was directly smashed in. Bang! Sun Jiadong, hearing the loud noise, was startled and quickly turned around. He found Chen Fan standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Lu Ruyu felt a wave of relief and shouted, Chen Fan, save me. Chen Fan slowly walked in. Sun Jiadong frowned, saying, what are you doing? Trespassing and damaging property. Do you know how much that door costs? 300,000. Enough for you to sit in jail for 10 years. Chen Fan replied indifferently. Lu Ruyu, he didn't do anything to you, right? Lu Ruyu shook her head. No, fortunately you came. Chen Fan waved his hand. Come down quickly, don't cling to the window, it's dangerous. Sun Jiadong glanced outside and found all his underlings lying down. His heart skipped a beat. Chen Fan, this matter between my wife and me doesn't concern you. Lu Ruyu scolded Sun Jiadong. When did I become your wife? Sun Jiadong said seriously, what we have is approved by your parents. Chen Fan, you're just an outsider and have no right to meddle in my affairs with Lu Ruyu. I advise you to be sensible and get lost. Chen Fan sneered. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child to be fooled? In the next moment, he raised a finger and pointed at Sun Jiadong. Sun Jiadong instantly felt a chill run down his spine and unconsciously took a few steps back. What do you want? He saw arcs of electricity shooting from Chen Fan's fingertip, resembling lightning. The speed was so fast that the ordinary human eye could not capture the trajectory of the arcs. Puff! In the next second, Sun Jiadong stood rigidly. His body was stiff. His hair stood on end. Sun Jiadong rolled his eyes, wildly collapsing to the ground. Lu Ruyu was bewildered and asked, Chen Fan, what happened to him? Chen Fan shrugged. Don't worry about him, come with me. Okay. Lu Ruyu stepped forward and took Chen Fan. After leaving the building, the two got into the car. Just as Chen Fan was about to start the vehicle, several traffic police approached. Chen Fan understood it was definitely because he had just run several red lights. At such a level, if it were an ordinary person, they would probably be locked up for a year. Chen Fan thought for a moment, called Li Ziqing, and told her about the situation. Then he slowly rolled down the car window. Take the call. You know you violated the law, right? It won't help to find any connections now. Hello, Director. In just a few minutes, Chen Fan successfully left the Royal Equestrian Club. Are you taking me home now? Lu Ruyu cried with tears streaming down her face, feeling very sad. What's wrong? Chen Fan, I have no home from now on. Wah wah wah. Chen Fan was completely baffled by this statement. Is this even human language? Why couldn't he understand? They'll take you back to Xinghebei. No, I'm not going there. In the next moment, Lu Ruyu leaned in and kissed him directly from the passenger seat. Chen Fan was startled and quickly stepped on the brakes to pull over. He pushed Lu Ruyu away. I'm driving. What are you doing? However, Lu Ruyu had a flushed face and dreamy eyes, completely not listening. She even took off her bathrobe. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan remembered what Lu Ruyu had said earlier, that Sun Jiadong had drugged her. Lu Ruyu had barely been able to stay awake after soaking in ice water. But now she was losing control. Chen Fan didn't want to take advantage of her vulnerability, especially since it was broad daylight and they were on the roadside. Therefore, Chen Fan directly used his powers to keep Lu Ruyu awake. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself earlier. Lu Ruyu had not lost her memory and clearly remembered what had just happened. Her delicate face flushed even more like a ripe peach, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Lu Ryu hurriedly covered her fair body with the bathrobe. Yet she still inadvertently revealed her stunning beauty. Chun Fan broke the awkward silence and asked, "Earlier you said you had no home. What happened?" Lu Ryu's mood instantly sank again as she shared her guesses, combining them with Sun Jiadong's words explaining the cause and effect. After hearing this, Chun Fan's mouth twitched. No way can there really be such parents in this world. This is selling one's daughter for profit. Chun Fan truly didn't know how to comfort her. He could only "Then you can stay at my place for now." Meanwhile, at the Royal Equestrian Club, Sun Jisheng, guided by the security, arrived at room 808 of Building 30 and immediately saw Sun Jiadong lying on the floor. "Son, what happened to you?" The other security guards were astonished to see that the door had been completely smashed. Who used a bomb to blow this up? How could it be destroyed like this? "I don't know. It doesn't look like something Sun Jisheng shouted angrily. "Damn it. What are you all talking about? Hurry and call an ambulance." Sun Jiadong was taken to the hospital and underwent 3 hours of emergency treatment. The operating room light finally turned green. The doctor came out, and Sun Jisheng immediately rushed over to ask, "How is my son?" The doctor had a serious expression. The patient touched a high-voltage line and has had his right arm and left leg amputated. We are doing our utmost to save the left leg. Additionally, the patient's skin has 50 burn coverage and is severely infected, still in life-threatening condition. Furthermore, family member, you need to prepare yourself psychologically. The patient's nerves have also suffered severe damage. Even if we save the left leg, he won't be able to stand for the rest of his life. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Sun Jisheng felt as if struck by lightning and fainted. Su Kaiying frantically questioned, "My son was just fine in the room. How could he accidentally touch a high-voltage line?" The patient's symptoms indicate he was electrocuted after touching a high-voltage line. Generally, even if a high-powered appliance indoors leaks, it shouldn't cause such an effect. The next surgery is in 8 hours. You can go in and see the patient first. Su Kaiying grabbed Lu Chengfeng's collar, her eyes wide with anger. "Lu, what the hell is going on? Where is Lu Ryu? Where is she?" In the evening, as Lu Ryu's close friend Lan Ruashi hurried over to comfort her. Moreover, since Lu Ryu didn't bring any clothes to Chun Fan's place, she had to settle for wearing Chun Fan's clothes at the villa on Peach Blossom Island. Lan Ruashi brought several sets of her own clothes. Lu Ryu had a pretty sexy figure, but compared to Lan Ruashi, the size difference was too great. Lan Ruashi possessed a 36E bust. Therefore, she could only accompany Lu Ryu to the mall to buy a few sets of clothes. The two women went shopping and chatting while Chun Fan had no interest in following them. He stayed at the villa to cultivate. By 8 or 9 in the evening, Lan Ruashi called, inviting Chun Fan to go for barbecue. She said they had already found a good spot and were just waiting for Chun Fan. Chun Fan, focusing on his cultivation and realizing he hadn't had dinner yet, immediately went over. 30 lamb kidneys and 30 pig kidneys. What's going on? Is all this for me? Chun Fan asked. Lan Ruashi nodded. Yes, what man eats barbecue without kidneys? Moreover, if Lu Ryu is going to live with you in the future, you need to take good care of your health. Don't get caught unprepared at a critical moment. Although this was said while driving, it sounded a bit jealous coming from Lu Ryu's pretty face instantly flushed. She slapped Lan Ruaxi's arm, causing Lan Ruaxi's chest to ripple like water. It's worth mentioning that Lan Ruashi was wearing a low-cut bodycon dress tonight. The mountains were snow white, very eye-catching. Hey, what nonsense are you talking? Chun Fan has stayed at Xinghe Bay before. We didn't have anything happen between us, just like this time. Chun Fan rubbed his chin. It sounded like they were implying he wasn't a man. Did he have to take advantage of Lu Ryu's vulnerability to prove his manhood? Chun Fan shook his head, deciding against it, as it went against his principles. Lu Ryu, are you never going home again? Chun Fan asked. Lu Ryu nodded in response. That's right, I never want to go back. I want to cut ties with them. Lan Ruashi chimed in. Having parents like that is really unfortunate. Ryu, I support you. Such parents should be kept at a distance. Lu Ryu had already blocked all her parents' contact information. In the afternoon, other relatives at home also frantically called her. Lamb skewers, lamb skewers. Hey friend, do you want extra spicy? Yes. Put extra spice on it for Lan Ruashi called out. Chun Fan asked, are you drinking? He'll go get a few cold bottles. Lu Ryu nodded. Yes, I want to drink until I can't go back. Lan Ruashi laughed. Drink. As long as the Dragon Kingdom stands, I want fall. Alright. Then Chun Fan went to the store's freezer to get some chilled beer. At a barbecue stand, especially on a summer night, everyone chose to sit outside by the roadside. Usually the owner would set up a few giant fans outside, blowing pleasantly. Lu Ryu's dress was almost unable to contain her. As the skirt swayed, it revealed her long, fair legs. Lan Ruaxi's tight-fitting dress did not have that problem. Just as Chun Fan stood up to go to the store for chilled beer, a few tattooed youths sitting nearby took the opportunity. They had been staring for a long time. Lu Ryu and Lan Ruashi, two stunning beauties, had them drooling. Especially Lan Ruashi, her figure had a more visual impact. Beauty, let's add each other on WeChat, and we can hook up sometime. A yellow-haired guy sat down next to Lan Ruashi with a smile holding his phone. Lan Ruashi immediately shot him a glare. It was her first time encountering someone so direct and flirting with her. Get lost. Lan Ruashi had no intention of being polite. The group of tattooed youths sat at the table helping themselves. A green-haired guy said to Lu Ruyu, "Beauty, have you ever slept with a man? I can guarantee you'll have a heavenly experience." At this moment, the green-haired guy even took out a box of condoms from his pocket. Want to give it a try? I guarantee you'll be ecstatic. Lu Ruyu was already in a bad mood today. Now encountering a little rogue with a foul mouth made her even more irritated. Smack. Without hesitation, Lu Ruyu slapped the green-haired guy. Get lost. Did you hear me? The tattooed youths began to laugh at the green-haired guy. You useless fool. You got slapped by a woman. Get out of the way, this woman is mine. The green-haired guy glared at Lu Ruyu and spat blood on the ground. It must be said that Lu Ruyu's slap had considerable force. The green-haired guy said, I like your rebellious nature, it makes for a good lesson in bed. At that moment, 2 bottles flew directly from 10 meters away. 2 unopened bottles of chilled beer accurately smashed onto the heads of the yellow-haired and green-haired guys. Bang, bang. The 2 crisp sounds indicated good aim. The yellow-haired and green-haired guys were immediately dazed. They were so dizzy they could barely keep their balance on the stool. The tattooed youths remained united. Seeing the yellow-haired and green-haired guys getting beaten, the others quickly grabbed bottles from another table and charged at Chen Fan. Lu Ruyu took out her phone. Forget it, it'll call the police. Lan Ruashi stopped her. No need to worry, Chen Fan is strong. Even if a dozen little rogues come, they can't hurt him. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan kicked one away. All fell unconscious. The yellow-haired and green-haired guys seeing this were so scared their legs trembled. If you have the guts, just wait, I'll go call my big brother. Are you brave enough? The yellow-haired guy didn't dare to approach, shouting. Chen Fan sneered, go ahead, I'll be waiting. The yellow-haired and green-haired guys covered their heads and stumbled away quickly. Chen Fan returned to his seat and asked, they didn't do anything to you two, right? Lan Ruashi picked up a skewer of pork belly. No, those thugs only bully the weak and fear the strong. Someone at another table shouted, bro, are you practicing martial arts? Your skills are impressive. Wow, isn't that a bit too rough? I feel like one of them doesn't seem to be breathing anymore. No way. Bro, you shouldn't have acted in this day and age. If someone hits you and you hit back, it counts as mutual fighting. Besides I think it's unlikely you might end up in jail. The barbecue street was lined with many shops next to each other. With the commotion at Chen Fan's side, several shop owners became aware of it. A kind-hearted owner rushed over. Young man, you should leave quickly or I'll call the police for you. You don't know that group of tattooed guys' boss is the toughest thug around here. Nicknamed Brother Son, he runs several boxing gyms and is not to be trifled with in our area. In this small food street, every shop has to pay him a stall fee each month, which is practically a protection fee. Lu Ruyu exclaimed in surprise, haven't the anti-gang efforts reached here? Lan Ruashi casually replied, it's fine boss, he can handle himself. She genuinely knew that Chen Fan had another identity, a master in the martial arts world of Jiangnan. Crushing a small thug is like child's play. The kind-hearted owner shook his head and sighed. It seems you are still young and have not experienced the harshness of society. About 20 minutes later, Huang Mao and Lu Mao finally reappeared. This time they really brought their big brother over. Sun Ge, whose real name is Wang Sun. He is a martial artist at the peak of external strength. Having lingered around these streets for years, various factions have to show him some respect. Wang Sun also knows that when collecting fees, one must not push people into a corner. Thus he stipulated that each shop should pay 500 yuan per month. For mobile stalls, a fee of 100 yuan per month would suffice. With this amount, those shop and stall owners would grit their teeth and pay up. It wouldn't escalate to a life-and-death situation. Wang Sun aimed for a steady and prolonged income, earning money slowly. Moreover, he opened several martial arts schools with quite a few disciples under him. Just from tuition alone, he accumulates nearly 100,000 yuan a month, not to mention the stall fees he collects. Wang Sun truly earns $1 million a year effortlessly. Countless top graduates from 985 and 211 universities, including those pursuing master's degrees, can't even achieve that with ease. Whenever Wang Sun makes an appearance, the owners of various shops rush out to greet him. Even a few city management officers came over specifically to offer him cigarettes. This demonstrates that Wang Sun indeed has significant influence in this area. Big brother, it's him. He nearly beat us brothers to death, and we're still not awake. Huang Mao and Lu Mao began pointing at Chen Fan from a distance. Wang Sun could only see Chen Fan's back. At that moment, Chen Fan was enthusiastically eating skewers and drinking with the 2 beautiful women, Lu Ruyu and Lan Ruashi. Wang Sun cursed, damn. With that kind of physique, can't you guys handle him? A bunch of useless trash. I often tell you to practice kicking sandbags more, play with women less, and avoid casual hookups. Now that it's time to fight, your legs have gone soft. Huang Mao and Lu Mao were too scared to speak in response. Wang's son coldly snorted, "Let's go, I'll take care of this for you." Upon hearing this, Huang Mao and Lu Mao straightened their backs once more. "Damn it, kid, my big brother is here," the two shouted at Chen Fan. When Chen Fan turned around, Wang's son was stunned. Immediately after, Wang's son grabbed Huang Mao and Lu Mao by their necks, lifting them up like chicks. "What are you doing? Big brother, you have the wrong person. You should be beating that kid," Huang Mao and Lu Mao shouted anxiously. However, Wang's son muttered under his breath, "I really curse your 18 generations of ancestors. Do you know who you've provoked?" Wang's son brought the two of them in front of Chen Fan and complimented, "Master Chen, I sincerely apologize. My underlings have never seen you before. They did not intend to offend you. Please forgive this minor transgression and be generous." In the next moment, Wang's son kicked Huang Mao and Lu Mao's legs, breaking them. "Kneel on the ground and properly apologize to Master Chen." Lu Ryu looked at Chen Fan in surprise and asked, "Do you know him?" Chen Fan shook his head, "Never seen him before." Lan Ruashi calmly remarked, "He must have seen you at Meihua Villa." Chen Fan nodded, thinking that this was the only possibility. Huang Mao and Lu Mao were nearly in agony, but continued bowing and apologizing. They did not know the meaning of the term master, but they understood that Wang's son was truly ruthless. Disobedience could easily cost them their lives. Wang's son then shouted to the shop owner, "I'll pay for this table's bill." Chen Fan waved his hand, "Get lost. Don't block my view here." Wang's son let out a sigh of relief. "Then I wish Master Chen and the two sisters a pleasant meal and joyful." Wang's son turned around, dragging Huang Mao and Lu Mao away. Lu Ryu and Lan Ruashi exchanged glances, then lowered their heads, their hearts racing and faces starting to flush. To be honest, those words struck a chord with them. Chen Fan frowned. "What two sisters? Stop right there." Wang's son trembled all over, nearly losing his balance. But at that moment, Lu Ryu and Lan Ruashi both said, "Chen Fan, just let it go, it's nothing. It's just a sentence, nothing serious." The two waved their hands, urging Wang's son to leave quickly. At midnight, Chen Fan and the two finally finished eating and dispersed. Lu Ryu and Lan Ruashi were drunk. They couldn't even walk straight, and after a few steps they would just fall asleep on the spot. Chen Fan himself had also drunk a lot, and in the past he would have been throwing up by now. But now he could use his magical power to directly dissipate the effects of alcohol on himself. Thus he was the only one sober. The two beautiful women clung to Chen Fan like octopuses. Chen Fan struggled to get them into the car. The two women had come out specifically to get drunk, so there was no need for him to use magic to sober them up. Let them be drunk. Chen Fan still didn't know where Lan Ruashi lived. Besides, given how late it was, there was no need to take her home. Chen Fan drove to the villa at Peach Blossom Island. He got the two women onto the bed. As soon as they lay down, both began tearing at their clothes, shouting that they were hot and wanted water. Especially Lan Ruashi, who was already wearing a low-cut, form-fitting dress. When she pulled it, it was truly something else. Chen Fan took a moment to appreciate it. However, he didn't delay and quickly poured 2 glasses of water, feeding them slowly. Chen Fan. Chen Fan. As he fed them water, both women kept calling out his name. Purity Heart Technique. Purity Heart Technique. Looking at the two exquisite beauties with fair skin and beautiful faces, Chen Fan could only rely on the Purity Heart Technique to maintain his calm. Otherwise, he would really devour the two of them. The next afternoon, Lu Ryu and Lan Ruashi finally woke up, their heads pounding. "Ah!" Lu Ryu screamed. Lan Ruashi, looking bewildered, asked, "What happened?" Lu Ryu held the air-conditioned blanket to her chest. "Where are my clothes?" In the next second, Lan Ruashi also screamed, "Mine is gone too." The two exchanged glances. Chen Fan. "It must be this guy. Taking advantage of our drunkenness, he must have." Lu Ryu analyzed. As she spoke, she even grew a bit excited, as if she had been anticipating this outcome for a long time. However, she couldn't show it in front of Lan Ruashi. "Wait." Lan Ruashi touched herself and said, "It's just our outer clothes that were taken off, our underwear is still on." Fortunately, Lan Ruashi had brought a bunch of clothes with her yesterday. After that, the two women got dressed and went to find Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan was still cultivating on the roof. As his magical power and physical strength increased, Chen Fan's perception also continuously sharpened. He could hear everything happening in the house clearly. Finally awake, Chen Fan sighed. Clearly he had been tormented by these two women last night. After that, he went downstairs. "Chen Fan, did you do something bad to us last night? Why are our outer clothes taken off?" Lu Ryu asked, but she was only pretending. If Lan Ruashi weren't there, she might have laughed. Chen Fan replied helplessly, "You two were completely drunk last night, vomiting everywhere. I had no choice but to take off your clothes." Lan Ruashi smiled and asked, "So you didn't take advantage of the situation, right?" Lu Ryu immediately said, forget it. What man wouldn't take advantage of such a situation? Chen Fan was taken aback. How should he respond? Admit to taking advantage. Or say he didn't. If he said he didn't, wouldn't it mean he wasn't a man? No matter how he answered, it wouldn't lead to a good outcome. Chen Fan quickly changed the subject. You both hurry up and take a shower. You smell terrible. On the other side, Sun Jisheng was filled with boundless rage due to his son's severe injuries, leaving his life hanging in the balance. He vowed that even if he had to exhaust his entire fortune, he would hunt down the murderer to avenge his son. Sun Jisheng was, after all, the owner of the Jiangnan Royal Equestrian Club. He had access to influential figures across various industries. Thus, he connected with the assassin agent responsible for the Jiangnan area, known as One-Eyed, through an intermediary. In a luxurious hotel's VIP room, Sun Jisheng met One-Eyed. He was a man of average appearance, about 1.7 meters tall and frail, someone who would not attract a second glance in a crowd. One-Eyed wore sunglasses, and true to his name, he had lost one eye. Boss Sun, our assassin organization is called Purgatory. Regardless of who it is, as long as you can afford the price, we can help you kill. Moreover, our Purgatory organization is particularly trustworthy. Even if an assassin we send fails to kill the target, we will continue to send assassins until the task is completed. During this period, we will not charge you any extra fees. One-Eyed briefly introduced the organization before asking, Boss Sun, tell me, who do you want to kill? Sun Jisheng gritted his teeth and said, Chen Fan. He then produced a very blurry photograph. This was a photo extracted from the lobby's surveillance footage. Upon hearing the name Chen Fan, One-Eyed visibly paused for a moment. After glancing at the photo handed over by Sun Jisheng, One-Eyed stood up and walked away, saying, I'm very sorry, Boss Sun, but this job is too big for our Purgatory organization to handle. Sun Jisheng quickly blocked One-Eyed's path and questioned, Didn't you just swear that there is no one you can't take, as long as the price is right? I have money. I have lots of money. One-Eyed waved his hand dismissively, saying, Boss Sun, this isn't just about money. This person, Chen Fan, is a master of the transformation realm. Killing him is far too difficult. The risks and rewards simply do not match. Go ahead and find any assassin organization in the world. If you can find one willing to take on such a difficult task, good luck. In essence, an assassin organization is still a profit-driven entity motivated by interests. If it's for profit, then the risks have to be considered. Once the risks exceed a certain threshold, who would be willing to take the job? It's foolishness. Those who specialize in killing regardless of money are not called assassins, but butchers. I don't care what kind of master he is, I just want him dead now. Sun Jisheng produced 10 checks. Here are 1 billion, all the cash I can muster. Is this enough? One-Eyed shook his head, saying, a mere 1 billion to kill a master. Boss Sun, you underestimate the value of a master of the transformation realm. Besides, I just said this isn't merely a matter of money. With that, One-Eyed walked away. Sun Jisheng felt as if all his strength had been drained and collapsed to the ground, crying bitterly. After a while, Sun Jisheng, still filled with rage, said, I refuse to believe that with this much money, I can't find a professional assassin. Taowa Island. Chen Fan called Boss Chung from the herbal medicine market. Hello, Boss Chung, have you received any good herbs recently? You know me, I only want high-quality herbs. Boss Chung replied. A little brother, it's not so easy to get good herbs. Didn't you buy a century-old ginseng last time? Are you already out of it? He assumed Chen Fan was giving it as a gift. Boss Chung put in some effort. I'm still counting on you to find me century-old herbs, and you won't miss out on your reward. Haha, let's put it this way, brother, if you really want century-old herbs, I know a place that has century-old Ganoderma. Oh, where? It's at the Yuzulian Medical Center in Jiangnan. They definitely have some. Upon hearing Yuzulian, Chen Fan immediately recalled the 13 masters in Jiangnan mentioned by Chu Hui. The 6th-ranked master Qin Mao, Old Man Qin, is the owner of the Yuzulian Medical Center. If a master has precious herbs, Chen Fan must take it seriously. After all, if an ordinary person had such herbs, they could simply buy them with money. But for a master of the transformation realm, money is not the most important factor. A difference of 10 million or 20 million means nothing to a master. If the other party is unwilling to sell, then it becomes quite difficult. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and called Li Ziqing, thinking of asking her to help facilitate as an intermediary to see if this deal could be made. Chen Fan could directly contact Xiong Beishan, as his identity and strength within the Dragon Group were sufficient. However, it would be more appropriate for a fellow master to act as the intermediary. However, if he sought Xiong Beishan's help, it would inevitably create a debt of gratitude. There is a clear distinction in Chen Fan's eyes between owing a favor to someone like Xiong Batian and to someone like Li Ziqing. Thus, Chen Fan preferred to try reaching out to Li Ziqing first. If that didn't work, he would have to think of another way. An hour later, Chen Fan met with Li Ziqing near the Yuzulian Medical Center. Li Ziqing got straight to the point, saying, Master Chen, the Qin family rarely intervenes in martial affairs and does not show favor to anyone in the martial world either. If Old Man Qin is unwilling to sell the century-old Ganoderma, I'm afraid no one can persuade him. Chen Fan was stunned. Don't you have the identity of the dragon group? Isn't it effective? Li Ziqing shook her head. What dragon group, Phoenix group, or 8 group? None of it. Besides, old man Qin has a peculiar temper. It's difficult to even meet him. This was something Li Ziqing genuinely couldn't guarantee. She had mentioned it over the phone as well. However, Chen Fan still insisted that she come over, and she could only comply. In front of the Yuzulian Medical Center, patients lined up in droves. Men, women, old and young. Patients of all kinds were present. A sign hung in front of the medical center, stating the best doctor of the era. Every patient leaving the medical center wore a satisfied expression, as if their ailments had been completely cured. Let's go take a look first. Chen Fan and Li Ziqing headed toward the medical center. Li Ziqing then explained, currently traditional medicine is overall in decline, and a significant part of the reason lies with the herbs. If technology is advanced, various herbs can be counterfeited. Even if the prescription is fine, the medicine brewed won't cure the illness. The Qin family has its own traditional Chinese medicine cultivation base, claiming to be purely natural. Each year with these herbs, the Qin family's revenue can reach about 10 to 20 billion. The Qin family has 3 publicly listed traditional Chinese medicine companies, and this industry is highly profitable. The cash that flows into the Qin family's accounts each year is estimated to be at least a few billion. Hearing this, Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. The top internet companies in the country, like Dong Guess, report quarterly revenue of 300 billion, with net profits barely reaching 100 billion. Yet the Qin family's revenue of 10 to 20 billion has a net profit of over $1 billion. Traditional Chinese medicine indeed has high profit margins. Upon arriving at the medical clinic, Li Ziqing pointed at a middle-aged man and said, Master Chen, he is the eldest son of old Master Qin Gong, who is 47 years old this year. Currently, not only has his internal energy reached perfection, but his medical skills are also deeply rooted in the true teachings of the old master. That person is old Master Qin's granddaughter Qin Miao. She is the most gifted in both martial and medical arts in the Qin family. At only 19, she has already mastered her internal energy. Everyone is saying that this girl will be another one to break Su Ao's record for achieving master status at a young age. Why is it another one? Because Chen Fan raised his hand to slay the Zhongbei duo at the Meihua Villa instantly, making the Jiangnan martial arts community aware of him. He broke Su Ao's record of becoming a master at 35. Even so, Qin Miao's talent may very well break Chen Fan's record of becoming a master at 25. Of course, in reality, Chen Fan is not a practitioner of the ancient martial arts system. Qin Miao is now 19 with 6 years left until she turns 25. She has now perfected her internal energy, and barring any accidents within 6 years, given her qualifications, it is almost a certainty that she will become a master. Chen Fan was once again astonished. With that in mind, the overall strength of the Qin family should be the #1 ancient martial family in Jiangnan, right? Li Ziqing nodded. The Qin family not only has strong martial practitioners, but their medical skills are also outstanding indeed, making them the foremost family. However, the Qin family is too low-key, almost in a state of invisibility. That's why not many people in the martial arts community discuss them. Chen Fan said solemnly, let's go in. Then Li Ziqing took the lead to greet Qin Miao, as she was the youngest member of the Qin family visible in her line of sight. Li Ziqing found it easier to approach younger individuals, and she had seen Qin Miao a few times before. Qin Miao, excuse me for a moment. Li Ziqing waved at Qin Miao, who was currently taking the pulse of a patient. Qin Miao had a particularly tranquil and elegant appearance and aura that clearly indicated her upbringing in a scholarly family. Such a child could not possibly be cultivated by an ordinary family. Just a moment. Qin Miao slightly raised her head, glanced over, and responded coolly. After a while, she finished taking the pulse and came over to Li Ziqing asking, what is it? Qin Miao's voice was particularly cold, devoid of any emotion, almost robotic. Li Ziqing was familiar with Qin Miao's character. She was always cold, whether angry or happy. Qin Miao, is your grandfather around? We need to discuss something with your grandfather. This is Master Chen Fan, master of the transformation realm. Upon hearing this, Qin Miao scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe and asked, Li Ziqing, you're not tricking me, are you? How could that be? If you don't believe me, go ask around. The entire Jiangnan martial arts community almost knows about it. Qin Miao was beautiful, especially her unique aura, making her the most distinctive woman Chen Fan had encountered so far. However, Qin Miao's personality was indeed like an iceberg, especially her face, which was even more exquisite than a model's, yet devoid of any expression. Even though he could clearly sense her skeptical emotions, her facial expression and gaze remained completely undisturbed. A stunning beauty had become an ice-cold beauty. Instead, it sparked a man's desire to conquer. He wondered if this ice mountain would melt once he conquered her. Master of the transformation realm. Qin Miao repeated and scrutinized Chen Fan again. What do you need my grandfather for? Chen Fan replied calmly. I heard that old Master Qin has a 100-year-old spirit mushroom, and I would like to purchase it. I can pay 3 to 5 times the market price. Qin Miao waved her hand dismissively. Impossible. That is a treasured herb our family has kept for 2 or 3 generations. No matter how much you offer, it won't be sold. Li Ziqing shrugged and winked at Qin Fan. She had long anticipated this outcome. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan was not too surprised, but it was quite normal. If it were an ordinary family with a 100-year-old spirit mushroom passed down for 2 or 3 generations, a high price would likely secure it. However, the Qin family is a deeply rooted ancient martial family. They would never sell such a priceless herb just for money. This value refers not only to money. As an ancient martial family, the Qin family is also adept in medicine. They surely understand some alchemy or methods of using these precious herbs for cultivation. Alchemy has been popular in this land since the time of Qin Shi Huang. However, in modern times, alchemical methods have become commonplace. Moreover, only cultivators can master the true alchemical techniques. To produce true elixirs, one must use magical fire, also known as Dan fire. No matter how precious the herb, if left to ordinary modern people, even martial artists, they cannot unleash the full value of the herb. Qin Fan said solemnly, "What if I intend to resort to coercion? There are indeed not many 100-year herbs available for cultivation on Earth. Whenever he encounters one, Qin Fan must do everything in his power not to let it slip away. No matter what, he must meet Qin Miao first." Coercion. Qin Miao was not flustered at all. "Dad, someone is causing trouble." Upon hearing this, Qin Gong, who was treating a patient, immediately put down his work and came over. "What's going on?" Qin Gong's voice was deep as he asked. Qin Fan glanced at him and immediately noticed that Qin Gong's internal energy was indeed more abundant than that of the Jiangbei duo. It seemed that Qin Gong would soon reach the transformation realm master. This master, Qin Fan, wants to buy grandfather's 100-year spirit mushroom. Qin Miao simply stated this, and then turned to leave, showing no interest in the commotion that was about to unfold. She actually went back to taking the pulse and examining patients. "Master Qin Fan, haha, your prowess at Meihua Villa must have made many envious." Qin Gong forced a smile. Clearly, he had some knowledge of the outside world. He might even have been present at the Meihua Villa that day. "Since you know me, let's skip the formalities. Go call your old master to see me." Qin Fan's attitude began to harden. Since the soft approach wasn't working, he had to resort to the hard one. Qin Gong smiled. "Master Qin, aren't you afraid that the Dragon Group will hold you accountable?" He was quite confident. In Jiangnan, the Qin family's foundation is incredibly deep. They have never shown their strength, and even the Dragon Group may not fully know the true power of the Qin family. Qin Fan knew that if he didn't give the other party a stern look, he might not even get to see Qin Miao today. In the next moment, Qin Fan raised his hand, and all the lights in the room, including the appliances, instantly stopped working. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that Qin Fan was actually holding a ball of light blue electricity in his hand. Countless tiny arcs danced wildly, shining brightly. Then Qin Fan began to knead this electric ball, as if he were molding dough. Soon the electric ball shrank to the size of a thumbnail. However, now this electric ball had nearly become substantial. The light it emitted was exceedingly blinding. Even though Qin Gong was a master with perfected internal energy, he still could not open his eyes in front of such a bright light. He could only barely shield his eyes with his hand squinting through a narrow slit, let alone the others. Li Ziqing, standing close to Qin Fan, almost had her eyes dazzled. Then with a pinch of his fingers, the electric ball merged into his body and disappeared. "Qin Gong, I'm giving you one last chance to call your old master to see me." Qin Gong was almost scared silly. His legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground, exclaiming, "Thunder Law, are you from the Celestial Master Mansion?" Li Ziqing was dumbfounded. She had never known that Qin Fan had such capabilities. This was beyond what an ordinary master could achieve. Looking across the land of the Long Kingdom, only the true disciples of the Celestial Master Mansion could wield Thunder Law. Qin Fan's actions were merely to intimidate Qin Gong, to make him obedient, and fetch the old man. After all, Qin Fan's ultimate goal for this trip was to obtain the century-old spiritual mushroom. After witnessing Qin Fan's display of power, Qin Gong immediately became compliant. "I will go fetch the old man right away, Master Qin. Please wait a moment." Qin Gong became incredibly submissive. Qin Fan was very satisfied. Wouldn't it have been better to do this from the start? As Qin Gong left, Qin Miao stared intently at Qin Fan. Though shocked, she showed no particular expression, maintaining her icy demeanor. Li Ziqing asked in astonishment, "Master Qin, are you really from the Celestial Master Mansion?" Qin Fan shook his head no. Li Ziqing inquired, "Then what about the Thunder Law you just used?" Qin Fan smiled faintly. "Just a small trick, nothing worth mentioning." This was the special ability of his purple sky thunder body, which allowed him to control lightning in the surrounding magnetic field. Using this ability consumed almost no spiritual power. Not long after, Qin Mao arrived at the clinic. An ordinary old man over 80 years old, sick and bedridden. Even if he could walk, he moved slowly. Yet Qin Mao had a head full of black hair, moving swiftly with bright eyes and a robust physique. He looked nothing like someone over 80. He was clearly in his 40s or 50s. You are Master Chun. It's a pleasure to meet you. Qin Mao clasped his fists. I know your intention, but I will not sell the century-old spiritual mushroom for any price. Facing a master, especially one ranked 6th in Jiangnan, Qin Fan had to be cautious. After all, he had never fought against a master before. Though the gap between perfected inner strength and the transformation state seemed only a thin line, the actual difference was like a chasm. Qin Fan felt that he at least had the strength to protect himself against a master, but he needed to be cautious. If he could negotiate with Qin Mao, that would be best. If negotiation failed, and he still wanted the spiritual mushroom, then there would be no choice but to take action. Qin Fan smiled. Old Master Qin, what do you plan to do with the spiritual mushroom? Keep it as a family heirloom. Qin Mao replied indifferently. I have my own uses for it. You need not worry about it, Master Chun. Qin Fan replied seriously, but I want the spiritual mushroom. Qin Mao nodded. No problem, we have other years of spiritual mushrooms in Yuzhu Forest, and I can give you some. Qin Fan continued. I specifically want that century-old spiritual mushroom. Qin Mao frowned and asked, Master Qin, what do you need it for? Qin Fan candidly replied, naturally for alchemy. Alchemy. Qin Mao immediately followed up with a question. Are you going to refine it yourself, or is it needed for your sect? The reason for his inquiry was that Qin Gong mentioned Qin Fan could wield Thunder Law, leading Qin Mao to believe Qin Fan was a true disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion. If the Celestial Master Mansion needed the century-old spiritual mushroom, and he refused to give it, the entire Qin family would likely face disaster. The Celestial Master Mansion had been inherited for almost 2,000 years. The depth of its heritage was unimaginable. Even after enduring various feudal dynasties and natural and man-made disasters, its influence remained under control. However, compared to an ancient martial arts family like the Qin family, the Celestial Master Mansion was undoubtedly a behemoth. Anyone would weigh the pros and cons. Though Qin Mao was the 6th-ranked master in Jiangnan and dared not offend anyone, if a person from the Celestial Master Mansion arrived, he would have to be extremely careful and treat them with caution. Now that he learned it was Qin Fan himself wanting to refine pills, Qin Mao breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, this century-old spiritual mushroom has been passed down through 3 generations in my Qin family, and has been secretly cultivated with dedicated personnel responsible for it. Originally, I intended to use it when breaking through, or to pass it down further. Qin Mao spoke with a deep. He said this to inform Qin Fan that this spiritual mushroom held extraordinary significance for the Qin family. Just a few words, or using the Celestial Master Mansion's reputation to intimidate, would not be enough to take away the spiritual mushroom. The Celestial Being realm is the level above the transformation state in the ancient martial system. Reaching this realm means the unity of heaven and man, able to walk in the air with a lifespan of 300 years. Once one reaches the Celestial Being realm, they will possess inscrutable abilities, and their destructive power is immensely strong. Not to mention ordinary firearms. Even firing a rocket launcher at a Celestial Being would not cause the slightest harm. Warriors of this level can truly disregard all societal rules. From Qin Mao's words, it was clear that the Qin family's ambitions were great. As long as a Celestial Being emerges from the Qin family, dominating the entire Jiang province would be no problem. They would not be limited to just the Jiangnan city. Qin Fan thought for a moment, and said, how about this? You give me the spiritual mushroom, and after I refine the pills I will share half of them with you. Moreover, I guarantee that the pills I produce will enhance the transformation state. You will refine pills. Qin Mao frowned. Qin Gong, Qin Miao, and others all questioned him. Master Qin, although you are young and have reached the transformation state, alchemy requires experience, and one cannot produce anything without decades of practice. Yes, after all, this is a century-old spiritual mushroom, not an ordinary medicinal material. If your alchemy skills are inadequate, it would be easy to ruin such a precious herb. Without any proof, how can we be certain that the pills you refine will truly enhance the transformation state? Qin Fan smiled and said, Old Master, how about this? I will write you a list of medicinal materials, and you can send someone to gather them right away. Then I will refine a type of pill on the spot, and you can see if I am qualified to use the century-old spiritual mushroom. If I am qualified, you must unconditionally give me the century-old spiritual mushroom. How about that? Having said this, Qin Mao had no reason to refuse. In his view, if Qin Fan truly had impressive alchemy skills, giving him the century-old spiritual mushroom to refine pills would be acceptable. As long as they received half of the final pills, it would not be a loss for the Qin family. Moreover, this would also be a way to forge a connection with this true disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion. Soon, according to the list of medicinal materials provided by Qin Fan, the Qin family immediately gathered them. Each medicinal material was of high quality. Master Chen, what other tools do you need for alchemy? A Dan furnace. Qin Mao asked. Do you have a Dan furnace here? Yes, follow me. In the backyard of the clinic, there was a bamboo grove. In the center of the bamboo grove stood a Dan furnace greenish blue. It was half a person tall with 3 legs and 6 ears resembling a ding, but not as wide, and the Dan furnace was semi-enclosed in a teardrop shape. There was a lid on top that could be opened. I have used this Dan furnace for over 10 years. It is a family heirloom of the Qin family, used since my grandfather's generation. Qin Mao introduced. At the base of the alchemy furnace, there was a pile of campfire debris. Chen Fan didn't need to ask. Qin Mao must have used wood to fuel the furnace for alchemy. This rudimentary method could hardly produce any good elixirs. When it comes to alchemy, the most crucial element is fire. Whether it's the true fire formed by burning magical energy, or the various exotic fires collected from the world. Only with a more powerful fire can various herbs be fully burned and fused together. As for alchemical techniques, as long as one is willing to put in the effort to study diligently, they won't be too lacking. As for the martial artists of the ancient martial arts system, without a thought, how could they possibly conjure fire out of thin air? That's why Chen Fan said that using such a precious herb as the century-old Ganoderma lucidum for alchemy by this group of people would be a sheer waste. The alchemy furnace of the Qin family indeed has some age. Moreover, after years of soaking in the medicinal properties of herbs, its quality is naturally superior to those mass-produced furnaces. However, compared to the true alchemy furnaces in the cultivation world, it still falls far short. In the cultivation world, the lowest grade alchemy furnace must be a magical artifact. It requires cultivators to nurture it with their magical energy over long periods. Nonetheless, this alchemy furnace is the best one Chen Fan has ever seen so far. As long as he takes it back and refines it with magical energy for a while, it can be transformed into a magical artifact. It seems I need to think of a way to get this furnace. This is the Qin family's treasured heirloom. Acquiring it won't be easy. With a wave of his hand, Chen Fan used his magical energy to lift the heavy alchemy furnace into the air, hovering it. This scene made Qin Mao furrow his brows tightly. Indeed, a master of the transformation realm can project their internal energy to retrieve objects from afar, but controlling a 1,000-pound alchemy furnace so effortlessly and stably. This indicates that his mastery over internal energy has reached an extraordinary level. With a flick of his hand, Chen Fan unleashed a fierce primordial true fire to roast the alchemy furnace. The temperature of the primordial true fire was incredibly high, and in the blink of an eye the furnace turned red. Qin Mao, Qin Gong, Qin Miao, and all the other members of the Qin family were left speechless. Conjuring fire in midair is already beyond the realm of martial artists, isn't it? This is magic. It must be magic. I never expected that there would be such a young magician in Jiangnan. Li Ziqing was left in a daze. First there was the lightning technique, and now this fire conjuring magic. Chen Fan could refresh her understanding with each demonstration. She grew increasingly curious about him. It felt like she was sinking deeper. Li Ziqing felt that Chen Fan had many mysterious methods she was yet to discover. Subsequently, Chen Fan began tossing the herbs into the alchemy furnace one by one. He was about to refine a minor Peiyuan pill. In fact, refining a regular minor Peiyuan pill didn't even require the use of primordial true fire, nor did it need an alchemy furnace. You could simply use an ordinary gas stove along with a purple clay pot to decoct the herbs. At the last moment, one could purify it with magical energy. However, Chen Fan had to use the primordial true fire to quickly refine the minor Peiyuan pill. Moreover, using true fire for alchemy would also enhance the quality of the minor Peiyuan pill. It wasn't without its benefits. After a few minutes, the minor Peiyuan pill was successfully refined. This time 3 pills were formed. Each one bore a faint pill pattern. Come on, old man, try the elixir I refined. Do you now think I am qualified to use your century-old Ganoderma lucidum for alchemy? Chen Fan first consumed one himself to prove it was not poisonous. Then he gave one to Qin Mao and another to Li Ziqing. He gave Li Ziqing one because she helped run errands. It's only fair to offer her some benefit, right? After Qin Mao consumed the minor Peiyuan pill, he immediately felt a warm power flowing through his limbs, solidifying his foundation further. His eyes widened in surprise. What kind of elixir is this? Chen Fan replied casually, minor Peiyuan pill. Qin Mao thought for a moment. Since it's called the minor Peiyuan pill, could there be a major Peiyuan pill? If the effects of the minor Peiyuan pill were so astonishing, what about the major Peiyuan pill? Just one minor Peiyuan pill made him feel his foundation was more robust. Oh, what would happen if he took a major Peiyuan pill? Could it greatly enhance his cultivation speed? Thinking of this, Qin Mao became excited. Master Chun, I will send someone to fetch that century-old Ganoderma lucidum cultivated for 3 generations. Please wait a moment. Qin Gong, you go personally. The century-old Ganoderma lucidum was larger than a grinding wool, feeling very soft, almost like a piece of meat. Chen Fan could even sense the immense vitality within this century-old Ganoderma lucidum without needing to use his fiery sun golden eyes. Old man, here is a list of herbs. Please prepare them as soon as possible. Qin Mao asked Master Chen, when do you plan to start using this century-old Ganoderma lucidum for alchemy? Chen Fan replied lightly, once the herbs are ready I will begin. Good. With a command from Qin Mao, all the members of the Qin family started to take action. The list of herbs Chen Fan provided was extensive, totaling dozens of varieties, each with age requirements. He also knew it would be challenging to find other herbs that were over 10 years old. However, for the Qin family, it shouldn't be too difficult. For these dozens of herbs, his minimum requirement was 10 years. After all, alchemy emphasizes the combination of herbs. One cannot pair a century-old Ganoderma lucidum with herbs that have only been cultivated for a few years. Such conflicting potencies can't be harmonized, and thus no pill can be formed. In reality, this Ganoderma lucidum was nearly 180 years old. Chen Fan planned to use this Ganoderma lucidum as the main ingredient to refine the Yuan Ling Dan. The Yuan Ling Dan is an upgraded version of the Gathering Spirit Dan with more potent medicinal effects, significantly enhancing one's cultivation. Of course, the Yuan Ling Dan refined by Chen Fan is not the true Yuan Ling Dan from the cultivation world. After all, herbs from the cultivation world are virtually non-existent on Earth. Chen Fan could only use herbs with similar properties as substitutes. Miss Li, you probably have nothing more to do here. If you're busy with work, you can leave first. Chen Fan said to Li Ziqing. I'm not busy. Master Chen, you can just call me Ziqing. It sounds too formal to call me Miss Li. Li Ziqing smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. This was her sincere thought. On one hand, she felt curious about Chen Fan. As the saying goes, when a person begins to feel curious about the opposite sex, that marks the beginning of their infatuation. On the other hand, Xiong Batian had also assigned her the task of building a good relationship with Chen Fan. Moreover, Li Ziqing also wanted to stay and see how Chen Fan would use this century-old Ganoderma lucidum for alchemy. Such opportunities are rare. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, all the herbs were delivered to the Yuzulian Medical Clinic. By this time, the clinic had already closed for business. About 20 to 30 members of the Qin family arrived, while some were not in Jiangnan, scattered across the country, or even abroad. They couldn't rush back in a short time. It's a pity that those who can't make it, witnessing the century-old Ganoderma lucidum, a family treasure refined into elixirs, is a supreme honor. Qin Gong sighed. Chen Fan scanned the crowd and noted that there were 4 or 5 members of the Qin family with perfected internal energy. It's worth noting that neither the Zheng nor Wu families had even one. Indeed, the Qin family's heritage is impressive. With these 4 or 5 perfected internal energies, any day could lead to their breakthrough into the transformation realm and become masters. At that time, the Qin family would truly dominate Jiangnan with 2 masters. Master Qin, the area is cleared inside and outside the clinic, and the entire bamboo grove are free of any distractions. You can refine with peace of mind, ensuring no one will disturb you. Qin Mao's expression, tone, and actions all conveyed a deep respect. Start the furnace, refine the pills. In the afternoon, Chen Fan had already adjusted his condition to the best. Moreover, he had simulated the process of refining the Yuanling pill multiple times in his mind. Besides the few who had previously seen Chen Fan refine the small Peiyuan pill, the rest gasped in astonishment as they witnessed him igniting fire in the void. This is a technique. It must be a technique. The number of practitioners in Jiangnan's magical arts community is few, but no one expected that he is so young, not only a martial arts master, but also a sorcerer. It seems he has already become a Dao entry sorcerer. During the Qin dynasty, sorcerers were at their peak. The first emperor pursued immortality and gathered a group of alchemists. Later, he sent the most powerful sorcerer at that time, Su Fu, to search for the elixir of life. However, in modern times, even ancient martial arts have gradually declined, let alone the strict requirements for sorcerers' cultivation. Throughout Jiangnan, the number of sorcerers is less than 1/10 that of martial artists. Chill. Quiet. Qin Mao glanced around, glaring and whispering sharply. Master Chen is refining pills, don't make a noise. As soon as the old man spoke, everyone from the Qin family stood rigidly like soldiers in training, not daring to move a muscle. Chen Fan didn't have much experience refining pills, and this was his first time refining the Yuanling pill. Thus, Chen Fan was extremely focused. If he failed, he would waste this rare century-old Ganoderma. Under the scorching of the primordial true fire, the herbs thrown into the pill furnace emitted an incredibly rich fragrance. This fragrance was refreshing, making one feel incredibly comfortable, as if just taking a whiff could prolong one's life. Chen Fan was undistracted, his full attention devoted to the pill furnace. If someone were to ambush him at this moment, it would definitely inflict serious harm. This is why many cultivators in the immortal cultivation world often seek secluded places to set up defensive formations while refining pills. Alternatively, they would find a few trusted aides to keep watch around them. Of course, at this moment Chen Fan was not worried about being ambushed. After all, he was refining pills using the Qin family's heirloom century-old Ganoderma. Only someone with a screw loose in their head from the Qin family would dare to ambush him. Logically speaking, refining the Yuanling pill would require several days and the use of true fire for prolonged periods. However, seeing so many people from the Qin family gathered to watch Chen Fan had to employ some extreme refining techniques. A full night passed, and by the next morning at 6 a.m., Chen Fan finally shouted, "The pill is ready, open the furnace." It is worth mentioning that using a pill furnace comes with the risk of an explosion. This was Chen Fan's first time using a pill furnace. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. 3 crystal-clear pills radiating a milky white glow floated out from the pill furnace. Each pill bore a distinct pill pattern. 3 Yuanling pills were somewhat beyond Chen Fan's expectations. He had initially anticipated being able to condense 2 pills, which would have been satisfactory, just enough to divide. Now with 3, how to divide them became a problem. Chen Fan kept 2 for himself and handed 1 to Qin Mao. This is the Yuanling pill suitable for those below the completion of the transformation realm. It can at least elevate 1 minor realm. You can choose to take it yourself or give it to others in the Qin family. You can discuss it among yourselves. Additionally, if you want to store this pill, just find a well-sealed box to keep it in. There won't be any problems within 3 years. If you want to preserve it for a longer time, I can help you with that. It can last for at least 5 years without any loss of efficacy. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Qin family gasped in astonishment. To consume it before the completion of the transformation realm, at least elevating 1 minor realm. Suio, the top master of Jiangnan, became a transformation realm practitioner at 35, and even after 10 years, he was only at the great completion of the transformation realm. And this pill could even rival years of hard cultivation for a genius like Suio. Is that possible? It was so simple to refine such a divine pill. To allow a master to at least elevate 1 minor realm sounds too fantastical. There are only a dozen masters in Jiangnan. Which one is not exceptionally talented? Can a pill refined by someone so young have such incredible effects? Some of the younger generation in the Qin family began discussing, raising doubts. Everyone be quiet. Qin Mao scolded sharply, his eyes wide open as he glared at those who spoke. Instantly, everyone fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. What do you know at your young age? In this vast world, heroes are as numerous as carp crossing the river. If you can't do it and haven't seen it, instead of striving to enhance your abilities and knowledge, the first thought is to doubt others. How can I trust the future of the Qin family in your hands? Qin Mao, over 80 years old, was knowledgeable and well-versed. Although the outside world spreads rumors about his eccentric temper, he has managed to keep the powerful Qin family low-key in Jiangnan. This shows that his mind is still broad. After witnessing Chen Fan's abilities, even though Chen Fan was young, he showed unprecedented respect. The martial arts world is somewhat similar to the immortal cultivation world. That is to say, strength is paramount. What nonsense about age is merely superficial, only ability is truly important. Qin Mao accepted the Yuanling pill given by Chen Fan. He did not mind the matter of dividing the Yuanling pills. Master Chen, you worked hard. After a night of refining pills, you must be mentally exhausted. I will have someone prepare meals and make up a bed for you. How about you rest here for a while? Qin Mao did not mind the distribution of the Yuanling pills, which made Chen Fan feel pleased. Chen Fan waved his hand. No need. Old man, I can take 1 more Yuanling pill. How about this? I can help your Qin family refine small Peiyuan pills for free 10 times in the future. Consider it a compensation. By the way, I want this pill furnace. I will trade it for the same number of small Peiyuan pill refining times. How about that? Qin Mao nodded without hesitation, saying, keeping this pill furnace in our Qin family is a waste. It can only reach its maximum value in Master Chen's hands. Qin Mao could only burn firewood for refining pills. But Chen Fan ignited fire in the void. After witnessing Chen Fan's ability, Qin Mao was completely convinced. Chen Fan was very pleased to hear this. Then good, I will additionally refine 5 more small Peiyuan pills for your Qin family for free in exchange for this pill furnace. Neither party discussed money, it was too trivial. Moreover, the Qin family's pill furnace had been passed down for several generations, considered a treasure. If they had to discuss money, it would undoubtedly be exorbitant. Yet Chen Fan managed to exchange the pill furnace for the number of times to refine small Peiyuan pills, which was a definite profit. After all, the materials for refining pills would still be provided by the Qin family. Now the small Peiyuan pills refined by Chen Fan were certainly better than those given to Grandpa Lu Ruyu and Feng Huazhong, the president of Yulong Group. The small Peiyuan pills given to them didn't even have pill patterns and were not refined using primordial true fire. However, the small Peiyuan pills refined now had at least 1 pill pattern. With some effort, it wasn't impossible to produce 2 patterns. The potency of the pills had undergone a qualitative change. Qin Mao thought that Chen Fan could produce at least 2 small Peiyuan pills per refinement. 15 times would yield at least 30 small Peiyuan pills. With these pills, the Qin family could at least cultivate 7 or 8 inner force martial artists. From a family perspective, this transaction was still worthwhile. Qin Mao didn't feel he was losing out. Similarly, Chen Fan felt he was gaining nothing. The materials for refining the Yuanling pill were from the Qin family, and the pill furnace belonged to the Qin family. Out of the 3 pills refined, he kept 2 for himself, although he would later refine pills for the Qin family 15 times for free. But he wouldn't have to provide anything, and each refinement would enhance Chen Fan's own pill refining skills. Moreover, simple pills like the small Peiyuan pill could be completed in, at most, 10 minutes for each refinement. It wouldn't waste Chen Fan's time. Soon the Qin family dispatched a truck to transport the pill furnace to Peach Blossom Island. Chen Fan, where did you go all day yesterday? Did you find some treasure at the antique market? Hearing the noise, Lu Ruyu and Lan Ruashi both got up wearing camisole pajamas and approached Chen Fan to ask. Chen Fan was surprised and said, Lan Ruashi, why are you still here? Why don't you go home and sleep? Lan Ruashi rolled her eyes. Am I not allowed to stay with Ryu? Besides, am I not allowed to stay here while she does? This big villa has more than a dozen guest rooms. I could fit 10 more. You aren't simply unwelcome to me, are you? Chen Fan shook his head saying, it's fine, you can stay if you want, but... Upon hearing this response, Lan Ruashi immediately became happy and asked, but what? Chen Fan replied earnestly, you both need to temporarily stay somewhere else for the next few days. Lan Ruashi asked in confusion, why? Chen Fan said lightly, I need to cultivate, and during this period I cannot have anyone disturb me. Fortunately, Lan Ruashi understood right away, since she knew Chen Fan possessed formidable martial arts. However, Lu Ryu was still unaware and asked, Chen Fan, do I also need to go out and stay? Didn't you promise me earlier that I could stay here? In an instant, Lu Ryu felt as if she had been genuinely thrown to the dogs, as if she had been abandoned once again. Chen Fan looked bewildered. What is going on? Why is he struggling to keep up with Lu Ruyu's thought process? He has things to attend to. He'll explain everything to you slowly. Lan Ruashi pulled Lu Ryu and immediately went to tidy up their clothes, saying, you should come stay with me for the next few days. Soon there was no one left in the villa except for Chen Fan. Chen Fan took out 2 Yuanling Dan and thought for a moment before consuming one, then began sitting cross-legged to cultivate. After all, the spirit-gathering array was present around this villa, making it equivalent to his cave dwelling. The Yuanling Dan melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a stream of primordial liquid that filled his dantian. Moreover, at that moment, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged wildly into Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan only needed to operate the ancient devouring sky technique, refining the primordial liquid and this spiritual energy into his own magical power. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Chen Fan remained seated motionless, fully focused on his cultivation. Finally, he had absorbed all the medicinal power of the Yuanling Dan. At this moment, Chen Fan successfully broke through, reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. There are a total of 13 levels in the Qi refinement stage, and Chen Fan can already be considered a master at this stage. With the improvement in his cultivation, Chen Fan's magical power also increased again. Although it was only a rise from the 8th to the 9th level of Qi refinement, his magical power had multiplied several times. This means that to reach the 10th level of Qi refinement, the required magical power might be several times the total needed from the 1st to the 9th levels. Cultivation truly becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. And this is just the first realm of immortality. To become an immortal, it really is not that easy. Chen Fan had played many online games, so he naturally understood that as levels increased, the experience required for each subsequent level became greater. In gaming, having enough experience points allows one to level up. However, in cultivation, some realms can be blocked by many mysterious factors. It could take a lifetime to break through. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Chen Fan took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Ryu and Lan Ruashi, saying he was done with his tasks. This was a promise he had made. Then Chen Fan felt extremely hungry, nearly starving. After all, he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 3 whole days. If he were not a cultivator with a strong physique, an ordinary person could have already died after 3 days without food or water. Chen Fan called the property management to have food delivered. After all, Peach Blossom Island was no ordinary residential community. This island had only 18 villas, all owned by prominent figures from various fields in Jiangnan. The property management staff were carefully selected. Of course, the annual property service fee was also exorbitantly high, 5 million a year. No discounts. To be honest, even if the villas on the island were given away in a lottery, an ordinary person could not afford the property fee. But there was a reason for the high fees. For any basic living needs, with just a call, the management would send someone over within 10 minutes. Ding! Mr. Chen, the food you requested has been delivered. Please open the door. Chen Fan pressed the remote control, and the door opened automatically. Mr. Chen, the kitchen has prepared 8 dishes and 3 soups. Please take a look and see if it suits your taste. A gentle female voice resonated in Chen Fan's ears. Following this, Chen Fan saw a woman with a well-proportioned figure dressed in a black silk bodycon dress uniform entering with a smile, her hands folded in front of her abdomen. Behind the woman was a chef pushing a cart filled with ingredients. Hurry up and bring out the food, Chen Fan commanded. The woman in the black silk dress and the chef quickly and deftly brought out the food from the cart and arranged it on the table. Mr. Chen, is there anything else you need? If not, I'll take my leave. Mintong will stay here to clear the dishes, the chef said respectfully. Chen Fan waved his hand. He just wanted to fill his stomach. Mintong served Chen Fan a small bowl of rice, saying, Mr. Chen, didn't you hire a full-time nanny? Feng Huazhong had given this villa to Chen Fan as a diagnostic fee, and both parties had signed a contract. Before long, the property deed was processed, and the homeowner displayed in the management's records became Chen Fan. Mintong, as a property service staff member, naturally knew Chen Fan's name and age. Is this little serving enough for anyone? Chen Fan completely ignored Mintong. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Mintong quickly served a large bowl this time. Chen Fan devoured the food, and it must be said that the chef on Peach Blossom Island truly deserved the title of a 5-star hotel level. These 8 dishes and 3 soups were all classic dishes from the 8 major cuisines of the Dragon Kingdom. If on a scale of 100, each dish was at least 90 points or above. Burp. Chen Fan finished everything and let out a satisfied burp. Mintong looked astonished. Oh my god, what kind of appetite is this? He finished an entire rice cooker full of rice. If he participated in a competitive eating contest, wouldn't he definitely win the championship? Having lived this long, she had never seen anyone eat so much while still being so fit. Usually people who are long-term gluttons become chubby, but Chen Fan's figure was even better than Lin Siki's from the movie The Battle. Mr. Chen, would you like to relax a bit after your meal? I can help you with a massage, eh? Mintong offered. Chen Fan thought for a moment and nodded. A massage would be fine. Mintong then moved behind Chen Fan. Her movements were gentle as she positioned Chen Fan's head against her chest. Then she began to slowly massage his temples. Mr. Chen, how does it feel? Mintong's voice was soft like willow catkins brushing against one's feet, making one feel both anxious and tender. Chen Fan could sense Mintong's ulterior motives. This action felt too intimate. Which place offers a proper massage while being this close? Put in a little more strength, Chen Fan said with his eyes closed. Mintong flirtatiously replied, Okay, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Chen Fan casually replied, No, why? Mintong chuckled, saying, Mr. Chen, you're young and wealthy. How could you not have a girlfriend? You must be joking. The two engaged in casual chatter. Mintong soon began to share about her difficult upbringing. She had a gambling father who loved to drink and would beat her mother when drunk. She had been accepted into a top university, but her family kicked her out and forbade her from attending, forcing her to work to earn money. Hearing this, Chen Fan frowned. This was such a classic excuse. Wasn't this the kind of talk often used by those foot massage girls in clubs? Specifically aimed at deceiving naive young men. As the saying goes, one may not have eaten pork, but they have seen pigs run. Mintong's words were too intentional. Mr. Chen, I was thinking of becoming your full-time nanny. What do you think? I have many skills, or you could experience them in detail in your room. Mintong, dressed in a black silk professional bodycon skirt, had a slim figure and was quite pretty. To ordinary people, she would be considered a goddess. However, in Chen Fan's eyes, she was merely average, especially when compared to the likes of Lu Ryulan Ruoshi and Li Ziqing. During this time, Chen Fan had seen too many beautiful women and had become disenchanted with the notion of beauty. While an ordinary man might be captivated by a goddess leading to impulsive actions, Chen Fan was not easily swayed. No need, Chen Fan shook his head. Mintong's implications were clear. She was practically ready to strip and seduce him. It was obvious she wanted to latch onto a wealthy man. Chen Fan despised such women because his ex-girlfriend Su Jingwen ended their relationship over the betrothal gifts and went to cling to a wealthy man afterward. Mintong's behavior perfectly illustrated a truth. When a man has money, beautiful women will naturally come knocking at his door. Of course, most of them are gold diggers. Gold diggers are very clever. They employ various means to swindle money from their targets. Then they swiftly cut ties and leave. Seeing Chen Fan's rejection, Mintong's expression clearly reflected disappointment. Mr. Chen, if you ever need anything in the future, feel free to call me, and I will come to serve you immediately. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Such women were simply beneath his notice. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Fan began to touch the voltage box, crazily absorbing electricity to enhance his physique. Meanwhile, the property manager was reviewing last month's various account statements in the office. Upon seeing the electricity bill, he suddenly felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, his heart racing. He suspected that Godzilla might actually be real. If it weren't for the monster stealing electricity, how could last month's bill be astronomical? Just a few days into this calm life, Qin Fan received a call from Zheng Jingming, the head of the Zheng family. Master Qin, the intel has come in at Daoist Qingshu from Baiyang Temple has come out of seclusion. Oh, is that so? Master Qin, please be cautious in the coming days. Daoist Qingshu may launch a surprise attack. I understand. After hanging up, Qin Fan's expression turned serious. There was a high probability that Daoist Qingshu was coming for him. Is it finally time for a formal battle with the Transformation Realm Master? To be honest, Qin Fan had been waiting for this battle for a long time. He thought he would encounter Daoist Qingshu during his last visit to Meihua Villa. But who would have thought that Daoist Qingshu never came out? He didn't care about his disciple Wu Junfeng's fate or the survival of the Wu family. Now Daoist Qingshu had finally emerged. How strange. Regardless, Qin Fan still needed to adjust his state to the best in preparation for the impending battle. The Wu family had relocated to a small city in a prefecture of Jiangbei after leaving Jiangnan. Since they had just settled, they had not yet been targeted by the local ancient martial arts families. Uncle, I've investigated, and the ancient martial arts families in this county are not very powerful. There are only 2 or 3 internal force practitioners. We don't need to worry at all. Upon hearing this, Wu Sangui did not feel delighted. Instead, his expression appeared somewhat dejected. The Wu family has thrived in Jiangnan for generations. Now we are reduced to living in a small, insignificant city in Jiangbei. However, there were differing voices within the family. What's wrong with a small city? It keeps us away from conflict. The Wu family also had informants stationed near Baiyang Temple. Wu Sangui quickly received the news of Daoist Qingshu's emergence. Haha, Daoist Qingshu has finally come out. Wu Sangui had Daoist Qingshu's contact information, so he immediately reached out wanting to meet. Although Daoist Qingshu had been in seclusion for a long time in today's modern society, he naturally used a mobile phone and surfed the internet. Wu Sangui immediately took the high-speed train to Jiangnan. The 2 places were close. It took about an hour to reach. Qingshui Bay Villa District. Buildings 16 to 28 originally belonged to the Wu family. But now all these properties have been handed over to real estate agents for sale. Daoist Qingshu stood at the entrance of Building 17. This was originally where Wu Sangui lived. Daoist, you have finally come out of seclusion. A lot has happened during this time that you wouldn't know about. Wu Sangui began to vent his grievances like a wronged wife. Daoist Qingshu took a deep breath and said, I was researching a martial art recently. I simply couldn't break free. Wu Sangui asked, has the martial art you were studying been mastered? Daoist Qingshu raised his hand, and a powerful stream of air burst forth from his 5 fingers. This stream of air then condensed into a tangible form, turning into a white thread a few meters long. The 5 white threads danced like willow branches in the wind. Immediately after, Daoist Qingshu waved his hand. The front face of the villa was neatly sliced down by the 5 white threads. The cuts were even and smooth. Seeing this scene, Wu Sangui's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the might of a master? Daoist Qingshu replied calmly. These 5 white threads are the martial art I have comprehended. I named it 5 absolute hands. These 5 white threads are transformed from my internal force. They are not only incredibly sharp, but also extendable. They can change freely. The next moment, Daoist Qingshu clenched his fist. The 5 white threads quickly wrapped around, changing shape into a white fist. This fist was as large as a cow. Currently, with my internal force, I can only control the white threads within 10 meters of myself. Daoist Qingshu controlled the white fist and smashed it towards the villa. Boom. Countless brick walls collapsed. Wu Sangui was astonished. With such a large fist swinging over from 10 meters away, it could scare someone to death. Daoist with such high martial arts strength defeating Qin Fan should be a piece of cake. I know where Qin Fan lives. Daoist, shall we go over tonight? Wu Sangui said excitedly. Daoist Qingshu waved his hand. No. Wu Sangui was stunned. Why not? Daoist Qingshu slowly said, it was Qin Fan who caused your Wu family to suffer setbacks and be forced to leave Jiangnan. Therefore, if we want to kill this person, we must let most of the martial arts community in Jiangnan know about it. Only then, in a fair and square manner, can the Wu family's disgrace be washed away. Unless the Zheng family can find another master as support, your Wu family can continue to return to Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, Wu Sangui clapped his hands. That's right. He had been too anxious. After Daoist Qingshu emerged from seclusion, he had only one thought in his mind, to have Daoist Qingshu quickly kill Qin Fan. He had overlooked the level Daoist Qingshu mentioned. Alright Daoist, I will find someone to spread the word. In 3 days you will invite Qin Fan to a duel at Meihua Villa. Daoist Qingshu nodded, agreed. The Wu family lost face at Meihua Villa, and since we want to clear the family's disgrace in a fair manner, the duel must take place at Meihua Villa. This is called getting back on one's feet from where one fell. Li Ziqing and Hong Jun drove to the Taohua Island villa. To be honest, I really have to thank Master Chun. Hong Jun smiled. Li Ziqing was taken aback. Why? She didn't understand there had been an unpleasant incident between Hong Jun and Chen Fan. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, Hong Jun wouldn't actually thank Chen Fan right. Hong Jun smiled faintly. If it weren't for Master Chun injuring Gao Ding Tian, causing him to still be in a hospital bed, I wouldn't have been able to smoothly become the acting captain. He had been the deputy captain before, always overshadowed by Gao Ding Tian. Now he had become the acting captain. Although he was called the acting captain before long, he would drop the acting title. That's why Hong Jun was very happy. Li Ziqing secretly rolled her eyes. She despised sycophants. Ziqing, what brings you here? Chen Fan looked at Li Ziqing and Hong Jun with mild surprise. By habit, Li Ziqing would have conveyed any matter over the phone. There was no need for her to travel all the way to Peach Blossom Island in person. And she had come with Hong Jun, a clear sign that something extraordinary was afoot. Master Chen Qingshu Daoist of Baiyang Temple has emerged from seclusion, and he is very likely coming for you, Li Ziqing said. Chen Fan nodded. I am already aware of this news. Hong Jun spoke up. Master Chen Daoist Qingshu is immensely powerful. Should you engage him in combat, your life may hang in the balance. However, if you choose to join the Dragon Division, now our director Xiong has pledged to personally intervene and ensure your safety. Chen Fan paused in quiet contemplation. Joining the Dragon Division now? To seek shelter? Without confidence in his ability to withstand Daoist Qingshu, it would indeed be a prudent choice. Yet, could Chen Fan truly lack such confidence? After all, even back when he was at the 8th cultivation phase of Qi refinement, he had already prepared himself for battle against Daoist Qingshu. Now, having advanced to the 9th phase, his certainty of victory stood at 100%. No need. Chen Fan shook his head. I will speak directly with Xiong Batian once I've made my decision. Li Ziqing continued. Master Chen Wu Sangui has publicly declared that Daoist Qingshu has challenged you to a duel at Plum Blossom Villa 3 days hence. Oh, an open, honorable challenge. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment. He had expected underhanded tactics, assassination, or ambush, so he had instructed Lu Ruyu and Lan Ruashi not to visit Peach Blossom Island for the time being. Intriguing. Very well. I'll have you relay my reply. I shall certainly attend on the appointed day. Chen Fan's mood lightened considerably. 3 days remained for preparation. His conviction of triumph surged to absolute certainty. Master Chen Hong, Captain, and I won't disturb you further. Should anything arise, simply call me. Chen Fan waved dismissively. I won't see you out. After Li Ziqing and Hong Jun departed, Chen Fan turned his focus to mastering a new arcane art. An enlightened master may project inner force externally, forming a true golden aura shield for defense, and wield ranged offensive techniques. Though I am protected by the purple celestial thunderbody cultivation technique, prudence demands I master a dedicated defensive art as well. Thus, from the legacy of Daoist Bei Xian, Chen Fan selected a protective art suitable for cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, the Golden Light Mantra. This art enveloped the practitioner in an omnidirectional protective barrier, flawless, seamless, and impervious from every angle. Its greatest advantage lay in its execution. Unlike most arts, it required no hand seals or incantations. Once mastered, activation demanded only a single conscious intent. Of the 2 Yuanling pills in his possession, Chen Fan had consumed only one to ascend to the 9th Qi refinement phase. The second remained untouched, for ascending to the 10th phase presented exponentially greater difficulty, and a single pill would surely prove insufficient. He resolved to hold it in reserve, relying first on his own cultivation. Only when the moment felt ripe would he employ the pill to shatter his current limit and transcend. On Earth, sourcing premium medicinal herbs for alchemy remained arduous. Each cultivation pill must be deployed with surgical precision. The Qin family's lineage spanned generations, yet possessed but a single century-old Lingji mushroom. Finding another suitable herb would not be easy. Grandfather word has spread through the martial realm. Daoist Qingshu of Baiyang Temple has challenged Master Chen to a duel at Plum Blossom Villa. Qin Miao spoke calmly. Grandfather, will you attend? Qin Gong interjected eagerly. A duel between Master Chen and Daoist Qingshu. Ah, just hearing of it stirs the blood. It's been years since Jiangnan witnessed a clash of masters. This confrontation will surely shake Jiangnan to its foundations. After long solemn reflection, Qin Mao declared, we will go. If Master Chen faces mortal peril against Daoist Qingshu, I will sacrifice my life to save him. Should I succeed, his gratitude will bind him to our clan, and he will refine more pills for us in return. For our entire lineage, this yields nothing but benefit. Chen Fan's alchemical mastery had profoundly impressed Qin Mao. In Qin Mao's eyes, Chen Fan was nothing short of a treasure. Sister, I've just learned. The master who treated you last time is set to duel Daoist Qingshu of Baiyang Temple at Plum Blossom Villa. You mean Chen Fan? Precisely. Su Miaoyin's luminous eyes gleamed. Brother, what do you estimate his combat prowess to be? Can he defeat Daoist Qingshu? Su Tao shook his head. How would I know? Last time he infused a stream of inner force into my body. That's how I confirmed his status as a master. Later I sought verification from others, and confirmed it beyond doubt. On July 1st, he fought at Plum Blossom Villa, but his opponent was a martial artist at the peak of inner force cultivation, one of the twin heroes of North Jiang. Since that opponent ranked below him, the full extent of his power remains unmeasured. Su Miaoyin gasped. Chun Fan fought at Plum Blossom Villa on July 1st. Brother, why didn't you tell me sooner? I missed it entirely. Su Tao could only sigh wryly. That encounter involved only the Zheng and Wu families' feud. I had no inkling Chun Fan would appear. Oh dear. If Chun Fan loses to Daoist Qingshu, might he face mortal danger? Brother, why don't you call father and ask him to come? Su Tao stiffened, exasperated. His sister, having been saved by Chun Fan's healing, had fallen hopelessly silently in love. She longed to seek him out, yet dared not. Before the object of one's affection, some souls grow timid, even unable to meet their gaze. Su Tao had pleaded in vain. Though it was a debt of life, they had met only once. Yet love had struck like... Su Tao sighed deeply. Miaoyin, I told you to watch fewer idle dramas. Now look, you're utterly love-struck. Su Miaoyin huffed. Brother, is loving someone a crime? He's young, gifted in medicine, a master, and he saved my life. He is quite literally the white horse prince of my dreams. Su Tao's lips twitched. When a daughter grows up, she slips beyond control. Fine. I'll call father and see what he says. He muttered under his breath. This sister had been spoiled beyond redemption. 10 minutes later, Su Tao rolled his eyes. Father's indulgence knows no bounds. He's actually coming. Su Miaoyin beamed. Family stands together. We help each other after all. 3 days later, on Peach Blossom Island, Chun Fan opened his eyes within the villa, and golden radiance instantly shimmered around his form. Upon closer inspection, it coalesced into a flawless spherical golden barrier encircling his body. 3 days without rest. Finally, this art is perfected. Chun Fan exhaled slowly, a radiant smile blooming across his face. Chun Fan glanced at his phone and noticed it was time for the duel. He stepped outside just as an Audi A6 drove. Li Ziqing, dressed in a black outfit, emerged from the driver's seat. Master Chun, I am here to take you to Meihua Mountain Villa. Chun Fan smiled and said, why didn't you send me a message in advance to confirm? What if I had already gone to Meihua Mountain Villa? Li Ziqing revealed 2 dimples. Perhaps this is just a connection of hearts. Chun Fan waved his hand. No rush, let's grab a meal first. Li Ziqing was taken aback. Huh, a meal? The lockdown at Meihua Mountain Villa this time was even more extensive than the last. The military had shown up. All signals in the entire mountain area were blocked. Last time, it was Chu Qiangxing, the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, who acted as the intermediary and managed the situation. Chu Qiangxing brought in many wealthy merchants to set up gambling tables. This time it was the Dragon Group that was managing the situation. Only those from the martial arts community could enter the villa. The observation deck was already filled with martial artists from Jiangnan. Even martial artists from several neighboring areas had come upon hearing the news. Is that the Qingshu Daoist from Baiyang Temple? This is my first time seeing him. He is actually sitting cross-legged on a willow branch. His lightness skill is truly remarkable. What is Daoist Qingshu can even stand on blades of grass without bending them. His lightness skill has already reached the realm of as light as a feather. This is the realm of a transformation master. When will I have such a day? Wu Sangui raised his head and swaggered up to Zheng Jingming, chuckling. Old Zheng, it seems that your support Chun Fan is too scared to show up, isn't he? If that's the case, then let's announce the result early. Zheng Jingming replied coldly. Wu, do you dare come back to Jiangnan? Do you believe I will kill you right now? The last duel's result was that the Wu family could not step into Jiangnan again. Wu Sangui laughed heartily. Really? With Daoist Qingshu here, do you dare lay a hand on me? Aren't you afraid that Daoist Qingshu will wipe out your Zheng family's upper echelons? Zheng Jingming snorted coldly. With Xiong Batian here, Daoist Qingshu probably doesn't dare act recklessly, right? Wu Sangui beckoned to Zheng Jingming with his finger. Come on, kill me now. I promise not to evade. Zheng Jingming made no move. Wu Sangui laughed. What's wrong? Scared? Then what was all that nonsense you just said? Half an hour passed. The members of the Dragon Group were also discussing. Hong Jin frowned and said, Chun Fan isn't going to back out, is he? Didn't he say he would accept the challenge? Xiong Batian waved his hand. No rush, there's still an hour until noon. A middle-aged man with long hair said lightly, in my opinion, this kid named Chun Fan is just a coward. There won't be a master duel today, let's all disperse. This man was named Zhang Tianhua, the leader of the Jiangnan Dragon Group, a transformation master. He ranked 3rd among the top 10 masters of Jiangnan. Zhang Tianhua carried a sword on his back, his arms crossed with a proud gaze. He was the only swordsman among the top 10 masters of Jiangnan. He was a formidable swordsmanship master. Xiong Batian laughed. Leader Zhang, don't you have any patience? What's the harm in waiting another hour? Do you have a little wife at home waiting for you? Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Zhang Tianhua's gaze sharpened. Xiong Batian, mind your words. Be careful that I cut your head off with one sword. Xiong Batian snorted, not retorting. He indeed could not defeat Zhang Tianhua. However, since they were both working in the dragon group, with Su Ao suppressing things, Xiong Batian was not worried that Zhang Tianhua would really dare to act. The other members of the dragon group were quite helpless. Whenever these two leaders met, they would inevitably throw a few barbs at each other. Everyone was used to it. Hong Zhen glanced at his phone and hurriedly said, Li Ziqing has picked up Chen Fan, but she said he went to a restaurant and probably won't arrive for another 40 minutes. Xiong Batian was taken aback by this. A restaurant? What meal is so important that it must be eaten at this time? The members of the dragon group were also puzzled, unable to understand. Meanwhile, Su Tao, Su Miaoyin, and their father Su Zhengtang had also arrived at Meihua Mountain Villa. Dad, if Chen Fan can't win, you must help him. Su Miaoyin squeaked, mimicking the tones of those green tea girls online. Su Tao rolled his eyes repeatedly. The silver-haired Su Zhengtang laughed. All right, I will intervene. Su Zhengtang had 5 sons and 1 daughter. Su Miaoyin was the youngest daughter, treasured as a gem. It's worth noting that Su Tao had actually graduated from college long ago, but because Su Miaoyin was coming to Jiangnan University, Su Zhengtang insisted that Su Tao accompany her to repeat a year at university. I want to see what kind of ability this heartthrob of yours has. Is he worthy of you? Meanwhile, the owner of the Jiangnan Royal Equestrian Club, Sun Jisheng, had infiltrated Meihua Mountain Villa through connections with the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. For some time, Sun Jisheng had been seeking assassins to kill Chen Fan. His son Sun Jiadong was still lying in the hospital, in a coma. Even if he woke up, he would be completely useless. This was his only son. Therefore, Sun Jisheng was now determined to kill Chen Fan. However, Sun Jisheng had contacted several assassin organizations, but upon hearing the target was Chen Fan, they were unwilling to take the job. They said it wasn't worth it. The cost did not justify the risk. Just when Sun Jisheng was in despair, he learned from Chu Qiangxing that Chen Fan was about to fight Daoist Qingshu. Therefore, Sun Jisheng was overjoyed. Daoist Qingshu, you must kill Chen Fan today. That way my son's revenge will be avenged. Sun Jisheng gazed at the man in Daoist robes, sitting cross-legged on a willow branch, murmuring. Time passed minute by minute, and with less than 10 minutes until noon, Chen Fan finally arrived at Meihua Mountain Villa. They're here. The two masters are present, and the master duel, which is rare in years, is about to begin. The multitude of martial artists on the observation deck began to grow excited. There are not many masters in Jiangnan, and once one becomes a master, their status is exalted. Even if some masters wish to progress further in martial arts and challenge stronger opponents, they do so privately. No outsiders can witness it. In fact, such public duels among masters haven't occurred in Jiangnan for years. Daoist Qingshu slowly opened his eyes from the willow branch. Chen Fan, you finally arrived. Have you been waiting long? I was just a bit late, allowing you to live a little longer. Soon you will lie eternally underground. Chen Fan said lightly. Daoist Qingshu stood up. Haha, you are so young, and yet can become a master, truly a genius. But unfortunately, after today, this genius will fall. Father, how many moves would it take you to defeat Daoist Qingshu? On the viewing terrace, Qin Gong asked. And before Qin Mao lay 9 specially crafted silver needles, each as long as a palm. Within 9 needles, I will kill him. And Qin Mao spoke with unshakable confidence. In guiding needles with Qi, his flying needle technique struck only fatal acupoints. And Qin Mao could slay without even shifting his stance. Hearing this, Qin Gong nodded. Then Master Chen's safety is assured, and Daoist Qingshu stood poised upon a willow branch, exuding supreme composure. You are younger than I. Go ahead, I'll let you strike first 3 moves free. Chen Fan smiled, faintly thinking inwardly, so he insists on such grandeur. Let him pose. Soon enough we'll see whether that arrogance survives. True martial divine fist. 9th form mountain-splitting strike. Chen Fan leapt skyward and delivered a thunderous aerial punch aimed straight at Daoist Qingshu. And the blow descended like an avalanche. Its pressure overwhelming its aura sovereign. What a... In Daoist Qingshu's brows knotted instantly. Chen Fan's prowess exceeded his expectations. In the next breath, he unleashed the 5 absolute hands. From his fingertips surged inner force, coalescing into 5 gossamer white filaments. Bathed in midday sunlight, they turned nearly translucent, nearly invisible to the naked eye. These filaments possessed not only the drifting suppleness of willow catkins, but also razor-sharp lethality, capable of slicing through iron as if it were butter. A single misstep, a single lapse in vigilance, and one would be cleaved into perfectly severed fragments. And with a flick of his wrist, Taoist Qingshu sent the 5 filaments spiraling toward Chun Fan from divergent angles. Chun Fan possessed the blazing sun golden eyes. He saw every filament clearly. Yet unaware of their nature, he could only deploy the golden light mantra for defense. His offensive momentum never wavered. And that mountain-splitting fist would not relent until it struck Taoist Qingshu himself. Golden radiance blazed around Chun Fan, brighter than molten gold. And the filaments struck the golden barrier and halted, unable to breach even a single inch. The strength of the golden light mantra depended entirely upon the caster's cultivated spiritual power. And the greater the power, the more impregnable the shield. And though Taoist Qingshu was a cultivation realm grandmaster who had independently mastered the 5 absolute hands, these filaments remained mere manifestations of inner force, whereas a cultivator's spiritual power dwarfed that of any ancient martial artist by several orders of magnitude. Thus, no matter how fiercely Taoist Qingshu strained his 5 filaments, could not pierce Chun Fan's golden shield. And seeing Chun Fan close, and Taoist Qingshu darted and twisted frantically. It was widely known that Taoist Qingshu's lightness skill was peerless. He trod upon grass without bending a single blade. And with another gesture, his filaments sheared several willow trees into countless uniform fragments, swifter than slicing tofu. And he projected his inner force outward, sending the wooden shards hurtling toward Chun Fan to impede his advance. Clenching his fist, Chun Fan charged. "Old Taoist, you boasted so confidently moments ago. Why?" Taoist Qingshu, famed for his unmatched lightness skill, danced across the grass in endless evasive circles, desperate, relentless flight, terrified of being struck. At Chun Fan's taunt, he fell silent and kept running. On the viewing terrace, Father, how did Taoist Qingshu just simultaneously cleave several willow trees into identically sized blocks? Qin Gong asked. Qin Mao frowned, deeply pondering before replying. It appears his mastery over inner force has ascended to a new level. Glancing down at the 9 silver needles arrayed before him, he added, "If I faced him, even these 9 needles might prove insufficient." Qin Gong's heart lurched. And before Taoist Qingshu moved, Father claimed he'd fall within 9 needles. And now Father has retracted that claim. Taoist Qingshu ranks last among the masters, yet Father stands 6th. And Qin Gong quickly added, "No matter. Master Chen clearly dominates, relentlessly pursuing and striking Taoist Qingshu." But Qin Mao shook his head. "Not so. In battles between grandmasters, no verdict may be declared before victory is unequivocally decided." And Qin Gong asked, puzzled, "Oh, do you suspect Taoist Qingshu holds hidden techniques?" And Qin Mao nodded. "He has secluded himself for years at Baiyang Temple. No one knows what profound insights he's attained." On the grassland, and seeing Taoist Qingshu evade with uncanny agility, Chun Fan abandoned pursuit and instead cast a spell. Swift wind step, and instantly his speed multiplied several-fold. He closed the distance in a flash. "Run, run, run. I'll let you run forever." Chun Fan roared and launched his fist. And Taoist Qingshu suddenly stilled, then broke into a serene, knowing smile. "Young man, I've been waiting for this very moment." Cloud dispelling palm, and Taoist Qingshu thrust both palms forward. 2 torrents of immense force erupted midair, imprinting colossal palm seals upon the void. The strike summoned a maelstrom. Sand and stones whirled violently, grass bent flat, and even martial artists on the viewing terrace struggled to keep their eyes open. And face-to-face combat. "I fear you." Chun Fan stood unflinching. And boom, fist met palm, direct, unyielding impact. The next instant, one figure hurtled backward through the air. Chun Fan remained rooted, untouched. His golden light mantra held firm. And to wound him, one must first shatter that golden shield. Though Taoist Qingshu flew backward, his vitality as a cultivation realm grandmaster proved formidable. He survived, barely clinging to life. And even before he struck the ground, Chun Fan cast another spell. Frost Spear. Glacial arrow shot forth, piercing Taoist Qingshu straight through and pinning him dead to the earth. On the viewing terrace, Wu Sangui froze in disbelief. "Dead? Taoist Qingshu is dead? Impossible." And he would sooner believe the heavens had fallen than accept that Taoist Qingshu, a master of renown, had fallen to a youth fresh from obscurity. Zheng Jingming smiled faintly. "Wu Sangui, your newly acquired protector lies slain. You violated our agreement by entering Jiangnan. This debt." The next breath, Zheng Jingsheng, whose inner force had reached perfection, laid a heavy, ominous hand upon Wu Sangui's shoulder. There was no need to say more. Wu Sangui's fate was sealed. This Master Chun possesses not only extraordinary medical arts, but astonishing combat prowess. Truly formidable. Su Zhengtang murmured in admiration. "Father, if Master Chun were based in Jinling, where would he rank among the grandmasters?" Su Tao asked. Su Zhengtang weighed the matter carefully. He would certainly rank within the top 30. And yet he is still young. Grant him a few more years, and he will surely ascend into the top 10. Su Tao glanced toward his sister, meowing. Your chosen one appears rather extraordinary, doesn't he? And is such a brilliant youthful grandmaster inevitably draws admirers, especially beautiful ones. So heed my advice. Choose someone else while you still can. And Su Miaoing pouted, no, I shall marry none but him, for all my life. Su Tao sighed deeply, sweat beading on his brow. Speechless, he could only shake his head and fall. On the other side, Hong Jin from the Dragon team expressed his confusion. Why did Daoist Qingshu confront Chen Fan directly in the end? What was the point of running at the beginning? Is he just sitting in the temple out of touch with the world, losing his mind? Xiong Batian remarked lightly. You don't understand. From what I know about Daoist Qingshu, he's doing this to force Chen Fan into a desperate situation. Once a person is pushed to desperation, they become passive and their strength diminishes. But Daoist Qingshu did not expect that Chen Fan's punch was too powerful and domineering. The two were on completely different levels of strength. Xiong Batian laughed. If anyone else were in Daoist Qingshu's shoes, their mindset would definitely collapse, allowing Daoist Qingshu to easily control the situation. Hong Jin nodded, enlightened. So that's how it was. Xiong Batian turned to Zhang Tianhua. Team leader Zhang, didn't you think poorly of Chen Fan? How do you feel now? He won. And he won quickly. Zhang Tianhua replied indifferently. Qingshu is just a weakling. What's the big deal about killing him? If I were to kill Qingshu, it would only take one sword strike, even faster. Xiong Batian retorted, stop twisting the concept. Zhang Tianhua recognized his fault and didn't bother to respond. How could this be? Who can kill Chen Fan? Sun Jixing broke down upon seeing Daoist Qingshu dead. His blood pressure spiked, and he fainted. Chen Fan's combat strength was showcased today in front of many martial artists in Jiangnan. The last time he killed the Jiangbei twin heroes at Meihua Mountain Manor was only a story passed around. Now it was witnessed by everyone. Chen Fan is not only a master, but also a powerful master. I feel that with his talent, he will definitely rank among the top 5 masters in Jiangnan within 3 years. After Sueo, our Jiangnan martial arts world has finally produced another genius. Does Master Chen have any disciples? I want to become his student. You won't learn anything from a genius. Why do you say that? It's a simple principle. Have you ever been to school? There are always some genius students in class, right? Some problems you can't solve no matter how hard you try. But for those geniuses, it's as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If you ask them for help, can you understand their explanation? After all, not all geniuses are suited to be teachers. The people in Meihua Mountain Manor were buzzing with discussion. Undoubtedly, for a long time to come, the name Chen Fan would spread throughout the Jiangnan martial arts world. After Chen Fan killed Daoist Qingshu, Zheng Jingming immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. Besides him, representatives from various forces in the martial arts world also came to greet Chen Fan. Among them were 2 masters supported by the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. One named Shun Wanhe ranked 2nd among Jiangnan masters. He was very powerful. The other named Niu Dayong was ranked 7th. Shun Wanhe smiled. The younger generation is formidable. After many years, Jiangnan has finally produced another genius. Chen Fan, from now on you will be the leading figure in the Jiangnan martial arts world. We old fellows are nearing retirement. You flatter me, Senior Shun. Chen Fan cupped his hands. Oh, everyone knows how to exchange pleasantries. Niu Dayong rubbed his nose. Chen Fan, do you have a wife? I can introduce you to a girl. As long as you ask, I'll get her for you. Senior Niu, no need. Chen Fan was somewhat taken aback. Niu Dayang's way of making connections was too direct. After a brief chat with the 2, Chen Fan met Su Tao's family again. Master Chen, do you remember me? I had a heart attack at the snack street near Jiangnan University, and you saved my life. Su Miaoyan's beautiful eyes widened in anticipation. Chen Fan nodded. Of course I remember. The consultation fee was 1 million. Hearing Chen Fan say he remembered Su Miaoyan's pretty face was filled with joy. Great, he remembers me. He must have a little liking for me, right? Su Tao began to introduce. Master Chen, this Chen Fan, do you have any plans to develop in Jinling in the future? Su Jingtang asked. Last time, when Chen Fan treated Su Miaoyan, he discovered that Su Tao was indeed a martial artist with internal strength. Realizing this family was not simple. At this moment, upon looking through the fiery sun golden eyes, it turned out that Su Jingtang was a master. It seems the Su family also held considerable power in Jinling. If the opportunity arises, I will definitely go. Chen Fan replied politely. This was also his heartfelt words. Previously, he was just a factory worker, and he probably would never have the chance to travel across the beautiful mountains and rivers of his homeland. Now that he has strength and is not short on money, as long as he has time, he will definitely want to see it. I believe it's not just him, it's the thoughts of many citizens. Unfortunately, due to various factors such as work life and family, in the end one could only visit a few famous scenic spots. Many people haven't even visited those scenic spots in their entire lives, let alone left their province. How did you know there was a good show at Meihua Mountain Manor today? Chen Fan asked. Su Tao replied, I have friends in the dragon team, and I heard about it. By the way, Master Chen, we came to find you for another matter. What is it? Master Chen, last time you treated my sister's heart condition, you said the ailment hasn't been completely cured, and you would contact us again, but you haven't reached out. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan slapped his forehead. I'm so sorry, I almost forgot. Instead of waiting for a later date, let's do it today, or I'll treat her. Before, when Chen Fan treated patients, it was entirely for profit. After saving Su Miaoyin, he made a considerable amount of money, and now being supported by the Zheng family, he wasn't in desperate need of money. Naturally, he had overlooked Su Miaoyin's matter. At Yuzulan Medical Center. Master Chen, didn't you just finish a fight? Why did you come to our medical center? Are you injured? Qin Gong had just returned to the medical center not long ago. Chen Fan shook his head. No, I'm going to treat a girlie. After I'm done, you can give her some tonics. He chose to come here due to the good quality of the medicinal materials at Yuzuland. In fact, Chen Fan could completely cure Su Miaoyin's condition using his powers. However, that would take a lot of effort and several treatments. Since Chen Fan didn't want it to be that complicated, he decided to treat her once and combine it with traditional medicine for recovery. You can treat illnesses too. Qin Miao appeared in a white coat. Upon seeing this woman, Su Miaoyin sized her up, instantly feeling a sense of vigilance. My sixth sense is not wrong if this woman also likes Chen Fan. Thus Su Miaoyin immediately said, of course Master Chen is not only skilled in martial arts, but also has exceptional medical skills. Qin Miao coldly glanced at Su Miaoyin and ignored her. She was incredibly aloof, like a beautiful ice mountain, not uttering a single unnecessary word, not showing any excessive expression. As a woman herself, Su Miaoyin could feel a completely different aura emanating from Qin Miao. Seeing that the other party ignored her, Su Miaoyin could only huff coldly. Chen Fan inserted an acupuncture needle into Su Miaoyin. Qin Gong and Qin Miao watched his technique with audible admiration. Judged by this alone, Chen Fan's skill was scarcely inferior to Qin Miao's mastery. Qin Gong marveled inwardly. Has Master Chen been practicing martial arts, studying alchemy and acupuncture since before he was born? He seems to know everything, and his combat prowess is formidable. Qin Gong could not help but sigh. When Chen Fan finished, he asked Qin Gong to recheck the pulse and prescribe some restorative medicines for Su Miaoyin. Su Tao hurriedly asked, Master Chen, how much should the consultation fee be this time? Chen Fan replied coolly, the same as last time, 1 million. Su Tao nodded. Very well, no problem. Qin Gong's mouth twitched in disbelief. My goodness, one dares to name such a sum, and another dares to pay it. Qin Gong, whose inner energy was fully cultivated, normally charged only a registration fee of 50 for daily pulse taking and treatment. The idea of receiving 1 million for a single consultation was beyond imagination. Hearing the figure of 1 million, the love-struck Su Miaoyin began to fantasize. Is Master Chen hinting at our first meeting? Ah, how romantic. Meanwhile, when Sun Jisheng opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in the hospital's VIP ward. Su Kaiying, face full of worry, said, Husband, you're finally awake. You scare me to death. Our son is in trouble. You must not have anything else go wrong. Sun Jisheng asked, Why am I here? Su Kaiying replied, You went to Meihua Shanzhuang and then collapsed. They brought you to the hospital. The doctors say you suffered an acute cerebral infarction caused by high blood pressure. Luckily, you were brought in promptly. They operated this afternoon, otherwise you would have been in mortal danger. Sun Jisheng asked in puzzlement, Who brought me here? I went to Meihua Shanzhuang alone. Sun-san. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing round spectacles entered the ward. He was bald with only a fringe of hair at the temples and the back of his head, and a neat mustache below his nose. Su Kaiying hurried to introduce him. This is Gong Bin Daxiong. He was the one who brought you from Meihua Shanzhuang. At the name, Sun Jisheng's expression flickered. A Japanese. Gong Bin Daxiong said calmly, Suen-san, your wife, told me about your son's situation. I am very sorry about that. However, I can avenge you on behalf of Sun-san. I wonder whether Sun-san. Sun Jisheng froze incredulous. You can help me kill Chen Fan. He even managed to kill Qingshu Da. Gong Bin Daxiong lifted his chin with pride. I watched the fight at Meihua Shanzhuang with my own eyes. Beneath the blades of our Da Yinghua Empire's warriors, that man is certain to fall. Sun Jisheng asked, Mr. Gongbin, what are your terms? Gongbin answered, simply be friends. Sun frowned. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Gongbin Daxiong replied placidly. All Sun-san need do is become the most loyal friend of our Da Yinghua Empire. We will kill Chen Fan for you. We do not want money. A traitor to one's country. The thought flashed through Sun Jisheng's mind. Yet, because Gongbin had not demanded anything further, perhaps it could not yet be called treachery. Mr. Gongbin, how exactly does one become such a friend? Sun pressed. Gongbin smiled. As I said, you need not offer anything. Simply be willing to be our friend. Sun Jisheng looked to Su Kaiying, who immediately exclaimed, "Husband, this is such a good opportunity." In his heart, Sun knew that these Japanese could not be trusted. Their concealment of true intent now was only to gain leverage later. Yet faced with Gongbin Daxiang's temptation, he found it hard to refuse. He truly wished to kill Qin Fan. "Very well, I agree. From this moment on, I will be your most loyal friend," Sun Jisheng said in a steady voice. "From now on, I will be your most loyal friend." Gongbin Daxiang's emphasis on the word loyal carried weighty implication. "Suin-san, wait for my good news." Night had fallen on Peach Blossom Island. Qin Fan had just finished his cultivation and was preparing to rest. Suddenly, the infrared monitors raised an alarm. Every villa was fitted with an advanced infrared surveillance system. Any approach to the house would be detected. The alarm vanished in less than a second. Some might assume a patrol had inadvertently triggered it and dismissed. Qin Fan frowned. Moving with utmost speed, he went out onto the third-floor terrace, scanned the premises, and then climbed straight to the roof. With the aid of Liang Jintong's scorching sun golden gaze and its penetrating sight, every corner of the villa seemed transparent. Soon he spotted an intruder who had slipped into the house. The stranger crouched in the first-floor storeroom clad in black night raiment and masked. Qin Fan snorted, "Huff. Come into my home to act like a rat, and you are courting death." The intruder's garb and nocturnal approach bespoke ill intent. Qin Fan descended at once and charged for the storeroom on the first floor. All the while he kept his penetrating sight active to prevent any covert escape or repositioning. With a bang, Qin Fan kicked the storeroom door wide open. "Don't hide. I spotted you long ago." The black-clad man was briefly stunned. "What? How did you?" Qin Fan demanded. "What are you here to do in my house? Surely not to assassinate me." He barred the doorway, his gaze cold and razor-sharp. The masked man snorted coldly. "They'll tell you after you die beneath my samurai blade." So indeed, in the next instant the assailant drew his blade in a ruthless, blinding arc. Qin Fan released a Jingguang Charm Golden Radiance incantation and ignored the cut. Jinwu Divine Fist 11th form Fanjiang, overturning the river. With a resounding impact, the black-clad man's abdomen was blown open as if struck by a ball. Gore and flesh sprayed outward. The man stared wide-eyed, incredulous. "What? How are you so strong?" Qin Fan seized his throat and drove a silver needle toward the crown, keeping him alive to force an answer. "Speak. Who sent you here?" Through gritted teeth the man spat, "Tenno Banzai." Then slamming his palm against his own chest, he severed the heart meridian and extinguished himself. Qin Fan's brows knit at the corpse. This man was no ordinary opponent. A grandmaster-level warrior, yet bound by such loyalty that he would not reveal his master. Tenno Banzai, a warrior from Yinghua country. Qin Fan called Li Ziqing. "Are you awake?" Li Ziqing, surprised, answered, "Not yet, Master Chun. Is something wrong?" Qin Fan said, "Some trouble. Bring people over at once. I have just killed a Yinghua country warrior of grandmaster caliber here." Li Ziqing let out a shriek. "What? A Yinghua country warrior? All right, I'll bring people right away." On the villa's second floor, Lu Ryu descended in a purple slip dress. She called, "Qin Fan, what's going on?" The purple dress was alluring and short, ending at the upper thigh, revealing a pair of long pale legs. Qin Fan gestured for her to stay. "Nothing. Go back to bed and sleep." But curiosity got the better of her, and she insisted on coming down to look. She witnessed a black-clad figure with a basketball-sized hole where his belly should be. "Ah, who is this?" Lu Ryu was thoroughly frightened. Fortunately, a few days earlier Lan Ruashi had explained the martial world to her and told her that Qin Fan was a martial grandmaster. That knowledge steadied her nerves enough not to collapse at the sight. Qin Fan stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. "Be good, listen to me. Go upstairs and sleep." She complied. Not long after, Li Ziqing arrived by car accompanied by Hong Zhen. "Master Qin, where is the body?" Hong Zhen asked urgently upon meeting them. "Follow me," Qin Fan said, leading them to the storeroom. Hong Zhen immediately pulled back the stranger's mask and took a photograph with his phone. Li Ziqing said, "Master Qin, we will check our database immediately for this man's identity." She asked with curiosity, "Master Qin, did you previously have any conflict with forces from Yinghua country?" Qin Fan shook his head. "Never. 2 months ago, he had been a factory hand turning screws. How could he possibly have been at odds with forces from Yinghua country? He had barely met any foreigners at all." Hong Zhen carried the corpse away. Li Ziqing said earnestly, "Master Qin, once we discover this man's details, I will inform you at once." Qin Fan nodded softly. Qin Fan took a shower to wash away the smell of blood, then lay down on the bed, just closing his eyes. The door swung open. Lu Ryu tiptoed in. "What's wrong?" Qin Fan asked. Lu Ryu stood by the bed. "I'm scared to sleep alone. After seeing that earlier scene, every time I close my eyes it keeps flashing in my mind." Qin Fan sighed. "So what do you want?" Lu Ryu whispered, "I want to sleep with you." Qin Fan froze. You're wearing so little lying next to me, aren't you afraid I might do something to you? Lu Ruyu countered, so what do you want to do? Chun Fan suddenly sat up from the bed. Of course it's what a man should. Lu Ruyu blinked, then go ahead. Chun Fan's mouth twitched. Wow, she really means it. Who's afraid of whom? Just as he was about to start, Lu Ruyu laughed, hee. Chun Fan, you can't be serious, right? I'm just kidding. If you're really lonely, should I call an air hostess over for you? Lu Ruyu referred to an air hostess not from the plane, but that kind of air hostess who can fly nationwide. Chun Fan waved his hand. I was just teasing you. He thought that was close. I almost made a fool of myself. Thankfully my pants are still on. Chun Fan said nonchalantly. You can sleep on the bed while I take the floor. He wasn't desperate enough to force something to happen, but if the other party willingly came to him while conscious, he wouldn't refuse to enjoy it. The next day, Yuju Forest Clinic. Qin Miao was examining patients as usual. However, two unusual guests arrived at the clinic. Is Mr. Qin Miao here? Please take a number and wait in line for treatment. I don't provide a service for finding people here, Qin Miao replied coldly. Bakayuru, little girl, I advise you to cooperate well. Otherwise I'll make sure you know how to write death. Qin Miao glanced at the two. Both had standard hygiene beards, and with that earlier exclamation of Bakayuru, their identities were easily discernible. They were not here for good. Qin Miao, feeling helpless, could only call her father Qin Gong. Gentlemen, what do you want from our old man? Miyamoto Daishiong finally showed a friendly smile. You must be Qin Gong, the one whose family is about to become a master. You know me? Qin Gong's expression froze. Miyamoto Daishiong nodded. I've heard much about you. Qin Gong asked, if you want to see my father, you must tell me who you are. Soga. Miyamoto Daishiong smiled. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Miyamoto Daishiong, the president of Sanchuan Corporation. And beside me is the special ninja of Sanchuan Corporation, Yamamoto Ichiro. Qin Gong shook his head. I've never heard of you. Miyamoto Daishiong still smiled. You haven't heard of me before, but now you have, right? Qin Gong asked, what do you want with my father? Miyamoto Daishiong replied lightly. I can only tell you that after meeting him. Qin Gong sensed Yamamoto Ichiro's imposing aura. His sharp eagle-like eyes were quite piercing. With his sixth sense as a martial artist, he could tell that this person was powerful. Thus Qin Gong had no choice but to fetch the old man. Mr. Qin, it's an honor to meet you, Miyamoto Daishiong greeted with a smile. Qin Mao replied indifferently, didn't you know to pour a cup of tea for the guests? Qin Gong hurried to pour the tea. After Miyamoto Daishiong sat down, he slowly said, how have you been doing lately, Mr. Qin? Qin Mao scoffed. You're so eager to meet me, you can't be here just to inquire about my health, right? What's the matter? Just say it directly. Miyamoto Daishiong smiled. In that case, I'll be straightforward. Mr. Qin, I want to invite you to join our Sanchuan Corporation. Joining the forces of Sakura country. Qin Mao shook his head. Impossible. Baka, don't be ungrateful. Yamamoto Ichiro suddenly shouted angrily, and the atmosphere instantly turned tense. Miyamoto Daishiong gestured for Yamamoto Ichiro to calm down. Miyamoto Daishiong chuckled. Mr. Qin, you can consider this matter for now. Once you join our Sanchuan Corporation, I guarantee that your Qin family will be the #1 family in Jiangnan. For the next 100 years, no one will be able to threaten your family's position. Miyamoto Daishiong said earnestly, Mr. Qin, you're getting old, and you will eventually rest. What will happen to the Qin family once you're gone? You must consider the future of your descendants, right? Qin Mao's face turned cold. Qin Gong, see them off. Miyamoto Daishiong waved his hand. No need to trouble yourself. Mr. Qin, I will come again. Watching the two leave, Qin Gong frowned. What are these two plotting? Qin Mao said sternly. Inform the Dragon Group. Tell them about Sanchuan Corporation, and these two individuals let them investigate. Damn it. Those little boys and the fat one didn't hurt them enough, and they dare to come here to stir trouble. The older generation had an intense hatred for Sakura country. Qin Gong immediately called a leader from the Dragon Group. Meanwhile, Miyamoto Daishiong and Yamamoto Ichiro got into their car and left. In the car, Yamamoto Ichiro asked, President, why do you want to recruit Qin Mao? He's so old. Miyamoto Daishiong replied calmly, he may be old, but that doesn't mean his combat ability is weak. There's an old saying in the Dragon Country, a punch fears the young. A chaotic punch can kill the experienced master. But Qin Mao's flying needle technique allows him to ignore the negative effects of aging. Moreover, his medical skills are very high. Bringing him on board would only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Yamamoto Ichiro asked, President, can this really control the martial arts world of Jiangnan? Miyamoto Daishiong nodded, of course. There are already high-ranking members in the Dragon Group who have been bought by me. Sanchuan Corporation entered Jiangnan to gain control of its martial arts world. Once they control the entire Jiangnan martial arts world, they will also control the economy and politics of Jiangnan. On Peach Blossom Island, Chun Fan received a call from Li Ziqing. Master Chen, there's news. Today people from Sanchuan Corporation of Sakura Country went to find Qin Mao. Qin Gong informed the Dragon Group, and naturally Li Ziqing learned about it as well. Sanchuan Corporation is an organization with a history of over 100 years in Sakura country, originally a ninja assassin organization. Later it was cleaned up and transformed into a chamber of commerce. Considering the characteristics and identity of the person from last night, it is very likely that he was sent by Sanchuan Corporation. Captain Hong has checked the photos taken last night, but found no identity or immigration records. He is an illegal immigrant. Chen Fan was still very puzzled. I have never offended Sanchuan Corporation. Why would they send someone to kill me out of the blue? Investigate. We must get to the bottom of this Sanchuan Corporation. In fact, without Chen Fan's urging, Li Ziqing as a member of the Dragon Group would naturally dedicate herself fully to this matter. This is the duty of the Dragon Group, to defend against external threats and maintain internal stability. Brother, are you coming home for the summer vacation? Chen Zi called via video chat. Chen Fan shook his head with a gentle smile. I'm a bit busy here for now, so I won't be going back. Chen Zi asked, Brother, have you succeeded in your business? You sent me 1 million last time. I haven't slept for 2 nights. I've never seen so much money in my life. Chen Fan chuckled. In the future the money I give you will be endless. Chen Zi exclaimed excitedly. How about I buy a high-speed train ticket to visit you in a couple of days? Chen Fan quickly replied, Don't come, I'm busy here and can't take care of you. In fact, Chen Fan was worried that if Chen Zi came, she might be implicated and be in danger. Don't you have money? If you find it boring at home, just go travel. Anywhere in the country, go wherever you want. If you don't have any companions, just bring your classmates along. You can cover the travel costs. He'll send you another 1 million. All right then. Chen Zi was very obedient. Their parents' health had always been poor, and Chen Fan planned to refine a few small Peiyuan pills and take some time to return home. First, he would treat his mother's heart disease and then use the pills to improve their health. At the headquarters of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Chu, I hope we can cooperate happily in the future, Miyamoto Daiyu said with a smile. Chu Qiangxing shook hands with him. Haha, no problem, let's make money together. Mr. Shen, welcome to Sanchuan Corporation, Miyamoto Daiyu said solemnly. Shun Wanha ranked second among the masters of Jiangnan, so recruiting him to Sanchuan Corporation was an essential strength. I am honored. 2 young and beautiful women in kimonos were hugging Shun Wanhi's arms. Both women were strikingly beautiful and elegantly poised with figures that were quite alluring. Miyamoto Daiyu didn't have to exert much effort to recruit Shun Wanha. He simply employed the beauty strategy. Shun Wanha had a fondness for beautiful women, and during his time at the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Chu Qiangxing often found him young models. It was his first encounter with the beautiful women from Sakura country who spoke Yamadake, and he was quite taken with them, bringing them along wherever he went. Mr. Shen, I would like to ask both of you for help, Mr. Neo Daong has yet to agree to join Sanchuan Corporation. You are familiar with him, I would like to ask you to persuade him, Miyamoto Daiyu said with a smile. Chu Qiangxing nodded. No problem, leave it to me. However, Shun Wanha said, he is only ranked 7th, if he doesn't join then so be it. I am ranked 2nd, which is worth 10 of him. Miyamoto Daiyu hurriedly said, Mr. Shun is very strong, but our Sanchuan Corporation is also in great need of talent. Shin Wanha said lightly, we'll find some time to talk to him. Yo, thanks. Miyamoto Daiyu bowed. Then he'll trouble both of you. Miyamoto Daiyu left the headquarters of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce where a Mercedes Maybach was waiting outside. Inside the car, Yamamoto Ikiru opened his mouth. President, the special ninja sent to kill Chen Fan hasn't returned yet. Upon hearing this, Miyamoto Daiyu was taken aback. If they haven't returned, then they must be dead. I didn't expect that Chen Fan's strength would exceed my expectations. Yamamoto Ikiru said, how about I go in person tonight? Miyamoto Daiyu frowned, pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. Since he has this kind of strength, then his value exceeds that of Sun Jisheng. I valued Sun Jisheng because he was well-connected and had considerable networking abilities. But now, let's find an opportunity to contact Chen Fan and see if we can recruit him into Sanchuan Corporation. Hey, Yamamoto Ikiru nodded. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan had been diligently practicing meditation and cultivation. He gradually felt that the spiritual energy on Peach Blossom Island was no longer sufficient to support his cultivation. Even with the enhancement of the spiritual gathering array, it was still inadequate. Transitioning from the 9th level of Qi refinement to the 10th level not only required an increase in magical power, but also needed the honing of spiritual sense. This required some hard work. The reason there are 13 levels in the Qi refinement stage is that this is the foundation of cultivation, which needs to be refined. It's like building a house. If you want to construct a skyscraper, the foundation must be deep and stable. In the cultivation world, some sects have even researched techniques that can reach 36 levels of Qi refinement. These are solely for those who wish to become immortals. Typically, only the holy sons and daughters within the sect can cultivate them. Reaching 36 levels of Qi refinement while establishing a solid foundation makes future cultivation progress even more difficult compared to other cultivators. The required resources for cultivation would need to be dozens or even hundreds of times more. Without a powerful force backing you, it's simply unsustainable. It seems I need to find a place with even richer spiritual energy than Peach Blossom Island for cultivation. Suddenly Lu Ruyu asked Chen Fan if he was free tomorrow. Chen Fan replied, "What's up?" Lu Ruyu said, "Lan Ruashi has gone on a business trip. Oh, she was supposed to attend an engagement banquet, and now has to send me in her place. I don't want to go alone. Oh, I want you to accompany me." Chen Fan asked, "It wouldn't be the engagement banquet of Chu Hui from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, would it?" Lu Ruyu exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know?" Chen Fan replied lightly, "A few days ago Chu Qiangxing sent me an invitation as well. I originally didn't want to go." Lu Ruyu immediately began to act cute. "Oh, could you just accompany me? You're the best, Chen Fan." She grabbed Chen Fan's arm and started to shake it. "Alright, I'll treat it as a relaxation trip then." Chen Fan nodded. Even cultivation required a balance of work and rest. The next day at the Radiance Hotel. As the son of the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Chu Hu's engagement banquet was quite extravagant. They set up 666 tables. The entire hotel was not accepting other banquets today, serving only Chu Hui. Chen Fan was particularly curious if so many tables could actually be filled. Now he was recognized as the most promising master in Jiangnan, and he was naturally arranged at the VIP table. The invitation that Chu Qiangxing sent him was even edged in gold. After showing the invitation at the entrance, a waitress in a red Chong Sam guided them inside. Lu Ruyu wore a simple yet elegant outfit today, a light purple off-shoulder dress that was pure and subtly sexy. The flesh-colored stockings paired with high heels showcased her straight and shapely long legs perfectly. She even wore only light makeup. In Lu Ruyu's words, she didn't want to steal the spotlight at someone else's engagement banquet. If she wore heavy makeup and sat in front, what would that look like? Those who didn't know might think she opposed the marriage and was there to steal the groom. Yet despite this, Lu Ruyu's beauty and figure were still incredibly stunning. Lu Ruyu linked her arm with Chen Fan's, and the two of them were following the waitress to the VIP hall. Suddenly around a corner they bumped into someone unexpected for Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, who is this?" Su Jingwen exclaimed in surprise. Chen Fan never expected to run into his ex-girlfriend Su Jingwen here. "I am his girlfriend Lu Ruyu." "You are." It is said that women understand women best, and Lu Ruyu proved this true. With just a glance at Su Jingwen, she could immediately discern the unusual relationship between her and Chen Fan from her eyes and tone of voice. It surely wasn't just a simple acquaintance. Thus Lu Ruyu chose to support Chen Fan and boldly declared herself as his girlfriend. "Girlfriend?" Su Jingwen was somewhat surprised. "What about that girl Lan Ruashi? Have you switched partners so quickly?" Chen Fan chuckled. "What business is it of yours?" "So what if I have?" Lu Ruyu cast an unexpected glance at Chen Fan. "When did Lan Ruashi become his girlfriend?" "Lan Ruashi never told me." "She must be pretending." Lan Ruashi was her close friend, and if she had really become Chen Fan's girlfriend, there was no way Lu Ruyu wouldn't know about it. Su Jingwen lightly bit her red lip. "Chen Fan, stop lying to me. She is not your girlfriend at all. You brought her here just to make a show for the party, right?" Lu Ruyu coldly snorted. "Who do you think you are? So eager to meddle in others' affairs, don't you fear getting hit by a car when you step outside?" Chen Fan whispered in Lu Ruyu's ear, "She is my ex-girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyu's eyes widened. So that's how it is. Her sixth sense was indeed accurate. No wonder I claimed to be his girlfriend. He didn't object. Chen Fan didn't want his ex-girlfriend to see that he had been worse off since their breakup. It was a matter of pride. In fact, such things happen to both men and women. No one wants to be seen in a down-and-out state by their ex after parting. Even if they really are struggling, they still have to put on a good front when they meet. "Let's go." Chen Fan gently patted Lu Ruyu's hand. "Wait." Su Jingwen immediately said, "Chen Fan, let's get back together. Actually, I've been sleeping poorly every night since we broke up. I've realized that I really like you. I was actually misled by Zhang Lily. She keeps whispering bad things about you in my ear, telling me how great other men are." Su Jingwen said humbly, "It's all Zhang Lily's fault. She ruined me. Chen Fan, I was wrong. Last time we talked about marriage, you wanted a dowry of 300. Now I've decided I don't want a dowry, not even a penny." Upon saying this, Chen Fan was not overly shocked. The reason was simple. If he hadn't received the inheritance of the cultivation arts and hadn't achieved his current success, would Su Jingwen still regret it? Would she still want to reconcile and marry him? Obviously not. The only reason Su Jingwen was acting this way was that she happened to be present when Chen Fan helped the Zheng family win against the Wu family at Meihua Mountain Villa. She had seen Chen Fan become wealthy and influential. That was why she wanted to return to him. Chen Fan sneered. "Su Jingwen, do you take me for a fool? I advise you to go to bed early every night. What you want will come to you in your dreams." Lu Ruyu immediately chimed in with sarcasm, no dowry. What does that count for? Hee, I can offer you 2 million. Su Jingwen gritted her teeth. Chun Fan, you were the one who wronged me first. How did I wrong you? Chun Fan asked. Su Jingwen angrily retorted. If you hadn't been hiding your true abilities from me, how could I have believed Zhang Lily's slanders? Not long after their breakup, Chun Fan became successful. Thus Su Jingwen was convinced that he had been concealing things from her all along. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let go of such a money tree like Chun Fan. Chun Fan sneered. That was your choice, why are you blaming me now? It's you who failed to see clearly. Lu Ruyu quickly chimed in. We are all adults, we must take responsibility for our choices. There is no regret medicine in this world. Let's go. Chun Fan and Lu Ruyu ignored Su Jingwen further and followed the waiter to the VIP hall, leaving Su Jingwen alone in regret. Chun Fan, was she really your ex-girlfriend? How long did you two date? Lu Ruyu asked curiously. Chun Fan nodded, but didn't want to elaborate on Su Jingwen, nor did he feel like answering that question. Lu Ruyu asked again. Was it because she demanded a 300 dowry that you broke up? If she hadn't asked for that dowry, would you have married her? Chun Fan pondered for a moment and replied, based on the situation back then, yes. Lu Ruyu said lightly. Then it's truly a pity for her vision was lacking, otherwise she could be enjoying great fortune now. The VIP hall accommodated a total of 20 tables. A pair of newlyweds would hold their engagement ceremony in this hall. Those seated here were all prominent figures in Jiangnan, either influential in the martial arts world or significant in other fields. Chun Fan displayed the strength of a grandmaster to the outside world, so he naturally qualified to be seated in the VIP hall. Moreover, his seat was particularly close to the front. Master Chun. Chu Hui hurried over with his fiancée to greet him. It is truly my honor in this life for Master Chun to attend my engagement ceremony. Young Master Chu, you flatter me. I wish you both a happy marriage lasting 100 years. Chun Fan replied with a faint smile. Soon a thin, middle-aged man approached Chun Fan's table with a wine glass sitting next to him. Chun Fan noticed that this person had a hygiene mustache. Mr. Chun, the man began holding up his wine glass. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Miyamoto Dashio. From Securigawa. How do you know me? Chun Fan frowned. He instantly connected this person with the Sanchuan Corporation. Mr. Shin, your 2 recent exploits at Meihua Mountain Villa have made you a well-known figure in Jiangnan's martial arts community. A little inquiry would naturally reveal this. Are you looking for me for something? Mr. Shin, I would like to invite you to join our Sanchuan Corporation. Whatever conditions you have, feel free to mention them. We will do our utmost to accommodate you. Indeed. Chun Fan's expression immediately became serious. Was the assassin who tried to kill me that night arranged by your Sanchuan Corporation? Please be honest, you can't hide this from me. Miyamoto Dashiong immediately stood up from his seat and bowed to Chun Fan. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Chun. That assassin acted on his own accord. He took the money and accepted the assassination task himself. It wasn't arranged by me. Private matter. Here, I represent Sanchuan Corporation to apologize to you. I'm sorry. Of course, Chun Fan wouldn't easily believe the words of the foreigner. With their words relying entirely on themselves, how could Chun Fan trust them? You want me to join Sanchuan Corporation? Chun Fan mumbled. What benefits can you provide me? Chun Fan certainly wouldn't truly agree to join the foreigner's faction. He simply wanted to extract some benefits from them, and then proceed with the cleanup, to take revenge for the assassination. After all, there was no need to adhere to any credibility with the Securigawa people. Whatever dirty tricks they played, he would play along without any psychological or moral pressure. He would even find it immensely satisfying.